a phrase that encapsulates the notion of enduring hardship before tasting sweetness. Chen has waited year after year, unemployed and leaving with nothing. In the midst of middle age, Chen's life has descended into utter chaos. In the depths of despair, a notification chimed. Ding! The multi-child blessing system has been activated. The host must recruit a girl with a score of 7 within 48 hours. Task successful. System activated. A beginner's gift package awarded. Task failed. Immediate physical transcendence. Gazing at the meager balance of 500 yuan, Chen was utterly bewildered. Chapter 1. The Midlife Crisis and the Multi-Child Blessing System. Having lost his job and his partner, Chen found his life in disarray as he reached the midpoint of his years. Chen gazed despondently out the window, his mood mirroring the overcast sky filled with gloom. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning reverberated through the heavens, startling Chen into a shiver. Ding! Matching suitable host, system loading. 1-2. ****** system successfully loaded. Please save an outstanding girl within 48 hours to activate the system and receive a beginner's gift package. Death countdown, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Death countdown, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. What the hell? I haven't even grasped the situation yet, and the countdown to death has already commenced? Chen thought, feeling exasperated and wishing for a moment of reprieve. Not having traversed time, yet endowed with a golden finger, he mused, what more could one desire? 2 days' time, a beauty scoring above 7, and she must be someone I have never met before. Chen muttered to himself, sensing that this novice village posed extraordinary challenges. A series of knocks echoed, followed by the creaking of the door as it opened. Hey, you knew one. If you're certain about the rental, hurry up and pay the rent. 1 month deposit and 3 months in advance, plus an additional 1,800. As he pondered, a figure nearly blocked the doorframe. A hefty woman weighing 180 pounds stepped inside. Landlord, could you possibly lower the price a bit? This place clearly accommodates several tenants. Chen flicked away his cigarette, and quickly turned to face the landlord. At that moment, he noticed the yellow system prompt above the landlord's head. Wang Li, 3.7 points. A score of 3.7? That evaluation seemed quite reasonable. What are you staring at? You lecher. Wang Li fidgeted, adjusting her greasy hair, her slanted eyes glaring at Chen. Don't even think about harboring any improper intentions. The rent cannot be reduced by a single cent. Chen suppressed his disgust, swiftly transferring 1,800 yuan to Wang Li, finally securing a place to stay. Looking at his dwindling balance, a wave of bitterness washed over him. After 10 years of dedication to the company, whether in expanding new territories or establishing locations, Chen had been at the forefront, contributing significantly. However, due to age, the company began to undermine him, seeking ways to dismiss him without incurring the hefty compensation owed to a decade-long employee. Ultimately, wearied by the turmoil, Chen chose to resign. Upon hearing that he had relinquished his lucrative position, his already strained wife promptly chose to abandon him. He had hoped to live out his life as a corporate cog, yet reality dashed his expectations, leaving him without even the opportunity to toil. There were no so-called cooling-off periods as described online. Armed only with his ID and marriage certificate, the two became strangers in mere moments. The house, car, and savings had all been transferred to Li Qingqing's name under various pretexts. Stepping out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen realized he was left with absolutely nothing. Perhaps this is the price of recklessness. In a state of resignation, Chen reluctantly moved to the urban village to rent a room, sharing it with others. Hey, newcomer! A young girl clad in pajamas abruptly swung open the door, her sleepy eyes squinting as she fanned the air with a scrunched nose, her face contorted in disgust. No smoking in the living room, do you understand? This girl may be a bit eccentric, yet her physique and appearance are quite commendable. Could she possibly score 7? Chen hastily glanced at the prompt hovering above her head. Li Ling, 6 points. How can someone so young and beautiful only have a score of 6? What on earth? It seems that attaining a score of 7 is not an easy feat. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? The eccentric girl rolled her eyes and slammed the door shut. Once again, I have been dismissed. Li Chen was rendered speechless as he stepped into his cramped room. Lying on the creaky wooden bed, he instinctively opened his phone. Hello, friends. If you find yourself busy with work and lacking time to make new acquaintances, then come to Tanta. Swipe right for likes. Swipe left if indifferent. Surely there's a charming young lady destined for you. An advertisement for the Titan dating app caught his eye. Strangers, friendships, chatting. Upon seeing the promotional ad, Li Chen decisively clicked to download it. This app is quite useful. I could find dozens of girlfriends in a day, though my kidneys might suffer. Very well. Many male users have shown interest in me. This application is rife with scammers and dining con artists. After only a brief chat, they insist on meeting, only for you to discover they will lead you to a restaurant or bar. As Li Chen waited for the app to download, he stole a few glances at the comment section. Among the thousands of reviews, opinions were decidedly mixed. The advantage is that real people are involved, yet most photos are deceiving. The drawbacks are also glaringly apparent. Everything incurs a fee, and unlocking membership is a constant requirement. By purchasing a membership, personal information can be prioritized, allowing all the young ladies in the city to view your profile freely. Without funds to purchase a membership, one can unlock only a few pieces of information before finding themselves unable to see anything further. This fee seems reasonable. Observing the incessantly ticking countdown, Li Chen was undeterred by the charges. His only fear was failing to find a girl of acceptable allure. Upon opening the app, he had barely viewed a few local profiles when a membership recharge prompt appeared. All right. So you want me to purchase a membership? Without hesitation, Li Chen used Alipay to purchase a platinum membership for $648, unlocking all privileges with a single click. Indeed, thereafter, no matter how Li Chen swiped, the recharge interface did not reappear. Username, Paripek. Location, Jiangchang High-Tech Zone, 3 kilometers. Status, online. A girl with a sweet appearance and 2 adorable dimples appeared on the screen. This beauty is quite appealing. However, her username, with 3 repetitions of could hold some deeper meaning. Upon clicking her profile, Li Chen was greeted by a plethora of videos showcasing this sweet lady in yoga attire, form-fitting leggings, and energetic dance sequences. Well, as long as her looks are satisfactory, what more could one desire? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chen sent a greeting message. The recipient promptly responded with a heart. What a coincidence! Upon seeing your photo, I felt an instant connection. Really, big brother? You certainly know how to charm. I'm feeling a bit smitten too. Mong da. JPG. Let's get straight to the point. I am not short on funds. How much does it cost for a fleeting moment of love? Oh dear, you are quite the impatient one. I am not after money. I simply seek a heart-stirring romance. Li Chen had no time for idle banter, so he swiftly sent a red envelope of 100 yuan. Now, tell me, how much for a fleeting moment of love? Oh my, you are so manly. I like your straightforwardness. If you're interested, how about 800 yuan for an all-night engagement? I can also offer an additional spa treatment. Money is not an issue, but I require a video call, and you must not use beauty filters. Following this, Li Chen sent another 100 yuan. After receiving a total of 200 yuan, the user ID, PPP, was overjoyed and quickly accepted Li Chen's WeChat friend request, and the two initiated a video call. Song Jingyan, 6.5 points. However, after merely a brief interaction, Li Chen hung up. With beauty filters, she had not even surpassed a score of 7. He could only imagine how she would appear barefaced. Subsequently, Li Chen chatted with several other seemingly promising girls, yet none exceeded a score of 7, leaving him deeply disappointed. Just as he was about to close the application, a series of ding-ding notification sounds piqued Li Chen's attention. After upgrading to a platinum membership, the platform had provided him with a stream of notifications, and his inbox quickly filled with numerous messages. Among these were several women, and one flamboyant male whom Li Chen promptly blocked. The female IDs included a 40-year-old waiting for her Prince Charming to appear, a company executive too busy with work to date, and a single mother raising a child on her own. Li Chen did not discriminate, engaging swiftly with all, sending red envelopes and initiating connections. Unfortunately, none of these encounters yielded any surprises, until he stumbled upon a username, Vivi Smile, claiming to be the new campus beauty from Jiangxing University. A deceptive photo scoring 7.5, I wonder if her bare face will suffice. Chapter 2. An encounter with Bai Weiwei. Without much hesitation, Li Chen boldly sent a red envelope containing 200 yuan. Hello, beautiful. My schedule is quite hectic, so I hope we can be direct. The other party quickly clicked on the red envelope and then initiated a video call. Bai Weiwei, 75 points. Wow. Her looks are just as stunning as in the photographs. Upon noticing the prompt above Bai Weiwei's head, Li Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you sure you turned off the beauty filter?" "Absolutely, uncle," replied Bai Weiwei, exuding a hint of youthful innocence and a touch of shyness reminiscent of someone recently emerged from the countryside. Big brother, do you have time now? It's almost mealtime, and I'm quite hungry." Can you believe that Bai Weiwei was actually reading from an A4 sheet of paper during the video call, stumbling over the lines? However, to her utter surprise, Li Chen agreed without any hesitation. "Let's meet at the most luxurious hotel in Jiangxing, the Dihao Grand Hotel." "It's settled." "Wait a moment." Bai Weiwei, clutching her script, was ready to continue, but Li Chen had already hung up. To ensure Bai Weiwei would show up, Li Chen sent another 200 yuan red envelope with a note, "Transportation fee. Supervisor, perhaps we should just forget it. Although I am in urgent need of money, but..." With her lackluster performance, Bai Weiwei never expected to land her first client. Yet, when it came time to take that first step into the world of deceitful hospitality, she hesitated, wavering. "Weiwei, the first time is always challenging. Let me show you the math. If you bring someone to a designated restaurant or bar, you can earn 2,000 for a single transaction. 10 transactions would yield 20,000. With your attributes, young, beautiful, and the campus belle of Jiang University, making money is a breeze." The supervisor, a middle-aged woman adorned in heavy makeup and a qipao, persisted. "But isn't this fraud? Weiwei, the choice is yours. If it doesn't work out, you can always consider part-time work." "All right, Sister May, I'll think it over." Bai Weiwei shyly exited the cramped room. Once outside in the open, she boarded a bus, escaping as if fleeing. Sigh, it seems I still cannot make quick money. Although the nightlife scams were more profitable, Bai Weiwei could never overcome her moral qualms. Just as she settled into a seat on the bus, her home phone rang. "Weiwei, dear, now that your mother's health has improved, you needn't worry about me." Home. "I understand. Don't worry, Mom. I will definitely earn money for your treatment." "Silly child, that diagnosis report was merely the result of a careless doctor. Just focus on your studies." After hanging up, Bai Weiwei plunged back into a deep well of anxiety and guilt regarding her mother. Meanwhile, Li Chen rummaged through his suitcase for a somewhat presentable business casual outfit, tidied his hair in the mirror, and stepped out of his rented room. In this society, money may not be everything, but the lack thereof is utterly debilitating. With 20,000 from Huabei, 30,000 from Meituan, 380,000 from JD, and 100,000 on his bank credit card, along with various loans from small platforms, Li Chen directly borrowed 300,000. Ding. Your Jianshang bank account has received 20,000 yuan. Ding. Your Jianshang bank account has received 30,000 yuan. In less than 30 minutes, Li Chen's bank account quietly held 300,000. It would be more convenient to withdraw it. Money is a man's confidence. Having cash in hand brings a sense of security. As Li Chen exited the bank, his black bag was stuffed with vibrant red bills. Countdown to death, 44, 38, 55. When Bai Weiwei arrives, I plan to throw money in her face. Clenching his fists, Li Chen felt a surge of confidence. Compared to his life, all this was insignificant. Moreover, once he unlocked the multi-child blessing system, this money would merely serve as an appetizer. Of course, he did not withdraw all the money. Instead, he took out 200,000 in cash, keeping 100,000 for electronic payments. Having resolved his financial situation, Li Chen hailed a taxi to the Dihao Grand Hotel. "Weiwei, where are you?" Noticing Bai Weiwei's silence, Li Chen sent another message. "Weiwei?" Seeing his text, Bai Weiwei felt a wave of indecision. 2,000 yuan for one hospitality scam. That's several months' worth of living expenses for me. But would her conscience remain untroubled? 2,000 yuan is nothing to this extravagant man, but it means a lot to you. This is blatant fraud, and you could face legal repercussions. Just as the internal battle raged within Bai Weiwei, Li Chen sent a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. "Weiwei, all you need to do is accompany me for a meal and engage in conversation, and this 2,000 yuan is yours." Could she really receive 2,000 yuan just for dining and chatting? Moreover, he even provided a 200 yuan transportation fee. Unlike the hospitality scams commission, Bai Weiwei felt no moral guilt regarding the 2,000 yuan Li Chen offered. "All right then, but it's strictly for a meal and conversation." After replying, Bai Weiwei got off at the nearest bus stop and took a taxi directly to the Dihao Grand Hotel. The Dihao Grand Hotel is the only 5-star hotel in Jiangxing that combines accommodation, dining, fitness, and spa facilities. Particularly, the 288 yuan seafood buffet has long captured Bai Weiwei's heart. Unlimited servings of king crab, Australian lobster, and shark fin abalone make it a paradise for food lovers. Many patrons come here specifically for the king crab and Australian lobster. At 288 yuan for an all-you-can-eat feast, it is undeniably a great value. In the opulent lobby of the Dihao Grand Hotel, Li Chen spotted a girl in a JK uniform with white stockings. It was Bai Weiwei. Bai Weiwei, 75 points. Seeing the score above her head, Li Chen's heart soared with joy. Wonderful. Her beauty remains utterly intact. It seems Bai Weiwei is genuinely stunning. Are you the butterfly dancing against the wind? Yes, I am the butterfly of defiance. Upon seeing Bai Weiwei, Li Chen gentlemanly extended his hand. Bai Weiwei hesitated for a moment before giving a symbolic handshake. She didn't refuse my handshake. It seems there is potential for tonight. This was Li Chen's simple test of contact. Overall, the opening was quite promising. Thank you for coming, Weiwei. Li Chen gestured toward the restaurant. I've heard the seafood buffet here is quite good. I'm not sure what you like to eat. So shall we just go for a simple buffet? You decide. Feeling Li Chen's intense gaze, Bai Weiwei shyly looked down at her shoes. All right, 2 for the buffet. Li Chen turned to the front desk attendant. Sir, we are an integrated accommodation and dining establishment. Unless you check in, you cannot dine here. Li Chen was well aware of the Dihao Grand Hotel's rules, which was precisely why he chose this venue without hesitation. Chapter 3. Let us pretend to be girlfriends for a day. Weiwei, let us proceed with the check-in process first. That's just how things work here. After all, we're only here for a meal. Sensing Bai Weiwei's possible reservations, Li Chen quickly clarified. Alright then. Bai Weiwei retrieved her identification card from her wallet and handed it to Li Chen. Upon receiving the ID, Li Chen cunningly captured a photo of it. This was a crucial piece of evidence. Should Bai Weiwei later retract her consent and accuse him of violating her will, Li Chen would have this photograph to present to Uncle Mao. The registration concluded swiftly, and Li Chen obtained the key to a couple's suite. Upon entering the dining area, Bai Weiwei initially appeared somewhat reserved and bashful. However, when confronted with the opulent offerings of king crab and Australian lobster, her eyes sparkled with delight, and her mouth watered. Encouraged by Li Chen, she succumbed to a gluttonous frenzy, tearing into the Australian lobster with abandon. Weiwei, could you pretend to be my girlfriend for just one day? Li Chen casually suggested, brushing against her arm, yet she remained unresponsive, avoiding his advances in silence. Undeterred, Li Chen pressed on, taking it a step further. Girlfriend? I must confess, I was deceiving you. At this point, Bai Weiwei decided it would be prudent to reveal the truth to Li Chen. So she recounted her experience of being a honey trap for the first time. So that is the case. You truly are a kind-hearted girl, Li Chen observed, scrutinizing Bai Weiwei's slightly worn JK uniform, which hinted at modest means. Her accent suggested she hailed from a rural background, and it was evident that desperation had driven her to this profession. With this deduction, Li Chen felt emboldened, feigning an incidental grip on her delicate hand. Startled, Bai Weiwei quickly withdrew her hand. Weiwei, I genuinely wish for you to impersonate my girlfriend for a day. Until today, I have never even held a girl's hand. Li Chen discreetly extracted a thick wad of cash from his bag, amounting to 10,000 yuan. Mr. Li, Bai Weiwei protested. You mentioned this was merely a casual meal and conversation. She remained unfazed. The proposition of being a girlfriend sounded appealing. Yet the potential for this man to overstep boundaries left her feeling vulnerable. Unfazed, Li Chen continued, recognizing that a charming young woman, fresh to university life, likely had not encountered the harsh realities of the world, and that 10,000 yuan would likely be insufficient. With a flourish, he produced another stack, then another, and yet another. Bai Weiwei stared in disbelief. The prospect of playing the role of a girlfriend for such a sum was staggering. Thoughts of her mother's illness stirred feelings of shameful temptation within her. You don't mean? Bai Weiwei stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Rest assured, it will be nothing beyond the ordinary exchanges of a couple, at most a mere embrace, Li Chen coaxed gently. Seeing Bai Weiwei beginning to waver, he further enticed her. Are you certain all this is for me? The sight of such wealth was undeniably thrilling for Bai Weiwei. You needn't worry, even if you change your mind. This money will still be yours, Li Chen asserted, exuding an air of generosity that suggested he was indifferent to the cash. Very well then, just for one day. Bai Weiwei reluctantly acquiesced to Li Chen's request to play the role of his girlfriend. Thank you so much, Weiwei, he replied, sliding onto the seat beside her and capturing her anxious right hand. What do you intend to do? Bai Weiwei protested, attempting to retract her hand. But Li Chen's grip was too strong. It's simply the relationship of a couple, he replied nonchalantly, offering her a piece of abalone. Bai Weiwei shook her head in refusal. But Li Chen persisted, Since we are now a couple, it is only natural for me to feed you. Reluctantly, she opened her lips and extended her tongue. Oh, that is more like it, my dear. Seizing the moment, Li Chun unexpectedly planted a kiss on her cheek. You. Bai Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. What? Li Chun feigned innocence while tapping the money on the table. This is a public place. Please be mindful of your conduct. Anger simmered within her, but she found herself unable to voice it. This man was smooth-tongued and had deep schemes, not to mention his audacity. Truly frustrating. You make a valid point. Now that we've dined well, why not find a quieter place to discuss matters more intimately? As he spoke, Li Chun swiftly packed the cash into a bag. Allow me to carry that for you. It seems a bit heavy. Bai Weiwei's face paled, and she struggled to find her voice. As they reached the corridor leading to the accommodation area, Bai Weiwei halted when she realized Li Chun intended to lead her into a room. Come on. The room is spacious and quiet. I merely wish for you to keep me company. No, I absolutely refuse to enter that room with you. Bai Weiwei yanked her hand free from Li Chun's grasp, turning to leave. I don't want the money. I'm leaving. Wait a moment. This 4,000 yuan is your compensation for your efforts. As Bai Weiwei made to exit, Li Chun feigned magnanimity. Goodbye. I hope never to see you again. Bai Weiwei hesitated for barely 2 seconds before accepting the money from Li Chun and hastily stepping into the elevator. Li Chun mused. Since you were so in need of money, I find it hard to believe you would truly walk away. He then entered the luxurious couple's suite, leaving the door ajar. Opening his phone, he downloaded a few dating apps. Bai Weiwei, clutching the cash, felt a sense of fulfillment wash over her. Love and relationships were mere illusions. Only this tangible money held significance. As she prepared to leave the dazzling 5-star hotel, an unprecedented sense of emptiness suddenly enveloped her. Li Chun's ability to produce such wealth indicated he was no ordinary individual. Beyond the 40,000 yuan he had just displayed, Bai Weiwei noticed that his bag was stuffed with cash, at least 200,000 yuan. The thoughts of the affluent were beyond her comprehension. However, a person who flaunted their wealth so freely surely did not lack for money. Such a wealthy man had taken an interest in her. To miss out on this opportunity. After much internal conflict, Bai Weiwei ultimately succumbed to the allure of money and turned back. Arriving at room 302, she knocked gently on the door. Though she noticed it was slightly ajar, she felt it prudent to maintain some decorum. Weiwei, you're back, Li Chun exclaimed, springing from the bed and opening the door with a grin. I just dropped something. It was her first lie, and Bai Weiwei felt heat rush to her ears. Oh, did you forget your heart? Li Chun teasingly pulled her into the room, shutting the door with a decisive thud. He wrapped his arms around her waist, claiming her luscious red lips without hesitation. Bai Weiwei attempted to resist, but found herself powerless, surrendering to Li Chun's fervent advances. It was merely a first kiss, just a kiss, she reassured herself, yet she felt an unexpected thrill as she instinctively matched Li Chun's warm breath. Emboldened by his initial success, Li Chun pressed on, only to be thwarted by Bai Weiwei's firm grip on his hand, denying him the opportunity. In the midst of their playful struggle, Bai Weiwei ultimately managed to break free. Well, now that you've embraced and kissed me, can we? She found herself glancing at the money on the table. Of course, you may keep it for now. That way, you'll feel secure, Li Chun responded. Fully aware of her apprehensions, fearful that he might abscond without compensating her. Upon receiving the money, Bai Weiwei felt an unparalleled sense of security. Chapter 4. The Changchun Breathing Technique. Bai Weiwei, rest assured that the spirit of contract is my fundamental code as a businessman. Li Chun gestured for her to settle comfortably on the sofa. The truth is, I am exceedingly busy each day, leaving me little time for romance. Thus, I must resort to this rather crude method to convey my profound affection for you. Seeing Li Chun's earnest demeanor, Bai Weiwei could not help but stifle a laugh. Lacking time for romance. Isn't that excuse a tad feeble, old man? As soon as the words escaped her lips, she felt a pang of regret and quickly covered her mouth. Do not worry, speak freely. I prefer the most authentic version of you. Li Chun encouraged as he noticed Bai Weiwei's tense demeanor begin to relax. Shall we discuss your situation? It seems your family may be facing some difficulties. If it weren't for an urgent need for money, you wouldn't have resorted to being a drinking companion. Li Chun, perceptive yet discreet, gently guided the conversation. I am not in need of money, and my family is not facing any troubles. Bai Weiwei tightened her grip, casting her gaze down at the crisp bills in her bag. Then it is perfectly fine if you prefer not to share. Weiwei, regardless of your financial situation, I wish to assist you within my means. I see your kindness, your sincerity, and your unparalleled beauty, he added. Though a less noble motivation loomed in his mind, if he did not act swiftly, he might soon meet his demise. Bai Weiwei remained silent, her gaze fixed on the plush cashmere carpet beneath her feet. With a resounding clap, Li Chun produced an additional 20,000 yuan, placing it firmly in her hands. Weiwei, Earlier, I wished to rekindle the feelings of first love. What do you think? The weighty sum in her palm compelled Bai Weiwei to close her eyes and open her arms. A moment of reminiscence is acceptable, but your hands? Is this arrangement agreeable? Li Chen added 2 more stacks of cash atop her hands. Not quite. Before she could finish her thought, Li Chen enveloped her entirely in his embrace. As things grew intense, Bai Weiwei struggled to utter a resolute no. Weiwei, let us not prolong this. I shall add an extra 100,000, bringing the total to 200,000, as a gesture of my sincerity. Regardless of whether you choose to continue as my girlfriend tomorrow, this sum is entirely yours. I will not pursue the matter further. Li Chen, sensing the moment was ripe, revealed his trump card. You, Bai Weiwei stammered, momentarily at a loss for words, pondering the archetype of the domineering CEO she had often seen in dramas. Li Chen wasted no time, slapping 10 bundles of cash directly into her hands. The sheer volume of money left Bai Weiwei's mind spinning, overwhelmed by the surreal experience. Having never encountered such wealth, the vibrant cash before her felt like a fleeting dream. In this world, while money may not be omnipotent, the absence of it renders one powerless, beyond fulfilling desires. It serves another critical function. It can expedite the intimate process of couples getting to know one another and falling in love. System activated. Beginner-S gift package. 1. Changchun breathing technique. 2. Cleansing elixir. The Changchun breathing technique, when cultivated, promises longevity, the awakening of latent potential, and, upon reaching a certain level of mastery, eternal youth and life in harmony with the heavens. The system has automatically infused the knowledge of this technique into the host's mind for immediate comprehension. The cleansing elixir purifies the marrow, eliminates hidden ailments, and improves one's constitution, having been automatically placed into the storage compartment. Furthermore, a cash sum of 1 million yuan has been legally transferred to the host's bank account, available for retrieval at any time. Li Chen quickly unlocked his phone. Ding. A notification sounded. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, with a balance of 100,000 yuan. 100,000. Splendid. The system does not deceive me. System prompt. Daily rewards, weekly tasks, and monthly tasks modules have been activated. Please continue to strive to enhance the birth rate. It has finally come to fruition. After reconfirming his balance, Li Chen could hardly contain his elation, grinning foolishly into the air. Chenggu, what is going on with you? Bai Weiwei was startled by his exuberance. Nothing. I just need to use the restroom, Li Chen replied as he leapt from the bed and locked the bathroom door. With a mere thought, a small, crimson, lychee-sized cleansing elixir materialized in his hand, the reward from the beginner's package. Li Chen examined it briefly before swallowing it whole. The elixir dissolved almost instantly, its soft, sweet essence flowing down his throat, igniting a warm current that spread throughout his limbs and meridians, providing an immensely pleasant sensation. Soon after, however, an intense itch enveloped him, and upon looking down, he discovered a layer of muck covering his body, accompanied by a foul odor. Was this the accumulated impurities of the human body? Li Chen shed his robe and turned on the faucet, rinsing himself off. The warm water cascaded over him, and he felt his pores open, akin to a patient who had been deprived of fresh air for too long, finally taking a breath of relief. A flow of energy began to circulate within him, forming a complete cycle. Is this the true essence of Changchun? Li Chen closed his eyes, attuning himself to the subtle transformations occurring within his body. This green essence flowed endlessly, akin to clear water continuously cleansing a precious stone, washing away the impurities from his corporeal form in a manner both mysterious and wondrous. When Li Chen finally emerged from the bathroom, Bai Weiwei gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The man before her appeared considerably rejuvenated, devoid of any unsightly bulk. His physique was well-proportioned, features sharp, and his eyes sparkled with vitality, exuding an indescribable charm. Is that really you, Li Chen? Bai Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the suddenly vibrant, handsome man before her. One need only try to know. The Changchun essence bestowed upon Li Chen unparalleled strength and a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. As for the specifics, that was for one to discern. After an extensive narrative spanning 20,000 words, Bai Weiwei found herself repeatedly pleading for mercy. The reason for the previous count of 10,000 words being condensed this time remains unspoken. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Li Chen, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. In her previously unblemished life experience, this initial taste of intimacy brought her an unfamiliar sense of enjoyment, even joy. In her hometown, a woman expressing happiness or emitting frivolous sounds due to such matters would be scorned, branded as a loose woman or a harlot. The older women in her village were particularly harsh, especially a certain widow from the east end of the village, who was mercilessly ridiculed daily. Growing up in such an environment, it was easy to imagine the internal struggle Bai Weiwei faced in the earlier circumstances, despite her heart's desires. Even if she felt an undeniable attraction, she had to suppress her voice, trembling and losing composure, all while covering her face, fearful that Li Chun might perceive her as a woman lacking virtue. Truly, the shackles of feudal morality can be deadly. Observing Bai Weiwei's struggle, Li Chun suppressed a chuckle. Since you are so insistent, I shall put your endurance to the test. Chapter 5. The initial intelligence revealed, $1 million stamp. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 12,000,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, with a balance of 112,000,000 yuan. Upon reading the message, Li Chun felt an overwhelming surge of joy. This amount does not even account for critical multipliers, and when combined with random critical hits, the total could be even greater. The White Fund, too, would see its value increase with the unlocking of various qualities, and the correlation between the critical multiplier and the number of participants is directly proportional. After a thorough examination, Li Chun concluded that this concept of abundant offspring truly is remarkable. In addition to the daily monetary gains, there is also daily intelligence. Today's intelligence. 1. At the southwest corner of Jiangxing University, buried within a pile of discarded books at the garbage station, lies a rare sailing ship stamp, known only to a few. This stamp holds immense collectible value, with an estimated auction price of 1.35 million yuan. Arrive before 9:45 to seize this prized stamp. 2. The parent company of Huanfeng Quantitative DeepSeek will unveil its latest intelligent models, R1 and V3, in a day's time. DeepSeek stock is expected to surge and hit the daily limit for 10 consecutive days. Timely investment will yield substantial returns. 3. Your former superior, Li Daqiang's wife, harbors aspirations of becoming a film star. What the heck? 9:45. Li Chun hurriedly glanced at his watch. It was 6:35, leaving him with 3 hours, ample time. Looking out the window, he suddenly realized he had worked through the night. Yet, rather than feeling fatigued, he felt invigorated and bursting with energy. With $1 million yuan in hand, if he could intercept that sailing ship stamp, he would be able to profit by 1.35 million, totaling 2.35 million. Then, if he invested this sum into the stock market, with 10 consecutive price ceilings, that could amount to 6.09 million. After deducting transaction fees, it would roughly be around 6 million. Just from a single day's intelligence, he could easily acquire 6 million. Becoming a millionaire, or even a billionaire, would be within reach. Li Qingqing, did you divorce me simply because you thought I was poor? Damn it, once I become a billionaire, I wonder if you'll regret it. Recalling his snobbish and materialistic ex-wife, Li Qingqing, a flame of unquenchable fury ignited within Li Chun. Just wait. One day, I shall exact my revenge. Li Chun clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. Brother Chen, what is wrong with you? Bai Weiwei wrapped her delicate arms around him from behind. The softness of her form ignited a yearning within Li Chun. Let us go have breakfast, and then I'll take you back to school. Ah, you'll take me? Bai Weiwei had once envisioned a future with Li Chun, but it had merely been a fleeting fantasy. How could a girl as materialistic as her ever find affection? Moreover, such a transient affair could hardly endure. Weiwei, Li Chun took her hand. I believe you are a wonderful girl. You are ambitious and know what you truly desire. I find your character quite appealing, so would you consider being my woman? Do you mean for just a day, or for the long term? If it had been before, Li Chun's greasy demeanor and potbelly would have deterred Bai Weiwei entirely. Yet now, with a swift transformation into a dashing young man, she felt a flicker of attraction. They say one shouldn't become emotionally involved, but Bai Weiwei, being naive, knew little of such complexities. Moreover, in her hometown, if two individuals shared intimate moments, even without a marriage certificate, the girl was regarded as the man's partner. There was a notorious case in a neighboring village where a labor reform inmate had assaulted the village beauty, and she ultimately married him. Thus, subconsciously, Bai Weiwei began to perceive Li Chun as her actual man, while Li Chun regarded her as little more than a means to an end. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to utter sweet nothings. Apart from your unparalleled beauty, I accept no bribes. Brother Chen, let me think it over. A monthly living allowance of 100,000 yuan. Before Bai Weiwei could finish her sentence, Li Chun cast out the bait. Securing their relationship would ensure a monthly income starting at 300,000 yuan. Deducting 100,000, he would still net 200,000. A deal too good to pass up. I'm afraid can I get back to you on that? The weight of such a decision led Bai Weiwei to consider consulting her mother. However, she feared the potential fallout of her revelation. You should focus on your studies. Yet you've lost your virtue to a rogue man. Well, there's no need to rush into a decision. After all, Bai Weiwei was still a sheltered university student, lacking firm opinions. After breakfast, Li Chun made his way to Jian University, following Bai Weiwei's directions to the garbage station. Checking his watch, it was precisely 9:10. The intelligence had stated that he could intercept the stamp before 9:45, so he still had time. Li Chun hastened into the garbage station, surveying the surroundings, quickly identifying a pile of old books beside a makeshift door. The intelligence had indicated that the stamp was hidden within a stack of discarded literature. This must be the right spot. After confirming his instincts, Li Chun felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress the gleam in his eyes. As long as he purchased these books, fortune would soon follow. What are you doing? The garbage station owner, a plump woman in her 40s, noted Li Chun's well-dressed appearance and surmised he was not there to sell scrap. About this pile of books, boss? Li Chun glanced at the books in front of the makeshift door, then back at the proprietor. Oh, look at your attire. You don't seem like one who deals in junk. The proprietress squinted her eyes, appraising Li Chun before suddenly realizing, I see. You're here hoping to find a bargain. Fine, I'll let you have this pile for a flat price of 10,000 yuan. Are you kidding me? I'm merely a small-time vendor of old books, and you're trying to fleece me. Seeing the shrewdness in the owner's demeanor, Li Chun felt a surge of urgency and pretended to walk away. Hey, don't go. I thought you were just here to find a bargain. The proprietress quickly backtracked, her smile returning. Let me weigh them for you. How about 10 yuan per pound? 10 yuan per pound? You didn't charge that when you collected them. To Li Chun, 10,000 yuan was a mere drop in the bucket. But he understood the importance of not appearing overly extravagant. Otherwise, the astute proprietress would surely grow suspicious. Don't mind how much I paid. It's 10 yuan per pound. Take it or leave it. All right then, I'll be straight with you. This pile of waste books is made of gold. They're all treasures. Hearing Li Chun's earnestness, the proprietress couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, I've examined these books multiple times. They're just a pile of junk. I'll give you 5 yuan per pound. With that, she quickly weighed the stack, which came to 235 pounds. Li Chun readily paid 175 yuan. Although his account balance stood at 1 million, he would not part with a single extra penny, otherwise. The other party would surely suspect ulterior motives. Chapter 6. An encounter with an 8-point goddess and the T-language bookstore. My used bookstore has just opened. If you have any old books, feel free to bring them to me. As he packed the old books into a sack, Li Chun felt that if he were to play a role, he should commit fully, so he added this line before leaving. Do you still want more? I actually have some. The plump woman pondered for a moment and returned from behind the building with half a sack of books. I just collected these yesterday. I was originally planning to sell them to a waste processing company. The plump woman, realizing her misstep, quickly corrected herself. These are all quality old books. If you want them, I'll give them to you for 3 yuan per pound. Oh, are there more books? Li Chun opened the sack's mouth to take a look, only to find that the books inside had already succumbed to mold, rendering them utterly unreadable. All right then. I suppose I'll just consider it striking gold in a pile of dung. The shopkeeper muttered a curse under her breath, deeming him a lunatic. Yet she couldn't be bothered to argue, swiftly weighing the sack. 105 yuan, Li Chun quickly scanned the payment code and, with the sack in hand, departed from the recycling station. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was precisely 9:45. Li Chun let out a long sigh of relief. Just as a large truck for collecting recyclables pulled up in front of the station. So that's how it is. No wonder they mentioned intercepting at 9:45. This indicated that the ship stamp was indeed among this pile of books. With an entire sack weighing over 40 pounds, Li Chun felt surprisingly unburdened. It seemed this cleansing fruit was indeed extraordinary. To avoid any further complications, he hastily left the recycling station and arrived at the entrance of Jian University. T-language bookstore? Looking up, he noticed it was a shop dealing in secondhand books, also offering beverage services. The bookstore was modestly decorated, yet bright and tidy, giving a pleasant overall impression. These books appeared to serve little purpose. Perhaps it would be better to sell them directly to the owner. With this thought in mind, Li Chun entered the bookstore, carrying the books. Excuse me, do you buy old books? Just name your price. Yes, we do, but the price is 3 yuan per pound. The beautiful clerk, looking relatively inexperienced, seemed to be a part-time college student from Jian University. Wang Yuan, 62 points. Li Chun glanced at the prompt above the clerk's head and nodded. All right then, 3 yuan it is. Please, lead the way. With that, the clerk guided him to the back courtyard of the bookstore, where Li Chun promptly dumped the books onto the ground. Let me sort them first. I wouldn't want you to incur losses on the damaged ones. No worries. Our boss said we can buy any books at this price, she replied, showing no interest in examining the books Li Chun had brought. It seemed she wouldn't mind if every book he sold was in ruins. Li Chun said nothing further, but quickly flipped through the pages of the books. Finally, in the crevice of a worn notebook, he felt a hard envelope made of craft paper. His heart raced as he tremblingly opened it, revealing an old stamp featuring a sailboat, perfectly preserved. He had specifically checked this stamp on his phone while in the truck. It was undoubtedly the one. Thankfully, he had purchased all the books, and this envelope had been unearthed from that pile. Otherwise, he would have missed out on over $1 million. A sailboat stamp? This was indeed a limited edition. Unbeknownst to him, a beautiful figure had appeared behind him. "Sir, could I take a look at that stamp?" A melodious voice chimed. Turning around, he found a striking woman clad in a fitted black blazer and a pencil skirt, adorned with an exquisite diamond necklace, smiling at him. Her demeanor was both competent and charming, exuding the aura of a formidable female CEO. Zhang Dan, 8 points. An 8-point beauty, indeed. The system had issued a weekly task to complete a double kill with a 7-point beauty. Perhaps. I'm afraid that might not be possible. Li Chen replied apologetically. After all, this was worth $35 million. Not just anyone could casually view it. "Sir, please don't misunderstand." Are you Li Chen?" Zhang Dan interrupted herself, suddenly recognizing him, her voice rising in surprise. "You know me? Zhang Dan. That name does ring a bell. Oh, we were classmates in high school. I transferred after 2 months. So it's you. No wonder you seem so familiar." Li Chen quickly expressed his apologies. "This isn't a suitable place for conversation. Please, follow me." Zhang Dan warmly invited Li Chen into the tea room. "Please sell me that stamp. My grandfather is a huge stamp collector, and he would surely love this sailboat stamp." Zhang Dan got straight to the point. "Of course. But how do you know it's genuine and not a counterfeit? I wouldn't want you to buy a fake. That's impossible. I've accompanied my grandfather to Panjiayuan since childhood. I can usually tell the authentic from the fake at a glance. Plus, this bookstore is merely a side venture for me. My main business involves antique collection. The Zhang Antique Store on Antique Street is my establishment." As she spoke, Zhang Dan produced a gold-embossed business card. Who would have thought you're such a young entrepreneur? Previously, he had only heard of Zhang Dan's wealth. It turned out she was extraordinarily affluent. "Your antique shop doesn't seem to have many prized possessions, so it's rather modest to call it an antique business." The last public auction for this sailboat stamp was $35 million, and with the appreciation over the past 2 years, it's now worth $52 million. "What do you think?" Zhang Dan said with remarkable clarity. "All right, I had no idea the stamp was worth this much. Please send me your bank account number." They exchanged WeChat contacts, and Li Chen sent his account number to Zhang Dan. "Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX has received a deposit of 15,200,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute." Upon receiving the text notification, Li Chen finally relaxed, his heart at ease. "What have you been up to lately?" Zhang Dan gazed intently at Li Chen, her eyes shimmering with a hint of warmth. After years apart, she was surprised to find that not only had Li Chen not aged, but he also exuded a youthful charm. "Oh, I'm just an unemployed drifter," Li Chen shrugged. Feeling quite confident with $6 million in his account, he was contemplating whether to start his own venture. I noticed you were carrying a lot of books. If you're interested in this field, why not take over my bookstore? Just give me a nominal fee of 10 or 20,000 as a gesture. This bookstore seems quite nice. Why do you want to transfer it? I came here specifically to close the bookstore, so 2,000 would still be a profit for you." "All right, since you put it that way." Li Chen didn't hesitate and promptly transferred 20,000 to Zhang Dan. With this bookstore, he could finally consider himself a true owner. Moreover, the tea room could accommodate a small bed, providing him with a cozy resting place, which was quite convenient for meeting by Weiwei or pursuing other campus beauties. "Haha, you're quite straightforward. However, the rent is only valid for this month. You'll have to cover the rent thereafter. That's only natural. I'm practically making a killing with the 2,000 transfer fee. Well then, we have plenty of time ahead. I need to go back and deliver the stamp to my grandfather. I'll bring you the paperwork later when I have a chance." Zhang Dan extended her delicate hand to Li Chen for a polite handshake before briskly exiting the tea room. Boss." After Zhang Dan left, Wang Yuan politely bowed to Li Chen. "You're not going to fire me, are you? Your name is Wang Yuan?" "Yes, I'm a sophomore at Jiang University. My family isn't well off, so I have to work part-time." Wang Yuan lowered her head, her voice soft. "Just continue to work diligently here. Everything remains the same." Li Chen wandered around the bookstore for a moment, not lingering too long. He needed to hurry and open a stock trading account to invest in deep-sea concept stocks today. "By the way, boss, we have another employee at the bookstore. Would you like to wait for her to meet her?" Let's do it another day. Just tell her that everything remains the same." "All right, boss." Upon hearing the words of the new manager, the girl, Wang Yuan, let out a slight sigh of relief. After leaving the tea and language bookstore, Li Chen hailed a taxi and headed straight to the largest securities company in Jiangcheng, Hygiene Securities. With over $6 million Li Chun had his own startup capital. Next, he merely needed to open an account and then invest all his funds in the stocks of DeepSeek's parent company, simply waiting for a meteoric rise and a series of 10 consecutive limit ups. Ding ding ding, the phone rang, and Li Chun saw that it was his mother's call. Xiao Chen, you are being too impulsive. How can you just get a divorce like that? You're not a child anymore. While divorce may be easy, finding someone new will be quite a challenge. The voice on the other end was filled with concern, unmistakably that of Li Chen's mother. Mom, that woman, Li Qingqing, is utterly unworthy of me. You needn't worry about my affairs. How can your mother not worry? If it weren't for Li Qingqing leaving the family group chat, your mother and I would still be in the dark. The sound of his father's reprimand came through the phone. Isn't she just a woman who looks down on the poor and loves the rich? It's not so hard to find a girl. There are plenty of them around. Xiao Chun, your father and I have managed to save about 50 to 60,000 in these past few years. I'll have your father transfer the money to you. Listen to your mother. Losing a job or a partner is nothing to be concerned about. You are still young. Find someone quickly. Your father and I are waiting to hold our grandchild. Mom, why would you send me money? I have money. Furthermore, it's not that I was dismissed from my job. I chose to leave. And I'm currently starting a business, so I have no time to deal with relationships. Besides, the women available for blind dates nowadays are increasingly pragmatic. It feels less like marriage and more like bringing home a deity. There are 3 forms of unfilial behavior, and having no descendants is the gravest. What will you do when you grow old if you don't marry now? Moreover, when it comes time to return home for the new year, everyone else will be bringing their wives. Where will you put your face? His father launched another round of admonitions. Xiao Chun, don't worry. I've asked your sister Ho Hot to help set you up. I heard that the eldest daughter of old Xiao next door is divorced. Although she has 2 children, she is still young enough to have more. Mom, the signal is poor. I have to hang up. Listening to his parents' conversation, Li Chun was drenched in sweat. If it weren't for the multiple offspring, multiple blessings system, his life might have truly taken a turn for the worse. Once, he was a point of pride for his family, the hope of the entire village. The first college student from his hometown. Unfortunately, after graduating, Li Chun found himself struggling in the real world, realizing just how insignificant he truly was. He worked tirelessly every day, attempting to please everyone and be a good person. Yet, what did he ultimately gain? The more honest he was, the more others took advantage of him. Though he had achieved the highest performance in his company, he was still overshadowed by Li Daqiang's brother-in-law, who reaped the rewards of his efforts. For a long time, Li Chun naively believed that Li Daqiang's brother-in-law was exceptionally talented. Only later did he discover that his achievements had been credited to Li Daqiang's brother-in-law, which had earned him a promotion. It was from that moment onwards that Li Chun and Li Daqiang began to harbor animosity toward each other. Damn it, Li Daqiang, just you wait. Daily news included updates about Li Daqiang's beautiful young wife. Once Li Chun completed the stock account setup, he planned to have an in-depth conversation with Li Daqiang's young wife. However, that was a matter for another time. Priorities must be set. The stocks needed to be purchased today. Once they hit the limit up, there would be no opportunity to buy. As for Li Daqiang's matter, there was no time constraint. After a while, the home phone rang again. Li Chun frowned. Mom, I'm really fine. I'm working on a significant project. You rascal, what is your bank account number? Hurry up and send it over. Li Chun replied. I genuinely have money, Mom. I'll be heading back to my hometown in a couple of days. We can discuss it in detail then. With that, Li Chun decisively hung up the phone. The taxi wound its way through the streets before finally arriving at the bustling lobby of Hygiene Securities. The hall wasn't overly crowded, as many transactions could be conducted via mobile phone. Only a few elderly individuals were gathered around the LED screen, quietly discussing insider information obtained from mysterious sources. However, such so-called insider information was often a trap. Many fraudsters specialized in scamming retirees out of their pensions. Li Chun headed straight to the consultation desk. A young woman in her 20s, impeccably made up, looked up and smiled. Hello, how may I assist you? Hello. I would like to open a stock account, Li Chun replied politely. Opening an account, is it? Do you have your ID with you? What about your bank card? How much are you looking to invest? We do have a minimum capital requirement. If it's too little, I would suggest applying via mobile, which usually takes about 7 working days. The employee scrutinized Li Chun, concluding he was just another ordinary salaryman, likely to invest a mere 10 or 20,000 for a bit of fun. Thus, her tone and attitude naturally lacked warmth. Li Chun frowned slightly. Despite the woman wearing a standard smile, he could distinctly sense her condescension. However, given the time constraints, he chose not to engage in a dispute. I have everything ready. Let us start with 2 million to test the waters. 2 million? The employee stammered. Please follow me. I will arrange for you to use the VIP channel immediately. Upon hearing the figure of 2 million, the employee's demeanor shifted to one of astonishment and flattery. Li Chun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, money spoke volumes. Just as the employee was leading Li Chun into the VIP area, a familiar voice rang out. Li Chun, what are you doing here? Li Chun turned to see Jiang Dan approaching, accompanied by a poised beauty with short hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Su Wanqing, an impressive beauty. Li Chun thought to himself. It appears we are quite fated, after all. I'm here to open a stock account, Li Chun said with a smile. Oh, you're interested in stocks as well? Perfect. Allow me to introduce you to my best friend, Su Wanqing, a top graduate from Wall Street. She is currently a premier trader at Hygiene Securities, or rather, a senior investment advisor now. A flicker of surprise passed through Jiang Dan's eyes as she extended her hand to introduce her friend. Su Wanqing nodded politely at Li Chun, her gaze carrying a professional scrutiny without displaying much excitement. Hello, Li Chun responded with a nod in return. Seeing this, the employee standing nearby felt a bit flustered. She hadn't anticipated that this man not only possessed wealth, but was also acquainted with the esteemed VIP client, Jiang Dan. Reflecting on her earlier behavior, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Jiang Dan glanced at the employee and then at Li Chun, quickly piecing together what had transpired. Wanqing, my old classmate here wishes to open an account. Could you assist him and also recommend a reliable trader? Jiang Dan said with a playful smile and a teasing stick out of her tongue. Jiang Dan, what do you mean by recommending a trader? A reliable trader is not far away. It's right in front of you. Who else but me? Su Wanqing cast a brief glance at her close friend, then invited Li Chun into the VIP room, where she proceeded to ask him several pertinent professional questions. Mr. Li, could you share your investment experience? What is your risk appetite and preferred investment direction? I'm merely a novice, lacking substantial knowledge. I tend to rely on intuition rather than analyzing candlestick charts or expert theories, he replied. Very well, we shall bypass that part. How much are you prepared to invest? Are there any stocks you are particularly optimistic about? My account has over 2.6 million. I intend to go all in on DeepSeek's parent company. Oh, investment carries risks, and it is generally advised not to put all your eggs in one basket. I personally do not recommend that you plunge headlong into DeepSeek stocks right away. As she spoke, Su Wanqing tapped on her tablet, pulling up the stock chart for DeepSeek. Mr. Li, please take a look. The stock of Huanfeng has reached a rather elevated level. Based on calculations, it is highly likely to experience a consecutive decline over the next 2 weeks, or even longer. Currently, the industry sentiment is rather pessimistic, unless, of course, Huanfeng announces some groundbreaking new model in the near future. Furthermore, here is Huanfeng's latest quarterly financial report. Along with some insider information, she continued, her analysis compelling enough to earn frequent nods of agreement from the observing Jiang Dan. Li Chun, you should heed Wanqing's advice. Artificial intelligence is indeed a hot topic, with the world's most exceptional AI companies and top-tier talent, including the latest algorithmic chips, all residing across the ocean. Some experts assert that for the next decade, if not century, Dongda cannot surpass its counterparts, and this gap will only widen. The United States artificial intelligence can be utilized not only for civilian purposes, but also for military applications. Through AI models, they can even calculate aerodynamic fluid dynamics at hypersonic speeds. In other words, with just an AI model, they could potentially manufacture a hypersonic missile traveling at 20 Mach. What can Dongda possibly compete with in such a scenario? Li Chun was aware that Jiang Dan came from an impressive background, often perceiving matters with greater clarity and accuracy than the average person. Nevertheless, he chose to trust the system. After all, whether it was the previous 1 million in cash, his long spring breathing technique, or the subsequent intelligence stamps, all had proven to be valid. Regardless, I still wish to invest in this stock. Despite Jiang Dan's earnest warnings, Li Chun remained resolute. As a close friend of Jiang Dan, I will share a bit more with you. Many of those so-called technology giants domestically are merely shell companies, producing pseudo-AI. Take, for instance, the model developed by Baifei, one of the earliest companies to venture into AI. It merely constitutes a shell of servers, almost as if they were shoving foreign source code into your face. Many of these firms merely leverage the AI label to inflate their market value. In essence, they are simply seeking to raise funds. Investment requires not only an examination of financial reports, but also an understanding of the company and the character of its founders. Su Wanqing seemed to have a sudden epiphany, her tone tinged with frustration. I must admit, I have not considered these factors deeply. I primarily value Dongda's technology, especially in the realm of artificial intelligence. Li Chun discreetly wiped his brow. I'm merely trading stocks. These two have expounded upon so much. Besides, whether Dongda's AI had a future was not a concern for someone of his humble status. Very well, I shall consider this an investment in education. Seeing Li Chun unmoved, Su Wanqing sighed. Well then, Wanqing, please assist me in purchasing some of those DeepSeek stocks as well. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Jiang Dan felt an inexplicable charm emanating from Li Chun, fostering an unintentional sense of trust. What? Are you also going to go crazy? Su Wanqing exclaimed. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Jiang Dan. I've heard the owner of Huanfeng is a remarkably visionary young man. I have high hopes for his future. Goodness, fine. Since you both are so inclined, I shall also contribute a little to Dongda's artificial intelligence. Are you also going to invest? Jiang Dan asked, regarding Su Wanqing with a serious expression. Li Chen acquiesced, thinking it wise to encourage Jiang Dan to invest a bit, hoping to ride the wave of success. Now that she had proactively expressed her intent to invest, he had little to contest. By the way, Manager Su, is there a method known as leveraging? Oh, you wish to employ leverage? This is your first time. Su Wanqing looked genuinely astonished. I mean, if hypothetically, Huanfeng achieves 10 consecutive price increases in the next 10 days, how could I maximize my profits from this too? 6 million? Wait a moment. Su Wanqing, who had just risen, promptly sat back down, beginning to calculate earnestly. Option 1. If you invest your entire capital after 10 price increases, your funds would amount to 772 million. Option 2. With a 1-to-1 financing leverage, your total capital would be 2 million, resulting in 544 million after 10 price increases. With a financing interest rate of 8, the interest for 10 days would be 726 yuan. Subtracting that leaves you with 486 million. Oh, and there's a 2 trading commission to consider. Your account would then hold 777 million. 2 commission? I had not anticipated such a high rate. Well, stock sales do incur some discrepancies, especially when trading volumes are substantial. If Mr. Li has the time to monitor the market himself, you could save that too. Moreover, top-tier brokers typically charge at least 5, but I calculated this too based on a VIP client with a 100 million account. Su Wanqing adjusted her glasses and explained. Chapter 9, A Fortuitous Mishap. Oh, I see now. My apologies, I misunderstood, Li Chen quickly offered. However, Su Wanqing merely regarded him with a deep gaze, unperturbed. Then, Manager Su, please proceed with the second option for the trading. 10 days from now, I shall treat you to a splendid meal. Given her beauty, it was only polite to express gratitude. Are you so confident that this stock will rise? Jiang Dan scrutinized Li Chen intently from every angle, observing him thoroughly. Is there something wrong? You're inspecting me as if I were a gorilla. Li Chen felt uneasy under her gaze and hastily interjected. It's nothing. You just possess an aura that is quite pleasant, Jiang Dan murmured, composing herself before addressing Su Wanqing earnestly. I will also go all in, but without leverage. Goodness. With your account balance, you're going all in? Su Wanqing began to respond, but Jiang Dan swiftly interrupted her. Upon exiting Hygiene Securities, Li Chen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. It was indeed wise to delegate to Su Wanqing, alleviating him from the burdens of monitoring the market and conserving considerable time and energy. He communicated the buy and sell timings to Su Wanqing, trusting that, once the relevant procedures were completed, he would see an increase of 777 million in his account in 10 days. Boss, I'll take a large bowl of beef noodles, he exclaimed upon arriving at his familiar noodle shop, gesturing grandly. Typically, he only dared to order a small bowl. But today was different. He intended to indulge himself. While a large bowl merely contained a greater quantity of noodles, it tasted exceptionally delightful to him this time. Wow, what a delicious lunch. How much do I owe you? Oh, a large bowl of beef noodles, 12 pieces, thank you. Li Chen gestured a sign of approval and proceeded to make the payment via a QR code. Upon receiving a balance alert from his bank, he noted with a sigh that he was left with just over 10,000 yuan. Despite his net worth exceeding 2 million, he would have to wait a full 10 days for these funds to return to his account. At present, his account boasted a mere 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, this was still preferable to leaving with nothing at all. 10,000 yuan for 10 days should suffice for sustenance and leisure. Moreover, he wasn't entirely destitute. At least he had a modest study to temporarily reside in. However, the day was still young, and Li Chen felt he could engage in other pursuits. For instance, today's intel read, your former superior, Li Daqiang's wife, aspires to become a film star. Disguising yourself as a talent scout and visiting the R-Star Cafe could create an opportunity for a serendipitous encounter, leading to the unlocking of intel. Li Chen had seen a photograph of Li Daqiang's wife. After divorcing his first wife, Li Daqiang had married a much younger woman, 10 years his junior. Yet, given that Li Daqiang worked late hours with the entire company, becoming rather portly and unattractive, it was perplexing to Li Chen why anyone would willingly marry him. Since this presented an opportunity to unlock crucial intelligence, while also avenging himself against Li Daqiang, Li Chen saw no reason to refrain. After determining his target for the afternoon, Li Chen hailed a taxi and made his way to the R-Star Cafe in the city center. He planned to scope out the place and confirm his objective. With no time constraints mentioned in the intel, he could visit today or tomorrow. After all, he only had a little over 10,000 yuan left. And purchasing attire befitting a talent scout might leave him with little to spare. The R-Star Cafe was located on the second floor of the Xinhua bookstore building. While not in a prime location, it was not entirely obscure either. Li Chun surmised that the clientele consisted either of artistic youths or urban professionals from nearby office buildings. Upon entering the cafe, he was greeted by the aromatic blend of coffee beans and the faint scent of books. The establishment featured a minimalist yet vintage decor, with scattered patrons either engaged in hushed conversations, quietly reading, or typing away on their laptops. Li Chun surveyed the surroundings, endeavoring to identify anyone resembling the woman in the photograph. However, none of the patrons matched. Just as he was poised to venture deeper into the cafe to find a corner to wait, a graceful figure hurriedly rounded the corner and collided directly into him. Ouch! Li Chun was enveloped in a rush of fragrant air as the soft form collided into his embrace. Instinctively, he steadied the individual, one arm encircling her waist while the other grasped her arm. Just as he was about to apologize, he noticed a glaring prompt above her head reading, Lin Shuqing, 7 points. The young woman appeared to be in her early 20s, donned in a fashionable dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her chestnut waves cascaded elegantly, and her meticulously crafted makeup conveyed a sense of urgency and anticipation. Lin Shuqing. She matched the image in the photograph perfectly, and in a moment of excitement, Li Chun inadvertently exclaimed her name. What a blunder! He was supposed to observe discreetly, yet he had inadvertently revealed himself. Any chance of maintaining the guise of a talent scout seemed lost. Such a minor slip had jeopardized a significant opportunity for intel. Are you, Brother Wang from Huayu Brothers? Lin Shuqing's voice trembled, her gaze aflame with eagerness, cautiously uttering her words as if fearing to offend him. Huayu Brothers? Brother Wang? Li Chun was taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of it all. However, upon a moment's reflection, he quickly deduced that Lin Shuqing had mistaken him for the talent scout she had been awaiting. The intel indicated that merely by adopting the guise of a scout and visiting the R-Star Cafe, an encounter could be orchestrated. After consuming a cleansing pill and employing the Changchun breathing method, his appearance had indeed regressed by a decade. Furthermore, with his newfound radiance, he bore a striking resemblance to a talent scout. Moreover, there was no stipulation that a talent scout must be young and handsome. This was serendipity at its finest. It seemed he needed do little more than cast his line, and she would likely take the bait. Life ultimately revolves around the pursuit of fame and fortune. Many young women yearn to break into the entertainment industry, dreaming of becoming adored superstars, especially for someone like Lin Shuqing, who possessed both youth and striking beauty. The fantasy of being discovered by a discerning talent scout must be ever present. In the blink of an eye, Li Chun had unraveled the situation. Amused internally, he maintained an impassive exterior, remarking, "Your perceptive nature is commendable. You are indeed a clever individual." With that, he gently released Lin Shuqing's hand, taking a step back to suggest they sit and converse. "Brother Wang, I've been waiting for you like the stars and moon." As soon as they were seated, Lin Shuqing could not contain her excitement, her words spilling forth with palpable enthusiasm. She had been stationed in this cafe for days, eagerly anticipating an audition with Huayu Brothers. Having connected with them through a rather unreliable source, she had been told she possessed great potential, and an in-person meeting was arranged. Yet, days had dragged on as the other party continuously postponed, citing a busy production schedule. Chapter 10. Turn the tables. Audition at the hotel. To her surprise, Brother Wang had arrived without prior notice today. The man before her was even younger than she had imagined, exuding an indescribable charm that made her heart race. Li Chun observed Lin Shuqing's expression, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned talent scout as he coolly appraised her. The production team is rather busy. The availability of time is contingent upon Director Zhang and Sister Mi's arrangements. I hope you can understand. Director Zhang and Sister Mi? You are working with Director Zhang and Sister Mi? Upon hearing those two exceedingly familiar names, Lin Shuqing nearly leaped from her seat in excitement. Let us not be overly dramatic. Once you join the production team, not only will you meet Director Zhang, but you might even receive his personal guidance. Li Chun said nonchalantly, though internally he scoffed. These individuals had become so blinded by their aspirations for fame that they had lost all sense of caution. The internet was rife with stories of talent scouts deceiving young women into pursuing acting careers, only to exploit them for exorbitant cosmetic surgery fees or worse. It appeared that Lin Shuqing was living in a blissful fantasy, convinced she was the center of the universe, the most beautiful swan in daylight. Miss Lin, your physical attributes are indeed exceptional, and you possess a strong on-screen presence. Particularly, your eyes exude a certain vitality that is well suited for the silver screen. This statement was a mix of truth and embellishment. Lin Shuqing's beauty indeed warranted a score of 7, and her figure was commendable. As for the vitality aspect, it was subjective. One could assert it existed or not, entirely dependent on how one chose to persuade. Really? Brother Wang, you are quite the flatterer. Upon receiving Li Chun's affirmation, Lin Shuqing's heart soared, her excitement palpable. I merely appreciate honesty, Li Chun replied with a slight smile, continuing. Our production team is currently preparing an S-level urban emotional masterpiece, which features a significant female role. I believe your aura and appearance align perfectly. If Miss Lin is interested, we could delve deeper into discussions. An S-level production? Lin Shuqing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This was indeed the opportunity she had longed for. And the starting point was remarkably high. If selected, the path to stardom would be laid out before her. Brother Wang, I am certainly interested, immensely so. Li Chun, sensing the catch, continued in a leisurely manner. However, you are aware that the acting industry is fiercely competitive. Mere appearance is insufficient. Acting skills and on-camera presence are of paramount importance. Therefore, we typically arrange a simple audition segment, and based on your performance, I shall provide you with a relatively fair evaluation. Audition? I understand that. No problem, Brother Wang. Lin Shuqing couldn't contain her eagerness and was about to rise immediately. Let's do this, Li Chun said, deliberately glancing at his watch. An audition requires a quiet space. We shall proceed to the nearby Golden River Hotel. With that, he stood up and gestured for Lin Shuqing to follow. Hotel. Lin Shuqing halted, a look of hesitation crossing her face. While she yearned for fame, she was not devoid of common sense. Noticing her expression, Li Chun turned back and sat down once more. Very well, Miss Lin. We have packages priced at $99.80, $6,980, and the most affordable at $39.80. Please choose one. $9,980, $3,980. Brother Wang, I believe you are mistaken. I, Lin Shuqing, have my principles. You shall not insult me with such amounts. Lin Shuqing spoke with indignation, her sense of justice palpable. Li Chun remained silent, fixing his gaze on her eyes. The intensity of his stare left Lin Shuqing at a loss, caught between standing and sitting. You can leave immediately, and we shall pretend we never met. Li Chun issued the dismissal without further explanation. No, Brother Wang, I am a family person. This is simply unacceptable. The prospect of overnight fame was too enticing for Lin Shuqing to walk away from. Clarify your understanding. These are the company's packages, with audition fees of $9,980, $6,980, and $3,980. There are fees involved. Lin Shuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. This was not a monetary gift, but a demand for her own funds. This amount is not for me, but for the camera crew and lighting technicians. We must respect the labor of others, mustn't we? So our audition will be filmed in real time, correct? Realization dawned upon her. My apologies, Brother Wang. I was too presumptuous, letting my imagination run wild. Bowing repeatedly in apology, she added, Brother Wang, please open the payment QR code. I will select $9,980 as a gesture of support for your work. Li Chun nodded, expertly displaying the payment code. While secretly amused, it appeared he had effectively maneuvered Lin Shuqing into this situation. Ding! Lin Shuqing picked up her phone, scanned the code, and entered the amount of $9,980. Oh, Brother Wang, why does your QR code display the namely? Is there a mix-up? This payment is certainly directed to the finance department. You assumed I would pocket it, didn't you? Li Chun shot her an irritated look. No. I'm sorry, Brother Wang. With that, the two exited the cafe and made their way to the Golden River Hotel. A subtle smile played at the corners of Li Chen's mouth, satisfaction bubbling within him. To avoid any further mishaps, he had pre-booked a room via an app, negating the need for any formalities and allowing them to head straight to the room. Upon entering, Li Chun slammed the door shut. Now, remove your clothing and take a proper wash. His voice was cold, his gaze unabashedly fixed on Lin Shuqing. Brother Wang, why must I undress immediately upon entering? And why wash? Lin Shuqing's expression turned wary, instinctively drawing back. Surveying the room, she noticed the absence of any cameras or lighting equipment. Hearing Li Chen's words, she became convinced he was nothing short of a fraud. Why should you wash? Li Chen shot her an incredulous look. You're not a star yet, so why act like a diva? Do you believe the lighting and camera crew are waiting for you, or are you the one keeping them at bay? You're going into an audition unprepared? How do you expect to perform? If you hadn't paid $99.80, I wouldn't even bother with you. Li Chen's rapid-fire remarks left Lin Shuqing speechless, prompting her to apologize profusely once more. Remember, you are to follow my instructions. Do I look like someone who covets your beauty? Li Chen stated firmly. No, you do. Lin Shuqing assessed him, hesitating slightly before vigorously shaking her head. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She had indeed paid $99.80. If he were truly interested in something untoward, he would surely be making every effort to appease her. Yet now, Brother Wong appeared distinctly disinterested, which left her feeling somewhat disappointed. How could Brother Wong be an ordinary person? What kind of individuals had he not encountered? The likes of Yin Ing and Mo she would likely have to cue just to engage in conversation with him. After all, Brother Wong was backed by the renowned director Zhang and the darling of the entertainment industry, the beloved sister of the national goddess. Having indulged in such musings, Lin Shuqing entered the washroom, loosening her garments. Chapter 11. The Mistaken Room and Bed. Seeing Lin Shuqing obediently begin her washing ritual, Li Chen quickly took the elevator down to the service desk. With the audition imminent, he needed to secure a script or something of the sort. Moreover, since he had mentioned lighting and photography, he ought to find at least one. No rush. Lin Shuqing would take at least 20 minutes for her shower. Ample time for him. Li Chen took a couple of deep breaths and began searching for audition scripts for a small theater. However, the results were inundated with advertisements. This search engine truly is useless, Li Chen muttered in frustration. Just then, a trending pop-up appeared. DeepSeek announces the latest open-source inference model R1, text model v3. Oh, this was released tonight. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chen opened the DS app and input his request. Create an urban romance script featuring a solitary man and woman in a hotel room, particularly explosive in nature. DeepSeek commenced its self-questioning process, swiftly generating an extensive narrative. This new model was indeed remarkable, capable of self-correction. Upon reviewing the script, Li Chen found it precisely aligned with his desires. He instructed DS to output it in Markdown format, converted it to PDF, and requested the front desk to print 2 copies. Well, the script is sorted. Now, to tackle the camera and lighting. Li Chen pondered before decisively opening a photography app. Locating a children's photography service called Blossoming Flowers. Perfect, this will do. Without hesitation, Li Chen added the owner's WeChat and sent over 2,000 yuan. Brother, I need you to bring a lighting technician to film a lifestyle vlog with my girlfriend. Kindly arrive at the Golden River Hotel, room XX. In an hour and a half. Understood. The other party posed no further inquiries, simply sending an okay gesture. Nowadays, many aspired to become internet celebrities, making it common for them to offer services for high-quality video shoots. Once again, others casually mentioned sums of 2,000 yuan, and such clients must be met with utmost cooperation. The owner of Huar Duo glanced at the time and summoned the lighting technician who had just finished work. Once everything was arranged, Li Chen ascended to the upper floor, confidence radiating from him. In the bathroom, the sound of rushing water gradually ceased. After a brief moment, Lin Shuqing emerged, wrapped in a towel, her body still glistening with moisture. Brother Wong, what should I wear for the audition? Do I need to wear makeup? The success of this audition was of paramount importance to Lin Shuqing, prompting her to pay particular attention to her appearance and attire. No need for clothing. Are you serious? Just the towel? Lin Shuqing's face flushed crimson upon reading the title of the script. But, who will I be acting with? Of course, I will be your scene partner. Rest assured, while I may be a talent scout, my acting skills are quite adequate. I won't lead you astray. Li Chen waved another script in his hand, his tone imbued with encouragement. Then, thank you, Teacher Wong. Lin Shuqing understood that within the crew, it was best to refer to someone as teacher. It might lead to accidental misnomers, but it would certainly avoid offending anyone. You are not familiar with the script and lines, so I've asked the cameraman and lighting crew to wait downstairs, granting you over an hour to prepare. Li Chen spoke nonchalantly, his expression radiating a sense of dedication to her success. I am truly grateful, Brother Wong. I thought the time was too rushed. All right, let us get straight to the point. We shall rehearse now. Li Chen gestured toward the spacious double bed in the room, explaining according to the script. You are intoxicated and have mistakenly wandered into my room. After your bath, you ended up on my bed. The plot was straightforward, yet Lin Shuqing found herself momentarily bewildered. She had previously understood that mistakenly entering a room involved a man ending up in the wrong woman's bed. But now, how had it transformed into her drunkenly landing in a man's bed? However, upon reflection, perhaps this was where the brilliance of a master screenwriter lay, introducing innovation into a cliched narrative. All right, Teacher Wong, let me gather my emotions. Lin Shuqing gazed at the script, closed her eyes, and endeavored to immerse herself in her role. First, she needed to portray the dazed languor that follows intoxication. Taking a deep breath and shaking her head to align her thoughts, she allowed herself to slip into character. At that moment, her gaze became hazy as she walked unsteadily toward the bed. Then, her body softened, stumbling as if truly inebriated, and she fell onto the bed. The hem of her towel slid slightly upward, revealing her flawless, alabaster legs, evoking tantalizing thoughts. Indeed, I told you that you possess a natural talent for acting. Li Chen encouraged her like a true director. At this moment, You should feel the exhilaration of intoxication and harbor a certain anticipation for what is to follow. You deeply love your partner, and it has been ages since you last met, which is why you hurried back to your room after drinking. Understood, Brother Wang. I am immensely grateful. Lin Shuqing pondered deeply, her cheeks flushing with color. Very well, I will play the role of your partner now. Li Chen quickly dimmed the lights, leaving only a soft, yellow bedside lamp, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. He then swiftly laid down on the bed, covering himself with a light blanket, eyes closed as if already in slumber, awaiting the inadvertent intrusion of the female lead. According to our rehearsal, begin. At Li Chen's command, Lin Shuqing, with her intoxicated gaze, approached the bed. In her mind, she envisioned returning from a wine gathering, slightly tipsy, yearning to be in their shared little haven. Darling, I'm back. Lin Shuqing playfully stuck out her tongue, a hint of mischief mingling with shyness and abundant anticipation. Her voice, sultry and low, sent shivers down the spine. Water droplets cascaded from her damp hair, her porcelain skin peeking through, and the towel wrapped around her form became all the more alluring. She eagerly perched on the edge of the bed, lifting the blanket, and wrapped her arms around her supposedly sleeping partner from behind. You naughty one, you haven't fallen asleep, have you? Her tone was teasing, perfectly appropriate, yet her eyes brimmed with affection. Seeing no reaction from her partner, she tightened her embrace. The mattress sank slightly as they pressed closely together. Lin Shuqing's heart raced, breaths quickening. Although this was acting, being so close to a strange man, clad in such suggestive attire, made her wonder what Li Daqiang would think if he knew. However, as long as this scene went well, Lin Shuqing preferred not to dwell on it. Once she became famous, who would care about the useless Li Daqiang? At that point, she could soar high, leaving behind any insignificant suitors. Chapter 12. Blurring the lines between acting and reality. As long as she became famous, what did it matter who Li Daqiang was? Since she was old enough to understand, Lin Shuqing had harbored a dream of stardom, and now, as she stood at the precipice, she needed to present herself in the best light, fully committed. She pressed her face gently against Li Chen's back, feeling the warmth emanating from his body. The skin beneath the towel quivered slightly from their intimate contact. Darling, I miss you so much. Lin Shuqing struggled to recall her lines, infusing her tone with seduction, striving to convey her emotions through both words and actions. Li Chen remained feigned in slumber, secretly amused that he had effortlessly lured the delicate wife of Li Daqiang into such a situation. If you don't wake up, I might have to punish you. Lin Shuqing pouted slightly, and seeing Li Chen remain unresponsive, she extended her delicate fingers to trace circles on his waist through the fabric of his sleepwear. Darling. Lin Shuqing leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear, igniting a sense of longing within him. Sweetheart, you're back? Li Chen turned, reciting his lines with an air of casualness. Indeed. How could you fall asleep so quickly? You didn't even wait for me. Lin Shuqing squinted her eyes, feigning the dazed demeanor of someone who was tipsy. According to the script, though they were strangers, in the dark, they would not perceive anything amiss. The dim light was essential, otherwise, the camera would capture nothing but darkness. Thus, the narrative required one person to be intoxicated, and in the enveloping shadows, they began to engage in increasingly intimate actions. Lin Shuqing felt no fear of any inappropriate advances. After all, the cameraman and lighting crew were waiting outside. At least that was what Brother Wang had assured her. Who says I didn't wait for you? I've been waiting 3 years. Li Chen seized Lin Shuqing's delicate hand, pulling her into his embrace, her palm pressed firmly against his chest. She could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his body and the defined contours of his muscular physique. Brother Wang. Instinctively, she attempted to break free, seemingly wishing to end this precarious scene immediately. Shoo! Li Chen placed a finger against her lips, his gaze commanding and irresistible. Now, we are lovers who have not seen each other for 3 years, here to alleviate our longing. Lin Shuqing's body trembled, her movements freezing in place. Yet, she quickly recalled the artists who had sacrificed for their craft, and with a determined heart, she resolved to fully embrace the moment. After all, it was merely a fleeting touch. Husband, I have truly missed you over these past 3 years. May I? Lin Shuqing's voice was beguiling to the core. Li Chen smirked, leaning down to fervently capture her tempting red lips with his own. After a considerable while, Lin Shuqing languidly nestled in Li Chen's embrace, resembling a well-behaved little wildcat. By now, she was all too aware that she had succumbed to the unspoken rules of the industry. This so-called audition was orchestrated by Brother Wang himself. Brother Wang, how did I perform this time? Lin Shuqing gazed adoringly at Li Chen, her expression a mix of flattery, admiration, and a barely perceptible attachment. Upon hearing the system's notification chime, Li Chen's heart swelled with delight. Congratulations, host, for completing the weekly task. Reward: 2 million yuan in cash, 1 washing marrow pill, and a slight increase in proficiency for the Changchun breathing technique. Note: the washing marrow pill has been automatically placed in your storage. The cash reward of 2 million yuan has been legally deposited into the host's bank account and can be accessed at any time. Li Chen hastily grabbed his phone to check. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a payment of 2,000,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, with a balance of 20,073, 100 yuan. The system is indeed reliable. Seeing the real-time notification of the deposit, Li Chen's heart soared. With 1 washing marrow pill remaining from last time, he now had another, allowing him to consume 1 more. With this thought in mind, Li Chen made his way to the bathroom. Brother Wang, did I pass or not? Lin Shuqing gazed shyly at Li Chen's robust physique. Just wait. I'll show you later. Li Chen burst into the bathroom and took a washing marrow pill from his storage. A surge of warmth enveloped him once more, cleansing every fiber of his being. As the heat coursed through him, his meridians felt as if they were being gradually expanded, his bones cracking like firecrackers, while his internal organs basked in warmth. After what felt like an eternity, a layer of dark impurities emerged from his skin, and after a thorough cleansing, his complexion became increasingly refined and smooth, subtly glimmering like jade. He could distinctly sense that his strength, speed, and sensory perception had all undergone significant enhancement, invigorating him with newfound vitality. Upon returning to the room, skipping over 2,000 words, he declared, "Given your outstanding performance, you have indeed passed this audition." Reflecting on Lin Shuqing's fervent efforts, he resolved not to dampen her spirits. "Really? That's wonderful, Brother Wang," Lin Shuqing exclaimed, enthusiastically showering him with kisses, as if fearing he might change his mind the very next moment. Ding. S-level intelligence has been unlocked. Please check, host. Reminder: the monthly task module has been unlocked. Please check promptly. First, let us take a look at the unlocked S-level intelligence. S-level intelligence, special as the preferred manager of the Jiangxing branch. Li Daqiang has violated company regulations by reaching a private rebate agreement with suppliers, passing off inferior goods as superior, and profiting illicitly through illegal channels. His actions have violated relevant laws. The host can find evidence of Li Daqiang's bribery in the safe at his home. Safe password. Acquiring key evidence could lead to the apprehension of a multitude of individuals. Gazing at the intelligence content, Li Chen's expression darkened to the point where it felt as if it could drip with malice. He had long suspected Li Daqiang's irregularities, but never anticipated such brazen greed. Passing off inferior goods for profit and involving numerous accomplices, Li Chen's eyes shimmered with cold light. This was no mere case of corruption, but a vast web of interests. No wonder he had repeatedly evaded repercussions after being reported. There were so many conspirators behind him. Taking a deep breath to suppress the rising fury, he was instead overwhelmed by an uncontainable sneer. Li Daqiang, your days of indulgence are numbered. Chapter 13. No more pretense. Time for revelation. Brother Wang, what troubles you? You look terrifying just now. Lin Shuqing's smooth arm wrapped around him from behind, displaying an insatiable desire and earnest attempts to appease him. Shuqing, at this juncture, I believe it is necessary to clarify certain matters. Li Chen cleared his throat, his expression serious. Brother Wang, please do tell if I have offended you in any way. Lin Shuqing was taken aback by Li Chen's demeanor. I am not Brother Wang. You have simply mistaken me for someone else, leading to your unwitting intrusion into the wrong room. You deceitful scoundrel. I shall sue you for deceiving my affections. Lin Shuqing's fury ignited upon realizing her misjudgment, feeling utterly disillusioned. What she had perceived as a grand opportunity had turned out to be a trap. I should have known better. Your attire is so unremarkable, lacking any sense of fashion. How foolish I was to fall for your ruse. Lin Shuqing's face paled with anger, her body trembling uncontrollably. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li Chen, the chief assistant director of the casting department. In the face of Lin Shuqing's outrage, Li Chen remained unruffled, embodying an unwavering composure. The moment he received the 2 million yuan, he had conceived a flawless plan to resolve the issue. What is currently the hottest trend? Not films, nor television series, but short dramas. Short dramas boast numerous advantages such as low production costs, swift monetization, and short filming cycles. Furthermore, they can precisely target user emotional responses and leverage platform algorithms for viral dissemination. In recent years, short dramas have not only captivated the nation, but have also burst onto the international scene. Even the aristocrats of England and France have become enamored with these melodramatic narratives. Classic tropes like domineering CEOs and heart-wrenching love stories have outshone the uninitiated audiences abroad. Essentially, short drama companies have proven to be more lucrative than traditional films and television. with rapid returns on investment allowing for swift reinvestment into subsequent productions. Many short drama companies even assemble multiple teams to commence filming simultaneously. Regarding casting, there is little need for stringent criteria. Students from comedy academies, extras from Hongdian, and enthusiastic amateurs all contribute effortlessly, given the audience's inherently low expectations for short drama quality. Even if the actors display robotic expressions, viewers remain entertained. After all, these are consumable products, disposable in nature. Not far from Jiangxing, there lies the largest short drama filming base in the country. It is estimated that 70 of short dramas nationwide, and even globally, originate from this hub. Chen merely needs to register a media company and enlist several professional managers to swiftly establish a short drama company. This way, he would not only resolve Lin Shuqing's predicament, but could also recruit exceptional talent through the company. With this idea in mind, Chen spoke with newfound confidence. Assistant Director, Chen. Lin Shuqing's face flushed with a mix of red and green upon hearing his self-introduction. Oh no, will Director Li think I am superficial and shallow? Why do you doubt me? Chen smiled, exuding calm self-assurance. Not at all. I have complete faith in you. I just find it surprising that someone as busy as you would come personally. Lin Shuqing hastily explained, repeatedly apologizing for her earlier behavior. The casting of a drama is pivotal in determining its potential success. Without talented actors, a brilliant script is rendered worthless. Indeed, Director Li is hands-on and dedicated to his work. Shuqing, I have just observed something that may not bode well for you. Chen spoke halfway, awaiting Lin Shuqing's response. If you remain in the film crew for an extended period, what will become of your husband and children at home? Might they harbor discontent? I have no children, and my husband is rarely home due to his long hours at work. Moreover, he is not in the best of health. He has taken quite a few medications, including Luwei Dihuangwan. In any case, Director, rest assured, my family poses no issues. Lin Shuqing hurriedly clarified. Fearful of missing out on the opportunity presented by Director Li, Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was hardly surprising that Li Daqiang, who had squandered his youth on indulgence, was now in such poor health. Director, you needn't worry. Acting is my second life, and no one can impede me. Lin Shuqing clenched her fists, her determination palpable. Very well, if your family is untroubled, we shall visit your home. Director Li, a visit to my home is acceptable, but my husband is seldom present. With that, Lin Shuqing once again entwined herself around Li Chen. Ding. Daily Monetary White Fund. 10,000. Number of people. 2. Critical Hit Multiplier. 130. Totaling 26,000 yuan has been legally transferred to your bank account. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a payment of 200,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, with a balance of 2,033,310 yuan. 2,033,000. Quite impressive. Glancing at his balance, Li Chen felt elated. While having breakfast, his phone rang, revealing a call from Jiangdan. Li Chen, it has exploded. This time it's genuinely exploded. What has exploded? The stocks. Li Chen replied, preoccupied with his breakfast, having yet to glance at the news. Indeed, the stocks have skyrocketed. But more significantly, the DeepSeek open-source model has made waves. Just when those across the ocean believed they could dominate the AI technology sphere, DeepSeek emerged unexpectedly. The release of the R1 model barely caused a ripple domestically, yet it has ignited a fervor abroad. Both OpenAI and Google are now rife with unease. While DeepSeek's algorithm may not be the most advanced globally, its cost-effectiveness is unparalleled, costing less than 1/5 of OpenAI's training expenses. Within the AI ecosystem, not only have mid-tier companies across the ocean rushed to deploy the R1 model, but even firms in Europe have followed suit. The download volume for DeepSeek has surged to the top of international charts overnight. Now, domestic experts and influencers can no longer remain complacent, as they ponder how to ridicule local companies, but the facts are undeniable, unless they choose to speak in blatant falsehoods. As the news swiftly returned home, the nation erupted in excitement, marking the onset of the DeepSeek phenomenon. Citizens are abuzz discussing how DS achieved results equivalent to those of companies investing billions. With a mere $500,000, DeepSeek's stock has soared, directly hitting the ceiling upon opening. Accompanying this surge, other DeepSeek-related stocks also experienced substantial gains, all hitting their limits. Chapter 14. Isn't it reasonable to visit your home? On the other end of the line, Jiang Dan's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. This market upheaval has sent shockwaves throughout the financial sector. Su Wanqing remarked that this is the most surreal plot she has ever witnessed. Stocks of OpenAI on Wall Street plummeted in response. Li Chen, honestly, do you possess any insider information? Li Chen, munching on a youtiao, mumbled, I have no insider info, merely confidence in Dongda technology. Besides, Isn't it wise to invest in the opposite direction? A villa by the sea, after all. TCH, if you're unwilling to share, that's fine. Regardless, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. This time, I finally won a bet with my grandfather. I have effectively passed the family test. In any case, I shall treat you next time. You may choose the venue. Is that so? Then I shall select the most extravagant place. One that will make your heart bleed with expense. After finishing his youtiao, Chen wiped his mouth and cheerfully ended the call. The stock surge once again affirmed the accuracy of the daily intelligence. By the way, I have yet to review today's daily intelligence, since I haven't departed yet. Let us take a look. Observing Lin Shuqing gracefully sipping her soy milk, Chen stealthily retreated to a quiet corner to check the daily intelligence. Lin Shuqing cast a respectful glance at Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. She had caught enough of the phone conversation to realize that Director Li possessed an extensive network capable of acquiring such confidential insider information. If she could cling to this significant figure, her future would undoubtedly be bright. Daily Intelligence. 1. This afternoon at 2:30 p.m. A luxurious residence in Jinxiu Haoting will be auctioned due to an error in the staff's information disclosure. Timely registration allows for a potential bargain. With conservative estimates of over 50 profit. Detailed auction information can be found in the court's official announcement, number XXXX. Participants must pay a deposit in advance. Below market price by 30, a duplex apartment? In recent years, due to Hengda's turmoil, the real estate sector has been lackluster. With previously inflated prices slashed in half overnight, and many projects left unfinished. Chen first opened the court auction link on an online shopping app to confirm the listed Jinxiu Jiangnan property. Then checked the average price in the neighborhood on a local website. The auction price was already below market value, and with the noted error, Chen could acquire the property for a mere 1.5 million yuan. Even if he chose not to retain it, he could easily resell it for a minimum of 2 million yuan, a net gain of 500,000 yuan, or if he chose to keep it for himself. It would be a splendid option. After leaving his previous relationship behind, he still had his belongings in a rental. Acquiring this duplex apartment in the city center would be a commendable choice. Hence, this venture is feasible. To participate in the auction, he merely needed to pay a deposit of 150,000 yuan, 1/10 of the total. Moreover, this online auction did not require physical presence, as it could be managed conveniently via mobile. Given the intelligence indicated an error in the listing, it was reasonable to surmise that there would be few participants. After paying the deposit and registering for the auction, Chen continued to peruse the remaining intelligence content. Today's intelligence, 2. On the Idle Fish app. A user with the ID Love Life Cat is selling a worn-out gaming console for 50 yuan, which is actually a globally limited collector's item, valued at over 30,000 yuan. I think I'll pass on this one. Though it is indeed a fortunate find, this item would require effort to resell, and Chen deemed it unnecessary to invest his time in it. Moving on. Today's intelligence. 3. Li Daqiang's secret meeting with suppliers and evidence. Tonight at 8:30 p.m. In the Jingyao Tea House's Guanlan Hall, Li Daqiang will host a private meeting with several leaders and suppliers to discuss profit distribution matters. Goodness, this is truly serendipitous. First, I can obtain Li Daqiang's ledger, and then I can catch him red-handed. Director, do you have any other plans? Are we still going for the family visit? Noticing the change in Chen's expression, Lin Shuqing approached cautiously, inquiring. Her admiration for Chen had reached new heights. Feeling that every expression he wore was laden with significance. It's nothing much, just some trivial matters with the crew. They're all trying to leverage connections to get into the production, and I had to turn them down. By the way, you mentioned that your husband is working late every day, so as the director, I believe it's essential to understand the actor's family environments. It greatly aids in character development. Let us go now. Though her words sounded grandiloquent, Lin Shuqing had no intention of declining. Having Director Li express concern for her home would undoubtedly be quite exhilarating. After all, with Li Daqiang absent, her solitary days had been fraught with wandering thoughts. In the parking lot, Lin Shuqing drove her red Mini, and they swiftly arrived at the Water's Edge Garden community. This locale was considered a mid to high-end residential area in Jiangxing, characterized by its serene environment. Lin Shuqing's residence was situated on a middle floor of one of the buildings, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room, with decor that was rather conventional. Director Li, please make yourself comfortable while I fetch you a glass of water. Lin Shuqing warmly invited him to sit on the living room sofa. Chen waved his hand dismissively, his gaze subtly scanning the room in search of the safe's location. There's no need to trouble yourself, Chen casually inquired. Which room in your home? The study or the master bedroom? Has better lighting? I'd like to see if it's suitable for filming. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuqing's eyes brightened. She thought Director Li was genuinely considering her role in the filming scenes, and she eagerly replied, "The master bedroom. It has a balcony, and the lighting is the best. The study is slightly darker." "Oh, then please lead me to the master bedroom," Li Chen smoothly continued. Lin Shuqing willingly guided him, pushing open the door to the master bedroom. The space was quite ample, dominated by a European-style king-sized bed, accompanied by a large wardrobe. Li Chen's gaze swiftly traversed the room until it settled on an unobtrusive corner beside the wardrobe, where a wall-colored embedded safe was located. Difficult to notice unless one looked closely. "Shuqing, do you have any latte? You enjoy latte too, director?" "Yes, I have some. I'll brew you a cup right away." As Lin Shuqing exited, Li Chen hastened to the safe. He extended his hand, swiftly entering the code XXXX on the keypad. With a beep, the safe door popped open slightly. Success! A surge of joy filled Li Chen as he quickly opened the cabinet door. On the top shelf lay a stack of photographs featuring scantily clad women that Li Daqiang had taken at entertainment venues, their poses rather indecent. Li Chen ignored them and shifted his gaze downward, discovering several thick hardcover notebooks and some documents packed in leather bags at the bottom. He picked up the topmost notebook. Devoid of any title, yet it felt heavy in his hands. Flipping to the first page revealed a meticulous record of Li Daqiang accepting bribes and providing substandard goods, irrefutable evidence. Each entry was crystal clear. Chapter 15, Disclosing the Truth. Li Chen rapidly flipped through a few more pages, his expression growing increasingly frigid. Li Daqiang was indeed audacious. The ledger contained not only the benefits he had received and various kickbacks, but also detailed accounts of how he had greased the palms of his superiors. No wonder Li Daqiang had remained unscathed despite numerous reports over the years. It appeared to be a well-orchestrated conspiracy. It seemed that merely possessing this ledger would not suffice to bring him down. One would need to catch him red-handed. Hearing Lin Shuqing's footsteps, Li Chen quickly stored the ledger in the system's storage compartment. During the previous process of retrieving the cleansing elixir, he had discovered the compartment's remarkable utility. To his surprise, it functioned as conveniently as a storage space. "Director, here is your pour-over coffee. I hope the flavor is to your liking." Lin Shuqing respectfully presented the coffee to Li Chen. It tastes delightful. I believe our assessment is nearly complete. Everything appears to be in order." Upon hearing this, Lin Shuqing's eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation and shyness as she tentatively asked, "So, Director Li, do you think there are any significant emotional outbursts I should pay special attention to regarding my character?" Li Chen gazed at her slightly flushed cheeks and expectant eyes. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a knowing smile graced his lips. "Emotional outbursts, you say? Certainly, there are. How about we enact a scene that best embodies the character's tension?" As he spoke, he stepped closer, his breath brushing against Lin Shuqing's ear. "For instance, a scene of overwhelming emotion." In Lin Shuqing's astonished gaze, he suddenly pulled her into an embrace. "Director, is this really appropriate in my home? Here." A lengthy section is omitted. He picked up the phone on the bedside table, opened the recently recorded footage, and felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Chuckling gleefully, hearing the peculiar sounds emanating from the phone, Lin Shuqing was left utterly stunned, breaking into a cold sweat. "Wait, Director, how could you record this? What if it accidentally circulates?" Imagining Li Daqiang's reaction upon discovering this, Lin Shuqing felt anxious. "Director, please delete this video. Everything else can be discussed." "Delete? What a pity it would be to erase such pure emotional expression." Li Chen swiftly backed it up to the cloud to ensure it was secure. After turning off the phone, he leisurely lit another cigarette. "Ha ha ha, Lin Shuqing, would you be willing to be my woman?" "Director, what's gotten into you?" That laughter is a bit unnerving. "Well, given the current circumstances, I shall no longer deceive you." Li Chen exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone grave. "From the very beginning, I have been deceptive. I am not truly Director Li, nor do I know anyone named Brother Wang. The real reason I sought you out is to exact revenge on Li Daqiang." Ha! Once the truth was unveiled, Li Chen felt an immense sense of relief. "Stop joking, Director. You can't be serious." Lin Shuqing's initial reaction was not one of anger towards Li Chen, but rather an unwillingness to accept his words. If this were all a ruse, had her sacrifices been in vain? Furthermore, what about her long-cherished dream of stardom? Would that also dissipate like water through a bamboo basket? "No, you're lying. You Haven Tea deceived me." Tears streamed down Lin Shuqing's cheeks, and in a moment of overwhelming emotion, she bit down hard on Li Chen's shoulder. Li Chen remained still, allowing the blood to trickle down his shoulder. "Li Daqiang has consistently suppressed me at the company, colluding with superiors and embezzling company funds for illicit profit, which has triggered Article XXX of the Civil Code. He is bound to face consequences. Moreover, I have already obtained evidence and am about to report him. My core purpose for coming to your home was to gather crucial evidence against him. Li Daqiang caused me to lose my job and my wife. I am merely retaliating in kind." What more is there to discuss? Li Chun took a drag from his cigarette, allowing Lin Shuqing to bite down on him without resistance. No, no, you deceiver. Do you not possess a single grain of truth? Lin Shuqing was genuinely at her wit's end. Upon hearing Li Chun's words and reflecting on the entire sequence of events, even she, in her naivety, began to comprehend the full scope of the situation. Indeed, there is truth. Since I dared to reveal the truth, I must have a backup plan. First, I discovered that you are indeed a wonderful girl. Someone like Li Daqiang does not deserve you. Your future should not be entwined with such a scoundrel, but rather filled with a life that truly belongs to you. As he spoke, Li Chen gently kissed Lin Shuqing's forehead. Secondly, although I deceived you, I did indeed earn a little money. The reasons for my employment at the company are twofold. Firstly, to savor the experiences of life, and secondly, to hope for the chance to find a genuine girl. Like yourself. Moreover, I am not Director Li. Rather, I am the founder of a short drama company. Just look at Hengdian, where 200,000 extras await roles, yet find none, even if you possess exceptional qualities. You will be hard-pressed to secure even a supporting role without waiting 3 to 5 years in line. However, the realm of short dramas is entirely different. There are no stringent requirements concerning appearance or acting skills. Success comes swiftly, and should you join us, you could immediately ascend to the lead role, receiving the prime position on stage. This is a true opportunity. Do you wonder why Brother Wang does not join? Those are the real scoundrels. Listening to Li Chen's courteous and insightful analysis, Lin Shuqing felt her anger dissipate entirely. It turned out that Li Chun was indeed a wealthy heir, which explained how he had access to insider information. His astute observations about the film industry reflected years of immersion, granting him a keen sense of perception. Furthermore, his assertion that he could easily become the protagonist of a drama was a prospect beyond her wildest dreams. Most importantly, from the implications of Li Chen's words, it was evident that he held a genuine affection for her, rather than treating her as a mere diversion. He did not even mind that she was a married woman. The more Lin Shuqing contemplated this, the more exhilarated she became, upon realizing all of this. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. With such a robust physique, ample wealth, and the potential to realize her dreams, she found no reason to refuse. Besides, Li Daqiang was hardly a paragon of virtue, often dabbling in romantic escapades. And what is this? Li Chun adeptly opened the safe and retrieved a stack of photographs featuring beautiful women that Li Daqiang had taken during his escapades. After examining each one, Lin Shuqing's fury ignited, reaching a boiling point. Li Daqiang truly knew how to indulge in debauchery. Her chest heaved with rage, nearly causing her to vomit blood. Divorce. She must divorce him. Chapter 16. Their choices. Lin Shuqing's anger surged, nearly overwhelming her. Divorce. She absolutely must end her marriage. Excellent, Shuqing. When I return to the company, I will secure you the lead role in the next drama. You will debut. Thank you, Brother Li Chun, for not dismissing me. Lin Shuqing nestled into Li Chen's embrace. Seeing the wounds she had inflicted upon herself in a moment of anger, and she chastised herself with 2 sharp slaps to her face. From now on, you will be my woman, Li Chen declared, and if I do not support you, who will? Currently, one can produce a short drama for merely 100,000. Once the company is established with a stable team, the marginal costs of producing short dramas can be significantly reduced. Thus, regardless of whether Lin Shuqing finds fame, my investment will not exceed 200,000 at most. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. The short drama market is thriving. Any production will likely recoup some costs. Objectively speaking, my required investment will hover around a little over 100,000. Moreover, having Lin Shuqing by my side guarantees a daily income of 10,000, amounting to 300,000 a month and 3,650,000 a year as a baseline. No matter how one calculates it, I will not incur losses. Additionally, there are monthly tasks that can be pursued. Thank you, my husband. I truly love you. Lin Shuqing's affection surged forth. Starting today, no more medication. Let us diligently prepare for pregnancy. I want you to bear my child. Li Chun gazed earnestly at Lin Shuqing. Ah, so soon. I am not yet prepared. Lin Shuqing shyly lowered her head, feeling a wave of bashfulness wash over her. It was imperative to clarify her relationship with Li Daqiang, as he could enter at any moment. Li Chen nodded in acknowledgement, opting not to elaborate further. After reassuring Lin Shuqing, Li Chen glanced at the time. It was already past noon. He almost forgot about the auction property. Li Chen swiftly accessed the green payment app on his phone, located the auction mini-program, registered with a single click, and submitted the deposit for the property, finally exhaling in relief. Although the publicly disclosed information regarding the property was inaccurate, Li Chen still found it challenging to ascertain its actual value. However, the Jingxihading's location was within a prime area of Jiangqing, and even the least expensive properties were valued at over 2 million. Thus, acquiring this property would undoubtedly yield profit. Moreover, the intel suggested a return of at least 50%. This implies that the property's premium would yield a profit of at least 1 million. With an hour and a half remaining until the auction, Chen hailed a taxi, heading directly to his tea and book house at Jiangxing University. He wondered how Bai Weiwei was faring. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Chen, Bai Weiwei spent the next 2 days in a whirlwind of confusion. After a night away, upon returning to school, she was immediately teased by her roommates. How could our campus belle bear to return? Which scoundrel did she spend the night with? In the vibrant campus environment, romantic entanglements between male and female students were commonplace. Moreover, Bai Weiwei was naturally beautiful, the school's flower, with many suitors, including those from affluent families. What nonsense. You all have dirty minds. I was at the internet cafe binge-watching dramas all night. Since she rarely lied. When Bai Weiwei concocted this excuse, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ha ha ha, such a poor excuse. Indeed, Weiwei, you seem a bit under the weather. Did you not sleep well last night? Her roommates, sharp-eyed and astute, quickly discerned her discomfort. Bai Weiwei soon found it unbearable. Using the pretext of needing to go to the restroom to escape, experiencing the trials of love for the first time, Bai Weiwei clearly was not fully prepared. Her legs trembled slightly, and she leaned against the wall while walking, giving off an odd impression. Her roommates stifled their laughter, remaining silent. Bai Weiwei had always been perceived as a conservative, small-town girl focused solely on her studies. No one expected her to transform so rapidly. And now someone had claimed her first blood. The question remained, who could this person be? Was it the shrewd and cunning class monitor, or the ostentatious rich heir? Wang Xiao? Everyone speculated about the story behind Bai Weiwei's sudden change. However, when Bai Weiwei returned and inquired, she received no answers. As her classmates attended their lessons, Bai Weiwei took a leave of absence for one class, remaining alone in the dormitory, rummaging through her backpack. Inside lay 20 bundles of vibrant red banknotes, 200,000 in cash, providing a sense of profound security. Holding such a substantial amount of money, she oscillated between tears and laughter. Placing it in her backpack, then taking it out to count again, fearing it might vanish. Reclining on her creaky bed, her mind involuntarily conjured the image of Chen's handsome face and his charismatic demeanor, especially the unprecedented experience he had introduced her to, leaving her simultaneously yearning and fearful. Contemplating the blemish that had appeared on her once innocent life, she could not help but feel a sense of injustice. The man named Chen had, in an almost brutish manner, unlocked her heart, leaving her feeling both humiliated and inexplicably attached to him. This sentiment was contradictory yet intensely strong. It was only upon receiving a message from her mother that she abruptly snapped back to reality. All of this could wait. What mattered now was to send money for her mother's medical treatment. Carrying 200,000 cash to the bank, Bai Weiwei felt a profound sense of accomplishment. What is the source of this money? Upon hearing the teller's inquiry, Bai Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Wait, I'm merely depositing money. Do I need to disclose its origin? Ah, madam, please do not be agitated. We are simply following routine procedures. The teller responded with a professional smile from behind the glass. It's my labor compensation. Bai Weiwei mused. This seemed to be a truthful statement. After all, she had dedicated an entire evening of diligent effort, providing emotional value in return. This indeed constituted her rightful earnings, and there appeared to be no fault in it. All right. The teller, casting a glance at Bai Weiwei, refrained from further questioning. Judging by her ordinary attire and strikingly beautiful visage, this sum of labor compensation seemed rather extraordinary. Despite her thoughts, the teller diligently recorded labor compensation in the source of funds column. Exhaling deeply as she exited the bank, Bai Weiwei realized that her own conscience had been overly troubled. Once the transaction was successful, she promptly informed her ailing mother. Upon hearing that Bai Weiwei had transferred 200,000, her mother was utterly astonished. Weiwei, you mustn't do anything reckless. How did you acquire this 200,000? The moment her mother received the notification of the deposit, her first reaction was not joy, but an overwhelming concern for Bai Weiwei. Just days before, Bai Weiwei had mentioned securing a high-paying job. Now, merely a day later, she had sent over such a substantial amount. The origins of this money were indeed suspect. Typically, a university student's part-time job would yield a mere 100 or 200 a day. What kind of part-time work could possibly earn 200,000 in a single day? Weiwei, what on earth have you done? You must tell me the truth. Her mother's voice was tinged with urgency. Oh, Mom, I assure you this money is completely legitimate. Please, let us discuss your health first. How much more do you need? I'll think of a way. Bai Weiwei hastily redirected the conversation, desperate not to deceive her mother. Was she to tell her that she had been taken under the wing of a wealthy benefactor? Weiwei, you must take this money back. Your mother's surgery costs at least 1 million. Her mother's silence echoed her father's weary voice. Bai Weiwei could vividly imagine her father, crouched on the ground, pulling at his hair in despair. "Dad, don't worry, I'll find a way for the 80,000. With that, Bai Weiwei abruptly ended the call, fearing that further conversation would lead her mother to inquire about the source of her funds. No sooner had she hung up than Bai Weiwei grit her teeth and dialed Li Chun's number. I've thought it over, and I'm willing to be your woman." "Oh, congratulations on making the right choice." Li Chun feigned surprise at her declaration. "However, could you lend me $1 million first?" "My mother. That's impossible, unless you." Li Chun showed no hesitation. He would not permit Bai Weiwei to bargain with him. The reins of control must remain firmly in his grasp. Chapter 17. $1 million shatters the school beauty's defenses. "Impossible, unless you." Li Chun maintained his stance, unwilling to entertain her negotiations. "Unless? What do you mean? Hurry up and tell me." Bai Weiwei's tone was laced with anxiety. If Li Chun provided her with 80,000, she could cover her mother's surgery. Even if he proposed some outrageous conditions, she could consider accepting them. Unless Li Chun paused deliberately. "You should come to the tea and book house. Let us discuss this in person." Having just agreed to become his girlfriend, Bai Weiwei might struggle to accept a direct proposal for pregnancy. However, meeting face-to-face would alter the dynamics entirely. Li Chun could provide hands-on guidance, and if necessary, he could coax her with words, confident that she would yield. "The tea and book house. That's the one near Jiang University, isn't it? I'll be there shortly." Bai Weiwei had a vague recollection of the place, located not far from the university's south gate. After hanging up, she asked her close friend to check in for her, and then rode a shared bicycle to the south gate. "Hey Weiwei, are you here to read, or to have milk tea?" Upon seeing Bai Weiwei enter the shop, the staff member Wang Yuan was initially surprised, but quickly adopted a professional demeanor. Bai Weiwei surveyed the tea and book house, noting its elegant and tidy decor, which exuded a certain sophistication. She had heard that their milk tea was delightful, though the prices were not as budget-friendly as those at other places, hence her infrequent visits. I'm not here for milk tea, just." Bai Weiwei glanced around, but did not spot Li Chun. Assuming he was either purchasing a book or enjoying tea, she was about to call him when a discreet side door creaked open, revealing Li Chun with a cheerful smile. "Wang Yuan, please prepare our most expensive milk tea for Weiwei," he instructed, beckoning her to come inside for a conversation. Bai Weiwei hesitated momentarily, judging by his tone. Was this establishment his? As she stepped into the small room and their eyes met, her breath quickened, and she struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, her cheeks betraying her with a rosy hue. It had only been 2 days since they last met, yet she felt Li Chun appeared even more handsome, radiating a mature confidence that was irresistibly appealing to her. The allure of his mature charm had a natural potency for a young girl like her, especially when recalling their shared moments. Bai Weiwei stammered, about to break the tense silence when a knock interrupted. "Boss, the milk tea is ready." It was Wang Yuan's voice from outside. "Come in." Li Chun nodded at Wang Yuan, signaling her to hand the milk tea to Bai Weiwei. Noting Bai Weiwei's flushed face and the poised demeanor of her boss, Wang Yuan discreetly closed the door and left. Bai Weiwei took the milk tea, instinctively taking a large sip. The sweet and tangy flavor delighted her senses. "Weiwei," Li Chun shifted closer, grasping her delicate hand. "Now that you have made your decision, the promise of 100,000 a month remains unchanged. Rest assured, if you have any concerns, we can draft an agreement." His voice was gentle and warm. An agreement isn't necessary. I trust your integrity." As Li Chun's hand enveloped hers, a current of electricity coursed through her, leaving her pleasantly tingling. Yet, the thought of Wang Yuan potentially waiting outside made her instinctively attempt to pull away. To her surprise, Li Chun's grip was firm, rendering her as helpless as a frightened little rabbit, unable to escape the clutches of this formidable man. "Mr. Li, Li Chun." Bai Weiwei finally managed to speak after taking another sip of her milk tea. "What did you just call me? Now that you're willing to be my woman, can you still call me boss?" Li Chun's gaze bore into her, exuding an unspoken pressure. Husband," Bai Weiwei stammered under his intense stare. "Oh, that's more like it. What were you about to say?" "My mother has been ill for a long time and urgently needs surgery. Otherwise, her life is in imminent danger. The total medical expenses will amount to at least 1 million. Bai Weiwei felt a pang in her heart, collapsing to her knees on the hard floor. "I beg you. Husband, I implore you. You are the only one who can assist me now." Without regard for the coldness of the ground, she prostrated herself before Li Chun, ready to bow her head in reverence. Li Chun lifted her gently, stating, "Since you've called me husband, I must certainly help you." He pulled Bai Weiwei up and pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. "However, I have my principles. First, you must conceive my child." His subsequent words were whispered in her ear, imbued with an alluring charm. "Conceive a child?" Bai Weiwei was taken aback. Initially, She had only intended to establish a temporary relationship with Li Chen, but upon reflection, the bitterness that had risen in her heart transformed into sweetness. If he wanted her to bear his child, did that not imply he intended to marry her? Marrying a man like Li Chen, who was both wealthy and charismatic, would not only benefit her, but also elevate her status. Her mother's illness and her brother's tuition could be resolved effortlessly. Husband. Having a child is not out of the question. However, shouldn't we also meet our parents and set a date to register our marriage? Bai Weiwei was unwilling to accept an unequal union. If she were to bear his child, he must take responsibility. Weiwei, I cannot make any promises. Li Chen's expression turned serious, and just as he was about to say more, his phone rang. The caller was Lin Shuqing. Husband, I miss you a bit. Lin Shuqing's sweet voice chimed in, soft yet clear enough for Bai Weiwei to hear. Upon realizing another woman was on the line, Bai Weiwei's heart quivered violently, as if struck by an unseen force, causing her heart to bleed. All her youthful fantasies shattered in an instant. She envisioned a future in a villa by the sea, a harmonious family of 3, with Li Chen doting on her and loving their home, just as she adored him. A blissful family, raising children together. But that cooing voice had obliterated her last shred of hope, leaving her feeling utterly wounded and exposed. Li Chen, you. Bai Weiwei's face turned ashen as she pointed at him, her finger trembling. You have another woman. A resounding slap echoed through the air. Li Chen glared coldly at Bai Weiwei. Weiwei, can you please calm down? Don't act like a madwoman, shouting and screaming. If you conceive, I will immediately give you 1 million as a reward. Furthermore, after the child is born, I will buy you both a car and a house. Moreover, for each child you bear, I'll reward you with another 1 million. With the divorce rate soaring to 60, what difference does it make if we register our marriage? It's just a piece of paper. Isn't a million more substantial? Bai Weiwei pressed her hand against her cheek, standing frozen, tears blurring her vision. Her face burned with pain, yet it paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. This man, who had just moments ago sweetly called her Weiwei, now resorted to violence because of another woman. What was she to him? Merely a vessel for childbearing. Think carefully about your choice. Chapter 18. Transformation from white to black. You scoundrel. I choose the 1 million. Bai Weiwei cried defiantly, her neck arched as she wept briefly before making this declaration. She had transformed. What good are hollow titles when tangible wealth is far more valuable and practical? By bearing more children, she could not only elevate her status, but also become a millionaire. To hell with love. From this day forth, Bai Weiwei only desired money. The most hypocritical sentiment in this world is love. If you replace the word love in ancient poetry with money, it would flow more smoothly and make perfect sense. The peach blossom pool is 1,000 feet deep. Yet it pales in comparison to Wang Luan gifting me money. It's easy to seek priceless treasures, but hard to find a wealthy suitor. What is money in this world, that it demands life and death? Ah, Weiwei, you are quite understanding. Li Chen embraced her gently, soothingly. I do have others. But I truly love you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be giving you a monthly allowance of 100,000 and encouraging you to have children. Bai Weiwei nodded. Husband. Let us start right away. Having made her decision, Bai Weiwei was eager to secure the money immediately. Well, that is not out of the question. Observing her impatience, Li Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. No matter her ulterior motives, everything was under his control. Is that agreeable? Or do you not want to? Bai Weiwei's voice, though soft, held an enticing lilt. Her implication was clear. If Li Chen backed down, he would never hold his head high again. This was a blatant provocation. With his cultivation of the long spring breathing method and the transformative effects of the cleansing essence pill, how could he ever lose face? Ding ding ding. Just then, the alarm Li Chen had set went off. It was 2:20 p.m. He quickly grabbed his phone and opened Green Payment to check the auction. The property in Jingxiua Court had gone nearly 20 minutes without any bids, remaining at the starting price of 1.5 million. It seemed the intel was accurate. As the bidding countdown approached its end, Li Chen clicked to bid. As expected, at the 230-second mark, he was the sole participant and winner of the bid. All that remained was for Li Chen to pay the final amount and complete the necessary property transfer paperwork at the courthouse. However, this could wait. He still needed to prepare for the evidence in the evening concerning Li Daqiang. Go, husband. I'm ready to bear your children. Bai Weiwei clenched her delicate fists, cheering him on. An hour later, Li Chen lit a cigarette, taking a puff. Husband, why don't we take a break and continue later? I want to hurry up. I took the day off and don't have class. Bai Weiwei wanted to express her eagerness to conceive immediately and receive the 1 million. But being a naive university student, she quickly revised her words. After waking up in the hotel, then at Li Daqiang's home, and finally back in the study. Had it not been for her improved constitution and the lingering trace of true energy within her, she might have already succumbed. She still had a cleansing essence pill. She should take it when she had time. After adjusting her breathing, Li Chen once again thoroughly educated by Wei Wei, the insatiable school beauty. Finally, Bai Weiwei had to plead for mercy, exiting the study while leaning against the wall under Wang Yuan's astonished gaze. Are you okay, Weiwei? Wang Yuan stepped closer, wanting to help her, but Bai Weiwei shook her head. I drank milk tea, and my stomach hurts a bit, but I'm fine. Wang Yuan stood alone, feeling disheveled in the wind. You can't complain about our milk tea now, right? Bai Weiwei, 76 points. How did her looks improve? As he watched the school beauty leave, Li Chen was astonished to discover that Bai Weiwei's attractiveness had seemingly increased by 0.1 points. This indicates that, in fact, one's appearance can be enhanced. Having experienced the world, Bai Weiwei now exudes a greater charm and allure than ever before. This transformation in her aura is difficult to articulate. It is an extraordinary sensation. Presently, Bai Weiwei is clad in inexpensive attire, and it is likely that the cosmetics she employs are of subpar quality, purchased at a bargain. If one were to procure some elegant garments for her and allow Tony, the stylist, to work his magic, could it be that Bai Weiwei might achieve a score of 8? Li Chen stroked his chin, feeling quite astute. However, time was of the essence today. He needed to prepare adequately for the operation scheduled for 8 o'clock that evening. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 3:45 p.m., leaving nearly 5 hours until 8:30 p.m., ample time indeed. After a brief 10-minute walk, Li Chen arrived at the university's computer mall. The mall primarily featured laptops and desktop computers, with some electronic components and other gadgets available for sale. Hey student, the latest RTX 5090 graphics card. Its performance is explosive. Special price of only $21,888. A bald man with a jovial demeanor called out to Li Chen, noting his respectable attire. Boss, I'm merely a penniless student. Why would you recommend this to me? Li Chen glanced at the graphics card in the bald man's hand and shook his head, thinking the man must have mistaken him for a wealthy college student. I knew it. The bald man seemed unfazed and leisurely produced a box containing a virtual disk, 16 terabytes of the finest learning materials one could possibly need at his age. Seeing the bald man's gleeful expression, Li Chen quickly understood. Surely, you are not trying to deceive me with some low-quality gimmick. Rest assured, my friend. Our store operates on principles of integrity. If you find it unsatisfactory, I will compensate you tenfold. If you open it and discover it contains something utterly useless, I shall eat the hard drive right here. The proprietor assured him, then leaned in with a conspiratorial whisper, for $100, a special friendship price. Without hesitation, Li Chen handed over 100 yuan, specifying the transaction as learning materials. After placing the USB drive in his pocket, he casually inquired, do you have any recording devices or miniature cameras? You're not speaking of spy cameras, are you? You wouldn't be up to any mischief, would you? We cannot engage in illegal activities in our humble shop. Li Chen chose not to engage further and pulled out 500 yuan bills, laying them on the counter. I want the best, hurry up. If this fellow could sell virtual discs, it stood to reason he had related items as well. Chapter 19, Strategic Preparation. Primarily, Li Chen was pressed for time and wished to avoid unnecessary conversation. All right, but young man, please refrain from any indiscreet filming. The bald man's eyes sparkled at the sight of the 5 crisp 100 yuan notes. Brother, what are you thinking? I intend to install this on my electric bike for a reversing camera. That is excellent. The proprietor exclaimed, enthusiastically explaining the device's functionality. Compact in size, boasting a 30-day battery life, and controllable via smartphone. Li Chen was thoroughly satisfied, promptly acquiring the RTX 5090 graphics card, and paid the hefty sum of $21,888. Before his divorce, he had long coveted this item, managing to save enough from his allowance, only for Li Qingqing to squander it on a handbag. This filled Li Chen with frustration. His modest gaming hobby had been deprived by Li Qingqing. He genuinely could not comprehend how a mere donkey brand handbag could compare to the RTX 5090. The 16 terabytes USB drive required a powerful graphics card to function properly. Otherwise, experiencing lag during crucial moments would be troublesome. After confirming that the 5090 lit up without issue, Li Chen happily secured both the card and the invoice. The luxurious Jinxia housing was in need of a top-tier computer, and with the 5090, he believed the visuals would be seamless. With all his equipment in hand, Li Chen exited the computer mall with a sense of delight. According to the intel, the rendezvous was set for 8:30 p.m. at the Jinxia tea house. Thus, the next steps would be straightforward. Checking the time, he noted it was 4:51 p.m., afternoon tea time. After a brief contemplation, Li Chen dialed Bai Weiwei's number. His intention to enjoy tea alone seemed imprudent. Bringing along a beautiful campus belle would surely avert any suspicion. Oh dear, darling, I can't today. I'm nearly falling apart. Tomorrow, I promise. Upon seeing Li Chen's call, Bai Weiwei, attending a public lecture, quickly buried her head beneath her desk, intentionally lowering her voice. Bai Weiwei, what on earth are you thinking? I want to take you for tea at Jingya Tea House. Jingya Tea House. Bai Weiwei gasped, then quickly lowered her voice again. Darling, that's quite expensive. I've heard a single cup of tea costs several hundred. Shall we change venues? The moment the words left her lips, she was taken aback, realizing she had subconsciously wished to save him money. With a self-deprecating shake of her head, she thought, but darling is wealthy. This is merely a trifle for him. Change. We choose the extravagant over the practical. You must adapt to a life of luxury, understand, my little affluent lady? Bai Weiwei's heart fluttered. Indeed, she aspired to become a wealthy socialite herself. Oh, very well then. Love you lots, darling. Seizing the moment while the teacher was engrossed in the lecture, Bai Weiwei limped away from the large classroom, almost in a hurry. The Jingya Tea House, with its serene ambience and classical elegance, exudes a low-key luxury. Bai Weiwei was only vaguely aware of its existence, knowing its prices were astonishingly high. Even a simple cup of plain tea starts at 180 yuan. Not to mention the assorted snacks. Merely the most basic tea set begins at 1888, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Welcome to Jingya Tea House. A graceful young waitress, clad in a refined traditional hanfu and possessing a delicate beauty, greeted Li Chun and Bai Weiwei with a respectful bow and a melodious voice. Good day. I prefer the Guolan room. Li Chun stated directly. Apologies, sir, but the Guolan room is already reserved for 8:30 p.m. Would you care to choose another room? The waitress informed him. Patrons at this establishment are not restricted by time. Many indulge in tea for several hours, with some even lingering for an entire day. This is one reason why a cup of tea costs 180. If one merely drinks one cup and refuses to leave, the proprietors must account for the entire day's expenses, including air conditioning and staffing. That's all right. We'll only stay for a short while. Very well, esteemed guest. You must vacate or change rooms before 2000. The waitress reminded him once more. Let us go. It's no problem. After ordering the most basic tea set priced at 1,888 yuan, the waitress gracefully withdrew, gently closing the private room door behind her. Before long, exquisitely crafted tea delicacies, resembling works of art, were presented before them. Delicate osmanthus cake, sweet and soft red bean pastries, and several uniquely shaped savory snacks were arranged on fine porcelain, accompanied by a steaming pot of exquisite de Hong Pao tea. Bai Weiwei gazed at the sumptuous array of treats, which she had never dared to dream of, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Cautiously, she picked up a piece of osmanthus cake and took a small bite. The fragrant sweetness of the osmanthus mingled with the soft glutinous rice, instantly blossoming on her palate, causing her eyes to squint with delight. Li Chun observed her naive and gluttonous demeanor, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He savored his tea leisurely, yet his gaze discreetly surveyed every corner of the elegant room. The location of this private chamber was indeed exquisite. It offered a broad view and maintained a degree of seclusion, making it less susceptible to external disturbances. More importantly, from his observations, there were several inconspicuous nooks within the room that were perfectly suited for the miniature cameras he had just acquired from the electronics market. By the way, how do you find the tea and snacks here? Li Chun casually inquired as he set down his teacup. Oh, they are absolutely delightful. Darling, this is the most delectable pastry I have ever tasted in my life. Bai Weiwei unabashedly showered him with praise, her eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Meanwhile, after Li Chun's departure, Lin Shuqing sat alone at home, oscillating between laughter and tears, slumped on the sofa with disheveled hair, her cigarette almost burning down to her fingertips. For a long time, she had been unaware of her true desires, drifting aimlessly through life. Although she had her suspicions about Li Daqiang's sordid affairs, she had always dismissed them as mere figments of her imagination. Yet, upon encountering those photographs, the revolting images of her husband flirting with other women flashed before her mind's eye, eliciting a wave of nausea. Despite her own infidelity, she felt a surge of rage, humiliation, and hysteria. A tempest of emotions eventually led her to a state of calm. Lin Shuqing's gaze sharpened. She realized that Li Daqiang had likely amassed a considerable fortune through dubious means over the years. Those funds must not fall into his hands, nor should they be allowed to accompany him into prison. A plan swiftly took shape in her mind. She picked up her phone and dialed Li Daqiang's number. The moment the call connected, her icy demeanor and calculating expression melted away, replaced by an affectation of vulnerability and gentleness. Darling, when will you be home? I'm all alone here and so bored. I miss you. Lin Shuqing's voice dripped with sweetness, laced with just the right amount of yearning and coquetry. Li Daqiang was taken aback by her sudden shift in attitude. Oh, are you missing me? Unfortunately, I can't tonight. I have an important engagement with several high-ranking officials that I must attend to. Engagements. All you ever think about are your engagements. Lin Shuqing feigned dissatisfaction. You work so hard out there. You should take care of your health. I'm worried sick about you. By the way, dear, I went to the bank today, and the financial manager recommended a particularly lucrative insurance investment. It offers high returns and also allows for risk mitigation. Even if something were to happen, the funds would remain untouched. Oh, I've heard about that from a friend. Many people exploit that loophole to evade accountability. But is that investment reliable? This investment is linked to gold. Have you seen the prices? With conflicts breaking out everywhere, gold prices are soaring, and this investment is climbing right along with it. Plus, there's a safety net. Even if gold prices drop, it guarantees no loss. Lin Shuqing patiently elucidated the financial product she had researched to Li Daqiang. Do you have any materials on this investment? Send them to me. Li Daqiang's anxiety about the possibility of being audited or imprisoned had him on edge. Yes, I do. Soon, Lin Shuqing sent over a promotional page for the investment, featuring keywords like asset protection, wealth transfer, and high returns. This is indeed a promising avenue. Li Daqiang's sharp eyes darted around, sensing he could maneuver through another legal loophole. The investment can be purchased, but it must be under my name. Sure, no problem. I'll handle the paperwork for you. All right then, my bank card password is XXXXXX, and my ID is in the second drawer of the bedside table. At that moment, Li Daqiang was buoyed by flattery, failing to sense any underlying deceit. Darling, you're the best. Love you. Lin Shuqing's voice was sweet to the point of being cloying. Once she hung up, the tenderness on her face evaporated, replaced by a cold resolve. She swiftly located Li Daqiang's ID and adeptly accessed mobile banking, transferring his funds in swift batches to her secret account. She was well acquainted with his financial status, executing the transfers without a hint of hesitation. Once the transfers were successful, Lin Shuqing gritted her teeth and fully invested in an asset-protecting insurance product in Hong Kong. Just as she completed the transaction, Li Daqiang's call came through like a death knell, the word husband glaringly prominent on her screen. Lin Shuqing, what on earth is going on? Where has all the money in my bank account gone? Did you transfer it all away? I specifically asked you to purchase the investment in my name. On the other end, Li Daqiang was practically roaring, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He had instinctively checked his account during a lull in his engagement, only to discover a significant sum had vanished. Oh dear, why are you shouting? Lin Shuqing feigned hurt, though her voice betrayed a subtle hint of triumph and provocation. I was just trying to act quickly. The financial manager said that product is in high demand. If we don't act today, we'll miss out on the rising gold prices. Besides, they said I couldn't process it in your name without you being present. I was just anxious. Moreover, we're family. Your money is my money, and my money is yours. Why draw such clear lines? Lin Shuqing's rebuttal left Li Daqiang momentarily speechless. Fine. Let us discuss this when I get home tonight. Though his mind was riddled with suspicion, the ongoing engagement demanded his attention, forcing him to suppress his anger for the moment. After hanging up, he became increasingly uneasy and, in a fit of frustration, unleashed his wrath on a new in turn, berating the bewildered college student who, taken aback, burst into tears. What did I do wrong? Meanwhile, Lin Shuqing, having confirmed that all funds were securely in her possession and that the preliminary steps for the insurance investment were complete, let out a long sigh of relief. One must look out for oneself, otherwise, the heavens will strike down upon us. Li Daqiang, you've been reckless outside and should have anticipated this day. Her lips nearly bled from her biting, and her fists were clenched tightly, paper digging into her flesh. With everything in place, Lin Shuqing dialed Li Chun's number. Darling, is tonight's plan progressing smoothly? Upon hearing the sultry voice of the young woman, Bai Weiwei shot a glare at Li Chun, a wave of inexplicable bitterness washing over her. However, she quickly adjusted her demeanor, adopting a more submissive attitude. Not yet. I suspect it should go rather smoothly. Li Chun chuckled softly, sensing Lin Shuqing's impatience. Darling, I await your good news. After concluding the call, Lin Shuqing hurried back home. Gold and silver jewelry, precious items, and all valuables were meticulously packed away without exception. Hello, is this the moving company? At approximately 8 in the evening, Li Daqiang led a corpulent executive, a hefty man weighing 280 pounds, along with a cadre of close associates, into the Guanlon Hall. In the adjacent private room, Li Chun and Bai Weiwei were intently observing everything on their mobile screens. It's me, Li Chun. Oh, Li Chun, aren't you working overtime today? Came a dispirited voice from across the line. Your tone sounds rather dreary, Boss Wang. Enough of the banter, what's the matter? All right, I'll be direct. Li Chen recounted the unfolding drama of the evening to Wang Lei. My heavens, you can't be serious. Wang Lei perked up upon hearing Li Chun's words. He was one of the individuals who suffered the most from Li Daqiang's oppression and had maintained a good relationship with Li Chun. It was said that Wang Lei initially embarked on an entrepreneurial venture in the bustling metropolis, thriving as a young and accomplished owner of a tech company. However, due to ambitious expansion and the subsequent downturn in the economy, his company abruptly went bankrupt overnight. He then returned to his hometown, Jiangcheng, and joined this internet company, hoping for a resurgence. Yet, his exceptional abilities posed a threat to Li Daqiang's position, and by inadvertently uncovering many of Li Daqiang's secrets, Wang Lei became a primary target of his relentless suppression. Not only did the company fail to promote Wang Lei as per its policies, but Li Daqiang also discreetly sabotaged him by informing HR that Wang Lei had questionable character. In a bid to oust Wang Lei, he resorted to various underhanded tactics, such as imposing late-night work and reallocating Wang Lei's business modules, giving him the least favorable assignments. Essentially, it was a clear attempt to force him out. However, the company was not solely under Li Daqiang's control. There were regional and headquarters above him. Thus, Li Daqiang could only resort to such despicable means to harass him rather than outright dismissal. Moreover, labor laws explicitly stated that termination without cause required compensation, which applied even to interns. Wang Lei, being forthright by nature, had previously disregarded Li Daqiang's petty successes, but over time, such behavior became intolerable. In a fit of anger, Wang Lei reported certain findings to the company's integrity department. He initially believed he could secure Li Daqiang's punishment, as colluding with suppliers to defraud the company was no trivial matter. However, to his dismay, after sending the email, it vanished into silence, and there was no follow-up. Before long, Wang Lei himself was dismissed for allegedly violating the company's sunshine conduct guidelines. Subsequently, others began to report Li Daqiang, but regrettably, those efforts bore no fruit. Instead, Li Daqiang was promoted and received a raise. Witnessing Li Daqiang bask in the limelight was an opportunity Wang Lei could not afford to miss. Just wait. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Wang Lei hurriedly grabbed his phone and streaming equipment and rushed towards the tea house. Damn it. Just when I was fretting over a lack of material, this juicy opportunity has presented itself. After leaving the company, Wang Lei ventured into self-media across various platforms. Unfortunately, after years of effort, he had only amassed a modest following of 100,000 fans and earned little. However, now, with the prospect of exposing Li Daqiang's dark dealings through a live stream, Wang Lei was confident it would garner significant attention. As for the integrity department's perspective, that was no longer his concern. Previously, the company had already made headlines due to a scandal involving superiors coercing female subordinates into business trips for dubious purposes. So one more incident concerning Li Daqiang wouldn't matter. The parent company, initially lauded as a model of internet success with a young entrepreneurial icon at the helm, had sadly deteriorated, with corruption levels soaring to 80. Can you imagine? This was merely the tip of the iceberg, as the undiscovered issues were likely far worse. Instances of attractive female employees accompanying executives on business trips, providing emotional support, were commonplace, and everyone was painfully aware of it. Yet, for the sake of their jobs, many felt compelled to acquiesce. Before long, Wang Lei arrived at the room where Li Chen was, brimming with excitement. Let me tell you, reporting has proven futile. We need to go for an all-out live broadcast. As he spoke, he set up his laptop and streaming equipment. Since when did you become a big internet celebrity? The two were familiar enough to skip pleasantries. Not quite a celebrity, but I do have 100,000 fans across the internet. Opening the OBS streaming software, Wang Lei skillfully connected his phone signal, and soon a lively gathering appeared on the screen. Whoa, Brother Wang, have you switched to food vlogging? And look at all these people. As the stream began, the audience trickled in, numbering only a few dozen. A few scattered comments floated by, mostly from Wang Lei's dedicated fans, intrigued by his sudden shift in content. Brothers, stay tuned. This is going to be explosive. They say art comes from life, but transcends it. Today, we're about to present a raw, unembellished, magical realism drama. Trust me, what follows will shock you and broaden your horizons. Please be patient. The show will start shortly. After his announcement, Wang Lei quickly switched the camera back to the Guanlan Hall, where Li Daqiang and his entourage were indulging in drinks and animated discussions, the atmosphere thick with opulence. Brother Wang, stop teasing us. What is the juicy scoop? Yeah, just a bunch of greasy uncles dining. It's hardly riveting. I'd rather watch you play games. I'm logging off. The number of viewers remains stagnant, even declining slightly. Don't fret, my friends. The best is yet to come. Witnessing the exodus of his loyal fans, Wang Lei felt a pang of anxiety. The internet demanded speed, precision, and high information density in every frame. However, this type of live streaming clearly did not align with the formula for online traffic. Just as Wang Lei was about to add some fuel to the fire by revealing key information, he noticed the gift effects in the live stream suddenly lit up. Li Das Hanren sent Little Hearts, X999. Li Das Hanren sent Carnival, X1. Li Das Hanren is boosting the live stream for Hot recommendation x 10 minutes. A 10,000 yuan push from Li Chen was effortless for him, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Almost simultaneously, Wang Lei watched in astonishment as the popularity of his live stream soared like a rocket. From dozens, it rapidly surpassed hundreds, then thousands, and continued to climb at an astonishing pace. Holy crap, Brother Chen, you're incredible. Wang Lei was so thrilled he nearly leaped up. Brothers, did you see that? Our top supporter is stepping up. We must seize this wave of traffic. For the first time, having such a generous benefactor backing him filled Wang Lei with renewed energy. With this surge, the live stream's viewership began to skyrocket. Goodness, Li Chen, you're going to strike it rich. You're not even flinching at those 20,000 yuan gifts. With the financial advantage in hand, Wang Lei activated his commentary mode, exclaiming, Brothers, let me enlighten you. These are the high-ranking officials and suppliers from XX Fresh Produce. Indeed, it's the very same XX Fresh Produce you use daily. Let's delve into why you feel the quality of your purchases is inconsistent and why the food you've bought has led to gastrointestinal distress. As Wang Lei passionately narrated, an increasing number of viewers opted to stay and witness the unfolding drama. At this moment, in the banquet hall, after several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, the alcohol emboldened Li Daqiang and others, prompting them to speak more candidly. Thank goodness for you, General Zhang. Without your last-minute inspection, the company would have been doomed. Who would have thought that family could lead to food poisoning, causing such havoc? Well, let's get back to business. I need to raise the rebate by a point. No way, brother. We've already done our utmost to cut costs. If you add more, there won't be any profit left. Stop pretending. Your products are merely repackaged expired goods or shoddy imitations from small workshops. You're not making money. All right, Li General. You truly are shameless. It seems I'm just working for you, brother. Huh. Same to you. As long as we can profit, it's fine as long as it doesn't kill anyone. These dialogues, captured by Wang Lei's live stream equipment, echoed in the ears of every viewer in the broadcast room. Selling inferior goods while bribing officials? These individuals are audacious beyond belief. Damn it. Altering expiration dates on expired food, shortchanging customers, and peddling counterfeit products. These scoundrels better be careful. They might find themselves in dire straits. The barrage of comments intensified, and the viewer count in the live stream surged at an astonishing rate, drawing an ever-growing audience captivated by this unexpected revelation. Wang Lei, witnessing the rising numbers and the flurry of comments, felt a surge of exhilaration. My friends, Wang Lei lowered his voice and spoke into the microphone. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The ultimate victims are you who have purchased these products. Their arrogance is intolerable. Such scum must face severe punishment. They deserve to rot in prison. Brother Wang is impressive. The righteous broadcaster. We must follow. Brothers, spread the word. Let more people witness the vile nature of these individuals. The heat in the live stream skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. Soon, a headline emerged. Suspected internal scandal at certain internet giant exposed, openly selling counterfeit products, climbing the trending charts. Chapter 22. The dust settles. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves, prompting countless netizens to flood the comment section. Some marketing accounts sensitive to trends and prominent figures expressed their opinions on the matter. XX Fresh Produce should focus more on high technology rather than competing with small vendors. Counterfeiting and inferior goods. E-commerce has never been a lawless land. Following the Evergrande scandal, XX company has undoubtedly become entrenched in class stratification, rotting from the top down. Such viewpoints proliferated. An XX company's stock on Nasdaq plummeted for consecutive days. The upper echelons of the company were incensed. This was no longer an isolated incident from the Jiangxing branch, but a significant crisis severely damaging the entire group's reputation and commercial interests. The board convened an emergency meeting overnight. The public relations department was in disarray, and the legal team immediately initiated an emergency response plan. They formally reported to the Jiangxing police, vehemently condemning the illegal actions of Li Daqiang and others. Simultaneously, they issued a statement pledging full cooperation with the investigation and promising to punish internal pests rigorously to restore the company's reputation. Meanwhile, the headquarters dispatched investigators to the Jiangxing branch for a thorough examination. After several bottles of Maotai, the group was quite inebriated, each eager to unwind. Just as laughter and cheer filled the room, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. A dozen uniformed officers, their expressions grave, along with several market supervisory administrators, surged in like a divine force, instantly taking control of the entire suite. Everyone, remain still. We are joint enforcement personnel from the Jiangxing Public Security Bureau and the Market Supervision Administration. Li Daqiang, Zhang Qiming, Lu Ziyuan. You are suspected of significant criminal conduct in multiple food safety incidents and are implicated in commercial bribery and the production and sale of counterfeit goods. You are now required to cooperate with our investigation. The lead officer, adorned with 2 stripes and a star, scanned the room with piercing eyes, his voice cold and unequivocal. Issues such as embezzlement and illegal profit require formal charges, and the process for arrest could take several days. However, if they reignited the previous food poisoning investigation, they could apprehend these individuals for immediate questioning. This was a common tactic employed by the Public Security Bureau. Food poisoning incident? Wasn't he that already classified? Upon hearing it was linked to the prior poisoning case, Li Daqiang and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they had managed to smooth over that incident and believed it wouldn't pose a significant problem. Officers, you must be mistaken. We are all law-abiding citizens. Li Daqiang feigned innocence, putting on a pitiful act. Law-abiding citizens? The officer smirked coldly, retrieving a phone from his pocket and opening a video, a clip from the live stream. Besides the food poisoning, various unsavory dealings were captured in clear view. The light from the phone screen illuminated the faces of Li Daqiang and the others, draining them of color. This isn't me. It's fabricated. Someone is slandering me, Li Daqiang stammered, attempting to deny the incriminating footage that portrayed him in a self-satisfied manner, his voice trembling with fear. The others appeared ashen, their bodies weak, their eyes filled with despair. They never dreamed that their most sordid dealings would be laid bare in such a public manner. As for whether it's slander, we'll discuss it back at the station. The officer offered no room for rebuttal, signaling for them to be taken away. The cold handcuffs clicked shut around Li Daqiang's wrists, the chilling sensation jolting him from his alcohol-induced stupor and plunging him into an abyss of despair. It was over. Everything was irrevocably lost, his job, his wealth, even his wife. As he was led out of the room in cuffs, Li Daqiang spotted 2 familiar faces, Li Chen and Wang Lei. Manager Li, it seems you're doing well. You've gone viral and are trending. The whole nation knows you now. Li Chen grinned, staring directly at Li Daqiang's contorted visage. Li Chen, Wang Lei, how dare you set me up? Li Daqiang's eyes blazed with fury, his forehead vein throbbing, his face twisted in rage. You dare play dirty with me? Grinding his teeth, he attempted to break free from the officer's grasp and lunged at Li Chen, as if wanting to tear him apart with his bare hands. However, the handcuffs tightened painfully with his movements, sending a jolt of agony through him, causing him to stagger and be held firmly by the officers nearby. The once high-ranking leaders now fell silent, their faces pale as they lost their former authority, obediently boarding the police vehicle. Since the sudden downfall of Hengda, the authorities have begun to realize that anti-corruption efforts should extend beyond government offices. As businesses grow in stature, they too can become breeding grounds for various forms of corruption. This incident has elicited a fervent public response and triggered a series of consequential events. The government launched an anti-monopoly investigation against XX company, imposing a hefty fine of 13.6 billion. The business magnate, XX, was compelled to resign in disgrace, retreating from the public eye. Having just moved to the luxurious Jingxi Ting, Lin Shuqing came across trending news. However, rather than feeling sorrow for Li Daqiang, she hastily drafted a divorce agreement. Let them criticize me for kicking him when he is down or for abandoning him in his hour of need. I am indifferent. At this juncture, Lin Shuqing's heart has long turned cold towards everyone, including Li Chen and herself. If there remains anything that could ignite her passion, perhaps it would be filmmaking. After the events concluded, Wang Lei busied himself with video editing, eager to capitalize on the current buzz by promptly releasing more works to amass followers. Li Chen had intended to enjoy skewers and drinks with him, but upon witnessing his demeanor, he decided to leave with Bai Weiwei instead. Under the serene moonlight, the riverside night was tranquil as water. Wait, Weiwei, aren't you returning to school? The river shimmered with silver, illuminating their faces. Darling, it's so late. The dormitory must have turned off the lights, she replied. But if you don't return at night, won't the dormitory supervisor or your roommate say something? What could possibly be more important than spending time with my husband? Bai Weiwei teased with a playful smile. He knew that Li Chen, being the miser he was, would never part with $1 million before she bore a child. Thus, to address her mother's illness, she had to work overtime, striving to see that pregnancy test turn red soon. All right then, I suppose I'll just have to pop another cleansing pill. Throughout the night, Li Chen could only perceive Bai Weiwei's insatiable greed. Ding. Today's funds, 28,000 have been legally deposited into your account. Please check. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 28,000 on X month X day at X hour X minute. Daily report has been refreshed. Please check promptly. Upon awakening to an additional 28,000, Li Chen's spirits soared. Everything I possess, I have earned through my own hard work. Dingling. Just as Li Chen glanced at the daily report, the phone rang. Hello, who is this? Li Chen replied lazily, thinking to himself how rude it was to interrupt his busy morning. Hello. May I speak with Mr. Li Chen? A sweet yet somewhat mechanical female voice emerged from the receiver, her Mandarin as impeccable as a broadcasteress. It's me. Speak quickly, if it's a sales pitch. Spare me. I'm pressed for time. Li Chen rubbed his eyes, growing impatient. Mr. Li, please don't hang up just yet. We are from the asset department of XX Bank. Regarding the property you won through auction yesterday at Jingxiu Ting, the woman paused, her tone remaining gentle. Due to an unusual internal system error at our bank, there has been a misregistration of information. Would you consider returning the ownership of the property to us? As compensation, we are willing to offer you 50,000 in cash. Li Chen nearly burst into laughter. 50,000? You must be joking. The bank expected to settle their own error with such a paltry sum. If a depositor's funds were mishandled, they would likely adopt a not our responsibility attitude. Truly, it's the epitome of double standards. Miss, let me ask, does the auction process hold legal validity? Is it compliant with the law? Oh, the auction process is indeed completely legal and compliant. You can rest assured on that front. Clearly, she had not anticipated such a question from him. Since it is legal and compliant, should your bank encounter an issue, you can communicate directly with the court. I have neither obligation nor reason to return a legally obtained asset. With that, Li Chen abruptly ended the call. The phone screen lit up several times. It was the same number. He couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids, and simply blocked it. Mr. Li Chen, please don't hang up. We are from XX Bank. Didn't you just acquire a property at Jingxiu Ting? It appears there was an error in the property information due to an internal program mistake. Would you consider returning the ownership of the house to us? We can offer you 50,000 as compensation. The other party spoke gently and courteously to Li Chen. Internally, Li Chen scoffed. 50,000? How dare you even suggest it? Now that your bank has suffered a loss, it's deemed a mistake. Yet if the customers lose money, you would again claim not our responsibility. That's very American. Miss, may I inquire if the judicial process for the auction is legal? Is it compliant? Oh, the auction process is undoubtedly legal and compliant. Well, since it is legal and compliant, any issues on your end should be directed to the court. I have no obligation to return the house. With that, Li Chen hung up once more. Subsequent calls flooded in repeatedly, and Li Chen simply blocked that number again. Ding. Mr. Li Chen, should you refuse to return the property, it may adversely affect your credit report. Please do not let small matters lead to larger losses. Seeing the threatening message, Li Chen chuckled again. Threats? Come at me. To avoid any lingering complications, it seems imperative to expedite the transfer formalities today. Li Chen mumbled to himself, swiftly freshened up, grabbed a quick bite of the lovingly prepared breakfast Bai Weiwei had bought, and headed straight to the Jiang City Intermediate People's Court. The court staff responsible for auction properties verified Li Chen's identity and auction success certificate efficiently, guiding him through a series of procedures. Once Li Chen paid the remaining balance and received the pristine property deed, a great weight was finally lifted from his heart. Mr. Li, here are the keys. You may move in at your convenience. Should the bank contact you again, you need not pay them any mind. The property is now your legal asset. The staff member imparted this information in a formal manner. Li Chen nodded, expressing his gratitude, and then hurried off with the keys to Jingxiu Ting. Now he owned the property, but his wallet was once again empty. Jingxiu Ting was an upscale community, inherently expensive. This house boasted 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms, covering an area of 1863 square meters, plus an additional 10 or so square meters from the balcony, totaling over 200 square meters. When Li Chen bid at the auction, he did so at the market's lowest price and indicated a purchase of only 100 square meters. Hence, if Li Chen were to sell, he could potentially net an additional 1.5 million, even more than what the report suggested. However, since he had just acquired the property, he did not meet the criteria for capital gains tax exemption. Selling it would incur a 20% income tax. With no place to stay, he might as well consider this his own home. Arriving at the grand entrance of Jingxiu Ting, Li Chen was halted by a young security guard. Sorry, but strangers cannot enter the community. I'm the owner here. Li Chen raised his property card nonchalantly. Welcome back home, esteemed owner. The security guard, upon recognizing the gilded logo of Jingxiu Ting on the room card, instantly transformed his demeanor, bowing respectfully at a 90-degree angle. This was indeed quite realistic, Li Chen mused. As he entered the community, he noticed the exquisite landscaping of Jingxiu Ting, which featured both a construction area and a children's play zone, demonstrating a remarkably humane design. Building 10. Room 1002. Li Chen pondered as he sought the location of Building 10. Li Chen, is that you? A sudden voice broke the stillness, and Li Chen felt a strange sense of familiarity. Turning around, He was astonished to find the graceful Lin Shuqing standing before him. Are you here looking for me? Lin Shuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Just yesterday she had moved here without informing Li Chen. How could he possibly know she was now residing here? I happened to purchase a property here. 10,002, he replied. You bought it. I know building 10. Allow me to show you the way. Upon hearing that Li Chen had acquired a residence in this very location, Lin Shuqing felt an undeniable connection between them. Guided by Lin Shuqing, the two swiftly arrived at building 10 and took the elevator to room 1002. With a soft click, the door swung open. The moment Li Chen stepped inside, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. The apartment was exquisitely furnished. The interior was bright and immaculate, equipped with all necessary appliances and furniture, all appearing to be in pristine condition, with a minimalist yet elegant style, ready for immediate occupancy. This truly feels like a stroke of luck, Li Chen exclaimed with uncontainable joy. After a brief tidying up with Lin Shuqing, the place seamlessly transformed into Li Chen's new home. As for the utilities and internet, those matters still required coordination with the community management. Shuqing, tell me how you ended up moving here, Li Chen inquired. After you left, I called a moving company that very afternoon, Lin Shuqing replied. So decisive? Li Chen was taken aback. Her quickness was astonishing. Success does not come without effort. Since our marriage, Li Daqiang has been quite content with my inability to bear him a child, attributing it entirely to me. Yet, after undergoing medical examinations, I found everything to be perfectly normal. It is he who is incapable, compounded by his infidelities. Mentioning Li Daqiang filled Lin Shuqing with a sense of grievance. Although Li Daqiang, as a junior supervisor, earned a decent income, Lin Shuqing rarely saw any of it. In truth, she felt like a canary trapped in a cage, longing to break free. I believe in you, Shuqing. I have no doubt about your capabilities, Li Chen assured her, taking her hands and drawing her into an embrace. The warmth of her presence was intoxicating. Now I must prove it to you. From this day forward, you must refrain from taking any medication. Do you understand? No medication? What if I end up pregnant? Lin Shuqing gasped, her heart racing. But didn't you just say your body is capable? What is there to fear? He countered. However, this is quite a significant matter. Let me think it over. If she were truly to become pregnant, would Li Chen then feel obligated to marry her? Before he offered any promises, Lin Shuqing felt a hint of trepidation. Yet, if she outright rejected him, she feared missing her chance at becoming the leading lady. Her emotions were a tumultuous storm, swirling in uncertainty. Noticing her indecision, Li Chen decided to stoke the flames of persuasion further. Chapter 24, A Moment of Destiny. His monthly task was to ensure that 2 women with a score of 7 became pregnant. With Bai Weiwei diligently working, Lin Shuqing could not lag behind. Shall we wait until I finalize my divorce with Li Daqiang? She suggested. Li Daqiang had just been incarcerated, although a verdict had yet to be rendered. It was certain that he would face years behind bars once the trial concluded. Given these extraordinary circumstances, Lin Shuqing could petition for a unilateral dissolution of their marriage. As for any potential retribution from Li Daqiang upon his release, that was a concern for the distant future. Moreover, Lin Shuqing had left herself no escape route. Shuqing, my intention was to provide you with the best resources and support your ascent. Yet here you are, still hesitant and full of doubts, Li Chen expressed, casting a pointed look at Lin Shuqing to convey an unspoken pressure. I desire for us to have a child together, to prevent any future celebrity from denying their past. Besides, there are only so many leading roles available. If you are unwilling, I will have no choice but to support the starlets from Beiying and Shirshi instead. Wait, Director Li, I am willing, but you must promise me not to disdain me if I have a child, Lin Shuqing replied, her aspirations deeply embedded within her, inescapable. Whenever Li Chen mentioned filming, it struck at her very core. That's more like it. From now on, don't call me Director Li. In private, call me husband. Husband. Lin Shuqing exclaimed shyly, snuggling into Li Chen's embrace. You truly are obedient. As the rain began to subside, Li Chen took a moment to savor a puff of his cigarette. He felt that life was quite fulfilling and abundant. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 1,000,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, with a balance of 1,017,560 yuan. Upon receiving the bank notification, Li Chen was struck with a mix of shock and elation. Good heavens, what a stroke of luck. Just moments ago, I was back at square one after buying a house, and now I've received 1 million. Who could he possibly discuss this with? Clearly, the experts were correct. Diligent effort yields bountiful rewards. Shuqing, from this day forth, you shall rest at home and nurture the baby. In a few days, I will select a suitable project for you, allowing you to familiarize yourself with the script. The timeline for a production can vary greatly, from mere months to several years. The priority now was to stabilize Lin Shuqing's emotions and ensure she remained focused on her pregnancy without distraction. Given that he was part of a multi-child blessing system, he anticipated even greater rewards once they expanded their family. Take care of the pregnancy? Are you that certain I am with child? Lin Shuqing gazed at Li Chen's strong back in disbelief. Absolutely. With my husband personally involved, success is assured, Li Chen declared, discarding his cigarette but implanting a gentle kiss on Lin Shuqing's forehead. If that is the case, I shall not argue with you. Lin Shuqing's cheeks flushed with warmth. Reflecting on it, she realized Li Chen was quite formidable, and it was she who ultimately yielded, bringing an end to their previous conflicts. Husband, if I do become pregnant, does that mean you will marry me? Given the atmosphere they were cultivating, Lin Shuqing thought it reasonable to broach the subject of marriage. Unless Li Chen held her past against her. Shuqing, I have no objections. However, I worry that marriage might hinder your stardom. Li Chen's words struck a chord within Lin Shuqing, filling her with apprehension. In the entertainment industry, few dared to announce their relationships publicly, and even the top stars often faded from the limelight all too quickly. The true reasons were unclear. But the impact of marriage on a female star's career was undeniably significant. I apologize, husband, I did not consider that fully. However, while we may not officially register our marriage, we can certainly engage in the acts of a married couple, Lin Shuqing cooed, nestled comfortably in Li Chen's embrace, inadvertently offering him comfort instead. Don't worry, Shuqing. I am open to a clandestine romance. Li Chen feigned a pitiful expression. Husband, if I truly do become pregnant, the first 3 months are particularly crucial. What will you do then? Previously, Lin Shuqing had acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding conception, and upon hearing Li Chen's unwavering confidence in his impending fatherhood, it was only natural for her thoughts to drift towards him. Ahem. Li Chen coughed several times, internally affirming his resolve to expand his horizons. My sole focus is to amass wealth. Surely, you cannot genuinely believe that I would develop feelings for you? Clearly, uttering such words would render Li Chen a notorious cad. Well, Shuqing, for the sake of the baby and you, my dear, I must endure this, he rationalized. Moreover, I cannot neglect my girlfriend, can I? After some contemplation, Li Chen deemed it prudent to reiterate his point to avoid laying a minefield from the outset that could ultimately lead to his own downfall. What? You have a girlfriend? Lin Shuqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief, brimming with astonishment. Indeed, Shuqing, I do have a girlfriend. Her name is Bai Weiwei, the belle of Jiang University. Should this trouble you, I am willing to compensate you with 1 million as a form of emotional restitution. Once he had said this, Li Chen fell silent, opting instead to light a cigarette and indulge in the solace it provided. At that moment, the shrill ring of a telephone pierced the air. Li Chen answered the call, recognizing the caller as the strategist, Su Wanqing. Mr. Li, as you anticipated, DeepSeek has once again surged to its ceiling limit upon today's opening. However, industry insiders suggest that a stagnation may occur in the coming days. Moreover, from the flow of capital in the market, significant sell orders have already been placed. While there might be some increase in the next few days, the rise is likely to be minimal. Do you wish to act preemptively and secure your gains? After all, you have already profited considerably. Su Wanqing's analysis was sound and well-founded, stemming from a professional financial perspective. Manager Su, your analysis is indeed accurate. Yet I remain optimistic about DeepSeek's future. Therefore, I intend to adhere to my original plan. I am betting on it achieving 10 consecutive ceiling limits. The information cannot be erroneous. I do not care how skilled a trader you are or how precise your predictions may be. I only trust the intelligence I possess. Very well then, I shall follow through with Jiang Dan on this. Su Wanqing bit her lip, resolved to place her faith in Li Chen this time. She regarded it as a confirmed deal and chose not to overthink it. Just as Li Chen ended the call with Su Wanqing, his parents' call came through immediately. Son, we have a serious situation. I saw it trending on the news. It appears that the leaders of your company have been arrested. Is your work there unaffected? Hearing the concern from his parents, Li Chen felt it unnecessary to continue concealing his work situation from them. Mom and Dad, I have actually resigned from that job. What? You can't just resign like that. Jobs are so hard to find nowadays. Li Chen hurriedly took the call into the bathroom, maintaining his facade as a wealthy heir. He knew that revealing the truth to Lin Shuqing would complicate matters. Chapter 25, Unexpected Gains. Dad, I am currently engaged in a lucrative project and embarking on my entrepreneurial journey, so you two need not worry. In a few days, I will drive over in a luxury car to take you both for a spin. I have to go now, the signal is poor. Bye. After swiftly hanging up, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. Losing his job, breaking up with his girlfriend, and causing his parents concern was certainly not ideal. It seemed a visit home was in order. Having just claimed he would return in a luxury car, did he need to procure a lavish vehicle to maintain his image? If he prided himself on being a wealthy heir, lacking even a means of transportation would be rather incongruous, wouldn't it? Alright, in today's intelligence report, there seemed to be a lottery related to cars. Due to the urgency of finalizing property transactions, Chen had not thoroughly examined the content of the day's intelligence. Intelligence 1. Near the entrance of the Jingxua Garden, by the convenience store's rubbish bin, a bottle cap from Kong Shuifu can be scanned for a chance to win a premium Huawei foldable phone. The Huawei foldable, with a market price of 21,999 yuan, would indeed make for an excellent gift. Compared to other intelligence worth millions, this amount may seem modest. Yet the Huawei foldable had just launched and was scarce in the market. The key was that this phone, once acquired, would certainly impress, positioning it as a staple for high-end business professionals. Naturally, the prospect of winning a Huawei foldable via a simple scan filled Chen with delight. Glancing at his 5-year-old Huawei P30, he felt it was imperative to upgrade to a more sophisticated device. However, the absence of a time limit indicated that the bottle cap remained in the rubbish bin. Chen continued to peruse the second piece of intelligence. Intelligence 2. Tata app user named Xia Yuxiue, a single woman of advanced age, harbors profound emptiness within yet is introverted and struggles to express herself. Adding her as a friend can grant you a unique experience. What on earth? Such intelligence exists? Chen glanced at the Tata app on his phone, but ultimately decided against pursuing it. The circumstances had been urgent before, necessitating a shortcut, but the present was different. There was no need to resort to such measures. He automatically disregarded this piece of intelligence. Intelligence 3. Today marks the final day of the lottery event at Jiangbei Auto City, with the grand prize, a BMW X5, still unclaimed. You may participate in the lottery before 1800. Tickets are available. The BMW X5 SUV, while not comparable to the latest Yangwang U8, was nevertheless a prestigious brand, favored by the nouveau riche. If he could drive a BMW home, it would undoubtedly bring honor to his parents. Checking the time, Chen resolved to head to the Auto City in the north of the city. Did he just hear the voices of his uncle and aunt? Lin Shuqing tentatively probed. Qing, you should stay at home and focus on your pregnancy. I'll transfer 500,000 to you, so you can hire a nanny or something. With that, Chen promptly transferred 500,000 yuan to Lin Shuqing via WeChat in increments. Upon seeing Chen's generous gesture of 500,000 yuan as pocket money, the doubts that had briefly surfaced in Lin Shuqing's mind dissipated entirely. If Chen were not indeed a wealthy heir, it would be improbable for him to so casually part with 500,000. Even the so-called national husband, Wang Tsungsong, was rumored to offer only $1 million as a breakup fee, and that was predicated on the fact that the other party was a well-known influencer, which had resulted in Wang Tsungsong incurring substantial costs over half a year. Considering the wear and tear, depreciation, and other expenses, it would certainly amount to $1 million. Thus, Chen's provision of 500,000 as pocket money was emblematic of true love and genuine wealth. Exiting the community, Chen hurried to the convenience store at the main entrance. The intelligence had indicated that a Kong Shuifu bottle cap near the convenience store's rubbish bin could yield a smartphone grand prize. Upon arriving at the convenience store, he immediately spotted the solitary classification rubbish bin. A plainly dressed elderly woman, donning gloves, was rummaging through the recyclable materials with a pair of tongs, searching for beverage bottles. This is bad. Chen's heart raced at the thought that the crucial bottle cap might be mistaken for ordinary trash and discarded by the elderly woman. He dashed forward, feigning urgency on his face. Excuse me, ma'am. I seem to have inadvertently dropped my car keys into this rubbish bin. May I please take a look? The elderly woman, seeing his well-dressed appearance, assumed he was not lying and mumbled about how careless today's youth could be, moving aside to allow him access. Chen, disregarding his dignity, took the tongs from her and pretended to rummage through the bin. Various scraps of paper and plastic bottles emitted strange odors, and he suppressed his discomfort while his eyes rapidly searched for the familiar target. Finally, beneath a crushed milk carton, he spotted the red bottle cap emblazoned with the Kong Shuifu logo. He discreetly grasped the bottle cap with a pair of pliers, swiftly concealing it in his pocket. Then, feigning a search, he straightened up and, with a pretentious sigh of disappointment, addressed the elderly lady. Ah, perhaps I remembered incorrectly. It's not here. Thank you, auntie. He returned the pliers to her and, with quickened steps, entered the convenience store, making a beeline for the beverage refrigerator. He casually selected 2 bottles of iced tea and approached the cashier, raising the salvaged cap and inquiring, "Excuse me, is the Kong Shuifu QR code prize draw genuinely valid?" The cashier, a middle-aged man sporting reading glasses, glanced up at him. "Oh, the promotion is certainly authentic. It's in collaboration with Huawei, and the prizes are quite substantial." Well, hypothetically speaking, Li Chen asked nonchalantly, if I were to win the grand prize, that threefold phone, where would I go to redeem it? The cashier chuckled softly and shook his head. Young man, if you truly have the luck to win the grand prize, you can redeem it at any official Huawei store in the city. However, he prolonged his tone, leaving the rest unsaid. But the implication was crystal clear. Winning such a top-tier prize is more challenging than hitting the lottery. Don't be misled. Even if you buy a few bottles, it's unlikely you would win, even if you purchased every Consui Fu in the store. Thank you, boss. Li Chen paid for his items, grasping the 2 unopened bottles and the fortunate cap as he exited the store. As soon as he stepped outside, he eagerly pulled out his old phone and aimed it at the QR code on the cap. Ding! A jubilant animation popped up on his screen, followed by a striking line of text. Congratulations. You are fortunate. You have successfully won the grand prize of the Consui Fu Summer Delight event, a Huawei Mate XT Collector's Edition threefold phone. Please present this winning certificate along with a valid ID at any nearby official Huawei store to claim your prize. It worked. Li Chen was overcome with exhilaration. It was precisely as the intel had indicated. He immediately searched for the nearest Huawei store on the map and hailed a taxi to make his way there. In the bustling commercial district of the city center, the Huawei sign was prominently displayed. Welcome. How may I assist you? Greeted a staff member as Li Chen entered, her melodious voice and sweet smile a reflection of her charm. Looking up, Li Chen was momentarily captivated. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, donned in a professional form-fitting skirt suit, exuding an aura of an upscale urbanite. Her features were exquisite, with a high nose and elegantly arched brows framing her bright, expressive eyes, reminiscent of a classical beauty. The tailored uniform accentuated her alluring curves, with the white shirt taut against her form, seemingly on the verge of bursting, while the sleek black pencil skirt hugged her rounded hips, revealing long, slender legs that added a touch of alluring restraint. Summer Yuning, 8 points. Noticing the rating above the beauty's head, Li Chen felt a stir of interest. This was a natural beauty, devoid of artificial enhancements, an 8 in allure. Who would have thought that a mere prize redemption could lead to encountering such a stunning woman? For the sake of a system task, it might be worthwhile to strike up a conversation. Briefly explaining his purpose, Li Chen handed the cap to Summer Yuning, who confirmed the details with the manager before inviting him to select a color. The Huawei Mate XT was available in deep black and roue red, without much deliberation. He opted for the deep black. After all, it would be for his personal use, and black exuded a sense of steadiness. Upon unboxing, Li Chen immediately replaced the SIM card. Before departing, he remembered to express his gratitude for Summer Yuning's warm service. Miss Xia, could I request your contact information? It would be helpful for me to reach out in case of any issues. Mr. Li is concerned about after-sales support, is that right? You can note down our store's after-sales hotline, 1xxxxxx. Thank you. Her response left no room for misinterpretation. It effectively extinguished any hopes Li Chen had harbored. Not at all, Summer Yuning replied with a professional smile. Li Chen sighed inwardly. What a pity. Fate just isn't on my side. Life seldom unfolds as one wishes. It is often filled with disappointments. Even if I were to be exceptionally handsome, it would be unrealistic to expect universal adoration. As if flowers bloom at my arrival or cars burst with excitement at my presence. In the taxi, Li Chen consoled himself. Hey, brother, what misfortune have you encountered? Spill it. Did some girl reject you? The driver, an apparent veteran in the game of life, caught the faux nonchalance in Li Chen's demeanor through the rearview mirror and chuckled. Want me to introduce you to some beautiful ladies? I guarantee you'll forget your troubles. Li Chen's lips twitched. Driver, I already have a girlfriend. Hey, what is there to worry about if you have a girlfriend? Life is about balance. A little spice adds flavor and variety, right? Young man, don't restrain yourself too much. Despite the driver's coaxing, Li Chen remained unfazed. In this day and age, maintaining one's health is paramount. He had no desire to contract any unsavory ailments. Feigning interest in his phone, he ceased further conversation with the driver. Accidentally, he opened the Tata app on his screen, suddenly recalling the intel regarding a user named Xia Yushua Shuang, a woman of considerable age and deep emotional void. He pondered. Should I add her? What if she turns out to be a quality beauty? The intel hinted at a potential journey of wonder, which piqued Li Chen's curiosity about its nature. Thus, he whimsically entered the username from the intel, Xia Yushua Shuang. Xia Yushua Shuang? Xia Yuning? Could there truly be a connection between the two? He sent a friend request, only to find the profile picture dimmed, indicating the user was offline. Li Chen shrugged it off, pocketing his phone and closing his eyes to rest. The lottery event at the auto mall was the main attraction of his day. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself at the auto mall. The extensive area housed numerous 4S dealerships from various brands. Li Chen hurried to the lottery event for the car buying carnival, inquiring with the staff to grasp the rules of the draw. He learned that only those who purchased a vehicle at the auto mall could participate in the raffle. The ordinary prizes set for the car-buying carnival primarily included maintenance packages and additional services, which seemed quite reasonable. Alright then, if that's the case, I might as well buy a car. Winning a BMW X5 seemed a foregone conclusion, so it was unlikely he would end up driving it himself. After a moment's contemplation, Chen deemed that purchasing a car under 100,000 for Bai Weiwei would be a more thoughtful choice. After all, he had completed the system activation task with her assistance. Moreover, Bai Weiwei had been particularly proactive in working overtime lately. A reward was certainly in order. As he expressed his intent to buy a car, a tall, professionally attired saleswoman greeted him enthusiastically, inquiring about his budget and preferences. Upon learning that Chen's budget was only around 100,000, her smile faded instantly. Vehicles within that price range offered her meager commissions, and with a forced laugh, she turned to attend to other customers. Chen was unfazed, opening his phone to consult the omniscient DeepSeek recommendation of car models suitable for beautiful girls under 100,000 yuan. DeepSeek began to engage in self-reflection. The user's inclusion of the adjective beautiful before girl indicates a discerning taste. Furthermore, while the user's budget is set below 100,000, it is not strictly confined to that amount. After a thorough internal debate, DeepSeek ultimately provided its recommendations. The classic fuel-efficient vehicles suggested include the Honda Fit, Volkswagen Polo, Toyota Yaris SL, and the Toyota Vios FS. In this day and age, who still drives a gasoline vehicle? Pass. Chen cast a glance at these options before turning his attention to new energy vehicles. The advantages of new energy cars lie in their low commuting costs and stylish designs. The top recommendations include BYD Seagull, with its charming and rounded aesthetics, costing merely a few cents per kilometer for commuting, and Jilixing Yuan, featuring a rear-drive system powered by CTL batteries, a 146-inch large screen, and the intelligent Flyme Auto system, boasting monthly sales exceeding 280,000 units, making it a visual marvel. This vehicle is particularly suited for young women who prioritize technological sophistication and driving enjoyment. Another option is the Wuling Bingo. After comparing the choices, Chen concluded that the Jilixing Yuan was more befitting of Bai Weiwei's temperament. With years of rapid technological advancement, domestic vehicles have long since shed their stereotypical image of poor quality at low prices. Geely has become a market sensation, renowned for its exceptional product strength and value for money. Upon comparison, Chen selected a white Xing Yuan for Bai Weiwei. Although the Geely Xing Yuan is available in 7 colors, white is the most practical and least prone to dirt. With full payment and the new energy tax exemption policy, the final price was just slightly over 100,000 yuan. After completing the paperwork and receiving a lottery ticket, the lottery event was nearing its conclusion. Chen checked the time, noting that less than 30 minutes remained. At this moment, the area around the main lottery stage was already teeming with people, and the atmosphere had reached a fever pitch. The grand prize, a BMW X5, was still undecided, tantalizing everyone's curiosity. To increase their chances of winning, a long queue formed in front of the lottery box. A rather portly man, eager for more chances, purchased 5 of the cheapest stock vehicles, causing a stir among the onlookers. "Hey brother, are you selling your ticket? How about 500 yuan? A man resembling a scalper whispered to someone who had just received a ticket. In contrast to the portly man's antics, some others were more straightforward, directly eyeing others' lottery tickets. 500 yuan. Are you kidding? Even if I win a minor prize, it's worth at least 1,000 yuan. All right, how about 2,000? Is that fair? The scalper remained unfazed, simply upping the ante. You can scan first. After the scalper scanned the code, he swiftly approached the next person to repeat his tactics. The market price of the BMW X5 stood at 800 yuan. And if one could win it with a small investment, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. The portly man, witnessing the scalper's maneuvers, turned pale and began to sweat. Truly, the clever outsmarted the dim-witted. Chen observed coolly, chuckling inwardly. No matter how many tickets you hold, it is all in vain. Why is the grand prize always announced at the very end? The truth is, there must be some tricks involved. Everyone harbors doubts about such internal operations and the likelihood of insiders winning. However, considering the vastness of the auto city, it cannot be devoid of credibility. Thus, everyone approached the event with a mindset of trying their luck. Perhaps only Chen and the organizers knew that the so-called grand prize ticket was hidden within the compartment of the box. If one were unaware in advance, no matter how many tickets one drew, the grand prize would remain unclaimed. Chen stood at the end of the line, and after a while, a man wearing a hooded sweatshirt approached with his head bowed. If Chen's guess was correct, this individual was likely the pre-selected winner. So, You're the predetermined winner. Are you? Sorry, but you just happened to encounter me. The unscrupulous merchants should blame their own lack of integrity for resorting to such underhanded tactics. As the lottery continued, the host announced various prizes one after another. Congratulations. Congratulations to this brother for winning the mom's electric bike. The host exclaimed excitedly into the camera. I won. I won the grand prize BMW. The portly man nearly wept at the host's words. To increase his chances of winning, he had even taken out high-interest loans. If he didn't win, he might end up losing everything. Yet, the risk had paid off. The man wiped his reddened eyes, excitedly running to the stage, practically dancing with glee. Congratulations, sir. You have won the first prize, an electric bike. The host, fully engaging with the portly man's enthusiasm, shook his hand in excitement. First prize? Isn't that the grand prize? The portly man looked puzzled. No, the first prize is the mom's electric bike, sir. The portly man stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The crowd, especially the scalper who had spent over 10,000 yuan acquiring several tickets, breathed a sigh of relief. Their chances had just increased. Congratulations. You have won a car wash service 5 times. Congratulations. You have won a set of high-end essential oils. After several lucky winners, it was finally the scalper's turn. Clutching the heavy stack of tickets, he took a deep breath as if holding his very life in his hands. The first ticket. Scratched off. Read thank you for participating. The second ticket revealed 5 car wash vouchers. Until the very last ticket, it was still a set of high-end essential oils. The scalper's face turned green, nearly spewing blood in frustration. Damn it. 7 tickets and not a single decent prize. Only 3 individuals remained at the end of the line, and the grand prize seemed to lie among them, with a probability of 33. A stylishly dressed woman eagerly produced her ticket, even kissing it in excitement. She soon realized a crucial detail. There were not 3 tickets in the prize box, but only 2. Yet instead of raising an objection, she felt fortunate. Her chances of winning had now doubled to 50. With a stroke of luck, she thought. This was more thrilling than gambling. However, when she scratched off the coating, she stood dumbfounded. Thank you was all it read. The woman glanced back at Chen and exited the stage. Finally, it's my turn. Chen extended his hand, nonchalantly exploring the bottom compartment of the lottery box. To his astonishment, he found it completely empty. Only 1 ticket remained in the box. The information could not be erroneous. If it was, then there was only one explanation. The organizers had likely adjusted their strategy at the last minute. As Chen feigned drawing a ticket, he casually glanced at the hooded man behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that the man seemed to be holding a ticket. Goodness. They weren't even hiding the tickets anymore. Just moments earlier, Chen had wondered why one would hold a ticket to exchange for another. It was clear now. It was to facilitate the organizers' deceit. Upon reflection, Chen found himself unable to contain his emotions any longer. With an air of composure, he discreetly retrieved his mobile phone and activated the recording function. Having accomplished this, he leisurely produced the final lottery ticket from the draw box. Come now, young man. Hand over your ticket. Let us see if it reveals a BMW. The host, brimming with excitement, approached Chen, eager to seize his ticket. Oh, hold on just a moment. In full view of the assembled crowd, Chen raised his hand, and with a resounding crash, the lottery box shattered into pieces. Oh dear. I accidentally broke it. My sincerest apologies. Chen's physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. His strength and reflexes far surpassed those of an ordinary individual. The host, the audience, and the viewers online were all left dumbfounded. What material was this lottery box made from that it could simply shatter at a whim? Have you all noticed? It appears that the ticket in this gentleman's hand is indeed the very last one. But wait, wasn't there another person still in line? This is suspicious. A keen-eyed individual in the crowd suddenly shouted, his voice piercing through the confusion. All eyes turned to the lottery box and the last person in line. Goodness. The organizers are cheating. There is no grand prize in that box. Indeed, this was a scheme to swindle our money. The scalpers, their eyes lighting up, realized the implications. In an instant, everyone who had purchased a car converged around them. The host began to sweat profusely, and the boss behind him was visibly anxious. Once exposed, this would amount to fraud and a crime. Not only would everyone's cars need to be returned, but the organizers would also face hefty fines. Let this young man win. Just declare that he has won the grand prize. The urgent voice of the boss crackled through the host's earpiece. Now, everyone, please remain calm. The last ticket has yet to be scratched. The backstage staff had just confirmed that the last gentleman had actually exceeded the purchasing deadline and thus did not possess a valid ticket. With this revelation from the host, the crowd began to comprehend that the hooded figure at the end of the line was a fraud. In an instant, the audience's trust in the organizers was restored. The host pretentiously scratched the prize ticket. As anticipated, this gentleman had indeed won the grand prize. A BMW X5. The host seized Li Chen's hand, waving it enthusiastically. Li Chen feigned overwhelming excitement, all the while discreetly recording with one hand. When the staff escorted Li Chen to the office, the smiles faded, replaced by cold, scrutinizing gazes. Sir, I apologize. The host misread your ticket. It actually states thank you for your patronage. Oh, does it? Li Chen made no attempts to refute. I just happened to record everything on my phone. What do you think would happen if I were to share it online? How would the authorities, not to mention the Consumer Protection Agency, respond? You have no chance left. Barely had the words left his lips when 5 burly men clad in black suits surged forward, encircling Li Chen in an attempt to seize his phone. With a mere thought, Li Chen stored his phone within the system's inventory. The men searched in vain. Finding nothing, Li Chen, invigorated by a surge of energy, effortlessly shook off several of the burly thugs. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Incredulity etched on their faces as they regarded Li Chen. The lead thug whispered urgently to the boss. The boss's expression shifted through a spectrum of colors, ultimately settling into an obsequious smile. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Mr. Li Chen, you have indeed won the grand prize. Furthermore, to express our apologies, we would like to upgrade your prize to the top-of-the-line hybrid model valued at 1 million. What do you think? The notion of offending someone of Li Chen's caliber was clearly beyond their means, prompting them to seek reconciliation. Chapter 28. Luxurious Car, a Token of Affection. The school bell succumbs. At the Jiangxing Guolan Grand Hotel, during a gathering of fellow villagers, upperclassmen from the 3rd and 4th years were busy boasting, occasionally stealing glances at the beautiful junior, Bai Weiwei. Ostensibly, the alumni meeting served as a platform for mutual assistance, but in reality, it was a social gathering for forging connections. These upperclassmen, keen to attract Bai Weiwei's attention, boasted about their family wealth, casually mentioning their cars and multiple properties. Bai Weiwei saw through their superficial attempts to impress her. Initially reluctant to attend the gathering, she had ultimately succumbed to the enthusiasm of her fellow villagers. Weiwei, shall we exchange WeChat contacts? Finally, someone could no longer contain himself and extended his phone. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Weiwei took out her phone and scanned the QR codes of these boys. After all, they were from the same hometown. She couldn't just sever ties in front of everyone. Just then, her phone rang. Upon answering, she heard Li Chen's voice. Weiwei, I have a gift for you. Li Chen, driving the BMW X5, was accompanied by Xiao Wang, a staff member from the dealership, who was behind the wheel of the vehicle Li Chen had purchased. Where are you? Bai Weiwei, eager to escape this awkward situation, deliberately raised her voice. At the intersection of Jiefeng Road and University Road. Could you wait for me at the entrance of the Guolan Grand Hotel? After hanging up, Bai Weiwei quickly excused herself to her fellow villagers and dashed outside. Taking a breath of fresh air, she exhaled deeply. Being a naturally introverted girl, she had never enjoyed such social occasions. Upon exiting the hotel, she spotted Li Chen stepping out of the BMW SUV. The prominent BMW emblem and the vehicle's towering stature left Bai Weiwei momentarily speechless, yet she found it entirely reasonable. Clearly, Li Chen hailed from a distinguished background, making it no surprise that he drove a BMW. Although Bai Weiwei was unaware of the price, her standards for luxury cars were simple, either a BBA or a sports car, or simply a vehicle with an imposing presence. In her mind, any car that appeared large must be expensive, and if it was a BBA, it was even pricier. This logic, albeit peculiar, proved to be fortuitous in this instance. Mr. Li, your car is parked here. Xiao Wang parked the vehicle and handed the keys to Li Chen before bowing politely and taking his leave. Wait, Xiao Wang. Here is 100 yuan for your taxi fare. Li Chen pulled out a crisp 100 yuan note and handed it to Xiao Wang. It was only right to acknowledge someone's assistance. Though Xiao Wang was merely following the boss's orders, Li Chen felt it necessary to show his gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Li. Xiao Wang bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude before departing. Another one? Is it a new car? Bai Weiwei followed Xiao Wang's departing figure and noticed a petite white electric vehicle circling the new energy car. Bai Weiwei pondered when she might be able to afford one herself. Do you like it? It's yours. Li Chen placed the car keys into Bai Weiwei's hands. Stunned, she exclaimed, wait, just like that? You're giving it away? She quickly checked online, realizing that this model of electric vehicle cost at least 100,000 yuan. Having known Li Chen for merely a few days, the ease with which he bestows gifts is quite astonishing. Initially, Bai Weiwei perceived their relationship as a transaction of mutual benefits. However, when Li Chen unexpectedly made such a gesture, she felt an overwhelming rush of emotion. Her heart suddenly aching with affection. Her thoughts were consumed with the idea of bearing his children. Darling, I love you. Unable to contain her elation, Bai Weiwei leapt into Li Chen's embrace, her delicate form igniting a fervor within him. All of this was witnessed by the young men from the Alumni Association upstairs. The moment Li Chun emerged from his BMW, they recognized their defeat. When he declared the extravagant car a gift, the second-generation students felt their confidence wane. Though they boasted of familial wealth in the billions, the reality was starkly different. The lavish spending money they flaunted was merely a facade to impress and deceive women. Many beautiful female university students were naive and easily swayed by a man's bravado. Previous rejections were suddenly reversed, and what were once unyielding legs now willingly opened. The ivory tower was merely a microcosm of human social dynamics. Wealth equates to power. Thus, a love for money translates to an attraction to strength, an inherent human instinct. After his divorce, Li Chun was solely focused on accumulating wealth, never intending to truly love anyone. Whether it be Lin Shuqing or Bai Weiwei, they were merely his subordinates. Without the substantial daily income, who would play along? Darling, tonight, I want to bear your children, Bai Weiwei whispered fervently in Li Chen's ear, her warm breath sending delightful shivers down his spine. All right then. Sensing Bai Weiwei's unbridled enthusiasm, Li Chun was eager to fulfill his monthly objectives. The weekly tasks had yet to refresh, and the first branch of the monthly mission hinged solely on Bai Weiwei. If she were to conceive, the first subtask would be achieved. Darling, I don't have a driver's license. I can't drive. Bai Weiwei pouted, reverting to her youthful demeanor. Let us just stick to our own BMW. A moment of reverie washed over her. As a girl from a remote mountain village, she had spent her life either toiling in the fields or foraging for herbs. She never imagined she could ride in her own luxury vehicle overnight. If she were to drive it back home, the entire village would surely gather to marvel and commend her family, allowing her parents to hold their heads high with pride. Women are inherently emotional beings. The instant she sat in the car, her mind raced with possibilities. Li Chun was oblivious to her inner thoughts as the car drifted smoothly around corners, swiftly arriving at the entrance of Jiang University, ST, and Bookhouse. With gifts of money and a car, Bai Weiwei was utterly enchanted, her final reservations dissipating entirely. Although he was slightly older, Li Chun genuinely cared for her, and his actions spoke volumes. As night fell, she had no intention of returning to her dormitory. Instead, she chose to stay in the small room of the tea and book house, where they engaged in profound conversation. Chapter 29, The Challenge of an 8-Point Beauty. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a payment of 50,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, with a balance of 1,466,560,000 yuan. Wow. Staring at the flurry of notifications from the system and the bank, Li Chun was momentarily stunned. The sensation of money arriving was a melody that never grew tiresome. Now, without lifting a finger, he was receiving 50,000 yuan daily. Who could fathom such a feeling? Family. I'm about to soar. Congratulations, Weiwei. Observing Bai Weiwei, who had just fallen asleep from exhaustion, Li Chun leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her charming face. Bai Weiwei felt a warm sensation on her cheek. She touched it, licked her lips, and continued to sleep soundly. Ding. Li Chun transferred 1,000,000 yuan to your XX Bank account ending in XXXX on X month X day at X hour X minute. The notification sound set off by Weiwei's designated bank alert jolted her awake. 1 million yuan? Li Chun set his phone down, amused by her startled expression. Is that my message alert? 1 million yuan? Bai Weiwei exclaimed, snatching his phone, reading the text repeatedly, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. 1 0, 2 zeros, it's really 1 million. Oh my goodness. Darling, I love you. I adore you. As she spoke, she showered Li Chun with fervent kisses. At some point, her melodious laughter transformed into quiet sobs. Whether from joy or sorrow, it was unclear. Darling, I want to return home for a couple of days, to my family. I understand. Go ahead, and make sure you have your surgery done quickly. Li Chun gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Bai Weiwei's eyes. It's fine to go home. But remember to take care of yourself. You are with child now. Really? How do you know? Do you possess some kind of X-ray vision? Trust in your husband's abilities. Do not doubt. While misunderstandings could occur, the pregnancy test was unlikely to be wrong, and the system certainly would not be mistaken. Also, darling, about the car you gifted me, I want to drive it back home. Bai Weiwei lowered her head shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. My father has always dreamed of owning a car, and I wonder if you would agree? The car I gifted you is yours to decide upon. It's already given. And how you choose to handle it is entirely your affair. Bai Weiwei packed her belongings, took leave from school, and arranged for her best friend to drive her back to her mountainous hometown, details omitted. After her departure, Li Chun opened his phone to check the stock market. The price of DeepSeek remained remarkably robust, achieving consecutive highs. Additionally, he received real-time updates from Su Wanqing regarding stock trends and account earnings. In just 3 days, His net profit had already surpassed 1.7 million yuan, although this figure did not account for transaction fees or leveraged interest. Nonetheless, the approximate amount was indeed over 1.7 million. After a week, once he liquidated his stock market gains, he could commence establishing his short drama company. Presently, aspiring actors and actresses were flocking to the burgeoning short drama market. If he aimed to fulfill the system's tasks, this was undoubtedly a commendable choice. Furthermore, having made a promise to Lin Shuqing, he could not renege. With a week remaining until cashing out, it was prudent to strategize in order to complete the monthly tasks ahead of schedule. Currently, the 8-point women he had encountered included Jiang Dan, Su Wanqing, and Xia Yuning, whom he met yesterday at the mobile store. Since Jiang Dan invested in DeepSeek, she frequently reached out to Li Chun for advice, particularly regarding the stock market, believing him to be a hidden investment master. In reality, Li Chun relied solely on the system's intel. He possessed no inherent talent for investing. When faced with Jiang Dan's inquiries, he merely copied and pasted AI-generated responses, offering perfunctory replies. Jiang Dan, upon reflection, found Li Chun's opinions to be remarkably insightful and of considerable value. This left Li Chun at a loss for words. From the current understanding, it was evident that Jiang Dan occupied a far superior echelon compared to Li Chun. Despite Li Chun's earnest pursuit, the difficulty level seemed to be akin to a 5-star challenge. It was reminiscent of a video game where one attempts to confront the most formidable boss right from the outset, an evidently unwise course of action. Furthermore, there was Su Wanqing, a brilliant graduate returning from Wall Street, a master trader whose haughty and icy demeanor revealed that she was not someone Li Chun could easily impress with mere flattery or a monthly income of 100,000. As Jiang Dan's close confidant, Su Wanqing's family background was likely anything but ordinary, even if she wasn't a boss-level challenge. The difficulty of engaging with Su Wanqing would certainly be akin to that of an elite adversary. For someone like Li Chun, who had yet to venture beyond the novice village, both women were beyond his current reach. The last individual was Xia Yuning, whom Li Chun had serendipitously encountered at a Huawei store yesterday. With a sweet appearance and a professional demeanor, she possessed a heightened sense of vigilance, embodying a more traditional and reserved character. However, these were merely Li Chun's speculations, and he remained oblivious to more substantial information. At that moment, Li Chun suddenly recalled a piece of intelligence from the previous day. Tata app username Xia Yushua Shuang, a single woman of advanced age, feeling an intense void within, yet inherently introverted and inept at expressing herself. Adding her as a friend could lead to a wondrous experience. Having added her as a friend yesterday, she should have accepted the request by now. He opened Tata and saw that Xia Yuning Shuang had indeed accepted his friend request. It appeared that the intelligence was reliable after all. Upon entering Xia Yuning Shuang's personal page, he found several candid snapshots of her life. Clad in a radiant white bodysuit, her exquisite figure was accentuated to perfection. With a curvaceous silhouette and a slim waist, she epitomized the devilish form. Regrettably, above the neck, Xia Yuning Shuang donned a hood, obscuring her features from view. Yet, her physique, particularly her long, fair legs, captivated Li Chun utterly. Far from the hustle and bustle. Hello, if I am not mistaken. At this very moment, you are holding your phone in one hand while scrolling the screen with the other. Xia Yuning Shuang. Nonsense. How else would I be replying to your message? Chapter 30. Online chat leads to reality. Xia Yuning. Infringement notice. Delete. Far from the hustle and bustle. Though we are strangers, I sense that you and I share a commonality. In this bustling city, we both harbor profound loneliness, for there is no one who truly understands us. As Li Chun typed, he referenced the masterful techniques for charming women he had discovered online. The catalyst was a headline news piece on Weibo. Explosive. Ms. Ding scammed out of 400,000 yuan by an online romance in just 20 days, causing the comments section to erupt. Intrigued, Li Chun clicked the link to delve deeper into Ms. Ding's unfortunate experience and some pivotal chat logs. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. The actions of scammers were utterly reprehensible. However, the methods of conversing with women were certainly worth emulating, especially for a straightforward man like him who had never experienced genuine romance. On the other end, Xia Yuning's hand trembled slightly as she held her phone. This ID, far from the hustle and bustle, seemed to understand her well. Perhaps he was the person she had been searching for. With the phone store relatively empty that morning, Xia Yuning settled against a high stool, eagerly typing away as she engaged in conversation with Li Chun. Xia Yuning Shuang. Speaking of which, aren't all boys just big clumsy oafs? You're so delicate. Could it be that you're a closet romantic? Far from the hustle and bustle, a big clumsy oaf may merely project a rebellious exterior. Moreover, in matters such as these, it is actions that matter more than intentions. I simply wish to converse with you. If you desire to meet or advance things further, I might have to block you outright. Upon reading his message, Xia Yuning's eyes lit up. Typically, when boys added her, their opening line was an invitation for dinner, a movie, or to exchange phone numbers or WeChat. Their intentions were glaringly obvious, often too forward. However, this ID, far from the hustle and bustle, was indeed intriguing. He made his stance clear right from the start. He sought merely a platonic connection, which fostered a sense of security in Xia Yuning and allowed her to lower her guard. As their conversation deepened, Xia Yuning found herself increasingly drawn to Li Chen. Unbeknownst to her, she began to yearn for him to suggest a dinner or a walk in the park. Yet, when she hinted at wanting to meet, Li Chen promptly declined. Surprisingly, rather than feeling anger, Xia Yuning admired Li Chen's integrity, believing that his intention in adding her was for emotional solace. This only intensified Xia Yuning's fascination with Li Chen. She had often fantasized about encountering her Prince Charming in a crowded subway or a tranquil park, someone who need not be overly wealthy or extraordinarily handsome, but could understand her in moments of loneliness and despair, always appearing at her side when needed. The joy of being with him would fill her with an unparalleled sense of security. However, as she matured, those once vivid dreams were buried deep within her heart, seemingly lost forever. Yet, after conversing with Li Chen for such an extended period, she felt an unexpected resurgence of youthful feelings and those unrealistic fantasies. Perhaps they should meet, even if just for a fleeting glance. The phone store played a familiar tune, and Xia Yuning's thoughts drifted far beyond the clouds. ID, Xia Yuning Shuang. There's a 50 discount at XX Grilled Fish on the 5th floor of Wanda tonight, but it requires a man and a woman. How about we share a meal? Wow, is she actually suggesting they go out together? Upon seeing her initiative to invite him for dinner, Li Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, it has been said that deep affection is often ephemeral, while clever tactics capture the heart. Given the system's intelligence, it was reasonable to assume that even if she were of ordinary appearance, she would not be unattractive. If nothing else, he could overlook her face in favor of her figure. Contemplating this, Li Chen replied, "No, that contradicts my original intention." Upon receiving his message, Xia Yuning's breath caught in her throat. After a moment's pause, she responded with a pleading tone, "Oh, why not just wear a mask? I implore you. I genuinely want to eat fish. ID, far from the hustle and bustle. Fine, but you must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts, nor attempt to take advantage of me. If you get too handsy, we won't remain friends." Xia Yuning's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her body quivering slightly. The sensation of actively pursuing a boy was indeed exhilarating. You don't want me to touch you? What if I choose to do so anyway? As this thought crossed her mind, Xia Yuning playfully stuck out her tongue with a mischievous smile. "What is happening, Yuning? Why do you look so elated?" The store manager, noticing her infatuated expression, couldn't he help but inquire. Nothing really, just that I have a friend." Xia Yuning quickly tucked away her phone and composed herself, returning to her usual icy demeanor. "You have a friend? All right, I'll take your word for it. But do be cautious of scammers. Did you see that news about the girl who got scammed out of 400,000 yuan in 20 days of online dating?" The manager kindly cautioned her. "What? They never asked me to transfer any money. Besides, I can't even withdraw cash from my card." "All right then, just be careful. When you're out alone in Jiangcheng, always exercise caution." The store manager glanced at the girl, who exuded an extraordinary grace reminiscent of a refined young lady, and shook his head in resignation. As the clock struck 8, the neon lights flickered to life. The Wanda Plaza was bustling with energy, throngs of people weaving in and out. A woman donning an Ultraman mask appeared at the entrance of the grilled fish shop. Simultaneously, a man wearing a large cat mask also made his entrance. Their performance art caught the attention of numerous onlookers, who turned their heads to gawk. "Excuse me, sir and madam, may I take your order?" We would like your couple's set meal." Summer Yuning spoke first. "But this is a couple's set meal. Are you too?" The staff member looked at the large cat mask, then at Ultraman, unsure of how to respond. "We're a man and a woman. Isn't that sufficient?" Summer Yuning replied, her tone tinged with irritation. Please take a seat, and do remember to leave a good review after your meal." The staff member decided not to dwell on the matter, realizing that even if they wore couple-themed masks, it was unlikely they were truly a couple. Once seated, Li Chen politely invited Summer Yuning to order. Indeed, at the first glance, Li Chen noticed the glaring yellow prompt on his screen. Summer Yuning, 80 points. He had thought his connection with Summer Yuning was tenuous, not realizing that the online acquaintance he knew as Summer Yuning Shuang was, in fact, the same person. However, how should he approach this seemingly idealized princess today? As Li Chen pondered, the grilled fish was served, steaming and looking utterly delectable. The staff member stood beside their table, frozen in place. "Is there something else?" Summer Yuning, eager to escape the noise of the world and engage in meaningful conversation, was taken aback by the staff member's dazed expression. Beautiful lady, I was just curious. How do you plan to eat fish while wearing masks? Li Chun, summer eunuch. A critical oversight. It appeared they had not considered this dilemma before. Chapter 31. Platonic Love. Li Chun, summer eunuch. So what do you propose we do? Summer eunuch gazed at the staff member with playful reproach in her almond-shaped eyes. Oh, you two must have come from a masquerade ball, right? You can exchange your masks for our modified versions, the staff member suggested. Under the staff member's guidance, Summer eunuch chose a half-face Batman mask, while Li Chun selected a popular half-face Neza mask. Once seated again, Summer eunuch exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that her identity remained undisclosed. Otherwise, the ensuing conversation would lose its significance. Do you know why I wear a mask? Summer eunuch took a few bites of the grilled fish, then set down her chopsticks, fixing her gaze on Li Chun's eyes. You could rely on your beauty, yet you choose to depend on your talents. Joking aside, Summer eunuch took a deep breath, her fingers lightly tapping the table as she contemplated whether her next words might frighten away her confidant. In truth, I am quite unattractive. You might even be repulsed upon seeing me. Thus, I have struggled with self-esteem issues throughout my life, to the point of not having a single friend. This would be a bombshell. I hope you can handle it. Summer eunuch stared intently at Li Chun, fearing he might react like others before him and hastily excuse himself, perhaps claiming a need to use the restroom, and then vanish like a wisp of smoke. Since graduating, the relentless pressure from relatives to marry and the multitude of blind dates had become a source of great annoyance for Summer eunuch. Each suitor they introduced seemed to covet her beauty. After meals, they would insist on taking her to the movies, often selecting horror films designed to frighten young girls, hoping to take advantage of her vulnerability. During popcorn exchanges, they would inappropriately grasp her hand or attempt to wrap their arms around her waist as they sat down. Such behavior would earn them a scathing rebuke from Summer eunuch, and she would not hesitate to sever ties on the spot. In most cases, the suitors, pressured, would quickly apologize. However, for these superficial men, Summer eunuch had privately sentenced them to a figurative death. Over time, her aunts and uncles had introduced a plethora of suitors. Yet she remained steadfastly single. As the days passed, Summer eunuch began seeking solace online. Initially, conversations were pleasant, but as time wore on or after meeting in person, the true nature of men would reveal itself, often to her dismay. In desperation, the experienced Summer eunuch devised a strategy: wear a mask and openly declare her flaws. Regardless of whether the other party was a superficial admirer or a genuine gentleman, the truth would soon become apparent. After numerous trials and tribulations, Summer eunuch yearned to find someone who truly understood her. Her dialogue with Li Chun, as they distanced themselves from the chaos, felt refreshing, and she sincerely hoped he was not like the others. If Li Chun had heard this, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. Animal instinct is the primary nature of humanity. All men react similarly when confronted with a beautiful woman. Essentially, male attraction to females is merely a means of genetic propagation. Li Chun spoke softly as he continued to eat. Is that all? Or did he fail to comprehend? Observing his calm demeanor, Summer eunuch felt a flicker of surprise. I said I am ugly. I am a hideous creature. Fearing that Li Chun had not grasped her point, Summer eunuch reiterated emphatically. Understood. Setting aside your face, your long legs and graceful figure are enough to keep me entertained for years. Though he thought this, Li Chun maintained a composed facade and continued. We are friends of the soul. As long as your spirit shines, that is sufficient. If I were Quasimodo from Notre Dame, would you be willing to be my Esmeralda? Me? Summer eunuch's breath hitched as she felt Li Chun's words strike a chord deep within her heart. Yes, she whispered, her voice barely audible, her cheeks flushed crimson. This man truly was unlike any other. Li Chun, wait, my friend, I have some leverage here. You think you can test my character? I am more than capable of handling this. All right, let's get back to eating the fish. This pepper flavor is quite unique. Li Chun glanced at his phone, noticing a message from Bai Weiwei, informing him that she had arrived home safely. I need to use the restroom for a moment. Li Chun stood up and flashed a slight smile at Summer eunuch. You won't perform a disappearing act, will you? Summer eunuch asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Rest assured, even if I were to vanish, I would settle the bill first. Li Chun made his way to the restroom, primarily to verify the information provided that day. Daily Intelligence. Information 1. Tonight at 2100 hours and 2200 hours, Wanda Plaza will host a Summer Night Carnival Lucky Wheel event. Those who spend a minimum of 299 yuan can participate with their receipt. The grand prize is a romantic 7-day island getaway for two, with the special prize being a ticket located in row 7, column 9. Li Chun checked the time. There was still half an hour until 9 o'clock. And if he hurried, he could make it in time. Information 2. The real Wang Ge will make an appearance and contact Fang Yuqing. However, the actual individual is a fraud. Please warn Lin Shuqing promptly to prevent further deception. Li Chun had already alerted Lin Shuqing about this in advance, so it held little value now. Information 3. Near parking space 07 in the C zone of the B2 underground parking lot at Wanda Plaza. A smart key for a Ferrari SF90 has been left behind, hidden behind a fire hydrant box. If one can locate the key and establish contact with the vehicle's owner, phone number 1XXXXXX, there lies the potential for a handsome reward or the opportunity to meet a rather influential second-generation wealthy individual. Let fate decide on this matter. In a while, I shall head to the parking lot, and should I encounter the owner, I might as well lend a helping hand. Emerging from the restroom, Li Chun was the first to settle the bill at the front desk, receiving the shopping receipt in return. Batman, would you care to join me in a lottery draw? Li Chun inquired, waving the receipt with a smile playing on his lips. Do you truly believe in such lottery events? From what I know, these are merely tricks employed by the shopping mall, Xia Yuning replied with a slight pout of exasperation. While it may have seemed futile before, now that I have met you, I feel my luck must surely be on the rise. Li Chun jested. All right then, if we win a prize, shall we split it equally? Absolutely. A pinky swear for 100 years, and may we never change. Whoever changes is a monkey. After the two sealed their promise, Xia Yuning suddenly realized she had inadvertently held hands with him. However, rather than feeling discomfort, she found herself somewhat elated, cherishing the warmth of this connection. He accepted her despite her lack of conventional beauty. That was the essence of the soul mate she had always yearned for. Side by side, they took the elevator to the first floor where the lottery event was taking place. At the center of the plaza, a crimson curtain was adorned with rows of red envelope tickets. Observing the staff setting up a table, Li Chun was the first to approach, presenting his receipt. Young man, there's still a 20-minute wait until the lottery begins. Perhaps you could return later? The staff member glanced at Li Chun's mask, unable to recognize him. No worries. I can wait here. When the time comes, I shall be the first to draw. Li Chun insisted, undeterred. The staff member looked at him again, then glanced towards an imaginary second person in the corner. Very well, as long as you're willing to wait. This event had initially planned for several decoys, but it appeared this masked man was determined to be the first to draw. However, the likelihood of winning on the first attempt was slim, unless he had insider knowledge of the grand prize's location. Chapter 32. Midnight Frenzy. Life and Death at High Speed. Such lottery events primarily attract participants with the allure of the grand prize. Yet, the grand prize is often just a gimmick, typically reserved for mall executives or management. Through this method, not only is the event conducted, but it also serves to curry favor with the mall's leadership, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. Once Li Chun and Xia Yuning settled, many others began to queue. This time, the grand prize, a romantic 7-day trip to an island, is mine for the taking. Why do you say that? Before coming here, I bathed and prayed fervently for good fortune hundreds of times. Darling, you must win this time. I have longed to visit Phuket. In the queue, many young couples eagerly anticipated winning the 7-day island getaway. The itinerary for the island trip included Phuket, Club Med Similan, diving at Long Beach Island, and a private yacht tour of Bali. Due to some predetermined arrangements, this itinerary was tailored to align with the preferences of the leadership and their companions. It encompassed round-trip airfare and accommodations at 5-star hotels, making it exceedingly luxurious. Rumor has it that the higher-ups and their lovers had already taken leave, awaiting their departure tomorrow. However, these details were merely hearsay from the staff, with a credibility of 50-50. Before they knew it, the moment for the official lottery draw arrived. The host seized the microphone and enthusiastically called for attention. Special thanks were extended to the truly additive-free soy sauce and cooking oil. After a flurry of brand acknowledgments, they finally reached the lottery segment. Darling, shall we do this together? We promised to split the prize. Xia Yuning unconsciously grasped Li Chen's hand, her voice sweet. All right then, Li Chen acquiesced, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Cold on the surface, yet burning with fervor within, this contrast delighted him. After a moment of internal contemplation, Li Chen found himself being led to the stage by Xia Yuning. It seems these two are a couple in love. The host chuckled at their contrasting costumes. One is Batman. The other is Neza. I suppose so, Xia Yuning stammered, feeling the bashfulness of a bride on her first outing. All right. Please select a ticket from this wall of red envelopes. The host discreetly stepped back into a corner of the envelope wall, cleverly concealing a few tickets behind him. This was a tactic they frequently employed to prevent external participants from snatching the grand prize prematurely. So, darling, which one should we choose? Xia Yuning surveyed the envelope wall, finding them all indistinguishable and lacking uniqueness. How about we select this one? Li Chen stepped forward, gesturing for the host to step aside. Oh, there are tickets here too. Under Li Chen's suggestion, they chose the ticket located at coordinates 7, 9. The expressions of both the host and the staff in the audience shifted dramatically, internally exclaiming their dismay. Is there a problem? Li Chun remarked, observing the beads of cold sweat forming on the host's forehead, a teasing tone in his voice. "Let me see what grand prize you two have drawn." The host quickly adjusted his demeanor and approached to retrieve the ticket. "I'll handle this," Chen interjected, swiftly scratching off the gray layer of the ticket. "Grand prize, 7-day island tour." Chen held the ticket up to the camera, deliberately showcasing the details. "We won. The grand prize." His exclamation solidified the reality of their victory. The host and everyone present stood in stunned silence. Wait, did the lottery just end before it even began? 3 minutes later, the atmosphere grew desolate as all attendees dispersed. The host, drenched in cold sweat, implored, "How about we negotiate? Could you consider transferring this prize to me? I'll pay double the market price. I'm sorry, but we're not selling." Had it been for another reason, Xia Yuning might have considered it. However, upon hearing the host mention money, she felt a surge of indignation. "Are you looking down on me by throwing money at me? Furthermore, I intend to deepen my relationship with my dear through this trip. Darling, you can't agree to that, can you?" Xia Yuning clung to Chen's hand, unwilling to let go. "Absolutely not." When the host realized their resolve, he resorted to flattery, attempting to persuade them. Yet, regrettably, they remained unmoved. "The trip is scheduled for tomorrow. If you don't have your passports, it's too late to get them processed." In a last-ditch effort, the host revealed the harsh truth. "What a coincidence, I just received my passport today," Xia Yuning exclaimed, pulling out the red booklet she had just received via EMS. She had been sheltered by her family, and this time she had sneaked out to obtain her passport. A poignant thought crossed her mind. The world is so vast, and I too wish to see it. Chen, who had previously traveled abroad for work, possessed a passport, so this was not an obstacle for them. "Very well. Your flight departs at 12:15 a.m. from Pudong. I wish you both a pleasant journey." With no other option, the host reluctantly disclosed the truth. This trip had originally been arranged for a high-ranking official, and it was unexpected that a blunder had occurred. "What the heck? It's only 9:21 p.m. now. Are you really rushing us to catch this flight?" Chen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "The itinerary has been arranged thus. Should the two of you reconsider? There is still time." Sensing a glimmer of hope, the host swiftly extended another olive branch. "A flight from Pudong at dawn, is it? Very well, hand me the tickets." Chen glanced at Gauta map, and if they drove at full speed, they should still make it. Thankfully, he had a BMW at his disposal. Otherwise, they might have truly been pressed for time. "What about you two?" "Very well then." The host sighed, sending Chen the electronic orders for the tickets and hotel. After confirming the names, Chen grasped Xia Yuning's hand and hurried towards the underground parking lot. "So, your name is Xia Yuning. What a lovely name. And you are Chen, I see." However, Xia Yuning felt a sense of familiarity with the name, though she couldn't quite place it. "Yuning, do you think asking for a week off will be a problem for your boss?" "If it is, I can always find another job." Xia Yuning was quite indifferent. "All right then, let us set off." Chen opened the door to the BMW, startling Xia Yuning. She had always perceived Chen as a mere commoner, never anticipating that he drove a BMW. Starting the engine and fastening their seatbelts, Chen removed his mask, and with a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward like a beast. "The traffic laws prohibit wearing masks, so you don't find me unattractive, do you?" As she gazed at Chen's sharply defined profile, Xia Yuning felt a flutter of infatuation. From this angle, a man driving a BMW truly exuded charm. But this face? The name Chen? It suddenly dawned on her. Xia Yuning's mind raced back to the scene at the Huawei store. She realized that her initial judgments had been biased. When he asked for her WeChat, it was likely due to concerns about after-sales service, not for any other reason. After some contemplation, Xia Yuning dismissed her previous impressions. If Chen were truly a superficial person, how could he possibly be interested in someone as unremarkable as herself? On the highway, Chen drove at a blistering speed of 180 km/h. Previously, such velocity would have left him in a daze. However, ever since he underwent the cleansing of marrow and practiced the Changchun breathing technique, his mental acuity and reflexes had notably sharpened. They arrived at Pudong Airport just half an hour before the flight's departure. With no luggage to speak of, the security check was rather swift. "You, turn around first. And don't look at me." Xia Yuning removed her mask to go through security. The security personnel, observing such an eccentric couple, didn't inquire further. With just 15 minutes to spare before the cabin doors closed, the two boarded the flight to Phuket. Meanwhile, the high-ranking leader and his mistress, Li Qingqing, were in the waiting hall, seething with rage and hurling expletives. Chapter 33, Flight Attendant Lin Jiyu. "Dear ladies and gentlemen, your seats are in first class. Please follow me." The beautiful flight attendant, with a smile that lit up her face, led them to the spacious and luxurious first-class cabin. The soft Italian calfskin seats could recline to a full 180 degrees. Michelin-starred chefs prepared gourmet meals on site, complete with high-end noise-canceling headphones, an array of snacks, a private cinema, an attentive cabin crew service throughout the flight. Wow. It felt like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Experiencing first class for the first time left Li Chun utterly astounded. This was the life of the affluent. As he settled into the first-class seat, a wave of excitement washed over him. Esteemed guests, I am Lin Jiyu, the purser for this flight. Here are your visa on arrival documents. Please let me know if there are any issues. Just as they took their seats, a woman in a well-tailored red flight attendant uniform approached with grace. Her flawless smile radiated warmth as she slightly bowed. Her voice as soft as silk. Dear sir and madam, I am Lin Jiyu, the purser for this flight. Here are the visa on arrival application forms and some important notes prepared especially for you by the organizers. Is this from the organizers? Li Chun was puzzled. As he took the folder, his gaze momentarily lingered on her name badge and the screen displaying Lin Jiyu, 81 points. Goodness, another stunning beauty with a high score. Moreover, her poise rivaled that of ordinary celebrities. Yes, sir, I am also acting on behalf of others, Lin Jiyu replied, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully. Should you require anything during the flight, feel free to call for me, and I will be at your service promptly. She emphasized her name, allowing her gaze to linger on Li Chun for just the right amount of 3 seconds before turning to Xia Yuning, offering a polite smile. Okay, thank you. Li Chun took the document, contemplating how thoughtful the organizers were. First-class treatment, and they even prepared the visa on arrival procedures. Here's my contact information. If you need assistance after landing, feel free to consult me. Lin Jiyu gracefully bent down once more, swiftly jotting down her phone number and handing it to Li Chun with a smile that revealed 2 charming dimples. Taking the note, Li Chun nodded politely. One could argue that the organizers were perhaps a bit overly enthusiastic. Li Chun pondered whether Lin Jiyu had mistaken him for some significant personage. Watching her retreat in her high heels, her graceful silhouette left him in deep thought. Perhaps it was merely a beautiful misunderstanding. Honey, what are you looking at? Xia Yuning tugged at Li Chun, unexpectedly addressing him as honey. Perhaps sensing her status was threatened, she raised her voice intentionally for Lin Jiyu to hear. After all, professional decorum is a basic courtesy. Am I the type to fantasize over beautiful women? Li Chun maintained an earnest expression, leaving Xia Yuning momentarily stunned. Internally, he mused, if it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't spare a second glance at such a woman. After 3 hours of swift driving, Li Chun closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, when he finally opened his eyes, he found that all the passengers around him were sound asleep. Having consumed a few drinks prior, Li Chun scanned the area in search of the restroom. Lin Jiyu had been keeping an eye on him. Upon noticing him rise, she gracefully approached, softly inquiring, Mr. Li, do you need to use the restroom? This way. Please. Li Chun nodded politely. He had to admit, this flight attendant was both sweet and sassy, truly igniting one's imagination. Sir, inside you will find a complete set of branded toiletries and aromatherapy. If you require any special services, feel free to instruct me. Lin Jiyu kindly opened the restroom's metallic door, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile that was utterly enchanting. I think I'll manage on my own. Li Chun closed the door, pondering whether Lin Jiyu's enthusiasm was a tad excessive. Was she planning to enter and assist him while he was, well, indisposed? Once he finished and opened the door, he found Lin Jiyu waiting with a neatly folded warm towel. Sir, do you need this? Oh, thank you. Li Chun accepted the towel, wiped his hands, and quickly returned to his seat to continue his sleep. When they finally landed and he stirred from his slumber, he suddenly realized that Lin Jiyu's behavior earlier might have been suggestive. Could it be that the trope of serendipitous encounters with flight attendants in novels was indeed true? Alas, he lamented, he had not grasped the opportunity. Casting a glance at Lin Jiyu and then at the open airplane aisle, Li Chun could only politely nod to Xia Yuning before disembarking. Both of them were vigilant about their wallets as they navigated through the bustling atmosphere of Siam. The attentive flight attendants kindly reminded every passenger to remain cautious. Following the crowd, they arrived at the immigration processing area. Unlike their homeland, Siam imposed an immediate landing fee of 400 Thai baht. It dawned on Li Chun and Xia Yuning that they had not exchanged any currency for local Thai baht. No matter, let me see if I can use green pay or something similar, Li Chun mused, as he retrieved the application form. He was astonished to discover several stacks of cash quietly nestled within the file folder, 50,000 Thai baht, to be exact. Goodness, how considerate of the organizers. Li Chun marveled at the unexpected surprise. Xia Yuning, too, gaped at the tangible sum of 50,000 baht. Could it be a mistake on their part? But who cares? If they've given it to us, let us spend it first. We can always repay later if needed. Right now, we need to address our immediate needs. Fortunately, the personnel on duty could comprehend basic Mandarin, allowing them to swiftly complete the visa on arrival process after submitting their application. Dear guests from Dongda, May I confirm that you are Ms. Xia Yuning and Mr. Li Chen? A voice inquired. I am your guide for this 7-day tour, Lasaya Sapabond. You may also call me Yana. Upon exiting the airport, a lovely Siamese girl with sun-kissed skin approached them. I think I'll call you Yai, Li Chen replied. How did you recognize us so easily in the crowd? He asked, perplexed and wary of potential deception. The organizers sent me your photographs and informed me of some last-minute issues, although I'm not entirely sure of the details. Perhaps we should leave this place for now, Yana suggested, displaying the photos on her phone for their reference. Thank you very much, Yana, they replied appreciatively. With Yana as their guide, they no longer had to wander aimlessly or search for signs. First, let us head back to the hotel for check-in. You don't have any luggage? Yana inquired in fluent Mandarin, leading them onto the shuttle bus bound for the hotel. After successfully checking into a luxurious couple's suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, Yana encouraged them to explore the vicinity and familiarize themselves with plans to visit nearby islands the following day. Wow! After completing the check-in process, Xia Yuning and Li Chen raced to Kamala Beach right in front of the hotel. The azure sea, clear sky, sunlit trees, sandy beach, and an array of bikini-clad beauties dazzled them. Chapter 34, The Unexpected Buddha. Xia Yuning's heart surged with affection, causing Li Chen to exclaim in astonishment. This is truly an eye-opening experience. Yet, under Xia Yuning's watchful gaze, Li Chen dared not abandon his persona to flirt with the stunning foreign women. A group of local ruffians, noticing Xia Yuning's alluring figure, brazenly approached. Hello, beautiful. You are stunning. I like you. You are my wife. Their sunburnt skin and lewd expressions were off-putting, and their broken Mandarin was limited to these crude phrases. Get lost, Xia Yuning retorted, feeling utterly disgusted. Regardless of their words, their tone and gaze were unmistakably insincere. Damn it. The ruffians, peppering their speech with profanities, brandished a baseball bat threateningly. If you don't comply, you won't be leaving here today. Do you think I'm afraid to call the police in broad daylight? Xia Yuning, who had previously read that Dongda was one of the safest countries, now truly understood the gravity of that statement. Call the police. By the time they arrive, our business will be concluded. The ruffians felt emboldened by Li Chen's unimposing physique, perceiving the two outsiders as easy prey. You'll regret this. Li Chen stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xia Yuning. Through consistent practice of the Changchun breathing technique, Li Chen's physique far exceeded the average person's. He had easily dealt with several burly men at the 4S dealership before, let alone this inebriated ruffian. The ruffians exchanged words in Siamese before lunging at Li Chen with their makeshift weapons. However, to Li Chen, their movements appeared as if in slow motion. He cracked his knuckles, an invisible aura of dominance radiating from him. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he left the ruffians battered and bruised, crying out for mercy. You'll pay for this. How dare you mess with the wolf gang? They threatened as they scrambled to retrieve their bats and shouted empty threats. Li Chen took a step forward, causing the ruffians to scatter like frightened birds. Honey, you're incredible. I adore you, Xia Yuning exclaimed, having been captivated by the display of strength. This man's movements are so impressive. His muscular physique is truly manly. Thank you, darling, she said, her lips parting softly, her voice filled with an alluring sweetness. And how do you intend to express your gratitude? Surely you won't merely offer kind words? Li Chen teased, glancing at Xia Yuning's playful demeanor. Well, words aren't entirely out of the question, she replied, rising on her tiptoes to press her lips against his. With the unexpected kiss, Li Chen could hardly retreat from the alluring gesture, wrapping his arms around Xia Yuning's waist and deepening the kiss. Moments later, Xia Yuning found herself breathless and blushing furiously. You, she stammered, but Li Chen decisively interrupted. What's this? Weren't we meant to be just spiritual companions? Why are you being so forward? Faced with Li Chen's reproach, Xia Yuning felt momentarily flustered. Wait, isn't that supposed to be my line? Despite the throngs of tourists around them, no one seemed inclined to comment on the young couple's affectionate display. Let us head over to the old street and take a look, Li Chen suggested, taking Xia Yuning's hand as they strolled through the bustling market of Pujian. Today's information had been refreshed. One entry detailed Lin Jiu, offering some personal information, but Li Chen had yet to discover anything particularly noteworthy. Another entry concerned Bai Weiwei's family, stating that she might have fallen victim to medical fraud. Li Chen promptly sent her a message of concern and well wishes for her mother's surgery. The final entry pertained to an antique shop in the old street. Information 3. In an inconspicuous corner of a shop named Siam Memories in the old district of Pujian, there lies a bronze Buddha statue mistakenly believed to be a replica, priced at 5,000 Thai baht. In reality, it is a rare treasure from the late Ayutthaya dynasty, worth at least 500,000 Thai baht. As Li Chen guided Xia Yuning through the vibrant array of tropical fruits and exquisite seafood, He kept an eye out for the antique store, navigating through the lively market. They turned a corner and spotted a modest shop with a sign reading Siam Memories in both Mandarin and Siamese. This must be the place. Let us go in and take a look, Chen said. The shop was small, and its wares were somewhat cramped, with the air filled with the fragrance of sandalwood and unidentifiable spices. On the shelves lay rusted iron artifacts, ceramics in bizarre hues, and uniquely shaped wooden carvings. An eclectic array of peculiar items indeed. Chen found himself at a loss, unable to discern which were genuine antiques and which mere artisanal reproductions. The proprietor, clad in a traditional Thai shirt, his hair speckled with gray, sat leisurely behind the counter, sipping tea with a languid grace. Upon noticing Chen and Xia Yuning entering the shop, he merely cast them a cursory glance before returning his attention to his tea. A bronze Buddha statue priced at 5,000 Thai baht. Chen surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any bronze Buddha sculptures. Yuning, what catches your fancy? Feel free to browse. Don't mind the price, he declared, exuding an air of affluence. The owner, Song Pa, adjusted his reading glasses and scrutinized the young couple, recognizing them as typical, love-struck tourists ripe for the picking. A batch of unwanted items had just arrived, perfect for the two of them. Song Pa calculated in his mind, maintaining a facade of indifference. If these don't appeal to you, perhaps you might consider these new arrivals, though they haven't been sorted yet. With that, he pulled out a large wooden box from beneath the table, creaking as it opened to reveal its contents. These items were just collected from below, though somewhat chaotic. They could potentially be treasures. Really? This presents a marvelous opportunity for us to unearth a gem, Xia Yuning exclaimed, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she knelt to rummage through the pile. Chen's gaze fell upon the only bronze Buddha statue amidst the chaos. Standing about a foot tall, it exhibited a dark, muted green-black hue, its surface adorned with intricate copper patina and dust. A hastily scribbled price tag read 5,000 THB. Were it not for the intelligence he had received, Chen would never have believed that such a statue could be valued at 500,000 Thai baht. Yuning, take a look at this Buddha statue. I sense it holds something special, he said, lifting the half-foot-tall, darkened statue, embodying the essence of an antique novice. A smile crept upon the shopkeeper's lips. He often encountered self-proclaimed connoisseurs, and it seemed this batch of trash would yield profit once again. Could you possibly lower the price on this statue? Would you sell it for 1,000 THB? Chen inquired, his bargaining approach straightforward and assertive. Song Pa's breath caught. This bold youth had struck hard at the heart of the matter. Absolutely not. 5,000 is 5,000. I wouldn't incur a loss selling it to you. He understood that the more resolute he appeared, the more inclined the customer would be to purchase. Very well then. 5,000 it is, but you must provide me with an invoice. Song Pa gave Chen a reluctant nod, a facade of reluctance masking his approval. Xia Yuning continued sifting through the clutter, eventually selecting several antiques that caught her eye, before the couple exited the shop. After meandering for a while longer, Xia Yuning finally expressed her fatigue, prompting their return to the hotel. Oh, I'm so tired. So very tired, she exclaimed, shedding her high heels and sinking into the softness of the velvet bed. Fortune and timing are on my side. This time, you have nowhere to escape. Chapter 35. Turmoil resurfaces, old grudges, and new hatreds. Chen mimicked her actions, lunging towards her. Their eyes met, and Xia Yuning's face flushed crimson. Being this close to you is quite unsightly. You look like you haven't eaten in 3 days. What do you mean by constantly emphasizing that? If it comes to it, I find your physique rather appealing below the neck, Chen replied, eyeing Xia Yuning's figure while swallowing hard. You rogue. How shameless. All right, I'm shameless. As a male, is it unreasonable to be drawn to your form? Chen jestingly reached out. Enough of the jokes. Xia Yuning seized Chen's hand, her mind racing as she contemplated whether to remove her mask and astonish everyone. Meanwhile, Chen chuckled inwardly. If he were unaware of her secrets, who would indulge in such a game? In any case, both harbored their own hidden thoughts. Hey, I'm hungry. Gazing at Chen's inherently charming face, Xia Yuning couldn't resist planting a kiss on him, mischievously sticking out her tongue. Chen felt something soft and peculiar, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Xia Yuning, her affection overflowing. Seize the day while you can. You were the one who provoked me. Chen adhered to his principle. Whatever could be resolved today should not be postponed until tomorrow. Yet, just as he prepared to make his move, the phone in the room rang. Dear esteemed guest, the seafood buffet at the hotel is now open. Please do not miss out on the dining experience. The sweet voice of the front desk attendant echoed through the receiver. Seafood feast. The travel guide had highly recommended this seafood buffet, which Xia Yuning had long yearned for. However, the price wasn't modest, generally hovering around 10,000 Thai baht. This island's 7-day tour proved to be more valuable than anticipated. Just this meal alone would significantly elevate the overall cost. Embracing the win in Rome mentality, the couple hand in hand made their way to the second-floor dining area. The restaurant was opulently decorated, with melodious music and softly murmuring patrons, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon entering, Chen spotted a figure he recognized all too well. His ex-wife, Qingqing, adorned in a fitted strapless gown, appeared vibrant and alluring. She was laughing and chatting animatedly with a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man clad in a red polo shirt, engrossed in the seafood feast. Their intimate demeanor, oblivious to the world around them, reeked of familiarity that was hard to believe. How dare you? Witnessing Qingqing's flirtation with the bespectacled man, a surge of unrelenting fury coursed through Chen. Throughout their marriage, Qingqing had never bestowed a kind word upon him. Chen labored tirelessly, surrendering his entire salary to her each month, leaving himself with scant pocket money for even a cigarette. In the mundane struggles of daily life, Qingqing exhibited nothing but disdain. She criticized Chen for not being in a stable job, for lacking romantic gestures on Valentine's Day, for not earning as much as other husbands, for having bad breath, for neglecting personal hygiene, and even for the occasional mishap of missing the toilet. In her eyes, Chen could do no right, and nothing he did ever pleased her. Qingqing herself worked at a state-owned enterprise, a position that sounded respectable but was merely that of a contract worker earning a mere 650 baht, less than half of a full-time employee's salary. She spent her days heavily made up, striving to appear captivating and sexy, using the money Chen earned to indulge in luxury items, flaunting designer handbags worth tens of thousands and skincare products costing thousands per bottle. In her world, Chen's only value lay in the paycheck he dutifully delivered each month. Everything else paled in comparison to a mere washing machine. Whenever Chen voiced any reasonable marital needs, Qingqing would dismiss him, claiming to be emotionally unavailable. As someone entrenched in the situation, Chen had never given it much thought. With his life already feeling like a failure, he was grateful merely to have a wife. Deterred from even considering the notion of divorce, it has been proven that honest individuals, no matter how hard they strive, ultimately find themselves living as pitiful failures. For in the eyes of someone who does not cherish you, every word and action is misconstrued as a misstep. From the very beginning, her heart was firmly sealed against you. Only when Chen was cornered by the pressures of life did he suddenly awaken to the stark reality. How could she, a celestial being, always reside atop the emotional pedestal, while he is left to bear the brunt of responsibilities within the confines of masculinity? When she splurges on skincare products worth 2,000, it is an act of self-love, yet when he purchases a gaming console, it is deemed a sign of moral decay. She earns a monthly income of 3,000 and is hailed as an independent woman, while his salary of 5,000 is criticized for diminishing her quality of life. When she listens to her parents, it is termed filial piety, yet when he does the same, he is labeled a mama's boy. The more he pondered, the more infuriated Chen became. It is no wonder that this woman was so resolute and impatient during their divorce. She had evidently already entangled herself with another man. The bespectacled man, though appearing well-groomed, could not mask the lecherous and greedy glint in his eyes. This trip bore the unmistakable signs that the bespectacled man and Qingqing were likely predetermined VIP guests of the event. It was no surprise that Lin Jiu was so attentive towards him, only to later retract her messages on WeChat. Judging by the demeanor of the middle-aged man, he was either a high-ranking official or a wealthy individual, and someone of Qingqing's caliber was undoubtedly reduced to being a mistress or a concubine. Chen, what has transpired? Noticing the rigidity in Chen's smile and the icy chill in his gaze, Xia Yuning was taken aback. Oh, it's nothing. Let us find a place to sit. Chen discreetly led Xia Yuning to a corner table, his mind already concocting a plan for revenge. The previous listening device still lay quietly in the storage compartment. Knowing the other party was a person of significance, they would certainly fear the exposure of their illicit affair. After a prolonged silence, Chen fixed his gaze earnestly upon Xia Yuning's eyes. Yuning, at this juncture, there are certain matters that I feel compelled to clarify with you. What matters could warrant such seriousness? Is it about that woman from earlier? Xia Yuning, perceptive as ever, had already surmised the situation from Chen's earlier expression. That was my ex-wife. Chen paused briefly, observing Xia Yuning's composed reaction, before recounting the details of his failed marriage and subsequent divorce. My dear husband, first and foremost, the fact that you can share such an unbearable past with me signifies your profound trust in me, which brings me great joy. Xia Yuning gently grasped Chen's sturdy hands in a comforting manner. Secondly, a woman's respect for her husband is not contingent upon the man himself. Rather, it hinges on whether she possesses any discernment, or in simpler terms, whether she is foolish. Her inability to appreciate a husband who genuinely invests his heart reveals her lack of wisdom, rendering her both blind and foolish. Xia Yuning's words struck with profound clarity, sending tremors through Li Chun's heart. What he had intended as an impromptu display of sorrow turned out to be piercingly insightful, striking at the very core. Is Xia Yuning truly just an ordinary mobile phone store employee? Could she possibly be the illegitimate daughter of a wealthy magnate? Chapter 36. Not enough scandal? Add some spice. It is said that the old gentleman experienced several marriages in his youth, one of which bore the surname Xia. However, such plot lines seem only fit for a Korean drama. Li Chun believed himself not to be that fortunate. Yet, the depth of Xia Yuning's insights led him to conclude that she must have received a commendable education. Yuning, would you be willing to make a small sacrifice to assist me just this once? Li Chun meticulously laid out his proposal. Not a problem. I assure you of my cooperation. However, what exactly is your plan? Rest assured. Li Chun patted his chest confidently. At this moment, his reactions, speed, and hearing capabilities were far beyond the ordinary. Darling, now that I've divorced, when shall we acquire our marriage license? Li Qingqing teased, pulling the bespectacled man's arm playfully. Qingqing, mind your image. I am your superior, and you are my secretary. The bespectacled man habitually scanned the surroundings, wary of any potential prying eyes. Oh, who's own? This is Siam, who would recognize us. Indeed, that is true. The bespectacled man lowered his guard, pulling Li Qingqing into an embrace, his hands wandering indiscriminately. Stop it, darling. If you continue like this, I might just scream. While the two exchanged sweet nothings, Li Qin kept his head down, casually scrolling through his phone as he advanced, feigning an intent to retrieve food. The camera in his hand silently recorded their intimate moment. Meanwhile, Xia Yuning remained seated at the table, patiently awaiting the bespectacled man's return for refreshments. After a few minutes, Hu Xiong finally stood up to head to the beverage area. Xia Yuning promptly followed suit, deliberately lingering in front of him. Hu Xiong glanced at Xia Yuning, Batman girl, before continuing to gather food. It appeared that without employing a more decisive tactic, success would be elusive today. Reluctantly, Xia Yuning removed her mask, allowing her long hair to cascade down, revealing an astonishingly exquisite visage. Hu Xiong was utterly taken aback, his eyes sparkling with admiration. What are you gawking at, you lecher? Xia Yuning unleashed a barrage of scolding upon him, departing before he could respond. He stood there, bewildered. What on earth just transpired? Although it was merely a few seconds of distraction, it effectively diverted his attention. In that fleeting moment, Li Chen swiftly maneuvered, discreetly pilfering the room key card from Hu Xiong's pocket. Hu Xiong, feeling inexplicably chastised, returned to his seat in a daze. Darling, what's wrong? You seem a bit off. Did Qingqing do something to upset you? Li Qingqing, ever obedient, poured Hu Xiong a glass of red wine, her demeanor ingratiating. After securing the room key card, Li Chun hastily departed the dining area and proceeded to the room where they were staying. Similar to his previous operation at the tea house, he skillfully set up the hidden camera, although he already possessed photographs and videos of the two. Capturing footage within the room might provide even more compelling evidence of their improper relationship. Having completed his task, Li Chun left everything untouched and returned to the dining area, nonchalantly dropping the room key card onto the carpet in the beverage zone. Before long, a restaurant staff member discovered the forgotten card and announced it over the speaker. Upon hearing the room number, Hu Xiong realized he had inadvertently dropped the card earlier. After expressing his gratitude, he harbored no suspicions. Back in his room, Li Chen opened his phone and quietly reveled in the unfolding drama. It turned out this man was named Hu Xiong. With a sense of curiosity, Li Chun conducted an online search, and to his astonishment, he uncovered Hu Xiong's name on Baidu Encyclopedia as a high-ranking executive and general manager of the very enterprise that Li Qingqing was associated with. What a scandal it would be to utilize taxpayer money for lavish indulgences while maintaining a mistress among subordinates. Such revelations would be akin to detonating a nuclear bomb. Revenge is best served swiftly. Li Chun clenched his fists and immediately reached out to the popular internet celebrity Wang Lei. Ever since the exposure of the Li Daqiang incident, Wang Lei had gained hundreds of thousands of followers overnight and was now approaching the million mark. Moreover, Wang Lei had solidified his niche in exposing scandals and corrupt enterprises. Lei, I have a significant job for you. Are you willing to take it on? The magnitude of the situation is substantial, primarily involving a prominent figure, and I fear your account may be suspended. No worries. The more significant the individual, the more exhilarated I become. Let us proceed swiftly. Is it still a live broadcast? That is certainly out of the question. However, I do possess some photographs and videos that you could edit. Very well. Should this video be lucrative, I shall share a portion of the commission with you. That is unnecessary. Simply assess whether there is any newsworthy value. I will send you a dossier on the prominent individual. Upon receiving the materials, Wang Lei swiftly verified the information online and discovered that the scandal indeed held explosive potential. Soon after, photos and videos of a romantic dinner date in Phuket featuring a man and a woman were posted online. The headline read, Mr. Who of a certain engineering project in Siam dining with female subordinate Miss Lee. Brother Lei, you have struck gold. Have you uncovered another sensational scoop? Who exactly is this Mr. Who? The woman in the photo possesses quite an appealing figure, Doge emoji for protection. Front row, selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. What Brother Lei produces is assuredly of premium quality. However, regarding this headline, something feels amiss. Have you been hacked? Is this it? I expected a far more significant event. It is merely a case of a leader taking a secretary abroad for an inspection, and perhaps deeper exchanges. Just standard operating procedure. Manual side-eye. Brother Lei, is this scoop ripe for the picking? Let us hope it isn't another publicity stunt by some obscure internet celebrity. If true, that would be thrilling. Waiting eagerly for the follow-up. The man appears rather greasy, while the woman wears an expression of flattery, hiske. However, without substantial evidence. Relying solely on a few photographs and a vague video makes it challenging to generate significant buzz. Brother Lei. Once the edited video and materials were released, they did not elicit much of a reaction. Only a few of Wang Lei's loyal fans commented initially. Wang Lei remained unperturbed, allowing the situation to ferment for a while, confident that seasoned internet users would uncover some clues. On the other hand, Chen was also in no hurry. The photos and restaurant video were merely the first step. What was currently being filmed held the real explosive content. Initially, it was anticipated that the shoot would take considerable time, yet it concluded in under 3 minutes. So inexperienced, yet so eager to play, Xia Yuning was thoroughly engrossed in the viewing until it abruptly ended. Ahem, do you also enjoy watching such performances? Not at all. I am merely curious. Under Li Chen's inquiry, Xia Yuning's cheeks flushed crimson. This dish seems to lack a bit of seasoning. Li Chen felt that the impact was still insufficient. If all else fails, perhaps I could enlist my sister-in-law's assistance. If she were to witness this scene, she would likely be overjoyed, wouldn't she? Xia Yuning's eyes twinkled with mischief, a clever idea forming in her mind. You make it sound easy. But the key is that we cannot possibly know who my sister-in-law is or her phone number. Li Chen wished to send the video of the two illicit lovers to Hu Xiong's wife immediately, but he knew nothing about her identity. Perhaps I could give it a try. Xia Yuning pondered for a moment, a glint of cunning flickering in her lively eyes. Since this Mr. Who is listed on Baidu, it indicates that he has left a significant digital footprint. As long as there is a trace, it may lead to associated information. Xia Yuning produced her meta-folding tablet, unfolding it into a flat screen. Her fair fingers danced swiftly across the display, a flurry of dazzling characters flowing by like a stream. You are knowledgeable in hacking? Chapter 37. Hotel capture of the couple. Li Chen was rendered speechless. This adept maneuvering, this professional demeanor, were far from that of an ordinary phone store clerk. Do not be so astonished. This does not qualify as true hacking. It merely involves utilizing a GitHub open-source web scraper script to conduct targeted searches and data correlation analyses within publicly available information networks. For individuals of some public notoriety, information mining is relatively straightforward. Noticing Li Chen's naive expression, Xia Yuning's lips curled slightly in a smirk, her tone tinged with a hint of pride. With such skills, why settle for being a mere clerk? Li Chen inquired, puzzled. Who said I was? Well, like you, I am forced by circumstances. Xia Yuning began to speak, but cleverly diverted the topic. I found it. Surprisingly, my sister-in-law is quite impressive, owning several companies, all related to enterprises. What a coincidence. In a high-end residential area in Jiangcheng, the Longhu Biyuan, within a certain room, Dong Yingzhu was preparing to turn off the lights to sleep when her screen lit up. A message from an unfamiliar number arrived. The home's red flag remains upright, while the outside's colorful flags flutter. Mr. Who's splendid overseas escapades. Dong Yingzhu's brows furrowed deeply as she opened the message. First, there were several photos of her husband, Hu Xiong, cozied up with a flamboyantly dressed woman, both smiling. Next came a series of distasteful videos, the two entwined in a compromising manner, their moans clearly audible. Although the lighting was not particularly clear, she would recognize her husband's profile and voice even if turned to ash. It was indeed her spouse, Hu Xiong. And the woman was none other than the vixen from the photos. Scoundrel. Adulterous couple. Dong Yingzhu felt a surge of rage course through her, her vision blurring. She abruptly hurled her phone against the vanity, producing a piercing crash. The mirror reflected her twisted face, eyes ablaze with fury, as if they might ignite. Hu Xiong. This man, who has climbed to prominence using her family's influence. This man, who presents himself as virtuous and respectable in front of her. Hu Xiong was once an utterly ordinary low-level employee. Had it not been for Dong Yingzhu's formidable family background, he would never have ascended to management, let alone rise through the ranks to become a general manager. Reflecting on the sacrifices made over the years, Dong Yingzhu was instantly consumed by rage. She quickly gathered her associates and headed straight to the airport bound for Siam. Just as the eastern sun broke through the clouds, Hu Xiong heard 3 firm knocks on his door. Who is it? Mr. Hu, guests downstairs have reported a leak in your bathroom. We are from the hotel engineering department. May we enter your room to inspect the plumbing? Ah, so it is merely the plumbing crew. Hu Xiong mumbled as he got up to open the door, inviting them in. Before he could finish his sentence, he was confronted by the distorted face of his wife, Dong Yingzhu, filled with fury. Bang! Dong Yingzhu's brother and several bodyguards forcefully barged through the partially opened door. Hu Xiong's face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Crying wife? I was wrong, Hu Xiong stammered, struggling to articulate his words. He had always been under his wife's thumb, and seeing Dong Yingzhu was akin to a mouse encountering a cat, especially after being caught red-handed. Slap! Slap! Dong Yingzhu struck Hu Xiong, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Hu Xiong's vision blurred from the blows, and his cheeks burned with pain. Facing the domineering Dong Yingzhu, he dared not utter a word. Kneel before me, and do not move without my permission. Dong Yingzhu gritted her teeth, her resentful gaze fixed upon the towel-clad Li Qingqing. I must see who this little vixen truly is. Faced with such a scene, Li Qingqing was already terrified, her legs trembling, and she could not even attempt to hide in the wardrobe. The 2 bodyguards swiftly apprehended her, trapping her in place. Dong Yingzhu seized Li Qingqing's hair and unleashed a resounding slap upon her face, echoing like a thunderclap. Instantly, blood trickled from the corner of Li Qingqing's mouth, her teeth mingling with the crimson foam that flew forth. Sister-in-law, please listen to me. I am innocent with General Hu. We have done nothing wrong. Li Qingqing pleaded desperately amidst the bloodied froth. You wretched harlot, do you take me for a fool? You 2 have been together, yet claim to be innocent. Chui, I merely extended my concern as a leader for a subordinate. Qingqing is my goddaughter, a fact known throughout the company. Hu Xiong, kneeling on the ground, attempted to argue further, but Dong Yingzhu's swift kick sent him sprawling onto the floor. Hu Xiong, you treacherous scoundrel. Never forget how you ascended to your position as general manager. Without my sister, without the Dong family, you would be nothing but a pile of dung. In the same corridor, not far away, Li Chun and Xia Yuning were thoroughly enjoying this spectacle. What a splendid performance. Such a pity, though, Xia Yuning remarked with a look of gleeful anticipation. What are you implying? Could Hu Xiong and Li Qingqing possibly turn the tables? Li Chun, engrossed in the unfolding drama, expressed his confusion at Xia Yuning's words. If my predictions hold true, the events will unfold as follows. Hu Xiong will reflect and repent, continuing as the system's general manager, while Li Qingqing will be terminated for not aligning with the company's values. Then, time will pass indefinitely, the streets remaining tranquil, and all will return to mundane normalcy. Surely not. Such actions should warrant imprisonment, right? For ordinary individuals, that would constitute a violation of a woman's will, punishable by 3 years. But for someone of Hu Xiong's standing, it would merely be regarded as a leader caring for his female subordinate, showing compassion for his goddaughter. Not only is he innocent, but he is also a model leader. Xia Yuning's words dripped with sarcasm, her gaze suggesting that she was no stranger to such incidents. Li Chun, however, maintained his faith in the authorities and their integrity. Wang Lei's scandalous revelations, having fermented overnight, led seasoned netizens to discover the true identity of the man in the photographs, a prominent executive from a well-known enterprise. This revelation ignited a powder keg of public opinion. Gas prices have soared to exorbitant heights, yet they continue to bemoan corporate losses and lack of profit. After all this time, I realize the funds are being misallocated. What is so surprising about it? Did you not hear the experts during the live broadcast? Their 1 liter is merely 800 milliliters. Oh my. It turns out the prices haven't risen. Rather, I simply haven't been working hard enough, and my salary hasn't kept pace. We must not spread rumors or believe them. I can assure you there is no connection. General Hu is undoubtedly innocent. Indeed, I thought the same. The crowd quickly rallied. The incident swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics, igniting a wave of national outrage. Sister, the priority now is to safeguard brother-in-law's position, Dong Yingzhu's brother whispered closely. I am fully aware. Please call the old man and have him leverage his connections, Dong Yingzhu replied, taking a deep breath and conferring with her brother, ultimately deciding to prioritize the greater good. After an hour, Hu Xiong, through both personal and official accounts, issued a statement regarding the viral incident. A stern declaration concerning the recent circulation of unfounded information regarding Hu and Li's alleged intimate photos and videos. The statement clarified unequivocally that Hu's affectionate gestures towards his subordinate, Miss Li stemmed solely from his normal concern and care for a female employee. Their relationship was one of godfather and goddaughter. And the actions captured, embraces and kisses, were expressions of a senior's affection for a junior. We urge the public to refrain from excessive interpretation and malicious speculation. Upon the release of the official statement, the previously agitated onlookers fell silent, the tone in the comments section shifting dramatically. The official response is logical and reasonable. Perhaps we were overthinking it. So it is indeed a godfather and goddaughter relationship. Given the daughter's delighted expression, it must be true love. Thank goodness my head is filled with water, otherwise, I might have fallen for those rumors. Speaking of which, if he has time to care for his goddaughter, why not spare a moment to address the gas prices? I believe the relevant authorities should conduct an investigation. The public has a right to know. Alongside the jests, more rational netizens began calling for inquiries into the matter. Meanwhile, in Li Chen's mind, the familiar synthetic voice chimed once again. Ding. Daily earnings, 52,000 yuan have been legally deposited into your bank account. Ding. Daily intelligence has been refreshed. After a cursory glance at the daily intelligence, Li Chun and Xia Yuning concluded their breakfast and descended to meet their guide, Yana. Sister, I think I know who it is. Through the slats of the blinds, Li Qingqing spotted a familiar silhouette, her ex-husband, Li Chun. The only individuals capable of capturing photographs of them in the restaurant must be tourists from this hotel. This scandal could either be the work of Hu Xiyong's adversaries or someone from Li Qingqing's past. Your ex-husband? Dong Yingzhu mused as she contemplated the figure of Li Chen below. Sister, how about this? I happen to know a few people in Siam. Let's not hesitate. Dong Jinkuan gestured as if to cut a throat. No, that won't do. There's a better way to handle this. Here's my plan. A fierce glint sparked in Dong Yingzhu's eyes as a nefarious scheme took shape. Sister-in-law, shall we sell them off to northern Myanmar? Li Qingqing's words were cut short by a sharp slap from Dong Yingzhu. This is not a matter for you to comment on, you wretched creature. If news leaks, I'll make you pay dearly. After a 4-hour journey, they finally arrived at the Similan Islands, renowned for their jelly-like sea. The sapphire-clear waters revealed the white sands beneath, a sight that left one in awe of such pristine natural beauty. The boat navigated between the islands as guide Yana enthusiastically detailed the various attractions. Yana, I heard the Sail Rock has many uniquely shaped reefs. Can we linger there a bit longer? I wish to capture some photographs. As the vessel approached Island 8, preparing to head to the Sail Rock viewpoint, Li Chun casually suggested. Of course, Mr. Li, Sail Rock is our landmark attraction. However, please be cautious not to scrape the boat. Yana nodded, signaling the driver to anchor. Li Chun checked the time, 16:55. One of the pieces of intelligence received today pertained to this very Island 8. Intelligence, on Island 8 of the Similan Islands, beneath the Sail Rock viewpoint. There lies a concealed rock crevice overlooked by local guides. Within this crevice rests a small, naturally formed cat's eye stone. Unique in hue and valued at approximately 1 million baht, uncarved. An hour before sunset, local time 17 to 1800 hours. The remaining rays of the setting sun will cause it to briefly reflect, making it easier to discover. Note, the crevice is narrow and the surrounding rocks are slippery. Please exercise caution to avoid slipping or injury. According to the intelligence, the rock crevice directly beneath the Sail Rock viewpoint could be utilized to locate the valuable cat's eye stone using sunlight reflection. On his way, Li Chun perused online and discovered that the most precious Sri Lankan cat's eye stone could be valued at up to 15 million, while emeralds and color-changing cat's eye stones were also priced around 5 million. Thus, the cat's eye stone valued at 1 million Thai baht was not an exaggeration. Upon reaching the designated spot, they found the rugged rock face riddled with various fissures, making it impossible to discern which one was mentioned in the intel. Utilizing sunlight reflections, Li Chun raised his hand to check the time, which had already reached 5 in the afternoon. He attempted to observe from multiple angles, but failed to locate the so-called reflective point. What are you searching for? Asked Xia Yuning curiously as she noticed Li Chun peering into the crevices. I'm merely curious about what lies within these dark crevices, he replied. You pervert. Li Chun had no ulterior motives, but Xia Yuning misinterpreted his curiosity, her cheeks flushing crimson. No, I genuinely am just curious. He lightly tapped her on the head, thinking to himself how suggestive her thoughts were. How about trying the night mode on your phone? Perhaps we might uncover something, she suggested. Good idea. Li Chun quickly activated his phone, switching it to night mode, and snapped pictures of each crevice. After comparing several images, he indeed discovered a faint glimmer in one of them. I found it, Li Chun exclaimed joyously. He identified the corresponding crack in the photo and scrutinized it closely, finally spotting the faint reflection. Reaching deep into the crack among the rubble, he successfully unearthed the golden cat's eye stone. The stone was relatively small, radiating a golden hue that appeared stunning under the sunlight. Is this a cat's eye stone? Your luck is incredible, Xia Yuning remarked. Realizing that despite countless treasure seekers visiting this place, it was Li Chun who had stumbled upon the find. Indeed, this cat's eye stone is entirely golden. With excellent texture and purity, you've struck it rich this time, she said, taking the gem for a closer examination. If you like it, I'll give it to you. He offered, thinking that rather than selling it for 50,000 baht, which was merely 10,000, he would rather gift it to Xia Yuning to boost their rapport. I'm not particularly interested in cat's eye stones. You should sell it at a jade shop instead, she replied, pouting as she returned the stone to him. Young man, may I take a look at the cat's eye stone you have? A voice from behind suddenly interrupted. Turning around, they noticed a crowd of onlookers had gathered unbeknownst to them. I have a passion for collecting cat's eye stones. Would you sell this one to me for 50,000 baht? The dark-skinned elder inquired. Li Chun hesitated, pulling the stone back to himself. Apologies, but I think I'll sell it to a jade shop instead, he replied. Young man, may I see it? I happen to enjoy collecting cat's eye stones. Another man, a well-dressed middle-aged Siamese with a handlebar mustache, squeezed through the crowd, smiling amiably at Li Chun. After sizing up the mustached man, Li Chun felt he might be knowledgeable about gems and consented to his request. The mustached man examined the stone with a magnifying glass multiple times before stating, I can offer you a fair price of 1,000,000 baht. Of course, you might fetch 1 million at the nearby auction house, but that would involve a process and could be quite bothersome. All right then, 1 million it is. However, could you provide cash? Li Chun inquired, as many places did not accept Alipay or WeChat, and he had nearly exhausted his previous cash of 50,000 baht. Certainly. Please follow me. The mustached man nodded, gesturing for Li Chun to accompany him. Li Chun followed him to a small bar where the man ordered 10 stacks of 1,000 baht bills. Be cautious of the thieves and ruffians on the island, he warned. Li Chun glanced around, spotting a few shady characters lurking among the crowd. Thank you. I will be careful, he assured as they exited the shop. Suddenly, Li Chun recalled the intel he had received earlier that day about the Cat's Tail bar, where the mustached man had mentioned one could procure some unique treasures. Since he was already there, he might as well make an acquisition. Li Chun retraced his steps and entered the small bar again. Boss, I'd like to make a purchase, some treasures. You? The mustached man's eyes widened as he scrutinized Li Chun with caution. Don't worry, boss, a friend referred me, or I wouldn't know the code. Li Chun assured him. After a moment of contemplation and a wary glance towards the entrance, the mustached man relented. All right, what are you looking to buy? I'm not well versed in models or such, Li Chun replied. A handgun, preferably the best 1M1911. With a snap, a sleek black handgun appeared on the counter. How much? Li Chun asked, eyeing it. 50,000 baht. The man raised a hand. That's exorbitant. Li Chun retorted. You're trying to cheat an outsider. After some haggling, they eventually settled on 40,000 baht. The M1911, ammunition, and remaining cash were securely stowed in his storage compartment, ensuring that none would be discovered during security checks or any inspections. Li Chun had anticipated the numerous benefits of this storage compartment. The final piece of intel he had received that day was a warning. Hu Seong's wife, Dong Engju, might seek retribution against Li Chun in Siam. Siam is often the first stop for Chinese tourists, yet its safety cannot compare to that of their homeland. A recent news story recounted how actor Wang had been sold to a Burmese industrial park shortly after arriving in Siam, nearly losing his life. Li Chun feared that Hu Seong's wife might resort to extreme measures. Throughout the day, Li Qingqing's phone had incessantly rung, prompting Li Chun to ultimately block her number on both calls and WeChat. One could easily surmise her intent behind the calls. Meanwhile, domestically, as Hu Seong and his company issued official statements, the fervor surrounding the incident only intensified. Although the wording was meticulously chosen, netizens were not naive. Even a child could discern the underlying truth behind the facade of godfather and goddaughter, clearly underestimating the public's intellect. Just as this matter reached nationwide attention, a peculiar occurrence transpired. Related videos and photos were suddenly taken down, as if an invisible hand had effortlessly erased them. One moment, keyboard warriors were bombarding the comments section, exposing every detail, and the next, their comments vanished without a trace. The entire affair seemed to evaporate as if it had never occurred. Simultaneously, several popular celebrities faced scandals, overshadowing the previous event's buzz. Upon witnessing his video forcibly taken down, Wang Lei was frantic, immediately contacting customer service for an explanation. However, the customer service representative merely stated it might involve inappropriate content under review, leaving him without further clarification. Wang Lei was well aware that a mere customer service agent lacked the authority to enact such measures. The platform would not arbitrarily remove his video unless someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Upon witnessing the complete ban of related videos, Dong Ingzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. You worthless piece of trash. Look at the mess you've created. In the end, it's still me who has to pay to clean up your mess. With that, Dong Ingzhu unleashed another tirade of insults upon Husio. Meanwhile, having returned from Simulan, Li Chun and Xia Yuning were enjoying a barbecue and drinking heartily on the beach in front of their hotel. Brothers for life. 666. 5 liters. 8 horses. Surprisingly, the usually gentle Xia Yuning transformed into a boisterous figure when under the influence of alcohol. She was even more adept at the drinking games than Li Chun. No way. You've clearly drunk more than I have. Why are you completely fine? Xia Yuning questioned, bewildered as she observed Li Chen's unwavering composure despite the copious amounts of liquor consumed. Drink. Not drinking is a sign of looking down on me. With flushed cheeks and a dazed gaze, Xia Yuning had unknowingly removed her mask. Watching her intoxicated state, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Is she trying to get me drunk? In the past, he indeed could not hold his liquor against Xia Yuning. However, the constant nourishment of true energy within him allowed him to metabolize much of the alcohol, rendering these drinks rather inconsequential. All right, we agreed on this. Whoever gets drunk first gets their backside slapped. Li Chen decided to indulge her challenge, raising his glass and downing its contents once again. Humph. Who's afraid of whom? Just wait until I make you bloom. Xia Yuning boldly lifted her glass and gulped it down without a hint of hesitation. When it comes to drinking, I've never feared anyone. After several rounds, Xia Yuning finally conceded, I can't take it anymore. This alcohol. With that, her delicate frame collapsed into Li Chen's embrace. Her warm breath, laced with the scent of liquor, wafted against his neck. Yuning, you've had too much to drink. Holding Xia Yuning, whose waist felt as supple as a willow, Li Chen shook his head in resignation. He quickly settled the bill and half-supported. Half carried her back to the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, a venomous gaze pierced through the air like a venomous snake. You scoundrel. I will sue you for invading my privacy. Li Qingqing stood before him, her face swollen like a pig's, her voice garbled due to her broken teeth. Chapter 40. The First Clash. Huh. You did it yourself, and now you're afraid others might know. Li Chen regarded her comical appearance with icy eyes. You worthless fool. Are you still resisting? Li Qingqing roared, raising her hand as if to strike Li Chun, just as she had done in the past when furious. Behaving like a lunatic. Whenever Li Qingqing unleashed her anger, she would lash out at Li Chun, and if he dared to retaliate, he would be accused of lacking gentlemanly decorum and not cherishing his wife. Thus, to quell her baseless wrath, he often resorted to kneeling or enduring her blows. However, this time, Li Chun refused to coddle her any longer. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across her face. The speed was so swift that Li Qingqing barely had time to react before the sting of the slap resonated in her ears, leaving her cheeks ablaze with pain. Li Qingqing, spare me the theatrics in front of me. Do you really think your petty affairs can remain concealed? Reflecting on his past self, a wave of desolation washed over Li Chun. You're talking nonsense. Li Qingqing instinctively retorted, though her conviction faltered. Nonsense. Li Chen scoffed, advancing on her relentlessly. Do you dare claim you and he never discussed a script about a godfather and goddaughter in that room? Do you dare say you never begged him for a title? Intentionally revealing such details was meant to shatter her psychological defenses. As expected, Li Qingqing's face turned pale, her gaze evasive, leaving her unable to utter a single word of defense. At that moment, a lavishly dressed woman adorned with jewels pushed through the crowd, advancing toward them. It was Dong Ingzhu. Ah, so you are Li Chen? All misunderstandings, merely misunderstandings. Dong Ingzhu wore a feigned smile, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Despite her exquisite attire, the wrinkles on her face betrayed her age. Li Chen remained unfazed, gazing at the notification hovering above her head. Dong Ingzhu was summoned by his message, undoubtedly aware of her intentions. Brother Li Chen, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your message. Only then did I realize the disgraceful actions of my husband. In truth, we are both victims here. Dong Ingzhu gestured for everyone to take a seat in a corner of the lobby. Li Chen glanced at Li Qingqing and then at Dong Ingzhu, reluctantly helping Xia Yuning to sit down. This bank card contains 5 million. Consider it my gratitude and compensation for the psychological distress you've endured. Oh, President Dong. I fear I cannot accept this. Li Chen glanced at the bank card on the table, internally scoffing. Who could verify whether it truly held funds? Of course, I have my requests as well. I hope you can hand over the original footage you recorded, including the content captured by the hidden cameras in the hotel room. Her tone, seemingly courteous, carried an undeniable air of command. President Dong, I'm afraid I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Hidden cameras? That is illegal. I would not dare to engage in such activities. Li Chun raised his hands and feigned innocence. Don't be so brazenly unreasonable. Do you understand what the Dong family in Kyoto signifies? Believe it or not, we can ensure you never leave Siam. The greasy young Master Dong Kuan could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusing finger at Li Chun. "A Kuan." "Silence," Dong Ingzhu admonished sharply. Though the threat in her eyes was unmistakable. "I will give you 5 million. You hand over the video, and then this matter is resolved for all. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond what an ordinary person like you can bear." She locked her gaze on Li Chun, enunciating each word deliberately. Li Chun merely chuckled. This was an overt threat. If he were to surrender the video, he would likely disappear before even exiting the hotel. Unlike his home country, here, with sufficient money, nefarious forces like the Wild Wolf Gang could commit any atrocity. "I apologize, President Dong, but I must reiterate, I will not engage in illegal activities." "Very well. Excellent." Dong Ingzhu's rage turned into a twisted smile. "It seems you prefer punishment over courtesy. Li Chun, you shall pay dearly for your foolishness." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Xia Yuning, who had been resting her head on Li Chun's lap pretending to be drunk, suddenly sat upright. "President Dong, such arrogance. One might mistake this for Kyoto rather than Siam." She removed her mask, revealing a stunningly beautiful yet frosty visage, her calm gaze fixed on Dong Ingzhu. "And what do you amount to? How dare you interject?" Dong Kuan, taken aback by Xia Yuning's beauty, hesitated before speaking with disdain. "President Dong, you must have exerted considerable effort to suppress the trending searches back home. However, I wonder if old Dong is aware that you leveraged the Dong family's influence for a son-in-law who keeps a mistress abroad and lines his own pockets? If this family disgrace comes to light among the other uncles of the Dong family, do you think they will cover for you or seize the opportunity to strike?" Ignoring Dong Kuan, Xia Yuning continued to address Dong Ingzhu, speaking in a deliberate and measured tone. Every utterance from Xia Yuning resembled a precise surgical scalpel, dissecting the soft underbelly that Dong Ingzhu most fervently wished to shield from prying eyes. The color drained from Dong Ingzhu's face in an instant. Her greatest reliance lay in the formidable influence of the Dong family. Yet her deepest fear was that the very competitors within her household would exploit this matter to launch an attack against her. "Who are you really?" Dong Ingzhu's voice trembled with a barely perceptible quiver. "My identity is inconsequential," Xia Yuning replied, delicately lifting the glass of water from the table and taking a measured sip. "What truly matters, Ms. Dong, is that before you embark on your endeavors, it is prudent to contemplate carefully. Some fires, once ignited, may consume not only others, but also oneself. Sister, stop wasting your breath with her." Dong Kuan, stung by the truth, was consumed by rage. He seized a decorative baseball bat nearby and swung it menacingly at Li Chun. With a chilling gaze, Li Chun remained seated, merely extending his hand to deftly intercept the incoming bat. A subtle flick of his wrist unleashed an unseen force. Dong Kuan felt a tremendous power surge through him, letting out a cry as the bat slipped from his grasp, sending him staggering back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground. "Incompetent fool." Dong Ingzhu seethed at her inept brother, her body trembling with fury, her eyes fixed on Li Chun and Xia Yuning, radiating a venomous glare as though she wished to devour them whole. "Very well, you both are quite something." She spat through clenched teeth, uttering no further words as she turned on her heel, retreating with her entourage in disgrace. Phew, finally over. Observing their disheveled exit, Xia Yuning exhaled a sigh of relief. "So, Xia Yuning, who are you really? Curious to know?" "Oh dear, I feel lightheaded again, so dizzy." The formidable aura of Xia Yuning for moments before dissipated, leaving her in a state of languid innocence. Chapter 41, Capturing Xia Yuning. Once Dong Ingzhu and her party departed, Xia Yuning became acutely aware of her exposure. "So it truly was you." That day at the mobile phone store, Li Chen stared at Xia Yuning's breathtaking visage, abruptly pushing her away and stepping back. Shock and heartbreak etched across his features. "Xia Yuning, you deceitful woman, you have been misleading my affections all along." He raised his voice deliberately, performing with palpable intensity. "Oh, please listen to me. Xia Yuning became utterly flustered. "Did you not claim to be quite unattractive? I thought I had encountered true love, only to discover it was a complete fabrication." Li Chen did not wish to maintain the pretense. Yet the persona he had adopted was just as deranged as Xia Yuning's, pursuing only a platonic love, a purely spiritual connection. "No, that's not true, I didn't." Xia Yuning stumbled, caught off guard by his sudden accusation. Isn't it true that men prefer their girlfriends to be somewhat attractive? She had anticipated that upon seeing her unparalleled beauty, Li Chun would be overwhelmed with excitement, perhaps even longing to devour her. Yet, well, that didn't quite happen. "Don't touch me. I want some peace," Li Chun snapped, turning toward the elevator. "Who is peace? Don't go." Xia Yuning, disregarding any semblance of decorum, staggered after him, just managing to slip into the elevator before the doors closed. Inside, the confined space transformed the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. The smooth mirrored walls reflected their silhouettes with clarity, Li Chen leaned against the corner, arms crossed, his profile taut with an air of cold detachment, clearly wounded by emotions. Meanwhile, Xia Yuning stood before him, biting her red lip, her eyes glistening with a mix of grievance and drunkenness, fixated on him. At the moment their gazes met, the arid air seemed to crackle with electricity. From her clear, expressive eyes, Li Chen saw his own reflection in a flickering ember of desire. Are you really that angry? Xia Yuning's voice softened, her delicate hand timidly resting on Li Chen's arm. He stiffened, his throat tightening involuntarily. Internally, he mused, goodness, she has initiated contact. Once a beauty turns flirtatious, who can withstand such allure? Ding. The elevator reached its floor. Li Chen, his face a mask of indifference, strode out, swiping his card to unlock the door. Xia Yuning followed closely behind, slipping inside the moment the door swung open. Bang! She kicked the door shut with her heel, severing the light and sounds of the corridor. The room remained dim, illuminated only by the breathtaking night view of Phuket and the silvery moonlight cascading through the vast floor-to-ceiling windows. Darling, please don't be angry. Allow me to make it up to you. The night enveloped them like a dream. Xia Yuning tightly embraced Li Chen from behind, pressing her warm cheek against his back. Initially, it was my fault. I should not have tested you. But then, I genuinely, truly enjoyed our conversations. The unique fragrance of youthful femininity wafted into Li Chen's senses, stirring primal desires within him. I feel we've played our parts well. It's time to transition and take decisive action. Clearing his throat deliberately, Li Chen inquired. What you've said, is it all true? Indeed. Xia Yuning nodded earnestly, rising onto her tiptoes, her exquisite face tilted upward. Her luscious lips advanced toward Li Chen's. At first, it was merely a soft touch. Well, since the cabbage is so proactive, why should I hold back? Drawing upon his years of experience, Li Chen encircled Xia Yuning's waist, taking the lead as he kissed her deeply. The initial tentative exploration erupted into a tempest. Breath caught in her throat. Xia Yuning's eyes widened in disbelief, her body soft and yielding, unable to resist. So you are the true wolf in sheep's clothing, while I, Xia Yuning, am but a lamb. Though she mentally critiqued the situation, her body surrendered to the bliss of the moment. Was her belief in platonic love misguided? Or had she, too, succumbed to temptation? However, Li Chen would not grant her an opportunity for regret. After a prolonged moment, tranquility returned. Ding. Monthly task completed. The Blue Fund pool opened, granting a daily childcare allowance of 50,000 yuan. Supreme medical skills, encompassing all medical knowledge and clinical experience from throughout history. Capable of reviving the deceased. Early completion. Ultimate skill, star fragment step. Said to be the enlightenment of ancient Qi practitioners who comprehended the yin-yang and the universe. Supreme medical skills, and a lightness technique as an added bonus. The reward seemed almost otherworldly. Li Chen felt an overwhelming surge of information flood into his mind. The Huangdi Neijing, the Compendium of Materia Medica, the Art of Love. The Divine Farmer's Classic of Materia Medica, Treatise on Cold Damage, the Pulse Classic, and the 1,000 Gold Prescriptions. The Supreme Needle of Tai, the 9 Needles of Guizhou. Supreme bone-setting techniques, and exceptional massage skills, along with ancient pulse diagnosis and manipulation techniques, and the clear river waters of the celestial realm. In addition to an immense reservoir of knowledge and practical experience in traditional Chinese medicine, there was also a wealth of information in Western medicine, anatomy, physiology, pathology, pharmacology, immunology, genetics, internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, and pediatrics. The ancient bamboo slips of the Huangdi Neijing unfurled before him, the phantom of the divine farmer tasting 100 herbs flitting by. The glint of countless surgical blades intertwined with the golden radiance of the supreme needle, merging precision on the operating table with the profound intricacies of manipulation. Hippocrates' medical experiments and Bianke's diagnostic methods formed a perfect circle in his mind. Then, scenes of ancient Qi practitioners practicing the star fragment step flooded into his consciousness. Along with their insights and experiences, it is said that upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can shatter the void and stroll through the universe. Li Chen, with a mere flicker of his skill, moved with the swiftness of a meteor as a gust of wind swept through the room. Regrettably, he could only employ the first layer of the star-shattering step, leaving ample room for improvement. Li Chen mused, this reward is somewhat excessive. My brain capacity is insufficient to accommodate it. Ding. Daily funds have been legally deposited into the host's bank account. Please check your balance. As the system notification faded, his phone chimed with an alert. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a transfer of 1,200,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute, bringing your account balance to 162,600 yuan. He had already repaid various online loans in advance. The The funds from the stock market had yet to be realized. Additionally, his storage compartment contained an ancient Buddha worth 500,000 Thai baht, along with over 500,000 Thai baht, equivalent to over 200,000 yuan in Chinese currency. Though his cash reserves were limited, Li Chen's assets included deep-sea stocks, a property in the splendid Jingsua Garden, and a BMW, bringing his total wealth close to 20 million yuan. Lighting a cigarette, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Just a week ago, he had been a middle-aged loser, cast out and penniless. Who could have imagined that in the span of a week, everything would have changed so quietly? Exhaling a cloud of smoke, Li Chen glanced down at the serene face of Xia Yuning, who slumbered in his arms. His divine medical skills hinted at troubling revelations. This girl is ill and requires treatment. Chapter 42. The Wish List. Gazing intently at Xia Yuning, Li Chen's brow furrowed deeply. Why are you looking at me like that? Startled, Xia Yuning awoke, feeling as if she were being scanned by some unseen instrument. Yuning, is there something you're hiding from me? Li Chen's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable weight of authority. Ugh, I've already given you my first time. Is that not enough honesty? A sense of dread washed over Xia Yuning as she instinctively glanced at her bag, a subtle gesture that Li Chen noted with keen perception. Even now, you continue to deceive me. Li Chen suddenly leapt from the bed, seizing her designer bag, disregarding her startled protests, and began rifling through it. A delicate, cartoonishly charming diary emerged in his grasp. Ignoring Xia Yuning's cries, he opened the diary, revealing neatly pinned words on the first page. Wish list. His heart sank. 1. Travel alone to an unfamiliar city. Completed. 2. Get utterly drunk, preferably to forget everything. Completed. 3. Engage in a platonic love affair, pretending to be unattractive. After he falls for me, reveal my true self. Then, at his most shocked moment, force him, and then disappear without a trace. 4. Find a master fortune teller of impeccable accuracy, not to inquire about love or future, but simply to ask, will I be reborn as a cat in my next life? 5. Learn to operate an excavator and use it to write, I was here, I'm cool, on the beach. 6. Watch a grand meteor shower on a deserted island with someone I adore, then share my greatest secret with him. 7. As he read through the wish list, an inexplicable pain pierced Li Chen's heart, a feeling that was deeply unsettling. Quick, give that back. It's my private matter. Xia Yuning suddenly threw off the covers, pouncing like a startled cat to reclaim it. Force me and then vanish without a word. Do you think that's cool? Don't you realize that disappearing without a trace only deepens the pain? I'm sorry. I can only try my best to ensure you forget me, for I am unworthy. In any case, I have my own unavoidable troubles. Xia Yuning's eyes glistened with unshed tears, biting her lip, unable to meet Li Chen's gaze. Apologies, fair maiden. Your third wish may not come to fruition. As for the seventh, feel free to commence your performance. Li Chen tore the wish list into shreds, scattering the pieces like her fractured heart. Bastard, how could you tear my diary? The fluttering scraps of paper mirrored the shattered fragments of her heart. Unable to maintain her composure any longer, Xia Yuning sank onto the soft carpet, her long-guarded facade crumbling to reveal feelings of grievance, helplessness, and a fear of death, leaving her akin to a helpless bird in the cold wind. No longer the commanding queen, nor the jaded girl. She was merely a flower on the verge of wilting before it could bloom. Don't cry, my dearest. Tonight, like a night blooming Sirius, I shall blossom. Xia Yuning couldn't help but recall a sorrowful song, softly humming the melancholic tune as tears began to stream down her cheeks. In the late stages of liver cancer, the doctor had said she had but a month left to live, and she had fled from chemotherapy. How did you know? Xia Yuning gazed at Li Chen in disbelief, her eyes glistening with tears. Come on, ISNT that how dramas always unfold. Li Chen approached her with measured steps, assertively lifting her chin with his hand. Their eyes locked, and Xia Yuning instinctively recoiled. What do you intend to do? This time, your wish cannot be realized, for you have encountered me. Li Chen, I know you mean well and want me to return for treatment. However, even the finest hospital in Kyoto, even if the esteemed Master Dong from the Dong family were to intervene, would be of no avail. So please, respect my final choice in life, would you? Could it be that you mean Dong Ingzhu's grandfather? Li Chen found the notion absurd. While Dong Ingzhu's character was indeed questionable, there was no denying that Master Dong's medical prowess was well recognized. At that moment, a chime echoed from the entrance, signaling the doorbell. Mr. Li, I have procured the white-haired silver needles you requested. The voice of the attendant rang out. Li Chen took the iron box, thanked her, and closed the door once more. Now, are you daring enough to gamble with me? Li Chen extracted the white-haired silver needles, examining them meticulously before soaking them in alcohol for sterilization. What kind of bet? She asked. You aren't suggesting that you are the reincarnation of Hua Tuo, capable of reviving the dead, are you? Xia Yuning's mood lightened, sitting unabashedly, allowing Li Chun to admire her. Li Chun felt a sense of exasperation. Damn it, you've stolen my lines. Go lie down on the bed. He playfully kicked her delicate foot. Xia Yuning watched the silver needles draw nearer in Li Chen's grasp, her heart racing. Are you serious? You don't intend to stick me with that, do you? Such a fine needle, don't joke around. As she lay on the bed, she seriously questioned whether Li Chun was merely a half-baked amateur who had casually perused a medical book. Are you not afraid of death, yet fear this? Allow me to introduce you to the Tai Divine Needle. Li Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically, his aura transforming into that of a seasoned master, exuding calm and focus as if he had devoted a lifetime to the healing arts. Close your eyes and relax. As he spoke, Li Chun's wrist danced deftly, each white-haired silver needle piercing into Xia Yuning's major acupoints with the grace of living spirits. Xia Yuning felt waves of warmth and tingling coursing through her body, as if she were enveloped in a hot spring, soothing currents flowing along her meridians, cleansing every inch of her being, leaving her in a state of unparalleled comfort. Unaware of how much time had passed, Xia Yuning felt her eyelids grow unbearably heavy, and before she knew it, she drifted into the realm of dreams. When she awoke once more, an unprecedented lightness enveloped her body, as though she had cast off an immense burden, and even her breath carried a hint of long-forgotten sweetness. Instinctively, she pressed her hand to the area where her liver resided. The piercing pain that had once consumed her had significantly diminished. Though liver cancer strictly forbids alcohol consumption, she had not only indulged but had done so excessively. She had assumed that her condition would inevitably worsen, yet to her astonishment, she felt remarkably better now. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Li Chun methodically sterilizing silver needles over an alcohol lamp, fine beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and an indescribable warmth and gratitude surged within her heart. Xia Yuning mused that she must have saved the galaxy in her past life. For how else could she have encountered someone as fortunate as Li Chun? You have a rather serious illness, so multiple injections will be necessary. But everything is well within control, Li Chun remarked, his head still bowed, his tone calm yet infused with confidence. Thank you, my dear. If you truly cure me, I shall bear your children. Xia Yuning's voice quivered with emotion. Oh, Li Chen set down the silver needle and turned to her, a playful smirk gracing his lips. It won't be that easy. Have you forgotten our wager? He approached the bedside, towering over her with a glint of mock aggression in his eyes. I want you to kneel at my feet and lick my toes. Chapter 43, Cemented Heart. You scoundrel. Xia Yuning found herself momentarily speechless, her chest heaving as she struggled to articulate her indignation. Shameless. After a lengthy pause, she managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In another room of the Four Seasons Hotel, sister, what shall we do about that woman, Li Qingqing? We can't just let her be, can we? We ought to eliminate all potential threats decisively. The conversation between Dong Jinquan and his sister Dong Xieying happened to be overheard by Li Qingqing. The Dong family truly possessed a heart of stone, utterly ruthless. To protect Hu Xiyong, they not only hired assassins but intended to silence her as well. Li Qingqing's expression changed dramatically, and her entire body trembled. At that moment, the first thought that crossed her mind was to flee. Given the siblings' demeanor, it was clear they were not merely speaking idly. They would indeed carry out their threats. Li Qingqing was genuinely terrified and filled with regret. Seizing the opportunity while the siblings conspired, she quietly slipped out of the room with her passport in hand. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the urgent rapping at the door, Li Chun instinctively inquired, "Who is it?" "My dear, it's me, Qingqing." Li Qingqing. Outside, Li Qingqing's voice trembled, her only remaining refuge now being Li Chun. As Dong Xieying discovered the originator of the video, she immediately ordered a thorough investigation into Li Chun. To Li Qingqing's astonishment, the middle-aged, unemployed Li Chun, instead of being destitute, was living a life of leisure and comfort. He had purchased a luxurious mansion worth 3 million in the Jinxiu Houding and had over 1 million in his bank account, along with a BMW X5 valued in the 6 figures and substantial personal stocks. His total assets surpassed 10 million. Upon viewing Dong Ingzhu's authoritative investigation report, Li Qingqing was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? How long has it been since their divorce? How could Li Chun have amassed such wealth? Could he be a hidden rich second generation, or did his family benefit from a redevelopment? Moreover, he was surrounded by a bevy of beautiful women, by Wei Wei, Lin Shuqing, and the striking Xia Yuning. Each possessed her own unique allure, yet all were stunningly beautiful, and Xia Yuning's background was particularly formidable. Li Qingqing could not fathom what charm Li Chun possessed that could attract so many women to him, willingly vying for his affection. Was it truly the case that she, Li Qingqing, had spent her days chasing after the wrong target, only to be outshone? In stark contrast, Li Qingqing felt a pang of jealousy. The man she had aspired to, Hu Xiyong, appeared to be a general manager in a state-owned enterprise, yet in reality, he was merely a lapdog of the Dong family. Though he presented himself as refined and cultured, in truth, he was sycophantic and devoid of any sense of responsibility. When in the presence of Dong Yingzhu, he resembled a mouse encountering a cat, not daring to utter a sound. Little did she know that such a seemingly illustrious figure was, in private, a pitiful coward. Lacking both wealth and substance, he pretended to be something he was not, and even this extravagant trip had been funded by exploiting his subordinates. The more Li Qingqing pondered, the angrier she became, lamenting her own blindness. The night was as cool as water. A gust of sea breeze swept through, and Li Qingqing inexplicably felt a chill run through her body, a bone-deep cold. No, I must remarry. If I sincerely apologize, Li Chun will surely forgive me. He must. Drawing from past experiences, Li Qingqing believed that if she took the initiative and spoke softly, Li Chun would undoubtedly forgive her. Knock, knock, knock. Li Chun was engrossed in a serious discussion with Xia Yuning regarding matters of human legacy when he heard the urgent knocking at the door. My dear, it's me. Qingqing. At the door, Li Qingqing had applied a layer of foundation to conceal the red handprints on her face. She smoothed her hair and flashed a sweet smile at Li Chun as he opened the door. My dear, as the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. I have realized my mistakes. This time, I truly erred. Please forgive me. I will never act like a petulant child again. Even if you lose your job, even if you have no money, I will remain steadfastly by your side forever. Li Qingqing forced a smile, her voice nearly pleading. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Huh. There's another saying. A good horse does not graze on old pastures. Xia Yuning observed the scene with arms crossed, an amused glint in her eyes and a smirk playing at her lips. My dear, this must be your new acquaintance, right? If you can forgive me, I would be willing to tacitly allow your relationship with her. Just say the word or nod. As she gazed at Li Chen's cold, emotionless countenance, a shiver ran down Li Qingqing's spine, and she felt an overwhelming chill wash over her. Li Qingqing, we have no relationship whatsoever now. Please leave swiftly. Seeing your face only disgusts me. Li Chun had no desire to utter another word to this woman. Whenever he recalled the memories he had buried, they felt like a thorn in his heart, reminding him of his past failures. Leave, woman. Do you think that by climbing to a higher branch, you can marry into a wealthy family and become someone of importance? Do you understand why for 5,000 years, Chinese marriage has emphasized the importance of matching social status? To put it bluntly, Li Qingqing, you are unworthy. Let alone you. Even those socialites and starlets who marry into wealthy families, how many find true happiness? In the end, they are merely playthings for others. The reason birds confidently perch on withered branches is not that they fear not death, but rather because they possess wings that can soar. Do you understand? The heart may aspire high, but life is fragile. Xia Yuning's mockery was unrelenting, and Li Qingqing's face turned pale, her voice faltering as she stumbled backward, collapsing to the ground. Li Chen had changed. He was no longer the man who could be easily appeased with a few soft words, nor the docile soul who would patiently endure. My dear Li Chen, even if you do not forgive me, I implore you to save me. That lunatic Dong Yingzhu wants to silence me, and they've even hired the Wolfgang's assassins to eliminate both of you. Heh, that audacious woman, Dong Yingzhu, truly has no bounds. Xia Yuning smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. Li Chen, I implore you, they intend to dispose of my body in the deep sea before dawn. In light of our past as a married couple, I beseech you. Li Qingqing was genuinely terrified, clutching Li Chen's leg with desperation, as if he were her only lifeline amidst drowning waters. Li Chun gazed down at her from a lofty height, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as tranquil as an unfathomable cold pool. The former Li Chun had perished, his heart encased in cement. He would no longer allow himself to feel for any woman, let alone harbor even a shred of sympathy for Li Qingqing. I worked late into the night, returning home to bring you supper, only for you to scorn me for disturbing your beauty sleep. The birthday gift I purchased while scrimping and saving, you hastily sold on a second-hand market. When I fell ill with a fever, yearning for you to fetch me a glass of water, you dismissed me, proclaiming your show to be at a critical juncture. Is this what you deem a marital bond? Chapter 44. A storm approaches. Within the confines of their marriage, Li Chun was nothing but a disposable commodity, and Li Qingqing had never truly respected him. Not even a fraction. Even when Li Chun groveled before her and her family, reduced to the dust beneath their feet, Li Qingqing's brother and parents would still condescend, hurling various insults and accusations, always lamenting that their daughter had married beneath her station and misplaced her affections. Spare me your cheap tears. Li Chen flung Li Qingqing's hand away. She lifted her head, hope gleaming in her eyes as she awaited his approval. Bah, get lost. What awaited her was not Li Chen's forgiveness, but the resounding slam of the door. accompanied by the rustle of a stack of Siamese currency. Li Chen's motivation was not born of compassion, but rather the realization that Li Qingqing's survival would facilitate the unearthing of evidence against Hu Xiyong and Dong Yingzhu. Snatching up the cash from the ground, Li Qingqing dashed downstairs, beseeching, "Please, help me call the police. Someone is out to harm me." Her phone had long been confiscated by Dong Yingzhu's bodyguard, and upon bursting out of the hotel, her first thought was to urgently find someone to assist her in alerting the authorities. The man nodded at her before dialing Dong Jinquan's number. 5 minutes later, 2 bodyguards tipped the man generously and securely returned Li Qingqing to the hotel. Ding. Weekly mission refreshed. Weekly mission. Establish acquaintance with a Siamese woman rated 810 and engage in profound conversation. Reward. An S-level intelligence. Just as Li Chun had finished soothing Xia Yuning's wounded spirit, he heard the familiar synthesized voice of the system. An 810 Siamese woman? Wouldn't that be a stunning Thai beauty? And profound conversation? This task felt all too familiar, echoing the same formula and essence. The tourism industry in Siam was highly developed, giving rise to a plethora of unique service industries, such as the renowned wife rental service, available for daily, weekly, monthly, or even yearly hire. They could serve as tour guides while also providing emotional support, Thai massages, ladyboy performances, and legalized red light districts. Was he supposed to seek out a Thai girl? Li Chun stroked his chin, glancing at the large-eyed, innocent-looking Xia Yuning. Although he vowed never to develop feelings for any woman again, was it not somewhat too blatant to actively seek out a Thai girl? Moreover, Li Chun was apprehensive about incurring Xia Yuning's wrath. Though he refrained from discussing emotions, he still valued his face. Besides, those rated above 810 would likely not be found in such professions. If geographical constraints were not an issue, Li Chun considered reaching out to flight attendant Lin Jiyu for a chat. Now that the system task clearly specified a Siamese woman, Li Chun had no choice but to explore alternative avenues. Alas, such matters are best approached with a sense of ease. He retrieved a cigarette, lighting it with a snap, and took a deep drag, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. What kind of thing are you implying? You don't have any ill intentions towards me, do you? Xia Yuning clutched her chest, fearing a sudden ambush from Li Chun. Xia Yuning, let us keep things clear. You don't have genuine feelings for me, do you? How naive. The reason I acted that way was merely to experience a complete life, without regrets. Oh, then I can rest easy. Li Chun exhaled a plume of smoke, revealing a smile. Yet, upon hearing his words, Xia Yuning inexplicably felt a pang in her heart. Could this perhaps be the taste of love? Wasn't it said that the most beautiful and sacred thing in this world was platonic love? Word had it that the women in Siam were both gentle and considerate. She contemplated whether she should seek out a Thai girl to discuss her pent-up emotions. Scoundrel, aren't you afraid of getting sick? Xia Yuning seethed, her teeth gritted. This guy can't possibly be serious about finding a Thai girl, can he? By the way, why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Wasn't your bucket list about leaving quietly? Once I recover from my illness, I will leave, humph. But right now, you've successfully irked me. Oh, is that so? So you intend to teach me a lesson? Li Chun leaned in closer, pinning Xia Yuning beneath him. You scoundrel. Just a moment ago, you claimed you weren't tempted by my body. As she spoke, Xia Yuning felt Li Chen's hands firmly grip her shoulders. The perfectly measured pressure and skilled technique elicited a soft moan from her. How about this ancestral-level massage? Is it soothing? As Li Chun continued the massage, he discreetly infused his vital energy into her, enhancing the efficacy of the Thai divine needle treatment to expedite Xia Yuning's recovery. Li Chun, with your skills, you could easily open a clinic in Kyoto. You would undoubtedly make a fortune. Not interested. Do you think just anyone can get me to lend a hand? I'm merely a small-time player. Kyoto's waters run too deep. I'd prefer to remain carefree in Jiangxing. Ding dong. The phone screen illuminated. Tour guide Yana sent a message. Today's itinerary leads to Bali. I will be waiting for you on the Oceanic Sign cruise ship. According to the 7-day tour itinerary, they would first pass through Boracay Island before heading to Bali. With over 1,000 kilometers to traverse, there would be no turning back. Upon reading the message, the two quickly packed their belongings and departed the hotel, heading towards the port. Ding. Daily intelligence refreshed. Would you like to view it immediately? I must check. Intelligence 1. Warning. Special alert. Dong Yingzhu and her brother have spent a fortune bribing members of the Wolf Pack to intercept you and Xia Yuning en route. As Li Chun read the first message, a chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively glanced in the direction of Dong Yingzhu's accommodation. The following 2 messages caught his eye, but just as he was about to scrutinize them further, Yana's voice rang out. Hey, you finally made it. Let me introduce you. This is one of the largest luxury cruise ships in the world, the Sign. It has a displacement of 250,000 tons, measures 365 meters in length, and stands 20 stories high, with elevators throughout. It features two 800 guest rooms and can accommodate up to 10,000 visitors. Inside, there are water parks, swimming bars, restaurants, and various performances, including, but not limited to, ladyboy shows. Gazing up at the colossal vessel before him, Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly a floating island." Ladyboy shows. That sounds interesting. Xia Yuning shook Chen's arm, her face alight with excitement. Conversely, Chen scanned the surroundings warily, soon spotting a few unfriendly gazes lurking nearby. These must be the eyes and ears of the wolf gang, tasked with monitoring the two of them. When soldiers come, one must meet them with arms. When water flows, one must build a dam. I, Chen, do not seek trouble, yet I am not afraid of it. Since Dong Engzhu refuses to reflect on her own issues, fixated solely on shielding Hu Xiong in a bid to preserve his lofty position, even resorting to silencing others, then I have nothing to hold back. Wang Lei, wasn't your last video taken down? Allow me to present you with an even more explosive one. Chapter 45, Exposing the Godfather Scandal. The previous leak merely consisted of photographs and videos of the two being affectionate in a restaurant, but this time, it features shocking content from their private quarters. Hu Xiong has publicly declared their relationship as that of a godfather and goddaughter, a display of leadership's concern for subordinates. I wonder how he will explain this. Surely, one cannot claim to provide care for a female subordinate in bed, can they? Under Yana's guidance, the two swiftly settled into their room. Upon obtaining the video, Wang Lei immediately began editing and censoring it, ready to release it at the click of a button. Just when the public was distracted by the uproar regarding teacher Zheng's watch, neglecting the far graver Godfather scandal, Wang Lei's explosive revelations swiftly reclaimed the public discourse. At that moment, the crowd began to regain their composure. For merely wearing an ill-timed watch, others faced all manner of accusations and discussions. Whereas teacher Zheng promptly issued an apology and admitted his fault. Yet, the army of internet trolls continued to stir the pot, evidently attempting to divert the public's attention. It was only after viewing the explosive video of President Hu and his goddaughter that the masses awakened to the truth. Just days prior, I had been criticizing teacher Zheng. Now, my face aches from embarrassment. I must inquire, where can one find a goddaughter like President Hu's? Urgently waiting for a response. I do not envy the couple or the immortals, but I do envy President Hu's daily life. Damn it, I've been played. Was the entire internet's focus on a mere watch merely a ruse to shield these parasites? These fools truly think the internet users are gullible. It has been proven that no matter how expensive a watch may be, it pales in comparison to a godfather's bed. It appears I have underestimated the situation, my friends. The trending topic dissipated faster than my ex-boyfriend could run away. The power of capital truly warms the heart. President Hu's luminous watch exemplifies the classic throwing a dead cat tactic, using a minor scandal to obscure an earth-shattering revelation. What will it be next time? A celebrity's dog going missing at Milan Fashion Week? Spare me the godfather-goddaughter nonsense. How repulsive. To the comrades at the Discipline Inspection Commission, wake up. If you don't act soon, the heavens will surely be pierced by their schemes. Brother Lei, you are magnificent. You are the online equivalent of a just official. You dare to expose what others fear to? For that, I shall send you a rocket. It's time to disperse. Tomorrow will surely bring another public relations article about a couple's relationship falling apart in a peaceful separation. The sun rises as usual, and we shall continue to toil. So, has that army of trolls, which fixated on the watch, merely switched to another pit to continue their antics, or have they already collected their pay and clocked out? To summarize, some individuals wear watches worth millions to flaunt their wealth. Others, by sleeping with someone else's spouse, seek to demonstrate their power. Merely an hour after the video was released, it skyrocketed to trending status, and the comment section was flooded with reactions. Observing that netizens had sharpened their discernment, Chen felt a sense of relief. This was already irrefutable evidence, no matter how Hu Xiong might wriggle out of accountability or how Dong Engzhu attempts to exonerate him. It would be futile. Meanwhile, the special investigation team swiftly commenced their inquiry into the Godfather scandal involving XX Corporation. What followed was the inevitable unraveling of power dynamics as the walls came tumbling down. XXX Corporation promptly issued an official statement regarding the recent incidents involving our employees Hu XX and Li XX. The online dissemination of inappropriate conduct and related videos has engendered a profoundly detrimental social impact, grossly violating societal norms and causing irreparable damage to our corporation's reputation. Thus, we have reached the following decisions. 1. Concerning Hu XX. As a senior management official, he should have led by example. However, he has egregiously violated professional ethics and corporate regulations. The corporation has decided to suspend all his duties immediately and to establish a special investigation team to thoroughly examine any potential economic issues or other violations. 2. Regarding Li XX, As an employee, he has failed to uphold professional standards, with his actions gravely breaching the Employee Code of Conduct and labor contract provisions. The corporation has decided to terminate his employment effective immediately. 3. We will fully cooperate with external investigations. After witnessing the relentless measures taken by the relevant departments, Chen exhaled deeply. It seemed that even the Dong family, despite their formidable influence, could not shield their misdeeds from the law and the evidence at hand. At the Four Seasons Hotel, Dong Ingzhu listened attentively to a phone call, an elderly voice resonating on the other end. Ingzhu, did you not assert that your husband was innocent and wronged? At this point, I have little more to say. Handle your affairs yourself, and ensure they are resolved cleanly. Do not let the family bear the burden. Grandfather, please let me explain. Dong Ingzhu attempted to interject, only to be met with the sound of the line going dead. Her complexion paled, and she sank to the floor. Realizing the family's stance was abundantly clear, her husband was beyond saving. Dear, what did grandfather say? A resounding slap answered Hu Xiong. Look at the mess you two have created. Dong Ingzhu remained seated on the floor for a while before rising slowly. Akun, come here. The two retreated to the adjacent room, locking the door behind them. Hu Xiong and Li Qingqing could not be allowed to remain alive. An unfortunate accident at sea would be best. Dong Ingzhu's gaze was frigid, devoid of any regard for the years of relationship between husband and wife. Indeed, it was time for her to acquire a new young companion, especially since so many had given up on striving for better. In the living room, Hu Xiong and Li Qingqing appeared ashen. Although unaware of the specifics of the discussion, they understood it concerned their fates. Previously, Hu Xiong had managed to maintain his high position for the benefit of the Dong family. Now, however, he had outlived his usefulness and was certain to be sacrificed for survival. As for Li Qingqing, her fate was even more dire. Each year, countless individuals vanished at sea due to turbulent waves. If Hu Xiong's suspicions were correct, he might very well become one of those lost at sea. He stealthily approached the door, eavesdropping and catching snippets of their conspiratorial dialogue. This woman possesses a heart as ruthless as steel. Remembering their adorable daughter, Hu Xiong felt his heart bleed. He knew Dong Ingzhu was merciless in her actions, but he had not anticipated such absolute ruthlessness. Since you have chosen the path of treachery, do not blame me for retaliating. Hu Xiong quietly activated his phone, accessing a cloud storage space known only to him. He backed up all the incriminating evidence against the Dong family accumulated over the years, feeling a slight sense of relief. If Dong Ingzhu truly intended to harm him, then he would not hesitate to fight back. Li Qingqing was bound to a chair by the bodyguard, her face devoid of any expression, for her heart had turned to ashes. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Dong Ingzhu and Dong Jinquan pushed open the door and exited the room. My dear Qingqing, your situation is irretrievable. The family's directive is clear. I must dispose of you. Chapter 46, The Fortunate Gambler. Dong Ingzhu gazed at the two with a tone that was gentle yet tinged with a faint sense of regret and sorrow, emphasizing that the family's decision was for you to vanish. Ah, my wife, please don't. We are bound by marriage. Moreover, our Nyo cannot grow up without her father. Hu Xiong, pallid and trembling, fell to his knees in a desperate plea. After much contemplation, I have devised a singular strategy, the art of the golden cicada shedding its shell. What do you mean by this art? It was the first time Hu Xiong had witnessed Dong Ingzhu's gentleness, leaving him momentarily disoriented. We shall embark on a cruise to the deep sea. Then, we will stage a video in which you both pretend to perish for love. I will arrange for new identities for you, ensuring that everything remains undiscovered. Would that not solve our predicament? Yet, with the current stringent checks in the country, this may prove challenging. While it may not be feasible in a first-tier city, what if we were to do it in Tibet or Inner Mongolia? That does seem plausible. Recalling the historical fact that Inner Mongolia has long been a cradle for artists, Hu Xiong suddenly realized that Dong Ingzhu was not merely deceiving him. She was genuinely providing a means of escape. Furthermore, the narrative of two lovers tragically perishing in the sea was indeed reasonable. Very well, my wife, let us proceed as you suggest. Soon, Dong Ingzhu and her entourage arrived at a luxurious cruise ship, reaching a remote part of the deep sea. The deck was graced by a refreshing breeze, and the night was exquisitely beautiful. Following their preordained script, a video of the two professing their love and tragic demise was swiftly filmed. Hu Xiong, unable to contain his excitement, realized he had been overly suspicious. The words overheard in the room had surely been misinterpreted. Come, my husband, let us celebrate your and Qingqing's new beginning. Dong Ingzhu raised her glass of red wine, toasting with the two. Cheers. As the wine coursed through her, Li Qingqing felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, the world spinning around her. Gazing upon Dong Ingzhu's menacing visage, she suddenly comprehended the truth. The true villains never inscribed their malevolence upon their faces. Well, Dong Ingzhu remarked, casting a cold glance at the bodyguard and then at the two unconscious figures sprawled on the ground. The bodyguard understood the unspoken command and, shrouded by the veil of night, cast the two into the depths of the sea. In their unconscious state, being thrown into the ocean could only lead to one fate: drowning or becoming fish food. Observing her cherished toys being discarded, Dong Ingzhu felt a pang of sorrow for 3 fleeting seconds. Sister, does Hu Seong hold any compromising information about our Dong family? Even if he did, it would be lost to the depths. Besides, my actions are solely to protect our family. If Hu Seong were to be imprisoned, how many would be implicated? The old man's phone call had conveyed his intent with utmost clarity. Thus, Dong Ingzhu resolved to extinguish this fire forthwith, preventing it from spreading to her family members. Moreover, the instigator of this affair must also be silenced. The thought of Li Chun filled Dong Ingzhu with seething rage. Rest assured, the Wild Wolf Gang will act swiftly. On board the flagship cruise, the extravagant performance concluded and the crowd dispersed, some heading to the bar while others flocked to the casino, the ship still alive with exuberance. Hey! Xia Yuning waved her hand in front of Li Chen's eyes. Are you so entranced by the beauty that you cannot move? Don't say I didn't warn you. They are all transvestites. Xia Yuning's face flushed with indignation, her chest heaving with frustration. How could he brazenly ogle in her presence, showing such utter disregard for her as the esteemed lady she was? Li Chen, damn it. Finding an 8-point beauty is indeed no easy task. My task for this week is to meet an 8-point Thai girl. I must not delay in fulfilling my mission. Let us try our luck at the casino. In Southeast Asia, it was rare to find anyone who did not indulge in gambling. For the thrill-seeking Xia Yuning, every new experience was one she felt compelled to embrace. After all, her life was a gift. It should not be squandered. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please exchange your chips here, the courteous attendant reminded them at the entrance. Approaching the counter, Li Chun observed Xia Yuning with a relaxed demeanor. While she met his gaze defiantly, what are you staring at? We're here to buy chips. Li Chun raised an eyebrow. Isn't this kind of public display the duty of men? Xia Yuning crossed her arms, adopting a posture of indignation. Miss Xia, Li Chun leaned closer. Lowering his voice with a teasing tone, it seems we are merely spiritual companions, are we not? Why should I spend money on you? Moreover, have you settled my medical fees? You wouldn't expect to benefit from my exceptional skills for free, would you? You. Xia Yuning was momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushing crimson, her teeth clenched in frustration. Hearing Li Chun's words ignited a fire within her. She had already given him everything on the first occasion. Yet he still wouldn't refer to her as his girlfriend? Was this not akin to soliciting without payment? Scoundrel. Despite the turmoil within, she recalled the framework of their supposed spiritual romance. She could only swallow her pride and utter a few reluctant words. Fine. I will buy the chips. Xia Yuning pulled out her phone to initiate the payment. The flagship was an international cruise ship, traversing numerous nations, thus accepting any internationally recognized currency. Xia Yuning skillfully exchanged a substantial amount of chips at the front desk, then tossed the smallest denomination at Li Chun with disdain. Here is your share. Consider it your companionship fee. Li Chun, what the hell is this companionship fee? Tonight, you'll see the consequences and understand why roses are so captivating. The casino buzzed with excitement. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Like all newcomers, they began with the simplest of bets. The unspoken rule of the casino was that newcomers typically enjoyed astonishing luck in their first 3 rounds. The rules of betting were straightforward. A correct bet would yield a 1 payout. For instance, a wager of 10,000 chips would double upon a win, while a loss would see the chips claimed by the house. There were, of course, special scenarios, such as a jackpot, where 10,000 could transform into 1 million in an instant. Xia Yuning appeared to be devoid of strategy, casually placing a wager of 10,000 chips on the jackpot section. The surrounding gamblers regarded her with expressions of disbelief. Beauty. The odds of hitting the jackpot are thousands to 1. A well-meaning gentleman nearby couldn't help but interject. Bet locked in, the dealer announced loudly. The dice cup spinning in his hands before being slammed down onto the table. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The dealer slowly unveiled the cup, revealing 3 dice. Perfectly stacked, all showing 6s. Jackpot. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, the sound of disbelief echoing through the air. 150,000 chips were pushed towards Xia Yuning, resembling a small mountain. Is this even possible? She is truly the chosen one. Xia Yuning, however, merely smiled serenely, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Gracefully collecting her chips, she took the still-dazed Li Chun by the hand and strode confidently toward the roulette table. This time, she was even more casual, gently sliding 1 million chips toward the number 17. Chapter 47. The Aura of Good Fortune. Bet locked in. The roulette spun rapidly, the ivory ball bouncing wildly in the grid. each collision tugging at the heartstrings of all present. At last, amidst the fervent gaze of the crowd, the little ball swayed precariously before finally landing on the number 17. A staggering 35-fold payout. 35 million. The entire casino erupted into a frenzy. Incredible. In less than 3 minutes, a fortune of 35 million had been won. Li Chen mused. Could it be that Xia Yuning is indeed the fabled treasure girl? The lucky girl? Let us go. This is rather dull, not as entertaining as I imagined. Just when everyone expected her to capitalize on her victory and sweep through the casino, Xia Yuning, disinterested, pulled Li Chen along, striding towards the exchange counter amidst a sea of bewildered expressions. Dear esteemed guest, the VIP rooms upstairs offer even more thrilling activities. Would you care to take a look? The casino manager, perfectly timed, made a warm invitation, having witnessed Xia Yuning effortlessly pocketing 35 million. I'm afraid I'm not interested, Xia Yuning replied, sidestepping the manager and leading Li Chen to exchange her chips. Li Chen was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? It seemed Xia Yuning was the true protagonist, divinely chosen. Here, she said, slapping a 35 million bank draft onto Li Chen's chest, her chin slightly raised, eyes glinting with a mix of provocation and pride. Is this enough for the medical fees? Man, it's more than sufficient. Absolutely, Li Chen exclaimed, hastily accepting the bank draft, his heart soaring with joy. This money had come too easily. Since she had paid so generously, he felt compelled to provide his utmost service. Ms. Xia, you must be exhausted. Allow me, Xiao Chen, to give you a back rub and a massage, shall I? Man. Back in the room, Li Chen administered another acupuncture session for Xia Yuning, followed by a meticulous massage. By the way, aren't you curious as to how I managed to hit the jackpot twice? Curiosity killed the cat. You need to enlighten me. I'm solely interested in the money. Xia Yuning retorted, her temper flaring. You're not adhering to the script. Don't say I didn't warn you. Misfortune may be lurking just around the corner. What do you mean? I don't understand. Well, I can't quite articulate it. Every time I experience good fortune, a series of unfortunate events inevitably follows. I thought encountering you had exhausted all my luck in this lifetime. Who would have guessed that luck would come so swiftly? Oh, are you referring to those misfortunes? Nothing life-threatening. It shouldn't be, Xia Yuning said with a nonchalant air, while Li Chen's heart raced with trepidation. Goodness. So this money might be a bit too hot to handle. Li Chen thought. Regardless of what tomorrow holds, I must first collect some interest tonight. What are you doing? I've already compensated you. The physical treatment may be over, but I can see you have some psychological issues that require attention. Psychological? I'm not mentally ill. In the stillness of night, do you not feel emptiness, loneliness, and chill? Have you dreamed of handsome men or some mortifying scenarios? Xia Yuning responded. Are you truly a legitimate doctor? But fret not. You're merely experiencing what I call youth syndrome, abbreviated as thinking. You scoundrel. Just as the scandal regarding the sugar daddy hand-holding incident continued to brew, an announcement once again captured everyone's attention. Nearly everyone received a notification from XX Grocery Delivery. Dear user, thank you for choosing XX Grocery Delivery. Due to partial business adjustments, your area will suspend order acceptance starting June 23rd. For any order issues, please communicate with platform customer service. Triggered by the Li Daqiang incident, the investigative team uncovered further dark secrets, revealing that not just one branch, but the entire XX Grocery Delivery was embroiled in situations akin to those in Jiangxing. They suppressed prices to siphon funds from suppliers while passing off inferior products as genuine. Shockingly, despite this dual exploitation, the company's financial reports reflected continuous losses. Faced with immense societal pressure, the parent company announced the closure of XX Grocery Delivery without prior notice to any suppliers or partners. No one anticipated that a once mighty commercial giant would collapse overnight. Following an urgent investigation, corroborated by transcripts and evidence from Li Daqiang and related personnel, it was determined that the company's termination of labor contracts with Li Chen, Wang Lei, and several veteran employees met the criteria for dismissal as outlined in the labor law. The parent company of XX Grocery Delivery was obliged to provide compensation of N1. When the bank's labor compensation of over 100,000 arrived, Li Chen was momentarily astonished. What goes around comes around. The heavens spare no one. Additionally, Li Daqiang and others had been convicted of illegal profiteering and embezzling company assets, awaiting trial. Everything had settled into place. Looking at the disassembled bed, Li Chen found himself speechless. Was it due to excessive force, or had the misfortunes already begun? Well, it should be a coincidence. Perhaps the bed was just too old. Yet, even as she spoke, Xia Yuning felt a twinge of guilt. Li Chen, deep in thought, wished to express his sentiments about Xia Yuning's family. By the way, why didn't your so-called lucky constitution activate earlier? Someone was diagnosed with a terminal illness. Isn't that unfortunate enough? Xia Yuning was left speechless. The peculiarity of this constitution resembled an automatically balancing luck account. After a surge of good fortune, a streak of misfortune would inevitably follow. Conversely, after experiencing unfortunate events, good things would also occur. Moreover, this luck value could be stored. Xia Yuning simply had yet to grasp the specific operational rules. Her performance at the casino was a sudden realization, feeling her luck soaring to unprecedented heights. All right, perhaps we should go out to embrace the sea breeze and admire the starry sea. Chen glanced at the flickering overhead light, genuinely fearing that it might suddenly fall and strike him. The two made their way to an open-air restaurant, casually ordering some food. "Sir, madam, your cocktails." The waiter, holding a tray, performed a courteous bow, but just then, a wave rocked the boat, and the waiter stumbled, falling spectacularly. Chen exclaimed, "Is this the aura of misfortune? Wait, why is Xia Yuning unaffected? Shouldn't the misfortunes befall her?" Chapter 48, The Aura of Misfortune. Xia Yuning looked innocently bewildered. Perhaps the luck has shifted? Just as they were conversing, without warning, a blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. The once tranquil sea raged, unleashing monstrous waves that battered the crew's ship mercilessly. Oh, my goodness! The ship rocked violently, shattering glassware in the restaurant as the screams of tourists mingled with the roar of the waves. Fortunately, the cruise ship arrived at its scheduled stop, Long Beach, thus narrowly avoiding a disaster reminiscent of the Titanic. Chen, with a face as dark as a pot bottom, stared blankly at Xia Yuning, now harboring grave suspicions that this sudden tempest was her doing. The goddess of fortune had instantaneously transformed into a harbinger of calamity. Due to the unforeseen circumstances that just transpired, the cruise ship is required to undergo a comprehensive inspection, resulting in an extended stay on the picturesque Long Beach Island. The majority of tourists have opted to disembark at the earliest opportunity, while a few have chosen to continue resting aboard the vessel. "Actually, as long as you keep a slight distance from me, you won't be affected," murmured Xia Yuning, reluctantly creating a safe space between herself and Chen. "Boss, the target has already landed on the island." "Excellent. Proceed with the plan to ensnare her." Amidst the clusters of palm trees on the island, several furtive figures stealthily approached. "Brother Big Face, that young girl seems to be alone." The lean monkey fixated on the seemingly harmless Xia Yuning, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Monkey, let us first capture the girl, then lure the boy over to rescue her." The man referred to as Brother Big Face sported a thick mustache and an impressively round visage that left a lasting impression. Foreseeing the peak of her misfortune, Xia Yuning was engulfed in anxiety when several scruffy-looking individuals encircled her. Seriously, is it really this chaotic on Java? And during broad daylight, no less. Chen sat on the beach, gazing at the turbulent sea, and upon turning around, he discovered that Xia Yuning had vanished. Did she run into the woods? For safety's sake, Chen hastily rose to search for Xia Yuning. "Brothers, could you please let me go? I fear for my life. Calamity awaits." Xia Yuning expressed her concerns as she was forcibly ushered into a van. Little did she expect that at the peak of her misfortune, these well-meaning individuals would arrive so promptly. This reminded her of the pivotal moments in novels where protagonists face tribulations, only for the villains to emerge and bear the burden of the hero's plight. "Heh, little girl from the Dragon Kingdom. Are you trying to tell us a joke from the underworld?" Brother Big Face shot her a mocking glance, prompting uproarious laughter within the vehicle. Every thug in the van was doubled over in mirth. Xia Yuning thought to herself, the last kind-hearted soul who tried to shield her from disaster ignored her warnings and now lay in a hospital bed. Before she could finish her thought, a thunderous bang echoed through the air. The right rear wheel and tire of the van exploded, shooting off into the distance like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc. Thankfully, the lean monkey in the driver's seat reacted swiftly, slamming the brakes to prevent the vehicle from plummeting into the adjacent drainage ditch. The laughter inside the van abruptly froze. Calamity? This can't be real. Before they could recover from the shock, the flying wheel collided with a lamppost at the roadside, rebounding back with perfect physics. Bang! The wheel struck the side of the van with precision, embedding a jagged steel shard deep into the metal, leaving a horrifying dent. Inside the vehicle, Brother Big Face and his companions felt as though their very souls had been jolted from their bodies. What in the world? He trembled as he pushed open the van door, staring at the nearly penetrated metal, cold sweat pouring down his back. If they had been in a thinner-skinned vehicle, they would have collectively met their demise today. Lean monkey, did you swap your driver's license for an excavator? Brother Face, this defies logic. The lean monkey wore a look of grievance, swearing that his previous acceleration had not exceeded 40. What logic? Change the tire, you fool. Brother Big Face roared as he grabbed the jack from the trunk. However, with a sudden click, the van door slid down, pinching his hand tightly. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig filled the air. Brother Face, hold on. Another lackey hurriedly opened the door to assist in retrieving the jack. In a twist of fate, the jack's base fell unexpectedly, landing squarely on Brother Big Face's foot. Ouch! He cradled his foot, tears brimming in his eyes as he performed a spontaneous dance of agony. Meanwhile, Xia Yuning, observing the chaos from the van, began to seriously question her life choices. The lean monkey cursed as he exited the vehicle, fumbling for an eternity before finally managing to replace the flat tire. However, when he attempted to restart the vehicle, the esteemed Wuling Hongguang, fabled as the god car of Qiuming Mountain, seemed to enter a state of inertia, refusing to ignite regardless of how fervently he turned the key. Brother Face. The car won't budge, he lamented, his face a portrait of despair. Useless. Brother Face rubbed his swollen, carrot-like hand, bellowing, then we'll walk. I refuse to believe this nonsense. Thus, they abandoned the vehicle and began escorting Xia Yuning deep into the jungle. The island's paths were treacherously muddy following the storm. The lean monkey surged ahead, but slipped, hurtling down the muddy slope like a cannonball. He ultimately landed with a splash into a heap of seaweed washed ashore by the waves, inadvertently biting into a bewildered crab. What transpired next was increasingly unfortunate and bizarre. Brother Big Face and his entourage, now gazing into Xia Yuning's innocent, clear eyes, unanimously harbored a singular thought. Devil. This woman is a demon. All the Siamese men, devout followers of Buddhism, in that moment wished to distance themselves from this living embodiment of doom. Apologies. But perhaps you should leave. While the leader's command held weight, none were eager to risk their lives yet again, even if they avoided death. The prospect of being entangled with something unclean seemed far from desirable. What about your professional spirit? All the while, Li Chen bore witness to the wild wolf gang's comical display. Brotherly, please save me. I have successfully transcended my tribulations. Xia Yuning's voice, sweet as honey, reached a pitch that tugged at his heartstrings. Li Chen stumbled, momentarily halting his impulse to rescue her. Who are you again? Before the lean monkey could finish his sentence, Brother Big Face shoved him aside, declaring, this woman is sinister. Let's capture this man instead. With a mere glance from Brother Big Face, the gang instantly surrounded Li Chen. Chapter 49, An Unexpected Rescue. With a mere glance from Brother Big Face, the gang instantly surrounded Li Chen. Since everyone is so eager, allow me to pay homage to Mr. Bruce Lee. Shattering star steps, Li Chen shouted, transforming into a streak of light. Before the wild wolf gang could comprehend the situation, they all collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Big Face led the charge, with his lackeys kneeling and pleading for mercy. Speak. Who sent you? Where is your lair? Initially, they remained tight-lipped, their resolve as hard as steel. However, after Li Chen demonstrated the miraculous application of the 13 ghost needles, Brother Big Face and his cohorts experienced what it meant to endure exquisite agony. Surpassing the 10th level of pain, it was excruciating, heart-wrenching, and drenched in cold sweat. I'll tell you everything. After traversing a remote mountain path for quite some time, Brother Big Face pointed to a concealed cave behind a wooden house. Brother, that is our lair. Aside from a few guards, we are preparing to transfer the captives to the industrial park in northern Myanmar. Upon spotting Brother Big Face and his group, the few guards displayed no wariness and were swiftly knocked unconscious by Li Chen's decisive strikes. The narrow cave was dark, damp, and exuded a foul odor. Within a massive steel cage, several men and women were crammed together like sardines, their faces pale and eyes vacant, with remnants of food on the floor resembling pig slop. Upon seeing someone enter, the individuals merely lifted their heads in a daze, only to let them droop again in resigned acceptance. These were the unfortunate souls prepared by the wolf gang to be sent to northern Myanmar. Truly despicable. Even Li Chen, who usually harbored profound thoughts, could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Xia Yuning was even more incensed, her teeth clenched in fury. These individuals were either duped into traveling under various pretenses or outright deceived. The wolf gang was responsible for capturing these victims, while the industrial zone was tasked with their refinement and slaughter. The first step involved stripping away their credit through various loans. The second involved contacting their families to extort ransom. The third saw the extraction of vital organs, and the fourth involved converting the remaining skeletal remains into medical teaching specimens. In short, they would be completely drained of all value. What was even more astonishing was that the leader of the wolf gang was an unknown individual from the Dragon Country, a crucial reason for their repeated successes, as only a compatriot could truly understand another compatriot. The impenetrable lock was crushed effortlessly by Li Chen, who then swung open the heavy iron door. I am a citizen of the Dragon Country. You are safe now. A profound silence enveloped the cage. After several seconds, a bespectacled boy, appearing like a university student, timidly inquired, You aren't one of them, are you? Li Chun surveyed the terrified crowd, realizing they were likely frightened out of their wits by the traffickers. 12,308. I will call the consulate right now. He retrieved his phone and activated the speaker. And as the call connected, a voice quickly answered. Welcome to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Global Consular Protection and Emergency Call Center. My ID number is XXXXXX. How may I assist you? Hearing the gentle, melodious voice speaking in standard Mandarin from the Dragon Country, the individuals in the iron cage felt a wave of emotion wash over them, tears streaming down their faces uncontrollably. Hello, my name is Li Chun, a citizen of the Dragon Country. I am currently on an unnamed island at the coordinates of. I have discovered a human trafficking den with several compatriots imprisoned here who were intended to be sent to a fraudulent industrial zone in northern Myanmar. The tone on the other end instantly shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Mr. Li, please confirm that you and all the rescued compatriots are currently safe. Very safe. Li Chun glanced at the guard he had incapacitated and the others outside, who were still reeling from the effects of his earlier actions. All criminals have been subdued. There was a sharp intake of breath from the other end, followed by a hushed, urgent report. Mr. Li, please ensure the safety of yourself and your compatriots. Remain in place and do not move. We have activated the highest level emergency response plan. Consulate personnel and the Siamese police will arrive as swiftly as possible. Please keep the line open. Understood. At this, the crowd could no longer contain themselves, bursting into tears, their sobs heart-wrenching and uncontrollable, as if they needed to expel all the fear and despair accumulated over the days. Zhang Wei was a recent graduate, filled with dreams for the future. However, the grim economic climate led to unemployment right after graduation, when a job posting offering a monthly salary of 20,000, inclusive of food and accommodation, appeared before him. He was overjoyed, convinced it was the goddess of fate smiling upon him. The work was easy, his colleagues were supportive, and there were even team-building trips abroad to idyllic islands. After a month of harmonious interactions, Zhang Wei had long since cast aside his initial reservations. When he indulged in the breathtaking island scenery and celebrated with his colleagues over a lavish feast, he awoke to find himself in this dire situation. A mere lamb to the slaughter. Li Chun assisted each individual out of the cave, finally able to discern the multitude of injuries adorning their bodies. It was evident that they had attempted to escape, struggled, and fought back, yet ultimately were tortured into this pitiful state. A prominent notification box appeared before Li Chun's eyes. Deep within the cave, a filthy girl curled up in a corner flinched at Li Chun's approach, her eyes filled with fear. Can you speak Chinese? The girl cowered in the shadows. Had it not been for the system prompt, Li Chun would not have even noticed her presence. Even more surprising was the revelation that this dirt-streaked face belonged to an exceptionally beautiful girl, scoring an impressive 86 points. Thank you, goodbye. As Li Chun moved closer, Kanyawaira attempted to rise, but winced in pain, revealing her injuries. Do not be afraid. I am a tourist from the Dragon Country. The local police will be here soon to rescue you. Above 80 points, she must be Siamese. This presented an opportunity for his mission. After Li Chun introduced himself once more, they had officially met. Now, it was time for deeper communication and the final steps. Throughout his time on the cruise, Li Chun had searched high and low but encountered no other 80-point Siamese beauties. This was a fortunate surprise amidst his mission to rescue his suffering compatriots. No, I don't need the Siamese police. I must leave. Upon hearing that the Siamese police were on their way, the girl's expression paled, and she began to limp towards the cave's exit, dragging her injured leg. Li Chun noted her bruised, darkened calf, clearly indicating a fracture that had gone untreated. Even if she were to receive immediate medical attention, her leg would likely be ruined. I am a doctor. May I examine your leg? No, it's already useless. Thank you. Li Chun. Kanyawaira glanced at Li Chun, a flicker of struggle evident on her face. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly dashed into the jungle, disappearing from sight. Li Chun considered chasing after her, but it was clear she harbored secrets and did not wish to encounter the police or seek his assistance. What immense willpower and courage must one possess to plunge into the unknown jungle, despite the excruciating pain of a broken leg? He did not know this girl. Yet her ability to inflict such harm upon herself suggested she was no ordinary person. Chapter 50. The Iceberg Policewoman. Buzzing. The sound of helicopter rotors stirring the air echoed. Two military green helicopters emblazoned with the emblem of the Dragon Country descended upon a nearby clearing like celestial beings. The door of one helicopter slid open, revealing several agile figures. Clad in dark combat uniforms and armed with weapons, their eyes sharp as eagles. They swiftly spread out into a combat formation, securing the entire area. The second helicopter followed suit, with medical personnel and two composed officials in consulate uniforms hurrying over. I am Wang Jun, the military attaché of the Dragon Embassy in Siam. From this moment on, you are safe, Compatriots, the special forces will escort you home. The leading official, tall and resolute, exuded an air of authority. Li Chen hastened to meet them, providing a brief overview of the situation. Mr. Li, thank you for your hard work. On behalf of our country and its people, I express our gratitude. Wang Jun grasped Li Chen's hand, his eyes filled with admiration. The special forces secured the wailing criminals on the ground while gathering as much evidence as possible. Meanwhile, rescue personnel organized everyone to board the helicopters in an orderly manner. Boarding the aircraft signified a return to their homeland, ensuring their safety. Drink some water, do not be afraid. As the medical staff conducted checks and offered gentle reassurances, the familiar dialect and warm greetings brought tears of relief to the rescued individuals once more. Wow! An individual could no longer contain their overwhelming emotions and burst into tears once more. We are saved. We can go home. As they beheld the vibrant 5-star red flag, a dozen compatriots embraced each other, sobbing uncontrollably. Mr. Li, regarding the electric fraud case in the park. We have been investigating for years. Perhaps this is an opportune moment. Would you kindly accompany us to the consulate to provide a statement? Wang Jun inquired with utmost courtesy. Furthermore, your courageous actions deserve official commendation. With such words spoken, Li Chen nodded in agreement. Should I not go then? Xia Yuning instinctively hid behind Li Chen, fearful that Wang Jun might recognize her. They swiftly arrived at the Dragon Kingdom's consulate in Phuket via helicopter. Upon entering the consulate, the group was separated to provide brief statements. Where is Xia Yuning? Li Chen glanced around, only to discover that she had vanished. Goodness! Could her unfortunate luck have struck again? Reflecting on Xia Yuning's explosive presence, Li Chen felt a headache coming on. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed down the hallway, drawing nearer. A striking young female police officer, clad in uniform, approached with an air of authority. She appeared to be in her 20s, with porcelain skin, an oval face, and eyes that seemed to be painted by an artist's hand. She was the epitome of perfection, both sweet and formidable. However, the beautiful officer merely regarded Li Chen with a cold stare, her expression unyielding, resembling an impenetrable iceberg. You are Li Chen? Ouyang Bingqi inquired, a glimmer of disdain flickering in her eyes as she noticed the voracious glint in his gaze. Alas, my cousin's trust is misplaced. This man is merely a middle-aged uncle who has been divorced. How could Xia Yuning be so foolish? With an internal lament, Ouyang Bingqi stepped closer to Li Chen, abruptly presenting him with a silver bracelet. Wait, officer, what does this mean? Is this some sort of peculiar welcoming ritual? Mr. Li, do not take offense. A complaint has been lodged against you for the alleged assault of a minor. Li Chen was taken aback. What the heck? In novels, maternal figures are always portrayed as being over 19. Officer Ouyang, am I already a suspect? He had envisioned countless commendations for his heroic deeds, yet he never anticipated being met with such peculiar treatment. Ouyang Bingqi said nothing, merely escorting him to a nearby interrogation room. They sat across from each other, Li Chen on a cold metal bench, while Ouyang Bingqi occupied the position of authority. Their eyes locked, and Li Chen felt fury boiling within him, realizing that this beautiful officer embodied the very essence of a fierce, yet senseless adversary. How did you come to know Xia Yuning? Ouyang Bingqi began coldly. Li Chen could hardly suppress a laugh at her inquiry. What is this? Are you accusing me of violating a woman's will? What are your intentions in approaching Xia Yuning? Speak. Ouyang Bingqi slammed her palm onto the table, her striking eyes wide with indignation, appearing rather intimidating. Is this how you treat someone who intervenes heroically? Li Chen shot her a glance of exasperation, unwilling to utter another word. Ouyang Bingqi's face shifted between shades of blue and white with anger. As the youngest special operations instructor and the most promising female officer at the consulate, how had she been reduced to mere foolishness in Li Chen's eyes? Please, get your facts straight. It was her plan to engage with me, if not for the handcuffs. Li Chen would have pulled out his phone to show Ouyang Bingqi Xia Yuning's wish list. After all, Xia Yuning sought a complete life experience. He was merely an NPC fulfilling her desires. Ouyang Bingqi closed her notebook, stood up, and switched off the recording device, striding directly towards Li Chen. You are lying. Yuning would never approach anyone. Look me in the eyes. Ouyang Bingqi's fierce gaze bore down on him. Li Chen met her glare with unwavering resolve, neither willing to yield. A subtle scent of floral perfume wafted into his nostrils, prompting Li Chen to swallow instinctively, though it was merely a habitual reaction and not a sign of attraction. Let us set aside this matter for now. Let's discuss something else. Ouyang Bingqi had thought her intimidating demeanor would frighten him off, yet he remained unfazed. Seemingly a skilled fighter himself, resigning to her seat, she retrieved her black notebook once more. Mr. Li Chen, your transformation from a mere drifter to a solitary hero is indeed astonishing. Pray tell, how did you acquire such martial prowess? Ouyang Bingqi's icy gaze scrutinized every minuscule expression on Li Chen's face. Officer Ouyang, may I inquire which law I have allegedly violated? Why do you believe you know the whereabouts of the Wild Wolf Gang's captive operations? Do you not find this all too coincidental? You harbor numerous suspicious traits. Until you clear your name, I suggest you cooperate. Ouyang Bingqi's eyes remained frosty, convinced that Li Chen was cunning and exceedingly deceitful. Chapter 51. Ouyang Bingqi. You truly are unwell. Such accusations of hypocrisy were not without precedent. Acts of heroism often lead law enforcement to instinctively exclude individuals from the list of suspects. The Miao Wadi Triangle sees 25,000 missing persons annually, with many behind-the-scenes orchestrators being masters of the Dragon Kingdom. Well-versed in the art of war, years of investigative experience had conditioned Ouyang Bingqi to doubt everyone, even when Xia Yuning spoke highly of Li Chen. If you lack substantial evidence and are merely speculating, then I must apologize. As Li Chen's hands subtly moved, a flash of light erupted, shattering the silver bracelet. Ouyang Bingqi was left dumbfounded. Dark energy. This young man is already a master of dark energy. He was only a fraction behind her own mid-level proficiency. Officer Ouyang, I shall accuse you of unlawfully detaining a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Chen was genuinely furious. In an instant, he prepared to make his escape. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the door to the interrogation room was flung open. Cousin, you promised you would only ask questions, not interrogate. Seeing Li Chen's furious expression, Xia Yuning's eyes reddened as she glared at Ouyang Bingqi. Li Chen, this is for your own good. Ouyang Bingqi's tone remained frosty, though a hint of helplessness glimmered in her gaze as she looked at Xia Yuning. I told you he is my friend. He is also the heir of the Tai Yi Divine Needle and has cured my terminal illness. The heir of the Tai Yi Divine Needle? Surely you jest. Ouyang Bingqi stood aghast, her mouth agape in disbelief. Very well, a healer's heart is indeed benevolent. Li Chen scrutinized Ouyang Bingqi from head to toe and remarked, Officer Ouyang, are you suffering from insomnia and restless dreams? Is your daytime work plagued by irritability, causing you to lash out unexpectedly? How do you know? Could it be that you are indeed the heir of the Tai Yi Divine Needle? Ouyang Bingqi was once again taken aback. Let us not delve into that for now. Simply answer my question, yes or no. All right, fine, even if you have discerned the issue. Stick out your tongue and let me see. I am not ill. I am a martial artist myself. Though she feigned disbelief, Ouyang Bingqi ultimately complied and extended her delicate tongue. Li Chen deliberately leaned in, examining her closely. To be sure, the tongue inspection was merely a playful jest. However, Ouyang Bingqi did indeed harbor some minor ailments. There was excessive internal heat and a hormonal imbalance that required harmonizing. A smirk played on Li Chen's lips as he teased. Harmonizing, you ask? How does one achieve that? How? Find a man. You. Ouyang Bingqi's eyes widened in fury. Are you mocking me? While you practice, do you not experience a surge of warmth in your chest? Sometimes even pain. You. Ouyang Bingqi felt a pang in her heart. This young man had hit the nail on the head. This affliction stemmed from her childhood, a consequence of her relentless training. Even the esteemed Grandmaster Dong had been powerless to aid her. Yet, this ailment was exceedingly subtle. Few could discern it unless she spoke of it. Noticing Ouyang Bingqi's hesitation, Li Chen fanned the flames further. If truly no man dares to approach you, I, Li Chen, could play the role of a plumber. If need be. But the compensation, at least 500. 500? You might as well go rob a bank. Ouyang Bingqi's expression was a whirlwind of confusion and indignation. Wait a moment. What I should be concerned about is not the price. You scoundrel. Realizing her situation, Ouyang Bingqi felt a surge of rage, clenched her fists, and charged at him. With a powerful punch, the air crackled around her. Bang! Xia Yuning stood frozen in shock. Petrified. The punch landed squarely on Li Chen's chest. After all, her cousin was a warrior, an instructor of special forces. This was a disaster. Yet, Li Chen remained unscathed. Ouyang Bingqi had merely struck his afterimage. What kind of movement technique is this? Ouyang Bingqi unleashed a flurry of punches, only to find that she hit nothing but air. Officer Ouyang, your military boxing is rather rudimentary. It seems a refresher course is in order. Li Chen teased with a smirk. Ouyang Bingqi's face flushed with embarrassment. This was indeed a significant loss of face. Clearing her throat, she coughed twice to regain her composure. The onlookers snapped back to reality, hurriedly resuming their tasks. Who is this brave soul, daring to provoke the Ice Queen? No one expected Li Chen to be so bold, even daring to tease someone as formidable as Ouyang Bingqi. The key was, after his playful banter, he emerged without consequence, leaving Ouyang Bingqi at a disadvantage. While they remained silent, inwardly, everyone applauded Li Chen. Yuning, you must return. The old man, along with your parents, is quite worried about you. Cousin, I've been cured. Why would they still be concerned? You need a checkup and formal treatment. What if this man is a fraud? Ouyang Bingqi shot Li Chen a glance, deliberately mocking. I have no intention of going back. Whoever wants to return can do so. Xia Yuning stuck out her tongue, her face displaying protest. No sooner had she spoken than 2 special forces soldiers seized her, one on each side, preparing to escort her away. Wait, isn't this against a woman's will? Apologies, we are simply following orders to escort Miss Xia home immediately. The soldiers saluted Li Chen with deep regret. Li Chen replied, very well, Xia Yuning, I shall write you a prescription. If you take your medicine regularly, I trust you will recover within a month. Okay. Xia Yuning looked at Li Chen, tears welling up in her eyes. As she walked some distance away, her sobs echoed. Man, you must wait for my return. During my absence, you must remain faithful. After a lengthy silence, the room returned to tranquility. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Li. The earlier interrogation was indeed a test. The current wave of cyber fraud is exceedingly cunning, with tactics ever evolving, thus we may have been a touch excessive. Ouyang Bingqi bowed deeply, expressing her apologies. Very well, I am not so petty. However, Officer Ouyang, you truly require a form of emotional release. With that, Li Chen departed the consulate at breakneck speed. Ouyang Bingqi bit her lip, her face a canvas of crimson and pallor, utterly enthralling. Yet, at that moment, the wheels of her fate began to turn. Could it be that this young man spoke with earnestness? Ouyang Bingqi scolded herself. How could you believe the words of such a rogue? Would that not render you a wanton woman? 2 voices wrestled within Ouyang Bingqi's mind, shaking her head vigorously. She stepped into the interrogation room where the Wild Wolf gang was held. The sea breeze was gentle, yet the streets of Phuket were vibrant with lights and revelry. Phew. Li Chen exhaled a long plume of smoke, casually sipping the tom yum soup that sat on the table. For the past few days, with Xia Yuning's lively chatter, he hadn't noticed much. But now, with her departure, he felt an inexplicable longing for her presence. No, no, no. Li Chen shook his head vigorously. He was here to earn money, not to indulge in romance. These individuals were merely tools to him. A beauty rated at 8 points was worth a daily base income of 50,000. What more could one desire? Weekly task refresh. Save a Siamese woman rated at 8 points. Upon seeing the system's reminder, Li Chen dismissed the thought of returning home and resolved to explore the nightlife of Siam under the cover of night. Engaging in activities like renting a wife or companionship was out of the question for him, unless... Chapter 52. An Encounter with Lin Jiyu. The dazzling neon lights flickered as the deafening electronic music from the bars melded with the laughter of tourists of various complexions, creating a vivid tableau of desire. This was the renowned street of Phuket. Lining the streets were Siamese girls with alluring figures, clad in scanty attire. They wore meticulously applied makeup, their faces adorned with practiced smiles, their eyes glinting like seasoned hunters. Hello, handsome boy massage. Li Chen, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, casually assessed the girls flanking the street, his hands tucked in his pockets. Apingia, 65 points. Kenya, 55 points. Aratai, 67 points. A series of prompts flashed across his screen, leaving Li Chen feeling disappointed. As expected, it was either technology or shallow allure. It seemed the system had high standards. However, considering the context, it was understandable. After all, these companionship services catered primarily to older Western men. It was a common sight to see septuagenarians paired with 20-something Thai girls. It appeared to be much the same as back home, where the truly attractive had opted for live-streaming careers. Extinguishing his cigarette, Li Chen suddenly felt a wave of ennui wash over him. What could be directly purchased was surely second-hand goods, devoid of excitement. Jyotika, 80 points. On his way back, he noticed a girl clad in a crop top and shorts standing by the roadside. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with fair skin and an alluringly statuesque figure. At last, Li Chen felt a surge of joy, having found a beauty rated an 8 out of 10. He swiftly approached to engage her in conversation. Hello, handsome. Let us get straight to the point. I'm rather pressed for time. All right, is it for a day, a month, or something else? He inquired. The daily rate will naturally be higher, while the monthly rate is more economical. What is the price? Li Chen lit another cigarette, attempting to mask his inner tension. After all, everyone has their first time. The monthly rate is 280,000 Thai baht, while the daily rate is 20,000 Thai baht. Jyotika arched her back, deliberately swaying, as if to suggest that one gets what one pays for. With $1 exchanging for 5 Thai baht, 20,000 Thai baht equates to 4,000 yuan. For an 8 out of 10 beauty, this price was indeed reasonable. Of course, there were options for 1,500 or 3,000 Thai baht, but their looks were swiftly dismissed by Li Chen. Let us go for a day then. Li Chen produced 10 banknotes, the largest denomination being 1,000 baht, and was about to hand them over when he noticed her complexion seemed off. Utilizing his observational skills, he scrutinized her appearance but ultimately shook his head. He dared not engage with a woman who appeared unwell. Upon returning to the Four Seasons Hotel, Chen felt a tinge of disappointment. After mustering the courage to make a move, he had failed. Alas, in this 5G era, perhaps he should explore an app instead. After all, why would a woman of substance resort to street solicitation? He downloaded Facebook, Instagram, Line, Twitter, and ThaiFriendly, the largest dating platform in Siam, all at once. What? A membership for only 998 Thai baht, with Alipay accepted? Chen promptly subscribed to the most expensive tier on ThaiFriendly. Becoming a premium member significantly enhanced the app's interface, eliminating the plethora of odd advertisements. What replaced them was unrestricted browsing and comprehensive filtering options. Location, Phuket. Age, 18 to 24. Online status, just now. After establishing some basic parameters, Chen commenced his selection process. Swipe right for interest, left for indifference. Name, Lalisa, excessively photoshopped, not eligible. Name, Minnie, occupation, bar performer. Notes, only drinks specified foreign liquor, system rating, 70. Name, Nita, hobbies, travel, airports, system rating, 58. Chen furrowed his brow, lifting a glass of Romanicani to his lips. What on earth were these algorithmically suggested profiles? Their quality was inferior even to those on the streets. At least Jyotika had some substance. It seemed ThaiFriendly was not up to par compared to domestic dating apps, like Century Yuan. Moreover, many of the Thai phrases were indecipherable to him, necessitating the use of translation software. With a reserve of several 100,000 Thai baht, Chen was reluctant to convert it back into cash. Following recommendations on social media, he decided to visit a bar highly rated by influencers, a popular spot to check out. In recent days, Bai Weiwei and Lin Shuqing had both messaged him on WeChat, expressing their longing for his return. With Bai Weiwei's mother's surgery fees fully covered, they were merely awaiting Dr. Lu's operation at Nanya Second Hospital. Initially, Chen intended to inform Bai Weiwei that he could personally intervene to ensure her mother's recovery. However, upon researching, he discovered that Nanya Second Hospital was among the top 10 renowned tertiary hospitals in the country, with Dr. Lu recognized as an exemplary physician. Spending a little money was worth it, as it would surely provide peace of mind for Bai Weiwei and her family. Dear Shuqing, take care of yourself and the baby. I'll return soon. And Weiwei, remember to look after your health and avoid any strenuous activity. After responding to both, Chen exited the hotel, heading towards the beach bar. With a thought, he vanished from sight. Observing his departure, an emaciated old man clad in hemp garments prepared himself for an attack. Yet, upon closer inspection, Chen had seemingly vanished into thin air. Master, you're not afraid, are you? Nonsense. As a master of ancient martial arts, how could I fear a petty thief? Even if he possesses some skills, I could easily dispatch him with a single blow. But what should we do now? Should we search or continue to wait? In less than 5 minutes, Chen arrived at the beachside tavern. The ambience was far superior to that of the red light district. A live band played languid blues, and twinkling lights adorned the sandy area, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Patrons lounged in beach chairs or bean bags, conversing softly, while the air was infused with the scents of cocktails and faint cigar smoke. Indeed, domestic apps were more reliable. This recommendation was far more trustworthy than the previous haphazard ones. At this moment, Chen was unconcerned with any tasks. He simply wished to enjoy the sea breeze and relish the tranquility of the moment. His gaze swept across the venue, quickly locking onto a prime seaside booth. And he sauntered over. Sir, what can I get for you? The waiter respectfully presented the drink menu. A mojito, with extra mint, please. Chen casually ordered, preparing to turn away when he spotted a familiar figure. Lin Jiu, 81 points. At another booth not far away, a group of slender girls chatted animatedly. Their demeanor was distinct from that of the surrounding tourists or local girls, exuding an air of trained elegance. Among them was none other than the chief flight attendant from his flight, Lin Jiu. At that moment, she had shed her professional attire, donning a fitted black spaghetti strap gown that accentuated her graceful shoulders and collarbone. The sea breeze tousled her voluminous waves, adding an alluring touch to her already sophisticated charm. Chapter 53. Lin Jiu, my bottom line is 100 million. A playful smile curled at the corners of Chen's lips. It seemed he needed to rectify the earlier missed opportunity. Although Lin Jiu was not a Siamese girl and could not fulfill his quest, she could certainly augment his financial resources. Earning 50,000 baht a day was a must. Moreover, having a top-tier flight attendant would enrich his life experiences. However, Chen was not hasty. He adjusted his attire before leisurely approaching Lin Jiu's table. Big Beauty Lin, what a coincidence. His sudden appearance silenced the laughter of the other flight attendants. Mr. Li, what a surprise to see you here. It must be a special fate. Li Chen made himself comfortable, plopping down right beside Lin Jiyu. Chief Attendant Lin, you mentioned I could seek your assistance with anything. I did say that. But I also mentioned via WeChat that this might be a misunderstanding. Hu Xiyong and Li Qingqing had inexplicably gone missing, and the police had inquired about Lin Jiyu. However, she merely acted on behalf of others and truly knew nothing of the matter. Seeing Li Chen's familiar demeanor, the other flight attendants exchanged curious glances, their eyes darting between the two. Jiyu, who is this handsome gentleman? A lively, round-faced flight attendant inquired with a light chuckle. Oh, this is Mr. Li, our esteemed guest from the last flight. Lin Jiyu explained somewhat awkwardly. Please serve each of these beautiful ladies a sex on the beach. And open a bottle of Ace of Spades. The expenses for these lovely ladies will be charged to my account, Li Chun said with a faint smile, snapping his fingers at the waiter. Such a lavish gesture instantly altered the expressions of the flight attendants. The Ace of Spades is, after all, exorbitantly priced. This man, without batting an eye, just ordered it? The waiter nodded repeatedly, quickly retreating to the bar. Jiyu, since we have just met, may we formally introduce ourselves now? Li Chen smiled, extending his hand. Li Chun from Hong Kong. Li Chen from Hong Kong? Lin Jiyu's heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that this Li Chun is somehow related to the wealthiest tycoon? Although he may not be a major leader, his extravagant display suggests he is far from ordinary. Lin Jiyu, she said, politely extending her small hand to lightly shake Li Chen's. Hello. I'm Li Li. Greetings, Luo Bing. The other girls enthusiastically introduced themselves, shaking Li Chen's hand in turn. Two of the girls even intentionally tightened their grip, lightly scratching his palm while casting flirtatious glances. Regrettably, their looks left much to be desired. Otherwise, Li Chun might have taken the bait. Soon, amidst the envious gazes of nearby tables, a waiter approached, pushing a meticulously crafted silver ice bucket. Inside lay a stack of Ace of Spades champagne bottles, their bodies glimmering under the lights, proclaiming their exorbitant worth. Sir, shall I open it for you now? The waiter asked respectfully. Go ahead. Li Chun waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he were merely opening a common beer rather than a bottle worth tens of thousands of Thai baht. With a soft pop, the cork flew out, and the golden liquid was poured into several crystal-clear champagne flutes, releasing fine, persistent bubbles. Let us toast to our encounter. The vivacious flight attendant Li was the first to raise her glass. The other flight attendants quickly followed suit, their faces beaming with joy, and the atmosphere turned exuberant. Only Lin Jiyu maintained a polite smile, yet deep within her gaze lay a hint of scrutiny and caution. Drinking alone is rather dull, Li Chun said, lifting his glass to take a sip, his eyes sweeping across the flight attendants before settling on Lin Jiyu. Why don't we engage in a simple game? Let us roll the dice, boast a little, and the loser must drink. What do you say? Sounds great. Li clapped enthusiastically. Li handsome, you must go easy on us sisters. Another long-legged flight attendant chimed in, her eyes sparkling mischievously. After several rounds, Li Chun, utilizing his exceptional reflexes and keen observational skills, emerged victorious time and again. The other flight attendants, upon losing, would teasingly protest or lean closer to him under the influence of the drinks. Only Lin Jiyu, when she lost, would simply tilt her head back and down her drink, maintaining a consistent air of detachment, which only fueled Li Chen's desire to conquer her. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Pursue victory. Task content. Conquer flight attendant Lin Jiyu within 12 hours. Task completion rewards. Weekly stock tips. Task failure penalties. Charm -1. A hidden task as well? The deep-seek stocks I invested in are due for liquidation soon. If I successfully win over Lin Jiyu, not only will I secure a daily reward of 50,000 from the Blue Fund pool, but I will also unlock a week's worth of stock tips. That's 50,000 a day, totaling 25 million a year. And the key lies in the weekly stock tips. Coupled with the impending sale of the DS stocks and consultation fees, my capital could reach 50 million. With leverage, that would amount to 100 million. If I were to achieve a weekly limit up, that would mean a 200 increase, yielding 200 million, minus the 50 million in financing, leaving me with 150 million. A net profit of 100 million. Theoretically speaking, as long as I do not exceed 2 billion, I won't incur any losses. By the heavens. Even if you are made of gold, I must succeed today. With the prospect of rewards fueling his confidence, Li Chen spoke with newfound assurance. Chief Flight Attendant Lin, it seems your drinking capacity is as profound as your position. After another round, Li Chen effortlessly bested Lin Jiyu yet again. Observing her maintain her composure while downing her drink, he couldn't help but tease. Mr. Li, you flatter me. Lin Jiyu set down her glass, a faint blush finally gracing her cheeks, adding to her allure. Feeling it was the right moment, Li Chen stood up and gestured invitingly towards Lin Jiyu. The music here is a bit loud. May I have the honor of inviting the beautiful Miss Lin for a stroll along the beach? Li and the others immediately caught on, encouraging, go on, Jiyu, don't let the handsome gentleman's intentions go to waste. Yes, we want to be third wheels. With her friend's support, Lin Jiyu reluctantly nodded, following Li Chun out of the bustling booth. As they walked one behind the other along the soft sandy beach, the moonlight stretched their shadows long. The sea breeze gently caressed them, carrying the ocean's salty scent, stirring Lin Jiyu's long hair and skirt, creating a scene reminiscent of an artistic film. Miss Lin, Li Chun broke the silence. To be honest, I admire you greatly. At your age, achieving the position of chief flight attendant must have required tremendous effort. It's merely luck, Lin Jiyu replied softly. The aviation industry is fiercely competitive, relying heavily on youth. There isn't much future to speak of. Oh, Li Chun feigned surprise. With your capabilities, even if you were to stop flying, transitioning to ground management shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not that simple. Lin Jiyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, her tone laced with a barely perceptible melancholy. Every year, countless young, beautiful, and highly educated girls enter the industry. For those of us who are older, if we cannot ascend to higher management levels in a few years, the best outcome is to be gently dismissed by the company with a somewhat decent severance package. By then, in our 30s, neither here nor there. That will be the real crisis. Miss Lin, may I ask a rather bold question? Do you have a boyfriend? My family introduced a few before, but unfortunately, due to my constant flying, I hardly have time to connect. Over time, I've become a single woman of a certain age. The flight attendant position appears glamorous. Yet the constant travel is truly exhausting, leaving little room for personal time. Thus, many flight attendants choose to marry wealthy individuals during their prime years. If I may be so bold again, Miss Lin, your monthly salary must be quite substantial. Indeed, it is quite high. Including overtime and commuting, it exceeds 20,000 a month. After deducting social security contributions, I take home about 10,000. Speaking of her salary, Lin Jiyu proudly straightened her waist, displaying her sense of accomplishment. Earning 20,000 a month places her among the top 20 of earners in the country, which is a significant asset for Lin Jiyu, alleviating her worries about not being married at an older age. Jiyu, I shall be forthright today. The reason I inquired about your relationship status and income is that I hold you in high regard and deeply admire you. Li Chun halted his steps, regarding Lin Jiyu with earnestness. I have heard that young Master Wang is embarking on a venture with Douyu. My father has similarly provided me with a substantial sum of 100 million for entrepreneurial endeavors, and I am in dire need of exceptional talents such as yourself. Lin Jiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 million? Surely you jest. Li Chun remained composed, producing his phone to reveal his bank balance. Over 36 million. This is merely initial capital. My father advised me to utilize 100 million to gain a modicum of experience in managing failures. The essence of business is that it is fraught with failures. 9 out of 10 endeavors meet with defeat. Lin Jiyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. Reflecting on Li Chen's earlier mention of his affluent family, could it be that his father is indeed? The thought sent her heart racing. After all, he is the legendary golden son-in-law, the quintessential bachelor. It seems this year is destined to bring fortune to Lin Jiyu. However, she knew she must not display her excitement, lest she appear undignified and cheap. Observing Lin Jiyu's struggle to contain her emotions, Li Chun remained unhurried, ready to unveil his grand proposal. Jiyu, I wish for you to join me in this venture. The initial stages of the company will undoubtedly be challenging, and I hope you can appreciate that. Although Lin Jiyu was eager to accept, this was indeed a golden opportunity. She hesitated momentarily before speaking. As the company establishes itself, I can offer you an annual salary of 1 million. How does that sound? Should the company turn a profit, you will also partake in dividends. Li Chen spoke nonchalantly. His baseline set at 100 million. This 1 million was but a fraction of his expectations. Lin Jiyu's excitement lifted her gaze, leaving her momentarily speechless. Jiyu, you are genuinely important to me. Thus, I shall prepay you 200,000. With that, a notification pinged on her phone, indicating a transfer of 2 million. Lin Jiyu was utterly stunned. Faced with Li Chun, her defenses crumbled. Is that still insufficient? No, that is not it. I mean to say I accept. I shall resign first thing in the morning. Additionally, I shall grant you another million as relocation and signing fees. Li Chun swiftly transferred another million. Goodness gracious. This generosity is simply overwhelming. Lin Jiyu was left in a daze, her mind momentarily blank. How extravagant could one be? In just a short span, that amounted to 3 million. Jiyu, I believe you may have guessed it. I have fallen for you at first sight. This is merely my sincerity, intended to provide you with a semblance of security. Lin Jiyu stammered. unable to articulate her thoughts, her head nodding fervently. Darling, in truth, I harbor deep affections for you. Ji, I understand you are busy, and I too am quite occupied. We have no time to squander, do you not agree? Lin Ji shook her head, then nodded enthusiastically. Today is a fortuitous day. Shall we find a hotel to discuss the details of our venture? Lin Ji shyly acquiesced, though she felt the conversation was progressing rather swiftly. Yet, she was unwilling to miss the opportunity presented by Li Chen, the quintessential gentleman. Very well, inform your colleagues that you will be stepping out with me tonight. His tone was soft yet authoritative. Lin Ji's eyes widened in surprise. She hesitated. But at the sight of Li Chen's impassive expression, she nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. All right. At the banquet, the other flight attendants were noticeably inebriated, their speech slurring. Ladies, I shall be stepping out with Li Chen tonight, just the two of us. Lin Ji stumbled over her words, her face flushed with embarrassment. The implication was clear to anyone present, and Li Chen's insistence on making it public weighed heavily on her. However, this was the first request he had made of her, and resisting could prove detrimental. Team leader Lin, what did you say? A round-faced attendant, clearly tipsy, blurted out, her composure entirely lost. Ji, please convey that in your usual announcement voice. Li Chen stood behind her, his tone flat. Dear friends, I shall be spending the evening with Mr. Li, discussing the birth of life and its significance. Lin Ji shut her eyes and, with her legs pressed together, quickly read the statement. Laughter erupted around her. Thank you for informing us, team leader. Ji, I have some excellent items for you. Take a few. Safety measures are essential. Another colleague chimed in, offering various peculiar items from their designer bags. Lin Ji held the strange items, feeling her pure and innocent image slipping away. Ji, do not heed their misguided advice. If you like him, seize the opportunity. Do not take any precautions. I've read several posts, and these positions are most effective for conception. I'll send you the details. A close colleague whispered into Lin Ji's ear. For 5 long minutes, Lin Ji felt as if she were stripped bare, exposed to the world. When she regained her composure, she realized her friend had spoken the truth. Having decided to embark on this path, she resolved to bind herself to this man. Chapter 55, The Test of Compliance. As Li Chen and Lin Ji's figures faded from sight, a wave of envy washed over her friends. Had Lin Ji, the underdog, finally landed safely? Although the true nature of Li Chen remained a mystery, his lavish spending indicated affluence. Even those earning 10,000 a month would hesitate before indulging in such expensive spirits. A bottle costing 8,800 may not seem excessive, yet after ordering several, the total soared into the tens of thousands. Not to mention the accompanying delicacies and a few bottles of XO. Could an ordinary person truly afford such extravagance? If it were merely for show, the cost was exorbitant. Thus, the conclusion was inescapable. This man was undeniably wealthy. Mr. Li, where shall we go? Lin Ji trailed half a step behind, her demeanor shyly following Li Chen. The Four Seasons Hotel lacks excitement. Let us find somewhere closer. Wasting time is tantamount to losing money. The Anantara Resort, the most luxurious standalone villa hotel in Phuket, awaited them. With opulent suites and comprehensive amenities, it offered both ocean views and indoor leisure. Upon checking in, Li Chen realized the comfort of a private villa was unparalleled, especially as it allowed him to enjoy the hot spring pool alone with Lin Ji. He tossed her a pink bikini, saying, Here you go, Ji. All right, Mr. Li. Lin Ji bent down to pick up a few strands of swimwear, preparing to step into the room. Ji, you can do it here, Li Chen teased. Watching her decision-making process, Mr. Li, Lin Ji bit her lip, instinctively bringing her legs together. With just the two of us, addressing you as Mr. Li feels rather distant. Chen brother. Call me husband. Is that, all right? Well then, husband. Lin Ji's face flushed, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide. Today, Li Chen was determined to thoroughly shatter her psychological defenses. Quickly change, don't dawdle. With that, Li Chen leapt into the water. Lin Ji was left bewildered. When did he change into his swimwear? How had she not noticed? Moreover, how did those few strips of fabric suddenly appear in his hands? Standing at the pool's edge, clutching the meager pink strips, she felt paralyzed. The warm breeze of the tropical night brushed against her, yet it sent shivers down her spine. She gazed at the man in the pool, regal and composed, while her heart was embroiled in a tumultuous conflict. She, Lin Ji, had once soared as a swan at 10,000 meters, the esteemed chief flight attendant admired by countless individuals, a paragon of elegance and professionalism. She had grown accustomed to masquerading behind her uniform and impeccable smile, concealing her true self beneath layers of artifice. Yet now, this man was compelling her to tear apart all her pretenses in a manner bordering on brutality. Changing in public? This was no mere humiliation. It was a pronouncement of power, a ritual that forced her to confront her new identity. All her pride and dignity crumbled before the overwhelming might of wealth and strength. What? Should I have to invite you? Li Chen's voice echoed from the pool, laced with impatience and mockery. Lin Jiyu's heart quivered. She realized she had no choice. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the struggle had vanished from her beautiful gaze, replaced by a tranquil acceptance beneath which surged currents of humiliation and perhaps excitement. She first slipped off her high heels, her bare, porcelain feet touching the cool stone. Then her hands, which had gracefully poured champagne for countless esteemed guests, trembled slightly as they reached for her tailored uniform jacket. The jacket fell away, revealing a pristine silk blouse beneath. The exquisite fabric clung to her curves, accentuating her breathtaking silhouette with stark clarity. Her fingers paused at the delicate mother-of-pearl buttons on her chest. Unbuttoning them was far more challenging than she had anticipated. Each button's release felt like shedding a layer of her protective shell. As the blouse finally opened, exposing vast expanses of alabaster skin to the air, her cheeks burned, and she instinctively wished to shield herself with her arms. Yet she refrained. She was acutely aware that the man was watching, relishing every moment of her submission and embarrassment. Turning away from Li Chun, she slowly slid down the short skirt of her uniform, the last barrier dissolving. She was left with only her most intimate garments, her flawless back curving and her long, slender legs glistening under the moonlight like ivory. Bending down, her fingers grazed the gossamer edge of her stockings. This action ignited a level of shame she had never before experienced. Biting her lip, she began to peel the stockings from the roots of her thighs, inch by inch, in a motion that felt almost self-punishing. Ultimately, she stood bare, like a piece of art awaiting inspection, at the pool's edge, grasping the pink garment. Those thin straps felt utterly insignificant in her hands. She closed her eyes, hastily slipping it on and fastening the straps, which only served to highlight her delicate skin while leaving her most intimate areas tantalizingly obscured. She dared not gaze at her reflection nor meet Li Chen's eyes. "Come here." Li Chen's voice rang out, akin to a final judgment. Lin Jiyu took a deep breath, stepping down the stairs, gradually immersing her warm body in the cool waters. The rippling waves reflected her like a swan that had finally laid aside all pride, gliding towards the master who would irrevocably change her fate. "Jiyu, due to my upbringing, my father has a rather volatile temperament. So alas," Li Chun exclaimed as he embraced Lin Jiyu, feeling the warmth and softness of her form, while rambling nonsensically. "I've always had character flaws, so sometimes I may seem demanding, but that's just my personality defect. You wouldn't look down on me for being mentally challenged, would you?" Feeling the caress of his unwieldy hands, Lin Jiyu spun around, only to find herself held even tighter by Li Chun. "Mentally challenged? Personality defect? Is that how you speak?" She retorted. "I'm genuinely afraid that after marriage, you'll turn into the next Zhua. But how should I put it? It seems that those born into wealth often have some eccentricities." Now that she was already on this ship of misfortune, Lin Jiyu felt utterly devoid of options. Her seemingly obedient demeanor stemmed from both Li Chen's expertly applied pressure and her ingrained instinct as a flight attendant to serve well, even in their private moments. "Husband, you will love me, right?" Of course, love cannot merely reside in words, though it can certainly start there. "Lin Jiyu, what do you mean? I don't understand." Chapter 56, The Knowledge-Seeking Lin Jiyu. "Husband, wait a moment, my best friend sent me something wonderful." Sensing Li Chun's unruly demeanor, Lin Jiyu decided to throw caution to the wind. Clambering onto the shore, she opened her phone, revealing her friend's animated GIF. First image, night at 10:55 p.m. Facing south, each movement 5-8 sets. Second image, night at 11:05 p.m. Back to the south, each movement 5-8 sets. Lin Jiyu's cheeks burned, nearly hot enough to fry an egg. The GIF on her screen, showcasing yoga poses that challenged human limits, felt like a branding iron searing into her mind. Her friend concluded with a message urging her to recognize reality and learn the art of servitude, grasping this rare lifeline that might never come again. Rather than passively endure, she should take the initiative. Resolutely, Lin Jiyu set her phone down on the nearby lounge chair, screen facing her. Years of posture training endowed her with commendable flexibility. Yet the images depicted were exceedingly professional, making her attempts appear somewhat clumsy yet earnest. The pink swimwear accentuated her stunning figure, every inch of skin glistening alluringly in the moonlight. A bead of sweat trickled down her smooth forehead, past her pert nose, and splashed to the ground. "Talking without action is mere pretense," Li Chun's voice echoed lightly. "Jiyu, it seems your friend knows me well. However, practice is the sole criterion for truth. Don't you think?" Lin Jiyu froze upon hearing those words, feeling an overwhelming urge to evaporate on the spot from embarrassment. Before she could respond, she felt her body lighten as a pair of strong arms effortlessly lifted her from behind. "Ah, She let out a brief gasp. Li Chun had already taken her into his embrace, striding purposefully into the opulent master bedroom of the villa. Outside the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows lay a private swimming pool and an endless sea view. He gently placed her upon the luxurious bed that could accommodate 7 or 8 people, the soft mattress enveloping her. Husband, Lin Jiyu's voice was a mere whisper, her nerves causing her to clutch the sheets tightly beneath her as she looked up at the man towering over her, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. The tutorials had all been completed. Now, it was time for the real thing. Li Chen's lips curled into an undeniable smirk, his tone leaving no room for discussion. Let me see just how adept our chief stewardess truly is. Lin Jiyu closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling incessantly. She understood that the moment she had consented to come to the hotel, retreat was no longer an option. All resistance and decorum seemed utterly futile under the crushing weight of wealth and power. Moreover, deep within her heart, an anticipation for the unknown thrill blossomed like creeping vines. Ensnaring her rationality with fervor, happiness arrived like a whirlwind. Upon hearing the familiar synthetic voice echo, Li Chen eagerly checked the weekly stock information. After reading the news, he felt a surge of energy. Another prime opportunity to make money had arisen. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the living room and dialed Su Wanqing's number. To his surprise, the phone rang only twice before she answered. Aren't you resting at this hour? Li Chen inquired curiously. I was just about to contact you tomorrow. Yet here you are, Wanqing replied. Naturally, Li Chen could have issued a brusque command, but he knew that would invite criticism. All right then, just like last time. After ending the call, Li Chen transferred funds from his bank card to his stock account and extended Su Wanqing's operational authority for at least 7 working days. His heart raced with excitement. Forget about beautiful women. His sole focus was on making money. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had already broken. Current daily financial white fund, 10,000,4, by Weiwei, offspring. Lin Shuqing, offspring, blue fund, 50,000,2, Xia Yuning, Lin Jiu, 390,000,125, 175,000 yuan. Daily financial transactions have been legally deposited into your bank account. Upon seeing the fluctuations in his finances, Li Chen felt that this 3 million investment was truly worthwhile. Husband, I plan to return to headquarters today to hand over some work before reporting back, Lin Jiu announced as she entered the living room without any clothing, wrapping her arms around the busy Li Chun from behind. Just wait for me in the country. I will return shortly. Li Chun tossed aside his cigarette, and planted a kiss on Lin Jiu's delicate, fair face. As Lin Jiu donned her uniform, Li Chun gazed at her retreating figure, captivated by her silhouette. That mere outline was striking. Perhaps this was the beauty of form, the unique aura of a flight attendant. However, what about this week's task? As Li Chun lingered in the villa, preparing to depart, he noticed a figure clad in black vaulting over the wall into the villa with a loud thud. Ganyuila, 86 points. Chapter 57, Rescuing Ganyuila. Ganyuila? Upon seeing the system notification, Li Chen's pupils constricted. What a twist of fate. The figure who had leapt over the wall was none other than the Siamese girl he had encountered in the cave, Ganyuila. Yet, at this moment, Ganyuila appeared even more wretched, her black cloak stained with blood, a deep wound visible on her left shoulder, seeping black blood and looking exceedingly ghastly. Ganyuila's complexion was as pale as paper, her lips tinged with a bluish hue, clearly the victim of a potent poison. Help me, she implored, summoning her last vestiges of strength to stagger a few steps before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Li Chen's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed completing this week's task would prove troublesome. He stepped forward, intending to assess Ganyuila's injuries when an icy, venomous aura enveloped him like a snake. Caw caw caw, little girl, where do you think you're running off to this time? A voice, thin and hoarse like that of a night owl, pierced the air. The speaker was a gaunt old man dressed in traditional Siamese black robes, his face a web of bark-like wrinkles, with eyes like murky triangles, exuding a chilling malevolence. It's you, he exclaimed. I spent all night waiting for you at the Four Seasons Hotel, and I never expected to find you here. Well then, since you two have come together, let us make you a pair of doomed lovebirds, descending into hell together. Before he could finish, the old man's figure twisted grotesquely, generating a foul wind. His body contorted in a manner defying human anatomy, crawling like a gigantic black scorpion, lunging at Li Chun with alarming speed. His bony hands, shrouded in a faint black mist, caused even the marble floor to emit wisps of smoke. What the hell? Is this some sinister trick? Could this be the legendary black-clad Ajahn from ancient Siam? Yet the techniques employed were indeed bizarre. Li Chen immediately recalled the frog skill from Jin Yong's novels. While somewhat perplexing, one thing was nearly certain. This black-clad Ajahn possessed martial prowess far superior to his own. Though he had mastered the Changchun breathing method and consumed several cleansing pills to reach the initial stage of dark strength, he had not practiced any techniques beyond the Shattered Star step. Engaging him head-on would likely lead to disaster. However, speed is the ultimate defense in martial arts. Just as the sinister claws were about to reach Li Chun, his form suddenly blurred and became ethereal. The old man's claw missed its mark, grasping only at the remnants of Li Chun's shadow, leaving him aghast. This young man's agility was astonishing, reminiscent of an ancient, extraordinary technique. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. It seemed he needed to proceed with utmost caution. Though this happened in the blink of an eye, it felt like an eternity. The black-clad Ajan's claw had not yet retracted when Li Chun's fist struck squarely against his withered face. Oh no! The black-clad Ajan shrieked as his head, propelled by the force of Li Chun's strike, erupted like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. Puffed. Li Chun gently blew on the gun barrel, and with a thought, the heavy pistol vanished from sight. Indeed, this storage compartment proved to be remarkably useful. In addition to the firearm, Li Chun had accumulated a wealth of supplies and cash. Consequently, no matter where he went, acquiring whatever he desired became exceedingly convenient. The deafening gunfire had attracted the hotel's security personnel. Esteemed guest, I trust you are unscathed? Through the hotel surveillance, they discovered a figure clad in black had infiltrated the villa. Fortunately, Li Chun cradled the injured Ganyawaira, feigning an expression of sheer terror. The security staff glanced at the ground, noting only a few bloodstains, with no sight of the weapon or any bodies. After inquiring if Li Chun required assistance and receiving a negative response, the cleaning crew promptly tidied up and exited the villa. Little girl, your injuries appear quite severe. Li Chun first employed the Tai divine needle to stabilize her heart pulse. Then, he ventured out to a pharmacy to procure some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs and antiseptic solutions. Additionally, he purchased several sets of cute outfits tailored to Ganyawaira's measurements. Shopkeeper, I shall take all these maid outfits, Lolita garments, and cosplay costumes. Li Chun could not be bothered to sift through them individually. After all, his wife would surely benefit from them. Sir, you mean to say you want all of them? I must not be mishearing. After packing everything, it was to be delivered to Anantara. Li Chun placed 2 thick bundles of cash onto the counter. Very well, sir. I shall attend to it immediately. Within the villa's chamber, Ganyawaira was adorned with numerous silver needles. Had it not been for the jade slip from Li Chun, she would have faced a truly perilous fate. Aside from her grave injuries, she had also fallen victim to a curse. Black jade, intermittent grass, and black gold blood fungus were among the ingredients Li Chun meticulously sorted. Following the ancestral records, he placed these herbs into a crucible, adding distilled water to simmer them slowly. Only when the liquid transformed into a thick, black paste did he extract it with an iron spoon and apply it to Ganyawaira's severed leg. While what? You. Slowly regaining consciousness, Ganyawaira found herself lying naked on the bed, her body punctuated with silver needles. A man was stroking her calf. As she fully awoke, she fainted once more, overwhelmed. Witnessing Ganyawaira's pallid and bruised visage, Li Chun felt an overwhelming rush of exasperation. It's not my intention to take advantage of you. Rather, you are in a dire state. He cursed under his breath, to concoct the black jade paste for you. I spent hundreds of thousands of Thai baht acquiring the necessary herbs. Noticing Ganyawaira's labored breathing, he felt a sense of urgency. He gently pressed his finger to her brow and infused her with a breath of rejuvenation. After what felt like an eternity, Ganyawaira finally stirred again. Upon noticing Li Chun's gaze traversing her form, tears streamed down her face. Li Chun could no longer contain himself. He immediately administered a needle to her Tian Shu acupoint, rendering her immobile. Ganyawaira's heart bled with sorrow, her spirit crushed, as tears cascaded down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. Beast. Chapter 58. Infiltrating Chalong Temple. Beast indeed. Li Chun had observed for quite some time before finally locating the cursed insect affixed to her body. With a swift motion, he struck with the needle. Precise and unyielding, Ganyawaira felt a sudden chill between her legs, a profound violation. With a muffled cry, she burst into tears. When her family was annihilated, she had broken her own leg with a brick, resolutely stifling her cries. Yet now, confronted with the humiliation her body had endured and the relentless days of flight, she could bear it no longer and sobbed uncontrollably. Silence. Li Chun brandished a writhing, foul-smelling black insect before her. This is an emotional curse. If not expelled in time, you may find yourself. Ganyawaira's heart raced. He had indeed been searching for the cursed insect. This man was formidable. It was said that once the emotional curse was implanted, removal was near impossible. In a matter of days, she would become a mere puppet, at the mercy of others. Thank you. As Ganyawaira glanced at her own flawless skin and curvaceous form, she sighed. Well, In the presence of a physician, are not all beings equal? With that, she asked, shall we now discuss the story that lies within your heart? Li Chun, seated nearby, regarded Ganyawaira with keen interest. I am deeply grateful for your repeated interventions that saved me from peril. I hail from a family entrenched in the underworld. My father is the leader of the largest gang in South Siam. However, just days ago, my family was obliterated. Amidst the chaos, I severed my own leg to blend in with the crowd and save my own life. Reflecting on these harrowing events, Ganyawaira's eyes burned with rage. Her teeth clenched in fury. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the weekly task. Forge a connection with a Siamese woman of 8-10 caliber and engage in profound dialogue. Is this it? Has the task been completed? Li Chun stood momentarily stunned. Could it be that the system's notion of profound dialogue was to be taken literally? Had he sullied himself? Reward, an S-class intelligence report. Would you like to view it immediately? Yes, I wish to see it at once. S-class intelligence. The leader of the Red Scorpion gang, Ganyawaira's father Kampa, has been ambushed and assassinated by the Wild Wolf gang. Directive. Kampa is not truly dead. He is imprisoned in the Royal Chalong Temple. Time remaining until Kampa's death, 3 days. Ding. Hidden task. The power struggle has been triggered. Objective. Assist Kampa in regaining control of the Red Scorpion gang. Completion reward. Early access to the Commercial Empire Blueprint. Failure penalty. Charm -1. How have I triggered another hidden task? The Commercial Empire Blueprint resembled a roadmap for business development, marking every critical juncture and market trend. As Lei Bus said, standing at the forefront allows even pigs to fly. If one could foresee the next market trend, becoming prosperous would be inevitable. It seemed this hidden task was of a rather low caliber. Rescuing someone from Chalong Temple did not appear overly complicated. With this in mind, Li Chun resolved to undertake an audacious venture. Regaining his focus, he noted that the time for the silver needles had nearly elapsed. So he swiftly extracted them from Ganyawaira's body. She hastily covered her modesty with a blanket. Miss Gan, your father is not dead. How can this be? I distinctly saw my father's head fly off, blood splattering everywhere. I can rescue your father, but he must trust me and come with me. If you truly can save my father, I, Ganyawaira, will repay your kindness tenfold. As she attempted to kneel, Li Chun stopped her. We share a considerable bond. I hold great respect for the former gang leader. Benefactor, this Inyang Fish Jade pendant will undoubtedly convince my father to believe you. You must focus on recovering. I will first investigate Chalong Temple. Chalong Temple was heavily fortified, accessible only to royal family members and not open to the public. Li Chun pondered why Kampa would be imprisoned in such a place. Could it be that the massacre of Ganyawaira's family was connected to the royal family? Nevertheless, these were not matters of concern for Li Chun. His sole objective was to enter Chalong Temple and locate Kampa. Li Chun did not recklessly proceed. Instead, he ventured out to the Cat's Tail Tavern, seeking the vendor with whom he had previously acquired firearms, a man with a small beard. My friend, is it possible to procure a Siamese identity card? The request took the vendor by surprise. It's the first time I've heard someone seeking a Siamese identity card. Just tell me the price, Li Chun urged. This is rather expensive, 200,000 baht, guaranteed authenticity. Deal. Li Chun responded promptly. After all, 200,000 baht amounted to merely 40,000 yuan, which was inconsequential to him. 15 minutes later, a pristine Siamese citizen's identity card was placed into Li Chun's hands. Good heavens, this efficiency surpasses that of the Siamese police station by at least 100-fold. Do not question it, my friend. We are in the age of the internet. It's merely a matter of modifying some data in the system. Li Chun entered the identity card number online, and, to his astonishment, genuine information appeared. Who claimed that the Siamese government was inefficient. That was merely a matter of funds not being properly allocated. Within the testing grounds of the Chalong Temple, a bald monk was intermingled among the crowd. Under normal circumstances, the royal temple would not accept outsiders, and commoners would have no qualification to participate in the assessments. However, even these noble clerics required the essentials of life, thus they could not resist accepting some monetary offerings. Some even willingly sacrificed their own cultivation to assist devout women in lighting incense and seeking blessings. Under the onslaught of Li Chun's stacks of cash, he was effectively pre-selected even before the assessment commenced. After a morning of evaluations, although Chanahan could only utter Sawasti Ka, his piety shone through, earning him an exception as a janitor in the temple's courtyard. Ultimately, Li Chun was indifferent to his identity. His primary concern was swiftly locating the whereabouts of Ganpa. After changing into monk's robes in the courtyard, Li Chun intended to proceed to the front hall. Halt. Chanahan, I must inform you of the rules here. You are not permitted to venture beyond the courtyard. The stout overseer, with a bulbous nose, obstructed Li Chun's path with a broom. Forgive my ignorance of the regulations, good sir. Li Chun, noticing the absence of onlookers, discreetly offered a few banknotes to the stout overseer. Not today. Later, Her Highness the Princess will be conducting an exorcism ceremony here. No one is to disturb. Seeing Li Chen's compliance, the overseer quietly pocketed the money and whispered in his ear, Her Highness the Princess? What do you mean? Oh, only the royal family's most favored Princess Aya, who has just turned 19 this year. Today is the auspicious day chosen for the blessing and exorcism. Just as Li Chen was about to inquire further, a voice thundered from an elder monk. This is a sacred place of purity. What are you two whispering about? They hastily separated. Li Chen picked up the broom and began sweeping the floor, awaiting the fall of night. Chapter 59, Princess Aya. As the sun descended, Chalong Temple exuded an air of solemnity. Within the meditation hall, an elderly monk, emaciated and with a sinister gaze, donned a saffron robe symbolizing royal honor. He was none other than Master Shanglin, one of Siam's most renowned exorcists. Forgive me, Your Highness. After inspecting the sacred instruments, including the holy bells soaked in 7 sacred waters, the consecrated ebony prayer beads, and the soul-restraining incense, all deemed effective against malevolent spirits, Master Shanglin suddenly revealed a lecherous smile. This soul-restraining incense is capable of suppressing malevolent spirits and unclean entities. However, the one in his possession had been secretly laced with a chronic toxin known as black descending true. This toxin would not manifest immediately, but would gradually permeate the body over 1 to 2 weeks, leading to inevitable demise. If all went according to plan, the little princess would soon be stricken with a terminal illness, extinguishing her life. Even if the truth were to emerge days later, he would remain untraceable. In essence, it would all transpire unbeknownst to anyone. Master, this matter must be executed with utmost discretion. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall personally oversee it, and there shall be no errors. After swiftly replying, Azin deleted the conversation history. Soon, Princess Aya Shavala entered the Hall of Desire, surrounded by a throng of maidens and ladies-in-waiting. Clad in a flowing white gown and adorned with a translucent veil, her face remained obscured. With devout reverence, she knelt to offer incense at the altar. Behind her, her close attendant stood, veiling her face while stifling laughter, thinking, this time it is your turn to bear the burden. Princess Aya had no belief in the efficacy of blessings or exorcisms, hence she instructed her substitute attendant, to impersonate her. Meanwhile, she herself donned the guise of the substitute attendant, preparing to meander through Chalong Temple. After completing the incense offerings, Master Shanglin, with an imposing presence, approached the assembly, his expression grave. Clear the area. Everyone must remain at least 10 meters away from the temple. The exorcism ceremony requires communion with the deities to expel impurities. Whatever you hear, do not engage. Do not allow yourselves to be invaded by malevolent spirits. The ladies-in-waiting had prepared for this, and upon hearing the master's words, they respectfully bowed and exited. The heavy temple doors slowly closed, dimming the light within, leaving only the flickering candle flames. Your Highness, your pure and pristine lunar spirit has long been a desire of mine. Master Shanglin turned slowly, his gaunt visage twisting grotesquely as he stepped closer to the figure draped in sheer fabric upon the altar. Reflecting on the immense benefits of coupling, the master could not suppress the grin that stretched across his face, one that even an AK could not contain. Master, is this truly necessary? Zhuer, feeling her body invaded, spoke with a quavering voice. Is this how exorcism ceremonies are conducted? As night fell, in the courtyard, the stout overseer had succumbed to slumber. Starry steps. With the sudden gust, Li Chen's figure melded into the shadows of the night. Time was of the essence, and the task was formidable. Li Chen needed to swiftly locate the precise location where Ganpa was imprisoned. Chalong Temple was simply too vast. As the largest royal temple in Siam, it spanned several dozen hectares, with its halls and pavilions stretching far and wide. The entire complex was built against the mountains, its layout stringent, broadly divided into 3 sections, the front, middle, and rear halls. The front hall was reserved for royal worship, rendering the likelihood of Ganpa's confinement there nearly non-existent. The middle courtyard housed the monks' living quarters and the sermon halls, layered like a gigantic labyrinth. Finding a secret dungeon amidst such a maze was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, there was the forbidden area of the back mountain, strictly off-limits to the common folk. However, this area was guarded by royal sentinels round the clock. To confine Ganpa there would be a fool's errand. Thus, Li Chun surmised that the middle courtyard was the most probable location. After searching room by room for an extended period, Li Chun had yet to catch even a glimpse of Ganpa. Well, on to the next room. With so many chambers, the only strategy left was to rely on quantity or to uncover some clues. Just as Li Chun opened the door to a meditation hall, he heard the distant sound of approaching footsteps. A group of palace maidens, torches in hand, were stealthily making their way toward his location. Oh no, have I been discovered? Li Chen glanced around, spotting only a wardrobe in the corner to hide within. Without hesitation, he slipped inside. The wooden door creaked open and then shut once more. Phew. Li Chen exhaled in relief. Keep your hands to yourself, you scoundrel. An irate, muffled female voice erupted. Li Chen, in the heat of the moment. I merely grabbed the nearest thing. Soft, round, and possessing remarkable elasticity. Although he was already aware of the situation, the footsteps outside echoed incessantly, leaving Li Chen paralyzed with fear. The other party's breath was heavy, yet they bore the discomfort in silence. I apologize, I truly did not mean to. Li Chen quickly released his grip, expressing sincere regret. The hand above had been moved, but what of the one below, the scoundrel? Li Chen, there's nothing down there. Ai Yawachala, 88 points. Though the cabinet was shrouded in darkness, neither could see the other. However, the system was not bound by light, as a prompt brightly illuminated the space. What the hell? Isn't this the beloved Princess Ai of the royal family? How did she end up here? Wasn't the exorcism ceremony just initiated? Behave yourself, or I shall call for help. Ai instinctively pushed Li Chen's hand away. An awkward silence ensued. Why are you hiding here, little monk? Ai's imperfect Mandarin resonated. You first, why are you hiding here? Li Chen retorted. Silence reigned, punctuated by heavy breaths that brushed against each other's noses. Perhaps we should step outside. Li Chen genuinely worried about the cabinet's stability. Luckily, all items in the temple were crafted from premium hardwood. No. Ai tightened her embrace around Li Chen, signaling him to remain still. The female attendants would undoubtedly return. No sooner had she spoken than the chaotic footsteps drew near once more. It seems you are quite familiar with the attendants outside. Indeed, yet it was peculiar. Despite their unfamiliarity, Ai clung to him tightly. A chilling aura? Li Chen sensed a constant emanation of pure, cold yin energy from her. The yin essence intertwined with his yang energy, merging together. Yin spirit. This term instinctively surfaced in Li Chen's mind. No wonder this girl clutched him so tightly. She was coveting his yang energy. Ai, frail and sickly since childhood, had sought numerous physicians without remedy, ultimately leading the monks to believe that she was tainted by unclean forces. At 19, upon reaching adulthood, she could undergo the exorcism ritual to purge the impurities and regain her health. However, the true cause was not some malevolent entity, but rather her exceptionally pure yin spirit, which her mortal body could scarcely endure, rendering her weak and ill. This cold body affliction had tormented Ai for 19 long years, and she was utterly exhausted by it. Before her departure, she learned of a secret. Her second brother intended to exploit the exorcism ceremony to her detriment. Thus, she devised this clever ruse as a means of escape. Ai greedily pressed against Li Chen, experiencing unparalleled comfort. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Chen's mind, a legendary, long-lost secret technique documented in the annals of divine medicine throughout the ages. Chapter 60. Your Highness, the princess, must not. The blood orchid pill, derived from the purest bloodline, igniting the essence of life as fuel, could defy fate and transcend boundaries. The method of its concoction was exceedingly rigorous. It required a virgin bearing a yin bloodline, willingly offering a drop of blood infused with her life essence. This was to be combined with a man possessing yang energy through a special, profound life integration ceremony, along with a secret method to achieve success. Each condition was exceedingly demanding and rare. Yet, by providence, Li Chen possessed all the necessary elements. This was not merely a headstrong and willful princess. This was an opportunity that had presented itself. In light of this, Li Chen felt a surge of excitement. Thus, the crux of this endeavor hinged upon Princess Ai's willingness. Damn it, why must it always be such extreme challenges? Up until this moment, neither had even glimpsed the other's face. Li Chen only knew that the other bore an attractiveness rated at 88, possessed a stunning figure, and exuded the delightful fragrance of youth. Ai's impression of Li Chen was of a solid chest, an upright physique, a striking bald head, and a robust presence. However, Ai had little time to dwell on such thoughts. In that moment, she resembled a high-risk patient on the brink of asphyxiation, desperately grasping an oxygen tube, yearning to inhale greedily. The astrologer had foretold that at 19, she would surely break the calamity. Could it be that this studying monk was the one destined to assist her? I say, they have moved far away. Li Chen attempted to break free, only to find that the other showed no intention of releasing him. They will undoubtedly return. Ai's cheeks flushed, yet the darkness granted her immense courage. At this moment, all she desired was to part the man's clothing, drawing herself closer. This girl must have discovered something. Was she preparing to offer herself freely? Li Chen initially intended to acquiesce, but then reconsidered. True hunters often reveal themselves in the guise of prey. If he acted too eagerly, he would risk losing the upper hand. The cunning members of the Siam royal family would surely suspect ulterior motives. Hey, studying monk boy, have you heard of the Siam royal family? You could not resist testing this monk from the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, the Siamese king is exceptionally gracious. Have you heard of Princess Aya? I am her personal maid. I apologize, but this humble monk is solely devoted to the path. Since childhood, I have immersed myself in journey to the West, and even in the kingdom of women, my heart remains unwaveringly focused on the Buddha. Hearing Li Chen's earnest tone, Aya could not help but chuckle softly. You remain so devoted to the Buddha? If it weren't for feeling something uncomfortable, I might have actually believed you. I did not inquire whether you admire the princess, but rather if you would disdain a lowly maid like myself. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal. In the eyes of this monk, there is no distinction of high or low. The first tenet of Buddhist scriptures is to avoid discrimination. What of the distinction between genders? There should not be, but then why do you cling so tightly? My lady, you are drawing a bit too close. Men and women should not have such intimate contact. But you just said not to harbor discriminatory thoughts. Li Chen, I did not anticipate that this little princess would have a grasp of scripture. Forgive my candor. But unfastening the buttons of another's clothing without permission may not align with courtly etiquette. I am merely a bit warm, and the space in this cabinet is quite limited, you understand. Aya's hand, poised to unfasten Li Chen's buttons, froze in place. It seemed this was not an act befitting a princess. Yet this monk was evidently the remedy for her ailment. If all else failed, she would take responsibility afterward, requesting her father to bestow upon her a husband. After all, her father had promised to arrange a marriage for her. With fate knocking at her door, she could not afford to be picky. Furthermore, if her elder sister could flirt with men outside without it being deemed scandalous, then her occasional lapse should not be viewed as a grave misstep. Moreover, if this calamity were not resolved, her ailment could indeed threaten her life. Once she had mentally prepared herself, Princess Aya cast aside the burdens of worldly morality and boldly reached for Li Chen's belt. My lady, please maintain your decorum. It was a matter of urgency. Li Chen's role was to be the passive recipient in this scenario, thus he could only proceed with a single continuous take. Performing in his natural state, the young monk, having grown up, must surely have never encountered the trials of love. Would you like me to assist you, dear sister? Unbeknownst to her, Aya had become quite audacious in her speech. After all, in the pitch darkness, no one recognized anyone else, and neither party was aware of the other's true identity. This situation mirrored the sentiment of a certain song. That night, you did not reject me. That night, I hurt you. Esteemed lady, please refrain from such behavior. I, a humble monk, cannot transgress my vows. You can indulge before renouncing. Aya playfully flicked her delicate tongue, seeking out Li Chen's warmth in the night. After 3 minutes, both of them exhaled deeply. Esteemed lady, you are playing with fire. Playing with fire? Aya did not retreat. Instead, she boldly began to shed her garments, pressing herself against Li Chen. Now, you've already broken your vows, so why hide it? Young monk, your body is far more honest than your words. Esteemed lady, that is merely a natural response. Enough pretense. You are my destined one. Surrender to me. From now on, I shall protect you. Aya's slender fingers had completely broken free from the constraints of morality and propriety, deftly and resolutely unfastening the last barrier. Li Chen thought, it seems there is no need for further pretense. This has unfolded seamlessly. Your Highness, since you are so insistent, do not blame me for being impolite. Li Chen raised his voice slightly. Aya burst into laughter. What you say, politeness is but a facade. Fortunately, the cabinet was long enough to accommodate them both. In the confined space, Li Chen unleashed a tempest. Aya, unexpectedly meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, wept for love. The pure energy of the spring breath dispersed the chilling cold that had seeped into her bones. It felt akin to a drowning person finally breathing in the freshest air. Her struggles gradually ceased, and her hands instinctively wrapped around Li Chen's neck. Li Chen, in perfect harmony with himself, exerted all his effort into the blood orchid secret technique. He could distinctly sense two entirely different energies converging, colliding, and merging within Aya's body. Time seemed to elapse without notice, and a peculiar fragrance wafted from their union. Internally, Li Chen observed his dantian, where a blood-colored pill, the size of a longan, was slowly solidifying and taking shape. The blood orchid pill had been formed. Chapter 61, Legacy at Sea, Love Surges. The blood orchid pill, once refined, brings great benefits to both the male and female, one yang in the feminine body and one yin in the masculine. Li Chen felt the vibrant energy emanating from the blood-colored pill within him. By refining the blood orchid pill, his spring breath technique would ascend to a new level. Aya distinctly felt a small sun within her body, continuously radiating warmth and light, cleansing her entire being. The oppressive cold that had haunted her for years found a delicate balance with this small sun, rejuvenating her completely. That enchanting night, Chen not only refined the blood orchid pill but also gained the affection of the little princess, making it a fortuitous affair. As he reveled in the surging power from the blood orchid pill, he merely murmured in acknowledgement, yet had no time to speak further. In the next moment, a warm, fragrant body entwined around him once more, like an octopus. You saved my life. How should I repay you? Aya's cheek pressed tightly against Chen's sturdy chest. Feeling the powerful heartbeat, she softly proposed, what if I were to offer myself in gratitude? Before her words fell silent, she tilted her head, expressing her most primitive and fervent appreciation through action. Esteemed lady, this cannot be allowed. The dawn is approaching. Chen sensed the situation spiraling into uncontrollable territory, his experience advising him to conclude matters immediately. Things may escalate significantly. At best, it could be viewed as a diplomatic incident. At worst, a small misstep by Princess Aya. Regardless, it would be unfavorable for me. Thankfully, she remains oblivious to my name. What a stroke of luck. Divine blessing. Each time genetic legacy occurs, both partners receive a certain proportion of divine blessings. Ding. Divine blessing has been granted and fused into the host's genes. Chen felt a warm current, his body slightly glowing, and then nothing more followed. There was no time to ponder this. He would explore it later when time permitted. The blood orchid pill had been formed, and the pressing matter was to locate the place where Ganpa was imprisoned. Princess Aya, the green mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Chen leisurely observed the alluring figure in the night, speaking softly. Aya froze, her entire being stiffening in place. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The expressions on Princess Aya's face shifted continuously, first pale, then flushed, a whirlwind of shock, anger, embarrassment, followed by fury and astonishment. All right, you must have known all along that I am a princess, right? How dare you play me? Aya's pearly teeth clenched, her delicate fists cracking ominously. Your Highness, your noble demeanor and exquisite beauty cannot be concealed. Chen chuckled awkwardly, grabbing his monk's robe and hastily moving towards the door. Do not leave, you scoundrel. Since you have done this, you must be responsible for me. And what if I become with child? Aya leaped up, barefoot, and blocking the door. Though she was unclothed, her eyes radiated an air of royal authority that demanded respect. You have sullied the royal bloodline. Now you wish to escape? Do you think the Siamese royal family is a trifling matter? Chen paused, inwardly lamenting his plight. He had initially perceived her as a naive little rabbit, only to discover she was a thorny red rose. I do not care if you are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom or a foreign monk. Regardless, you must take responsibility. Otherwise, I will immediately report to my father and demand a global manhunt. Chen felt a wave of despair. How had the situation escalated so absurdly? What began as a simple online meeting had transformed into a week-long island escapade, only to encounter his ex-wife, Li Qingqing. Then, he faced a chase, met Ganyue La, triggered a hidden mission to find Ganpa, and unexpectedly found himself captivated by the budding feelings of a little princess. Your Highness, let us part amicably. Destiny will take its course. Chen gently moved Aya's delicate hand aside, and quickly donned his monk's robe. You scoundrel! What if I really am with child? Aya, infuriated by his demeanor, instinctively raised her hand to slap him. Yet, Chen caught her wrist, drawing her into his embrace. Your Highness, I have exerted considerable effort for you. Please spare this humble monk. If you dare leave, I shall scream, and the royal guards will shoot you on sight. In the thick of night, Aya could only resort to threats. Apologies. But those foul eggs and rotten sweet potatoes would likely not suffice. Very well, you have forced my hand. A global manhunt will suffice. As Chen stepped forward, he suddenly froze. Your Highness, do you know who I am? Have you heard of this humble monk's reputation? I do not care who you are. It does not matter who you are. Aya's mind buzzed as she suddenly remembered that throughout this encounter, she had never known this man's true identity or name. Your Highness, there is ample time ahead. You scoundrel! How dare you leave? Aya stamped her feet in frustration. Yet she could only watch as Chen's silhouette vanished into the night. Chapter 62, Braving the Forbidden Grounds. Before long, dawn broke, illuminating the world. Chen scoured dozens of meditation rooms, yet he found no trace of Ganpa. Star-shattering steps. Chen's figure transformed into a shooting star as he hurried back to the rear courtyard. Cheney Han, where have you disappeared to? Upon returning, he saw the portly supervisor with a garlic-shaped nose searching for him everywhere. I just went to the restroom, Chen replied, shaking his hand as if brushing something off his clothes. You, go to the back mountain and deliver food to the martial monks over there. The supervisor cast a disdainful glance at Chen and exclaimed sharply, the back mountain's forbidden grounds? Hearing the supervisor's words, Li Chun felt he had finally found an opportunity. Senior brother, are there people locked up in those forbidden grounds? Go, go, go. Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. The back mountains forbidden grounds are not for you to inquire about. Li Chun then produced a stack of bills, saying, Senior brother, I am merely curious. Those imprisoned there are individuals not favored by the royal family. Do not inquire further. Curiosity kills the cat. Li Chun nodded and, with the heavy food box in hand, made his way toward the back mountain. People not favored by the royal family? Could it be that the Red Scorpion gang has ties to the royal family as well? The ancient trees of the back mountain towered high, obscuring the sky. Noticing no one around, Li Chun swiftly opened the food box and added a sprinkle of seasoning to the dishes. Soon, a solitary stone tower came into view at the edge of his sight. Surrounding the tower, there were no additional structures, only 4 martial monks clad in gray robes, standing like statues at each corner, eyes closed in meditation. Even from a distance, Li Chun could sense the solid, steel-like vitality emanating from them. Each of these 4 individuals was a master in the realm of dark energy, stronger than the black-clad monk he had encountered at the hotel. Just place the food there, one of the monks said as Li Chun approached. Thank you for your hard work, senior brothers. The supervisor specifically instructed me to add some good ingredients for you, Li Chun replied, donning a humble smile as he hurried forward to arrange the food from the box. The aroma of the dishes swiftly filled the chilly mountain air. One of the younger monks could not help but sniff the air, swallowing hard. Thank you. The leading monk's expression remained impassive, yet his vigilance did not waver. Enjoy. Senior brothers, I shall take my leave. Li Chun nodded and bowed, turning to depart. The leading monk carefully inspected the food, ensuring it contained no poison. The other 3 monks, no longer polite, eagerly began to devour the meals, watching them feast with delight from a distance. A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of Li Chun's mouth. What he had administered was no ordinary poison. Rather, it was a specialized nerve paralysis powder derived from a divine medical heritage, colorless, tasteless, and effective in no time, inducing a sensation akin to utter exhaustion from starvation when it took effect. Indeed, after merely a few bites, the sound of clattering echoed as 2 monks dropped their bowls and chopsticks to the ground, their eyelids fluttering before they collapsed. Not good. The food. The remaining 2 were taken aback, springing to their feet. Yet before they could finish their sentence, they felt the world spinning around them, their strength abruptly drained, and they crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Li Chun's figure flickered as he executed the star-shattering steps, silently appearing before the stone tower. Task accomplished. He dragged the 4 martial monks into a concealed thicket before turning his gaze toward the heavy stone door. The door bore no lock, merely fitting seamlessly into the tower's structure. Taking a deep breath, Li Chun pressed his palms against the stone door, unleashing his dark energy as he gradually applied force. With a resounding rumble, the heavy stone door swung open, releasing a chilling aura, laced with the scents of blood and decay. Inside the tower was not solid, but rather a deep, spiraling stone staircase that wound downward into the unknown depths. Without hesitation, Li Chun slipped inside, closing the stone door behind him, leaving only a sliver of light peeking through. As he descended the staircase, his heart raced with trepidation. Along both sides of the staircase, every so often, there was a cell sealed off by reinforced steel bars. Most of the cells were empty, but a few housed prisoners who appeared skeletal and barely human. These individuals were undoubtedly those disfavored by the royal family, as mentioned by the portly supervisor. Li Chun meticulously examined each cell, searching for any hint of the name Gonpa. Meanwhile, within the Temple of Desire, candle flames flickered. Master Shang Lin adjusted his robes, a lewd grin lingering on his face. Your Highness, how do you feel? Has the evil within you been subdued by my supreme powers? He spoke mockingly, gazing at the curled figure on the altar, trembling in fear. However, when he unveiled the princess's veil, his smile instantly froze. This was not Princess Aya. Though equally beautiful, the features and essence clearly belonged to the princess's personal maid. You are not the princess. Shang Lin's voice rose sharply. A torrent of rage surged from deep within him. He had schemed meticulously, risking everything to seize the lunar essence of Princess Aya, hoping to break through his own limitations. Yet, after all his efforts, he had ended up with an imposter. One misstep, and he was left with nothing. Speak. Where is the real princess? Shang Lin's eyes turned vicious as he seized Zhu Er by the neck, lifting her off the altar. I don't know, Zhu Er stammered, her face turning crimson, legs flailing in the air, filled with despair. She was merely following orders, unaware that this Master Shang Lin was a hypocritical lecher. You don't know? Shang Lin's gaze darkened, nearly dripping with malice. Do you think I am a child of 3? It seems that only by showing you some true terror will you confess. He released his grip, allowing Zhu Er to crash onto the cold ground. Hee hee. Since you are tight-lipped, Let me exorcise you once more. This time, I will ensure you experience true suffering. He produced a small black porcelain vial, pouring out a writhing centipede, pitch black and pulsating. This is a heart-eating goo I personally crafted. It will burrow into your body, gnawing at your heart inch by inch. The sensation will surely compel you to reveal all your secrets. As Juer beheld the horrifying creature crawling in the master's palm, her soul nearly left her body, and she lost control of her bladder. I will tell you. I will tell you. The princess, she should have slipped away to the central courtyard. Juer wept and babbled incoherently. The meditation rooms in the central courtyard? A glint of cold light flashed in Shang Lin's eyes as he swiftly returned the centipede to the vial, no longer paying heed to the now-dazed maid. In a flash, he darted out of the temple like a wisp of black wind. Halfway, he suddenly recalled a more pressing question. The young princess must have received news in advance. Could it be that Ganpa had been exposed as well? The Red Scorpion gang was entangled in a power struggle involving two princes, and Ganpa was a crucial part of it. Upon reaching the central courtyard, he learned that some of the female officials had already left Chalong Temple ahead of schedule. It seemed that Aya had returned to the palace early. In a state of fury, Shang Lin's eyes widened as he contemplated his next move, hastily making his way to the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. Upon encountering a notification, Li Chun let out a sigh of relief. He had found it. Chapter 63, Global Manhunt. Deep within the dungeon, a man was cruelly affixed to the wall by thick chains of dark iron, penetrating his bones. His hair was unkempt, his body filthy, and he appeared emaciated to the point of resembling a corpse. Had it not been for the system's prompt, Li Chun would have found it difficult to associate this wretched figure with the notorious tyrant. Ganpa time was of the essence. Gripping the steel bars with both hands, Li Chun felt his inner strength surge, his veins bulging as the stones beneath his feet sank. With a screech accompanied by the sickening sound of twisting metal, the seemingly unbreakable bars were violently torn apart, creating an opening. Li Chun swiftly entered the cell, approached Ganpa, and checked for signs of life. There was still a faint breath. With a determined thought, Li Chun immediately invoked the Tai-E Divine Needle, stabilizing Ganpa's vital channels while channeling a stream of true energy into his body. This energy, imbued with the power of regeneration, also served as Li Chun's precaution against Ganpa's potential betrayal. The ashen hue of Ganpa's face gradually regained some color, and his breathing steadied. The dark iron chains were impervious. Li Chun had to retreat once more, scouring the bodies of 4 monks before finally locating the key. This was dire. The rapidly approaching Shang Lin, upon discovering the absence of the monks, realized that something had transpired in the dungeon. Just as he was about to investigate, he witnessed Li Chun emerging, carrying the unconscious Ganpa. How audacious! You dare trespass in the royal forbidden grounds. Shang Lin's fingers curled into claws, enveloped in a dark aura, as he lunged at Li Chun with lethal intent. In a moment of sheer instinct, Li Chun's pupils constricted, and he rolled away with Ganpa in a desperate maneuver, narrowly evading the deadly strike. This old wretch was exponentially more formidable than the 4 monks combined. Engaging him directly would spell certain doom, and fleeing would jeopardize Ganpa. Thus, he found himself in a perilous dilemma. The opportunity was precious and fleeting. Impressive reflexes, boy. Let us see how many times you can evade me. Shang Lin cackled sinisterly, employing dark sorcery to target Li Chun's vital points. 1 meter, half a meter, a mere centimeter. Li Chun stood motionless, fixated on the advancing figure of Shang Lin. Forgive me, Ganpa. I gamble on his reluctance to kill you. In the instant Shang Lin closed in, Li Chun hurled Ganpa away. Shang Lin, taken aback, instinctively reached out to catch Ganpa. In that fleeting moment, Li Chun produced a pistol from his hand. The dark muzzle exhaled flames. Bang! The bullet spiraled from the chamber, piercing Shang Lin's forehead. Blood erupted, splattering the ground. Shang Lin glanced down at his body, then back at Li Chun. Disbelief etched on his face as he collapsed. Li Chun, quick to react, caught Ganpa before he could fall. They had finally escaped the clutches of danger. 3 days later, Ganpa slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the pristine walls and tidy room, alongside his beloved daughter, Gan Yaowei. Father, you're awake. The father and daughter embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Ganpa marveled at how the torment that had nearly extinguished his life was now being rejuvenated by a warm current, revitalizing him. Vera, what on earth happened? Power struggle. Assist Ganpa in regaining control of the Red Scorpion gang. Task completion, 67. This indicated that 2/3 of the task had been accomplished. Closing the task panel, Li Chun exhaled a smoke ring. I merely set out for a leisurely trip. How did I unwittingly become embroiled in a gang conflict? He had been following local news over the past few days. One particular piece concerning the Siamese royal family caught his attention. It briefly mentioned the young princess's pilgrimage at Chalong Temple, marking her coming of age at 19. It had only been 3 days since, so the royal family likely had not yet discovered Aya's pregnancy. However, secrets have a way of surfacing. Contemplating this precarious dilemma, Li Chen felt an urgent need to purchase a ticket and flee. Although Aya was oblivious to his identity, the recent disappearance of the studying monk and Cheney Han could easily lead investigators to him. He could only hope that the authorities would trace the trail back to the Cat's Tail Tavern and its bespectacled bartender. As for Shang Lin's demise, it would surely reach the higher echelons. Nonetheless, it was a scandal and unlikely to make headlines. Let them come. First, I must complete the final task. Extinguishing his cigarette, Li Chen received a call from Lin Jiyu. Darling, I've wrapped up my work here. When will you return home? Ah, Jiyu, your efficiency is impressive. I should be back in 3 to 5 days. Make sure to keep everything clean for me. Just as he hung up, a message from Xia Yuning arrived. Darling, have you missed me today? Li Chen replied. Guess. No sooner had he sent the message than a breaking news alert from Siam appeared. The government issues a global manhunt for Cheney Han. A reward of 10 million Thai baht for any information leading to his capture. And there it was, his own face prominently displayed. Damn it, Li Chen exclaimed, scrutinizing his wig in the mirror, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Fortunately, this was a manhunt, not a death sentence. Just moments ago, he had claimed he wouldn't be discovered, and now it seemed the situation had escalated. Why did I have to go through that again when I had already perfected my disguise? No more games. It's time to make my escape. After a moment's contemplation, Li Chen discarded his cigarette and prepared to flee. A global manhunt was no trivial matter, even if he failed the task. The worst that could happen would be a reduction in personal charm. Gratitude. Suddenly, he collided with Gonpa, who approached with a determined stride. With a thud, Gonpa knelt before him. This is my private account at a Swiss bank, containing my life's savings, $1 billion. They tortured me to obtain this fortune. Gonpa, ever the man of honor, continued. The Red Scorpion Gang venerates the legendary Guan Yu of China. You saved my life and cleared my meridians. This is but a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it. Li Chen glanced at the black card presented by Gonpa, then at Ganyaohui, who knelt beside him. The ways of the world never changed. This was clearly a test. If it were cash, he would accept it immediately. However, a card could hold any value. Old leader, I am indifferent to wealth. What? Gonpa was flabbergasted. Indifferent to money? Are you some kind of billionaire? Yet, noticing Li Chen's lingering gaze on Ganyaohui, he seemed to understand. Then I offer my daughter to serve you, hoping you will not find her wanting. That may not be appropriate. Although he could not see the $1 billion, the youthful beauty before him was undeniably enticing. Once acquired, the benefits would be substantial. Yaohui's body trembled slightly, her exquisite face blooming with a rosy hue. She raised her head, her clear eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Vera is willing to dedicate everything. Her voice is soft, yet her enunciation is remarkably clear. Chapter 64. A Bounty of Wealth and Beauty. You two may rise first. Li Chen stepped forward to assist Gonpa and Vera in standing. As he touched Vera, he felt her fervent warmth and tenderness. That Gonpa, the leader, is indeed something. Li Chen wished to inquire if there were any special methods to depart from Siam, as he was genuinely concerned about being detained at customs. Li Chen, my young brother, I feel an immediate kinship with you. If you do not mind, would you consider forming a brotherly bond with me? Li Chen was taken aback. You just betrothed your daughter to me, and now you wish for us to become brothers? Do not worry, brother. Vera and I will discuss our matters separately. Li Chen. Gonpa idolized the legendary brotherhood of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the Peach Garden. Thus the ceremony was conducted in a similar fashion. Brother Li Chen, as I am slightly older than you, I shall take on the role of the elder brother. What do you think? Gonpa, I shall heed your wishes. The two lit incense, prayed, and paid homage to heaven and earth, solidifying their bond as sworn brothers. Brother, did you practice martial arts before? Indeed. I learned some techniques from Master Buccio. In my line of work, fighting is an everyday affair, so a foundation in martial arts is essential. I do not possess any grand gifts to present, so I shall bestow upon you a breathing technique instead. Li Chen pressed his finger to Gonpa's forehead, imparting the Changchun breathing method into his mind. Gonpa closed his eyes, contemplating for a long while, his body trembling slightly until he was overwhelmed with excitement. This must be the ancient martial arts of Huaxia. Thank you, brother, for this generous gift. Money and power pale in comparison to this supreme technique. Gonpa knelt once more, expressing his gratitude profusely. Second brother, you must accept this card. Brother, this is your hard-earned treasure. I cannot possibly take it. Then consider it a bride price for Ganyara. In some regions of Siam, the bride's family is required to provide a dowry. If you refuse again, it would be disrespectful to your elder brother. Li Chen thought, this offering from Gonpa is rather excessive. Not only is he giving me his daughter, but he's also offering me money. Under Ganpa's insistence, Li Chun reluctantly accepted the black card into his pocket. Brother, the password for this card is XXXXXX. But I have set restrictions. It can only be retrieved in person in Switzerland and does not support any transfers. This is for the sake of financial security. After all, one must be cautious of hackers and scams. A moment's carelessness could lead to ruin. $10 billion is at stake here. Brother, my elder brother, this situation is rather… Vera, why don't you take the second brother to bond a little? Ganpa shot a glance at Vera, who blushed. Speak, elder brother, what troubles you? Truly, the older generation is shrewd. Ganpa was clearly attempting to draw him into a more complex situation. However, in the end, it would be Ganpa who would need to devise a way for Li Chun to depart. The day after tomorrow marks the contest for the leadership of the Red Scorpion Gang. The only path to reclaim the gang is to triumph in this arena duel. The circumstances are quite convoluted. Sonkai has colluded with the Wolf Gang, intending to curry favor with the second prince. Even if I were to return hastily, I fear it would be difficult to gain their trust. Such occurrences have been documented throughout the annals of Huaxia's history, and they are not at all unusual. However, elder brother, I will only take responsibility for winning the arena match. Beyond that, I cannot assist. Rest assured, second brother, but… Upon hearing that Li Chun was willing to participate, Ganpa initially rejoiced, but then his expression darkened. This time, Sonkai has invited the most formidable Muay Thai champion in Siam's history, Buchio. Given your current strength, it may be challenging. Indeed, reaching the peak of dark energy is quite formidable. After listening to Ganpa's account of Buchio's prowess, Li Chun recognized the challenge ahead. However, I have a plan. In the next 2 days, I shall elevate my capabilities to a new tier, and confronting Buchio should not pose a significant issue. The blood orchid pill within my body has yet to be refined. This is the perfect opportunity to enhance my strength. With tasks delineated, Ganpa would contact his former associates to prepare for a bloody battle, while Li Chun would refine the blood orchid pill in pursuit of mastering dark energy. He secured the door. Li Chun sat cross-legged, calming his mind, and began to practice the Changchun breathing method, gradually refining the blood orchid pill within him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. As the Changchun true qi surged, the blood orchid pill emitted pure and gentle energy, continuously cleansing Li Chun's physical form. Mastering dark energy entails unifying all the body's strength. Each strike, though seemingly casual, mobilizes the entirety of one's force, resulting in extraordinary potency. While refining the blood orchid pill, Li Chun simultaneously gathered his true energy to merge with the inner strength. After prolonged effort, Li Chun felt that this gradual approach was still too slow. Time was limited. He needed to break through before the arena battle. With this thought, Li Chun began to channel the Changchun true qi, fervently refining the blood orchid pill. Time passed, and suddenly, the violently refined blood orchid pill overwhelmed Li Chun like a surging tide. He felt as if his very being was on the verge of explosion. With a sudden burst, Li Chun spewed forth a mouthful of black blood, golden stars flashing before his eyes, as his consciousness began to blur. The energy of the blood orchid pill was far more ferocious than he had anticipated. This was no longer mere refinement. It was self-detonation. Damn it, I've messed up. Fear gripped his heart as he clung desperately to the last shred of clarity, frantically channeling his technique to guide the chaotic energy. Yet, all was in vain. His body was being torn apart from within by this force, annihilating him. This is it. I was too hasty, always seeking a quick breakthrough, only to end up with the worst possible outcome. Am I truly going to perish just like this? The excruciating pain coursing through his body sent chills down Li Chun's spine, dragging him deeper into despair. Bai Weiwei, Lin Shuqing, Xia Yuning, Ai Yachavala. Each vibrant and charming face floated through his mind, alongside the yet-to-be-explored black market heiress Gonyura and the beautiful police flower Ouyang Bingqi. Is this how my extraordinary life ends, just as it begins? Chen, what has happened to you? Hearing Li Chun's agonized groans from within the room, Gonyura felt an urgent wave of panic. Vera, come in quickly. Upon hearing Gonyura's call, Li Chun suddenly recalled something. Hidden reward, divine blessing. Since it is a blessing from the divine, could it possibly provide salvation? With his body on the brink of collapse, he had no choice but to grasp at any hope. Gonyura's heart raced, and she disregarded everything else, bursting through the door. The sight within the room caused her expression to shift dramatically. Li Chun lay on the ground, veins bulging, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, exuding a violent aura. Brother Chun, you. Gonyura's mind raced, momentarily paralyzed by fear. Help me to the shower. Li Chun spoke weakly, struggling to move. Gonyura hurriedly lifted him to the shower room, turning on the water to cleanse Li Chun's body. The physical cooling effect provided him with slight relief. But it did not address the root of the problem. Vera, the only possibility now is that you may need to make a small sacrifice. Chapter 65. The Commercial Territory of Ganyawela. A Minor Sacrifice? Wela's delicate frame trembled, for she was still an uninitiated maiden. A blush, enchanting and vivid, swiftly spread from her alabaster neck to the very roots of her ears. In Li Chen's eyes, there was a clarity and purity solely driven by the instinct for survival. Wela clenched her teeth. This man was her heaven, her savior. Moreover, her father had already pledged her to him. If that were the case, what was there to hesitate about? In that fleeting moment, the resolve and decisiveness characteristic of a daughter of the underworld eclipsed the shyness and modesty of a girl. To seize a glimmer of hope, she could sever a limb. What did such a sacrifice matter? No longer hesitating, she proactively extended her slender arms and embraced Li Chen's neck. The water soaked her soft nightgown, clinging tightly to her form, outlining her youthful and vibrant curves in all their perfection. With her youthful visage, sun-kissed skin, and a pair of remarkably clear, large eyes, she exuded a certain liveliness and captivating beauty. Li Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Ganyawela appeared delicate, yet within her lay a fierce spirit. Wela, listen to me. Activate the breathing technique I taught you, and unite your spirit with mine, he urged, stifling the excruciating pain coursing through his meridians as he gently tapped her forehead. The transmission channel has been opened, life link established. The familiar synthesized voice resonated, bringing a modicum of calm to Li Chen's spirit. May it be so. Boom. A torrent of violent energy found its release, surging toward Ganyawela. Ugh, she gasped, the force overwhelming. Despite having learned some martial arts in her youth, she struggled to withstand it. However, recalling the breathing technique Li Chen had just imparted, she began to consciously guide the energy in a cyclical motion throughout her body. Simultaneously, Li Chen felt a sacred light wash over him, transforming into a gentle warmth, akin to a spring breeze nurturing the earth. Was this the blessing bestowed by the divine? In the next moment, the pain throughout his body vanished, and his wounds began to heal at an astonishing pace. To his astonishment, Ganyawela, aided by this dual enhancement, suddenly stepped into the realm of martial arts, becoming a master of the bright strength. From the perspective of opportunity, Ganyawela was truly blessed with fortuitous timing, advantageous circumstances, and favorable allies. With an abundance of pure energy, a top-tier technique, and a unique blessing enhancing her abilities, the two found themselves seemingly floating on cloud nine, each immersed in the profundity of their newfound powers. After a lengthy narrative of 20,000 words, Wela and Li Chen emerged from the room, their faces alight with satisfaction. Guard your spirit. Fear not, Li Chen urged urgently. In this life-and-death moment, the fierce determination inherent in Ganyawela was ignited. She bit her lip resolutely, not retreating, but instead channeling even more of her energy toward him. A miracle unfolded. The extraordinary energy derived from the divine blessing seemed to counteract the violent force, flowing like a clear spring, infused with soothing and purifying power, beginning to neutralize and guide the tumultuous torrent. Yin and yang, firmness and softness, destruction leading to rebirth. Harmony achieved. The energy that had rampaged through Li Chen's body began to merge and transform in a mysterious manner with Ganyawela's essence. The destructive force gradually morphed into an extraordinarily pure life energy, revitalizing both of their bodies. Li Chen felt as if immersed in a warm, nurturing river. Every inch of his torn meridians, every damaged cell, were being astonishingly repaired and reshaped, growing increasingly resilient and powerful. He could distinctly sense himself nearing the threshold of the dark strength mastery. At last, accompanied by a crisp crack within his body, the shackles were utterly shattered. A force far mightier than before erupted from within him. The mastery of dark strength attained. Success. On the other hand, Ganyawela felt as though she were soaring in the heavens. Warmth enveloped her, and her internal power surged, allowing her, through this shared cultivation, to leap across the threshold of bright strength and step into the early stages of dark strength. Time passed, though it felt timeless. When calm returned, the only sound in the shower was the gentle cascade of water. Li Chen opened his eyes, radiating brilliance. Not only had he survived, but he had also been fortuitously elevated in strength. He gazed down to find the exquisite beauty in his arms had succumbed to a deep slumber, her face adorned with a satisfied and serene smile. Li Chen turned off the shower and, cradling the girl who had given everything for him, strode out of the bathroom. A day later, in the underground arena of the abandoned rubber factory, the leaders of the Red Scorpion gang gathered in anticipation, eager to see who would ascend as the new leader. Bo Chiu, the foremost martial artist of Siam, dominated the scene with absolute prowess. Sun Kai was undeniably poised to become the next gang leader. However, the unexpected appearance of Gan Pa caught him off guard. Yet, the long-standing rules of the Red Scorpion gang remained. Even if Gan Pa, the former emperor, wished to reclaim leadership, he must first defeat Bo Qiu. Amidst the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Chen confidently stepped into the octagonal cage. The cacophony of boos and jeers filled the air, with voices questioning why Ganpa had not yet perished. Bang! Just as the crowd mocked him, Chen landed a solid punch on Bo Qiu's face. An instant silence fell, the arena hushed in disbelief. Is this all you've got? You fighting like a girl who's missed a meal? That tickled. Bo Qiu, a realm above Chen, felt no damage from the strike. However, Chen's agility was remarkable, darting around the octagonal cage. Bo Qiu found it difficult to capitalize on the situation. After a brief engagement with Bo Qiu, allowing him to relax, Chen decided to unleash his ultimate weapon. The match required participants to strip down to their underwear, making it impossible to conceal any weapons or knives. Yet, Chen possessed spatial storage. Pretending to be fatigued, he bent over, panting, deliberately exposing a weakness. Bo Qiu approached with large strides, ready to crush this pesky fly with a single blow. Boom! The crowd witnessed a cloud of black smoke. Confident of his victory, Bo Qiu stood frozen in place before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. You cheated. This is definitely against the rules. Sing Kai exclaimed, panic-stricken, sweat pouring down his face. What rules? Where did you see any weapons? Ganpa stepped forward. His cold gaze filled with menace. Chen shrugged. Although everyone knew it was a bullet, there was no evidence to prove it, as he held nothing in his hands. At that moment, Ganpa's strategically placed subordinates surged into the venue like a tidal wave, swiftly taking control of everyone present. An elderly man leaning on a cane, wearing a hat, shook his head and quietly exited the venue. Ouyang Bingqi and the special forces stationed at the entrance swiftly apprehended him. The notorious Liang Fa, a ghost in the criminal underworld, had finally been captured. Days later, a sensational news report reverberated across the nation. Dragon Kingdom strikes brilliantly. The Bai and Ming families of the four great clans have seen their suspects apprehended. This operation successfully captured and repatriated over 400 individuals involved in fraud. These leads were meticulously unraveled from Liang Fa, step by step. Several days later, Chen received a report reward of 8 million yuan from the Red Notice personnel. This was undoubtedly the most valuable piece of information he had encountered in recent days. As for Ganpa's efforts to reorganize the Red Scorpion Gang and eradicate the Wild Wolf Gang, those were matters for another time. Chen took a detour through Java before finally returning to his beloved homeland. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of assisting Ganpa in regaining control of the Red Scorpion Gang in the struggle for power. Reward. The map of the commercial empire is unlocked. A parchment slowly unfurled in the void. Presently, in the booming business landscape, the key areas are 1. Short dramas 2. E-commerce expansion 3. Niche live streaming 4. Chapter 66. The $1 Billion Foundation. As the plane touched down, the weekly task module refreshed. Weekly task, $1 Billion Foundation. Establish a company of your own, creating a safe and comfortable environment for the great endeavor of genetic inheritance. Task requirements. 1. Own a company that is entirely yours. 2. The company must have an office space. 3. The company must possess a core team. Task rewards. Business genius. Innate talent. Ding. Monthly tasks have refreshed. Monthly task, Starlight Inheritance. Task requirements. Expand the purple fund pool. 2. Inherit superior genes. Task rewards. God-level acting skills. Cleansing Elixir X3. Glancing at the task list, a slight smile graced Chen's lips. The weekly task was relatively straightforward. Every man ought to have his own career. Although Chen had already established absolute control over the Red Scorpion Gang, that realm belonged to the underworld. Ideas raced through his mind, and a flawless plan took shape in an instant. He would establish an entertainment media company, focusing on the currently booming short drama market. This plan was indeed a trifecta of advantages. First, it would fulfill Lin Shuqing's promise, allowing her to rest easy during her pregnancy. Second, it would align with the market trend. The short drama sector was experiencing a windfall, and with his current funds and the commercial genius he was about to acquire, making a profit would be inevitable. This would rapidly augment his assets, providing a more robust capital base for his future grand endeavors. Third, it would complete the task. An entertainment company is never short of beautiful women. Whether recruiting actors or engaging with the entertainment industry, there would be abundant opportunities to encounter stunning actresses. Excellent. It was settled. Chen clenched his fist, filled with fervor. The national goddess, the top star of the domestic entertainment scene, the era's diva, I am coming. In New City. At the Jume Vertical Screen Film Base. This is the largest short drama filming base in the country, even worldwide. Often referred to in the industry as the Hollywood of short dramas, the Vertical Screen Dream Factory. Daily, various popular film crews commence production here, churning out an array of short dramas like a production line, From domineering CEOs to heroic returns, from love pursuits to time-traveling reversals. Everything imaginable. In Studio A3, a disheveled man sporting a baseball cap and a scruffy beard was unleashing a tirade at the producer behind the monitor. Are you all a bunch of fools? You can't even act out an emotion. Such a splendid script wasted. Hey, who are you yelling at? A portly coal magnate approached, jabbing a finger at his nose. I paid you to act, not to berate. What was wrong with my daughter's performance? That is acting. The man, Gao Feng, abruptly hurled the walkie-talkie to the ground, his eyes ablaze. That's a wooden puppet. A zombie. Let me tell you, it's either her or me. Fine. You said it. The coal boss's face turned ashen. You're fired. Get out now, or I'll call security. Fine, I'll leave. A bunch of trash. What you produce will inevitably be trash. Gao Feng stormed out of the set, his earlier bravado replaced by a sense of desolation. With no money to his name, if he didn't secure a new job soon, he might have to sleep in a public restroom tonight. Meanwhile, Chen was wandering through the vast filming base, his senses overwhelmed by a throng of beauties, women adorned in palace costumes, empresses, campus beauties, domineering CEOs, mech girls, cosplayers, and countless extras. To establish a company, the first step was to find the right people, particularly professionals. Thus, upon arriving in new city, Chen didn't rush to register a company or seek office space. Instead, he intended to familiarize himself with the industry and perhaps encounter a talented individual. Ding. Daily intelligence has refreshed. Today's Intelligence 1. In Studio A3 at Jumei Airport. Rising director Gao Feng has fallen out with investors due to his adherence to artistic principles. He is currently unemployed and is a once-in-a-century genius in short dramas. Today's Intelligence 2. Promising actress Li Yitong. A genius in short dramas? It seems fortune favors the prepared. Following the intelligence clues, he hurried towards Studio A3. In the alley behind the studio, a despondent young man squatted on the ground, chain-smoking, with cigarette butts littering the floor. Chen's gaze lingered on the system prompt hovering above the man's head. Name, Gao Feng. Just as expected, Chen approached, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, handed it to him, and lit it for him. Gao Feng looked up warily, offering no words but silently accepting the cigarette. Taking a deep drag, exhaling smoke that seemed more hopeless than he appeared. Do you wish to create a work that truly belongs to you? Chen stated directly, his tone calm, yet imbued with a certain allure. What do you mean? An investor? Do you want me to film some mindless drama about a CEO falling for a janitor? Gao Feng replied with cold sarcasm, his disdain palpable. Chen Media, my company. All I desire is for you to create an S-level hit short drama that will dominate the internet. Chen remained unfazed by the derision, his expression serene. Chen Media? Never heard of it. Who are you to trust? Doubt filled Gao Feng's gaze. Just this. Without further ado, Chen presented his mobile banking app, revealing a lengthy string of numbers to Gao Feng. As Gao Feng beheld the digits, his body shuddered in astonishment. He rubbed his eyes and leaned closer. And the numbers remained unchanged. Hundreds, thousands, millions. This man was certainly not boasting. He was indeed serious. Am I now qualified to be your talent scout? Chen retrieved his phone, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Gao Feng scrutinized the young man before him, whose depth of character belied his youth, and swallowed hard. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter a few words. The script. I want final say? Agreed. The actors must pass my scrutiny. Of course. Also, during filming. No one can interfere with my creative process except you. Deal. Welcome to Chen Media. Chen extended his hand. Chen entrusted Gao Feng with the entire process of registering the company, leasing premises, and assembling a team. Next, he planned to secure the promising actress, Li Yitong. Chapter 67. Tomorrow's Diva, Li Yitong. With director Gao Feng on board, Chen's spirits soared. A good captain could steer the company's ship away from countless detours. Now, everything is in place, save for a leading lady capable of upholding the facade. He clicked on the second item of the daily intelligence, his gaze fixating on a particular name. Promising actress Li Yitong, future diva on the horizon. A distinguished graduate of the Central Academy of Drama, possessing a beauty score of 89. Due to her unwillingness to acquiesce to the industry's unspoken rules, she has offended a certain industry mogul, resulting in malicious suppression, leaving her devoid of roles. Currently, she is serving as an extra in the C District's production of The Return of the Immortal. With a beauty score of 89, one would think she should not be relegated to the role of a mere background player. It appears that those attempting to undermine Li Yitong wield considerable influence. Furthermore, they are evidently well-versed in the art of manipulating female actors. Rumor has it that the leading force in the entertainment industry, the Huayu brothers, delight in suppressing those unruly actors. They have issued a blanket ban across the industry. ensuring that no one dares to cast or engage the blacklisted actress in films or commercial performances. Eventually, when one finds themselves thwarted at every turn, they will inevitably return, seeking their favor. At that point, they can manipulate as they please. Judging by the intelligence report, Li Yitong is merely a novice, freshly emerged from academia and naive to the ways of the world. This opportunity must be seized. Moreover, Li Yitong possesses immense potential. It is said that the renowned diva Deng Ziki fell victim to a predatory contract with a ruthless music company at the tender age of 15, resulting in her losing even her rights to her own name. Naturally, Fengyao Music reaped substantial profits, with Deng Ziki's return on investment soaring to tens of thousands of times. According to online reports, the Petite Divas World Tour consisted of 86 shows, grossing $3 billion. When factoring in the myriad brand endorsements and copyrights, Fengyao Music's profits are staggering. At the time of signing, the investment in the Petite Diva was a mere couple of $100,000, hardly worth mentioning. Thus, if one can secure a rising star before they achieve fame, the company would undoubtedly skyrocket. Numerous such examples abound, such as the talent scout behind the starlet Reba, who is none other than Yang Dami. Regardless of public opinion on Reba herself, few can rival her ability to attract wealth. As her benefactor and behind-the-scenes mogul, one can only assume that Dami has profited immensely. Therefore, while I do not consider myself a malevolent boss, it is wise to remain vigilant. Crafting a predatory contract would be entirely reasonable, given the opportunity to exploit such a promising talent, one that the system has identified as a future star actress. Li Chen is prepared to invest a few W in Li Yitong, nurturing her potential and awaiting her ascension, eagerly anticipating a lucrative return. See District. The Return of the Immortal Production. Scene 72. Take 3. Action. With the clapperboard's sharp snap, a male protagonist clad in white traditional garb, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, stands with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazes at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his expression conveying the profound solitude of invincibility. Opposite him stands a girl in a similarly inexpensive costume, her face smeared with dust, desperately wedged among dozens of extras, awaiting her singular moment of brilliance. She is Li Yitong. Once, she was admitted to the Central Academy of Drama with the highest marks, regarded as the most gifted student by her teachers and recognized as a future star by her peers. Upon graduation, she smoothly passed the preliminary selection of the Huayu brothers, Wang Yongxiang and Wang Yongsheng, colloquially known as the Big and Little Kings in the entertainment circle, were particularly captivated by Li Yitong's physique. Yitong, your success in the re-examination hinges on your performance tonight. Her agent, Aja, slipped a key card for a presidential suite into her hand, hinting at an audition set up by the company's bigwigs. Li Yitong was acutely aware of what auditioning at a hotel entailed. Proud and defiant, she splashed a glass of water in Aja's face and stormed off. From that moment on, her name was blacklisted within the industry. No production team was willing to employ her. She was relegated to working as a special extra in various projects, earning a meager salary, barely sustaining her seemingly laughable dream of acting. Slap. A resounding slap echoed as it struck the male antagonist's face. The power of this performer was indeed formidable. The antagonist clutched his face, bellowing his lines with fervor. Now is the moment. Li Yitong silently chanted in her heart. She steadied her breath, her eyes widening in intensity, her mouth parting just enough. Her face, a complex tapestry of shock, fear, and incredulity, perfectly embodied the essence of a bystander awed by the prowess of a stronger presence. Even as a mere background player, she was determined to excel. However, beside her, a heavily made-up extra stumbled and elbowed her in the chest. Li Yitong staggered, missing her cue and knocking over a nearby prop stand. Crack. What on earth? That extra. Yes, you. Do you even know how to act? If you don't want to be here, then get lost. Upon realizing that the individual was Li Yitong, the one blacklisted by the Big and Little Kings, the director dared not keep her in the production. I'm sorry, director. Li Yitong hastily apologized, her face ashen. Is an apology sufficient? You've wasted the entire crew's time. Can you compensate for that? The extra who had collided with her now played the victim, pointing an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, Director, it's her. She pushed me on purpose. You're lying. Li Yitong trembled with anger. Enough, enough, stop the bickering. The crew leader approached, waving his hand dismissively. Li Yitong, is it? Your scenes for today are concluded. Go over there to collect your pay and leave. Li Yitong looked at the disdainful expressions of those around her, feeling an icy chill in her heart. She refrained from further argument, silently walking to the corner, collecting her meager wage of 150 yuan. Before turning to exit this loathsome place, must she truly bow to the forces of evil? Gazing at the WeChat profile of Huayu Brothers agent Asia, Li Yitong felt a wave of inner conflict. If she were to humble herself and acknowledge her mistakes now, She could join the Huayu brothers and participate as the third female lead in a major production. Yet, Li Yitong detested the notion of being manipulated. Like a bird aware that a gilded cage offers comfort and safety, her youthful heart yearned to explore the vastness of the world beyond. Hey, hello, Li Yitong. At that moment, a voice, both unassuming yet magnetic, rang out. The figure before her stood tall, angular features softened by a charming smile. Li Yitong blinked, her eyes widening as she realized that he matched her aesthetic preferences perfectly. Could it be that he was attempting to flirt and wished to add her on WeChat? I'm sorry, but I don't add strangers on WeChat. How do you know my name? Li Yitong suddenly pondered a more pressing question. How could someone recognize her? An actress barely on the radar? Had she already gained a modicum of fame? Chapter 68, The Contract of Surrender. Well, Li Chun hesitated momentarily, conjuring another reason. I've seen your graduation work. It was truly remarkable. You've seen my graduation work? Do you know Teacher Wu? Yes. He mentioned you were exceptional and hoped I could offer you an opportunity. Really? That would be wonderful. I'm sorry, what is your name again? Li Yitong smiled gently, her eyes curving into crescent moons, sweet and adorable. However, Li Chen's focus was drawn to her fierce demeanor and long legs. For him, as someone who had traversed this path, beauty was secondary. The crucial question was whether she possessed enough tenacity and allure. The true caliber of Li Yitong's acting remains uncertain. However, her striking appearance aligns perfectly with the aesthetic preferences of many young men, enabling her to stand out. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Li Chun, the founder of Stardust Media. Li Chun extended his hand, courteously shaking hands with Li Yitong. Our company is currently in the process of preparing a high-budget historical drama, and the lead female role is still available. Discussing the specifics of our collaboration here may not be particularly convenient. Shall we continue our conversation in my car? Li Chun glanced around, noticing the director of Return of the Immortal casting a disapproving glare at the two of them. To the car? A flicker of wariness crossed Li Yitong's eyes, which quickly transformed into a polite smile. Mr. Li, since it was Teacher Wu who recommended you, why not go directly to your esteemed company? I would like to witness the prowess of Stardust Media myself. Of course, he replied, tugging at the collar of his Armani shirt, feeling a touch of heat. Let us proceed. Wonderful. Li Yitong seemed to have grasped a lifeline, pulling along a massive suitcase from the corner and casting a defiant glare at the director behind her. This time, I will give it my all and show the Huayu brothers just what a remarkable actress they have overlooked. Li Chun took the initiative to help with the suitcase, playing along with Li Yitong. Once they were out of sight, he finally voiced his confusion. Why are you carrying such a large suitcase for shooting? This mainly contains some props, she replied. With her lease expiring, Li Yitong had initially intended to find a new apartment after the group performance. However, upon hearing that Li Chun, recommended by Teacher Wu, wanted to sign with her, the first thought that crossed her mind was whether she could stay at the company for a few days without charge. Walking side by side, they wound through several turns. Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Yitong asked, Mr. Li, where exactly is our company? Oh, please hold on for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Li Chun dashed away, pulling out his phone to question Gao Feng. It's been an entire afternoon. Have you not yet located the office? Boss, you have no idea how competitive the short film industry has become. Even offices are in short supply. Even so, we cannot be unable to find a single location. Use your financial clout, if necessary. Did I not give you money? Quickly, rent a place. The price is irrelevant. Li Chen's impatience was escalating. Was he really the type to lack funds? After about 5 minutes, Gao Feng sent over an address. Boss, I found a place. I've rented it for a month. Now that's what I call efficiency. With a newfound purpose, Li Chen's steps became notably lighter. Yitong, do you know why my company is called Stardust Media? He began to elaborate on his vision as they walked. One can only assume that Mr. Li harbors grand ambitions akin to the vastness of the cosmos. Precisely, Li Chen's voice brimmed with seduction. Our objective is to redefine the landscape of the domestic entertainment industry and to propel Chinese cinema onto the world stage. Li Yitong felt invigorated by his lofty declarations, her blood surging with passion as she envisioned herself standing on an international stage, until she looked up and saw a weathered sign that read, Stardust Printing and Copying, 1 yuan. Her steps faltered. Is this Stardust Media? Li Chen's expression darkened as he caught sight of Gao Feng's cherubic face emerging from the greasy glass door. Welcome to Stardust Media. Gao Feng greeted with a beaming smile. Li Yitong's grip on her suitcase trembled slightly as the light in her eyes dimmed gradually. Mr. Li, is this truly what you referred to as the vast cosmos? Oh, as a nascent company, we shouldn't focus on such trivial details, Li Chun replied, though his own demeanor was less than composed. Very well, she conceded, still gripping her suitcase. Albeit with a quiver, Gao Feng picked up a broom and began to sweep the dust from the chairs. while Li Chun and Li Yitong finally found a spot to sit across from each other. Gao Feng, do you think the printer at this copy shop is still operational? Wait a moment, let me check. Gao Feng skillfully booted up the outdated desktop computer and discovered that the connected printer, though antiquated, was indeed functional. Let's print this contract. Li Chun sent over a copy of the dubious contract he had downloaded. Gao Feng skimmed through it and thought to himself, wow, this Li Chun appears gentle. But in business, he is ruthless. If Li Yitong signed this contract, it would essentially bind her to the company. Before long, 2 copies of the contract were printed. Yitong, if there are no issues, you may sign directly. Gazing at the harsh terms of the contract, verging on a form of indentured servitude, Li Yitong felt as though her heart had received a crushing blow. I have a stomachache. Please wait a moment, Mr. Li. One must admit, Li Yitong's acting was nothing short of stellar, as she portrayed her discomfort vividly and seamlessly. Upon reaching a corner, she quickly dialed Teacher Wu's number. Yitong, what prompted you to call me? Teacher Wu, this is urgent. I'll be brief. Do you know someone named Li Chun from Stardust Media? Li Chun? I haven't heard of him. Just as I suspected. After hanging up, Li Yitong ground her teeth in frustration. A fly-by-night operation, a ragtag band, a complete fraud. When Li Yitong returned to her seat with a smile, Li Chun pushed the contract back toward her, speaking earnestly. Yitong, this contract is modeled on templates from top-tier companies. Everything is impeccably formal. You can scrutinize it line by line. Li Yitong maintained a neutral expression, but internally, she scoffed. Li Chun, you deceitful scoundrel. I am eager to see just how unscrupulous you can be. The exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. A 20-year servitude agreement, a veritable bond. Goodness gracious. Li Yitong nearly cursed aloud. Mr. Li, I can understand most of the terms, but is 20 years not excessively long? Long. Li Chun began his performance. The project we are about to launch is a 10-year trilogy akin to Game of Thrones, with a total investment exceeding 1 billion. The training period will exceed 10 years. If you become a star and choose to terminate the contract, wouldn't we be left with nothing? An investment of 1 billion, 10 years, a trilogy, and a grand production? These keywords left Li Yitong incredulous. As Li Chun observed her expression, he thought, something seems off with this girl. Could it be that this venture is about to go awry? However, to his astonishment, Li Yitong picked up the pen, inhaled deeply, and with a sense of almost tragic determination, she signed her name at the bottom of the contract, her strokes sharp and decisive. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Li Chun, a meaningful smile playing on her lips. Mr. Li, once this contract is signed, there is no turning back. Chapter 69, Even Infamy Can Be Fame. Li Chun swiftly signed his name on the contract. Mr. Li, let us each leave our handprints. That will ensure its validity. Li Yitong suggested, her smile sweet and inviting. Indeed, we must press our handprints. With a series of soft thuds, they each stamped their handprints on the signature and key sections of the contract. Thank you for granting me this opportunity, Mr. Li. Once everything was finalized, Li Yitong's eyes glimmered like crescent moons as she extended her hand to shake Li Chen's. Li Chen was taken aback. This atmosphere feels rather peculiar. Just moments ago, Li Yitong had barely concealed her disdain, yet her demeanor had shifted faster than one could turn a page. More bewildering was the brilliant smile that adorned her face. Many years later, when a reporter interviewed the diva Li Yitong and inquired why she would sign with a dubious company, knowing full well its lack of credibility, Li Yitong's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she sweetly replied, because there is light in this man's eyes. Indeed, there was a fierce light in Li Chen's eyes, an incandescent fury. How could this be? I had clearly stated that my annual minimum income would be 100,000 yuan. Yet the contract stipulated 100,000 yuan. Gao Feng, you must elucidate this for me. Clutching the contract, tears streamed down Li Chen's face. A guaranteed annual salary of 1 million, or even a total of 20 million over 20 years. What kind of person could attract such a salary? Boss, take a look at this screen. Gao Feng was drenched in cold sweat. Had he already committed such a grave error before even commencing work? An old computer bore a charred mark, a fortuitous coincidence. Following Li Chen's instructions, Gao Feng modified the figures, and thus the situation unfolded. Ironically, the one most delighted by this deception was Li Yitong. If the company was indeed a scam, the contract would be automatically void. If it was not, she would receive at least 1 million annually, without a single penny deducted from her share of the profits. Although the exorbitant penalty for breach of contract sounded like a loss, that would only be a concern after the flames of fame had ignited. For now, regardless of her acting prowess or potential for stardom, even if she were to lounge about or retire from the limelight, her guaranteed income would still be 1 million. For a fresh university graduate, this was nothing short of a miraculous windfall. What more could one desire? What does a guaranteed million signify, even at the prestigious Yu Brothers? This would be classified as an S-level superlative benefit. After repeatedly counting that string of numbers, Li Yitong's anger morphed into uncontainable ecstasy, the kind that even AK could not suppress. Hence, while the unscrupulous boss remained oblivious to the details, Li Yitong resolutely chose to sign. Reflecting upon her cleverness, she realized that compared to her well-connected classmates, who were still toiling as extras in the film crew, she had already secured an annual salary of $1 million, leaving them far behind. Moreover, she had a 20-year long-term guarantee. The happiness was almost overwhelming. Upon seeing Li Chen's face darken with fury, Li Yitong could no longer contain her laughter. Li Chen slowly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Gao Feng. Mr. Li, Yitong's terms are quite favorable. I believe granting her an SS-level contract is a sound decision. Gao Feng hurriedly attempted to smooth things over, extolling Li Yitong to the skies. Silently, Li Chen wiped away his tears. Damn it, one must not harbor a black heart. Beep. Core team has been assembled. The company has been established and possesses an office space. Weekly tasks, the cornerstone of 100 billion, have been completed. Task reward, talent card, business genius. Wait, is this what it means to complete the task? Let's set aside the first two items. A dubious company plus a 50 square meter printing shop barely meets the requirements. And this core team, has it truly been accomplished? The female lead is secured, the director is in place, but what about the male lead? What about the supporting roles? The second and third female leads? And then there are the crew members, makeup artists, stylists, prop masters, cameramen, voice actors, special effects teams, editors, HR, accountants. Receptionists, aren't they all core members? Could it be that the system has lost its mind? Sigh, never mind. Let's accept the rewards, the business genius talent. As Li Chen clicked on the talent card, a torrent of immense data surged through his mind. The foundational logic of the world was dismantled, restructured, transforming into countless business models, ROI graphs, and psychological funnels for users. The million-yuan annual salary that had previously pained him now appeared as a high-risk, high-reward early angel investment. Gao Feng and Li Yitong were no longer mere employees, but rather two core assets with immense growth potential. Extracting their residual value to maximize ROI. This was the essence of business. The questions that had previously eluded Li Chen suddenly became crystal clear. Gao Feng, director, screenwriter, cinematographer, editor, crew member, supporting actor, all will fall under my purview. After all, with such a high salary, one must utilize it wisely. Li Yitong, lead actress, second lead, third lead, antagonist, makeup artist, stylist, all will be my responsibility. The million-yuan salary must be fully leveraged. As he organized his thoughts, Li Chen felt a measure of calm return. In this case, the budget for his first short film would likely only be around 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, far below the industry's typical 300,000 yuan cost. Ahem. Starting today, we officially establish Xingchen Media. Li Yitong immediately sprang to her feet, clapping enthusiastically, her solitary applause resonating like 1,000 troops. Tomorrow, we shall commence filming our company's inaugural short film. Wait a moment, Mr. Li, we lack a script, a screenwriter, props, costumes, a filming crew, and other actors. We'll use your script. Didn't you say you had a story you've been crafting for 10 years? Write it out tonight. Use the computer right in front of you. Gao Feng's expression darkened. All right, but what about the cinematography? We'll use a smartphone for now, or rent one. Use a phone to shoot. And as for the actors? I'll play the lead, the antagonist, and the supporting roles. Li Yitong will portray the lead female, the antagonist, and the supporting female roles. But what about the fight scenes between the lead female and the antagonist, as well as those between the lead male and the antagonist? After an extensive discussion, Gao Feng and Li Yitong felt their worldviews shatter, utterly astounded. In the battle between artistic integrity and a million-yuan salary, Gao Feng resolutely chose to juggle multiple roles and work overtime. Li Yitong, too, embraced her responsibilities without complaint. Whenever she felt fatigued or slack, she would promptly pull out a copy of her contract, reading it carefully. Instantly revitalized, she was filled with renewed vigor. In just a week, Xingchen Media's first monumental work, Immortal Sovereign's Dominance, was launched across major streaming platforms. Unsurprisingly, it exploded in popularity. The internet was rife with scathing reviews, and the ratings plummeted at lightning speed, shattering the limits of human comprehension. I declare, this drama has redefined what it means to have 1,000 faces. During a scene where the female lead and the female antagonist fought over the male lead, I genuinely feared she might slap herself. Were those cat ears worth 2 yuan truly identical to those I had snagged for free on Pinduoduo? I can understand wearing Superman underwear outside, but can't you at least buy a new pair of red shorts? However, even bad publicity is still publicity, due to its extraordinary awfulness. Countless brave souls flocked to witness the spectacle, eager to unleash their critiques in the comments section. Yet, just as they began typing their ha 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 and trash comments, a pop-up appeared. To maintain community standards, please pay 1 yuan to become a true fan of this drama before commenting. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. I have to pay you money just to insult you. This move sent countless netizens into a frenzy, losing their composure. Driven by an insatiable desire that could not be contained, the button for a mere 1 yuan began to illuminate with a frenzied frequency. As he observed the revenues soaring in the background, Li Chen's heart brimmed with joy. The return on investment was, to say the least, exceedingly high. Chapter 70. Li Yitong's surging affection. Darling, can we sleep a little longer? I'm not quite satisfied yet, Li Yitong purred. Her voice sweet as she wrapped her arms around Li Chen's waist. Gazing at her innocent smile, juxtaposed against the terrifying ferocity of the world, Li Chen found it hard to fathom how the creator could craft such a pure, yet audacious spirit to possess a body so fearfully explosive. The scathing reviews of the return of the Celestial Master had reached Li Chen's ears. Some criticized the props, others lamented the stinginess of the production team. However, none dared to critique Li Yitong's beauty or physique. Despite being an utterly atrocious film, the leading lady's form could only be described as a conscience of the industry. Big data does not lie. The back-end statistics revealed an astonishing 99% completion rate for scenes featuring the female lead running, squatting, or performing handstands. Fellow enthusiasts, your taste is refreshingly honest. Gratitude is due to the Fruit-branded smartphone for its exceptional stabilization and wide-angle lens, allowing us to witness true beauty amidst cinematic mediocrity. It is clear that the public's aesthetic sensibilities are ever vigilant. Li Yitong's assets were indeed formidable. Darling, now that we've wrapped filming, let us take a day to rest. She stretched her arms, encircling Li Chen's neck, and without further ado, began to invade his personal space. Li Chen chuckled helplessly within, acquiescing to her advances. Reflecting on it now, the reason this proud swan willingly embraced him was never through coercion or intimidation. The crude tactics employed by lesser individuals, leveraging resources to force compliance, would only backfire with a girl as spirited as Li Yitong. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, Li Chen discerned her character traits. The more proud the girl, the more one must act contrary to expectation. Thus, within the production team, Li Chen executed a masterclass in reverse strategy. Li Yitong assumed that Li Chen, as the producer, would inevitably covet her beauty and engage in surreptitious improprieties during filming. Yet, regardless of whether he portrayed a gallant hero combating nefarious forces or a villain overpowering the heroine, Li Chen maintained a respectful distance, never crossing any boundaries. As the on-screen romance between the leads intensified, so too did Li Yitong's affection for him. She anticipated that Li Chen would surely propose outings for meals, movie dates, or late-night script discussions. However, nothing of the sort transpired. In the face of Li Yitong's palpable allure, Li Chen remained oblivious. Her initial wariness transformed into confusion. After repeated misunderstandings, Li Yitong found herself wondering when her boss might finally make a move on her. Initially, she believed Li Chen to be a mere amateur in the realm of short films, impulsively embarking on entrepreneurship after a windfall. Little did she know, Li Chen was genuinely affluent. One day, after mistakenly grabbing his phone, Li Yitong stumbled upon the staggering balance in his account, leaving her utterly astonished. His stock portfolio alone boasted over 50 million, with a consistent daily income exceeding 500,000. Upon reflection, Li Yitong surmised that Li Chen's background was certainly not ordinary. He was either a first- or second-generation tycoon, though Li Yitong could not deny her burgeoning feelings. The relationship could not have escalated so swiftly if it were merely a flirtation. The short filming schedule and rigorous demands, coupled with her role requiring her to be versatile, often resulted in injuries. During these times, Li Chen's miraculous massage techniques left a lasting impression on her. The sensations were not only soothing and mystical, but they also facilitated rapid recovery, revitalizing her spirit. In the final scene, while suspended by wires, Li Yitong twisted her waist and required Li Chen's expert healing once more. Given the sensitive nature of her injury, they retreated to a private room for treatment. Through the mirror, she beheld her flushed cheeks and dazed expression, catching a glimpse of the flicker of desire in Li Chen's eyes. Currently rated at an 89 for her beauty, she wondered if a little effort could elevate her score. With a spirit of experimentation, Li Chen attempted once again. Alas, the indicator still read 89. It appeared that the critical condition of Xia Yuning was influencing the system's ratings. While Li Yitong's beauty remained unaffected, it seemed further contemplation was necessary. Checking the time, Li Chen realized a quarter of the monthly task had elapsed. Had he strayed from the right path? Up to this point, his task completion remained at a disheartening 0. This thought caused a stir of anxiety within him. Ding. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 500,000 yuan on X month X day at X hour X minute. Darling, could I possibly request an advance on my salary for the month? I find myself without funds. Li Yitong's cheeks flushed with sweetness. Naturally, money was meant to be spent. Li Chen promptly transferred 200,000 to her. In dealing with a future diva, a potential star whose value could skyrocket exponentially, Li Chen was certainly willing to invest both affection and finances in the early stages. After all, Li Yitong could generate over 1 million monthly for him. In comparison to her million yuan annual salary, it was a trivial matter. You have received 200,000 yuan in your WeChat account. Upon hearing the notification chime, Li Yitong enthusiastically showered Li Chen with affectionate kisses. President Li, our Xingchen Group headquarters has been completed. Gao Feng's voice resonated through the phone. Chapter 71, Xingchen Group. President Li, our Xingchen Group headquarters has been completed. Just then, Gao Feng's call came through. A week prior, Li Chen had finalized the location for the company's public premises with Gao Feng, which undoubtedly required renovation. It was not as though one could simply move in the same day as purchasing, as depicted in novels. A strong company image is crucial for attracting high-caliber talent. Thus, Li Chen secured an entire floor of the Jinmao Tower, the highest building in the area, and enlisted the best renovation team to expedite the process. After acquiring the talent for business acumen, Li Chen did not confine his company to the short film industry alone. He ventured into MCN, live streaming, and e-commerce. Additionally, he commissioned an agent to assist in registering several subsidiaries, including Hong Kong Xingchen Media Technology Company, Hainan Xingchen Media Technology Company, and Siam Xingchen Media Technology Company. Some of these subsidiaries could benefit from tax reductions, while others, operating in the free trade zone, though mere shell companies, serve their purpose. Furthermore, Li Chen established a parent company in the Cayman Islands to effectively control these subsidiaries. In doing so, he not only maintained effective oversight, but also mitigated potential risks. Should any subsidiary face bankruptcy, his personal assets would remain safeguarded. Furthermore, according to the legal provisions, Stardust Media Technology Company Limited has transformed into Stardust Group Company. Excellent. Let us invite the newly arrived Mei Jia and take a tour of our new abode. Upon entering the Jinmao Tower, the group ascended to the 17th floor via the elevator. As the elevator doors chimed open, the first sight that greeted them was the grand gilded lettering of Stardust Group against a backdrop of an expansive starry sky design, minimalistic yet atmospheric, exuding a sense of technological sophistication and futurism. A woman, elegantly attired in an Armani business suit, appeared to be in her early 30s, exuding a poised and charismatic demeanor. Upon spotting Li Chen, she promptly approached him, her face adorned with a perfectly measured professional smile. Hello, Mr. Li. Hello, Mei Jia. From now on, I'll rely on you to lead here. Mei Jia, a seasoned manager lured from within the industry with a handsome salary, was appointed as the executive CEO of Stardust Group, responsible for team building and operational integrity of the company. Thank you for your hard work. Li Chen nodded appreciatively. Shall we take a tour of our new home? Certainly. Mr. Li. This way, please, Mei Jia responded, turning on her heels, the click of her high heels echoing confidently against the polished marble floor. She pushed open a heavy glass door, revealing an astonishingly vast space that unfolded before the three of them. The nearly 3,000 square meter open-plan office area was meticulously designed, offering sweeping views and a forward-thinking aesthetic. Hundreds of workstations were neatly arranged, each equipped with the latest top-of-the-line computers. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a breathtaking panorama of the bustling city, as if it were at their feet. Is this truly our office area? Li Yitong gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. This is merely the foundational office area. Mei Jia smiled, pride evident in her tone. Mr. Li's vision is not only to produce content, but also to cultivate a comprehensive industrial ecosystem. She guided them through various departments, showcasing an independent Dolby Atmos recording studio, where the director, Gao Feng, was left awestruck, nearly bowing in reverence. There were numerous independent live streaming rooms, fully equipped with professional lighting and high-definition cameras for internet celebrities. Furthermore, there was a small virtual filming studio complete with green screens and motion capture equipment. Oh my goodness! Gao Feng and Li Yitong exclaimed in unison, taken aback by the contrast to their previous experience in a dilapidated printing shop and the budget of 30,000 for their first short film. It was then they comprehended the extent of Mr. Li's lavishness. Previously, Li Chen had prioritized cost efficiency, seeking to minimize expenses. However, having grasped the essence of business, he now placed greater emphasis on the return on investment. It wasn't about how much money was spent, but rather whether the expenditure was worthwhile. As the renowned domestic investor, Duan Yongping, once articulated, The challenge lies not in earning money, but in how to wisely allocate it to areas of genuine value. Following a brief celebration, Chen presided over his inaugural meeting, discussing the forthcoming operational plans for the company. Mei Jie, Gao Feng, and Li Yitong each offered their suggestions, to which Chen attentively listened. Yet, his primary focus remained on talent recruitment. He was uncertain how much profit the company would generate, but he was confident that by attracting the right talent, they would secure substantial gains. In this new era, with the prestigious banner of Stardust Group flying high, recruiting exceptional talent had never been easier. Administrative secretaries, often referred to as the secretary who does something when needed, could command 10,000 for minimal work, while the most sought-after roles attracted a plethora of qualified candidates. Given this, accomplishing our monthly target of 80 should pose no significant challenge. Before long, the Stardust Group's advertisement for million yuan annual salaries was disseminated across prominent job platforms such as Boss Jipin, 51 Job, LinkedIn, and 58.com, coupled with extravagant full-screen advertisements and constant top placements, igniting a fervor across the internet. A million yuan salary, no prior work experience required, and no need for prestigious 985 or 211 university credentials. This ambitious proposition seemed almost too grand. Was this not yet another ruse from a fraudulent group? The recruitment ads flooded the internet, yet many dismissed them with scorn. However, a multitude of job seekers, particularly those freshly graduated and unemployed, were intrigued enough to click on the advertisements. Stardust Group, position, short drama actor, online streamer, artist assistant salary, 100,000 during the internship period, starting at 200,000 upon confirmation, with S-level contracts offering a million yuan annual salary and SS-level contracts reaching 10 million. Benefits, full social insurance and housing fund contributions. Immediate access to company stock options, profit sharing for all employees, and biannual luxurious overseas team-building trips. Countless job seekers gasped in disbelief at the generous benefits, their eyes wide with astonishment. This is simply outrageous. Did I read that correctly? Profit sharing for everyone? What kind of utopian company is this? I'm begging for the address. I don't even want the salary. I just want to experience the corporate culture. Ladies, I'm pursuing a Master's degree from 985, proficient in singing, dancing, and rapping. Can I apply for the actress role? In no time, the Stardust Group's recruitment became a trending topic online, particularly after its association with the notoriously abysmal film Xianzun Bazong, leading to a deluge of mockery and vitriol. Many commenters expressed their dissatisfaction, even venturing to Xianzun Bazong to vent their frustrations. Consequently, the reputation of Stardust Group and its inaugural short film Xianzun Bazong plummeted to new lows. Deemed utterly disastrous, the vast expanse of Stardust Group felt eerily deserted, with not a single interviewee in sight. Chen, Chapter 72, the first applicant. In a steamed bun shop, a girl with a face full of acne diligently kneaded dough. Xinu, you could easily rely on your looks. Why are you torturing my dough like this? The owner's acerbic voice rang in her ears. Boss, I promise to learn and do my best this time. Xinu, this bun shop is too small for you. You should seek better opportunities, the owner remarked, sending her a link to the Stardust Group's million yuan annual salary job posting. Xinu, I believe you're entirely capable of this position. The owner's chubby face radiated encouragement. Boss, what about my wages for the past half-month? Zhang Xinu wiped her hands on her apron and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her acne accentuating her youthful complexion. Don't worry. I'll pay you in a couple of days. Encouraged by the owner's words, Zhang Xinu vacantly exited the shop and boarded a bus, tears streaming down her face for reasons she couldn't quite comprehend. Why are you crying, sister? A 5-year-old child sitting next to her inquired. But upon catching sight of Zhang Xinu's face, the child burst into tears. The mother quickly shifted her seat away. Zhang Xinu repeatedly apologized. Yet the child merely shot her a disdainful glance. Didn't she know how she looked? How could she go out during the day and scare people? Embarrassed, Zhang Xinu hurriedly jumped off the bus at the next stop. Jumei Film and Television Base? Glancing at the bus stop sign, Zhang Xinu suddenly recalled the job listing recommended by her boss. Yet, after reading the comments, it seemed this was merely a fraudulent company, likely leading her to Myanmar. Being sent to Myanmar doesn't sound too bad. Zhang Xinu wiped away the tears from her face, resolutely deciding to turn the tables and ensnare the fraudster herself. Following the address, Zhang Xinu soon arrived at the 17th floor of the Jinmao Tower. The opulent decor left her profoundly astonished, though the company's desolate atmosphere was entirely within her expectations. Furthermore, she made a remarkable discovery. The injuries sustained during her acting career, along with various hidden ailments, had all miraculously healed. She had only heard of harmonious marital life, alleviating work-related stress, and effectively treating anxiety and depression. But what sorcery was this that could also cure ailments? To investigate further, Li Yitong even procured a rare version of the Huangdi Neijing and diligently studied the healing methods inscribed within. The legacy of 5 millennia of civilization was indeed all-encompassing, and Li Yitong was both astounded and eager to put her findings into practice. Under the nurturing embrace of life, Li Yitong not only radiated vitality, but also exuded an enhanced charm. Li Zong, we have a candidate for the interview. In the workgroup, Sister May excitedly sent a voice message. All right, I'm on my way. Upon hearing that there was finally an applicant, Li Chun felt invigorated and swiftly pushed open the door to the interview room. Inside, Sister May was fixated on a girl with short hair and bangs, her expression frosty. You didn't bring a resume, your appearance is disheveled, and then there's your overall look. Sister May suppressed her displeasure, ready to dismiss the girl. Just then, Li Chun approached. Noticing the girl's filthy clothes and muddy shoes, he couldn't help but frown. Zhang Xinyu, 89 points. However, upon seeing the notification box above the girl's head, Li Chun was taken aback. The system's assessment was the most objective standard. Could it be that a gem lay beneath the grime? I'm sorry, Miss Zhang, but you may not quite align with the company's values, so, wait a moment, Zhang Xinyu. You are hired. An SS-level contract with an annual salary of 1 million. Zhang Xinyu. Sister May. Li Yitong. Gao Feng. Except for Li Chun, the other 4 stared in disbelief, their mouths agape as though they could fit several eggs inside. Had the boss lost his mind? Clearly, she was a liability. What had provoked the boss to think this way? Even if we have money, it shouldn't be squandered so recklessly. Li Chun ignored the astonished, confused, and skeptical gazes of the others as Sister May retrieved the SS-level contract. Bewildered, Zhang Xinyu lowered her head and sighed. Upon receiving the text message confirming the electronic contract's activation, her mind was still buzzing. Yitong, take Xinyu to shower and lend her an outfit. Not long after, Zhang Xinyu emerged from the bathroom, wearing a princess dress, shyly stepping out. As a professional manager, Sister May could immediately discern Zhang Xinyu's extraordinary qualities. With perfectly proportioned features and a figure that epitomized the fabled 9-head body ratio, she possessed the golden waist-hip ratio. If not for the acne adorning her face, Zhang Xinyu would undoubtedly be deemed a beauty. Unfortunately, the girl's skin was marred not by ordinary acne, but by severe inflammation that had disfigured her visage. Sister May could only shake her head and sigh softly. The boss's discerning eye was indeed sharp. He could assess the girl's beauty and flaws at a glance. Alas, do not be afraid, come closer. Li Chun beckoned Zhang Xinyu. The girl appeared anxious, her head bowed, cheeks flushed, fixating on her high-heeled shoes. I can help you with the acne on your face. Li Chun gazed intently at Zhang Xinyu for an extended moment, his mind already formulating a treatment plan. Thank you, Mr. Li, you are a good person. At this juncture, Zhang Xinyu felt compelled to confess, I can't deceive you any longer. I actually possess no skills. I just came here to mooch off free food and drinks. Moreover, my face is ruined, so, thank you. As she spoke, Zhang Xinyu repeatedly bowed in apology and attempted to flee. Want to leave? Pay the 50 million breach of contract penalty. Li Chun grasped her hand firmly. Zhang Xinyu, trust me just this once. Li Chun's tone was resolute, imbued with confidence. After reassuring Zhang Xinyu, Li Chun instructed Sister May to take 360-degree photos of her, particularly focusing on the acne scars and cystic areas. Sister May and the others were perplexed, but complied with Li Chen's wishes, bringing Zhang Xinyu to the photography studio where they collected a plethora of video and photographic material. Meanwhile, Li Chen returned to his office, retrieving a vast array of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs from the storage compartment. After a flurry of preparation, he concocted a pot of thick, dark concoction. Shortly thereafter, Li Chen appeared in the photography studio with a box of the viscous, steaming ointment. Zhang Xinyu, Li Yitong, and the others were left speechless. This steaming black substance was clearly freshly brewed. Could the boss actually concoct traditional medicine? Xinyu, sit down and close your eyes. If you feel any itching or pain, do not move. Zhang Xinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Could the fraudulent boss be about to act? Chapter 73. Breaking through the cocoon to become a butterfly. Zhang Xinyu. Yet, under Li Chen's imposing gaze, she ultimately shut her eyes. The thick, dark substance was applied to Zhang Xinyu's face. A sensation akin to hydrochloric acid corroding her skin rapidly spread across her entire face, followed by an intense, stinging, an itching sensation as though a myriad of ants were gnawing at her. Zhang Xinyu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, determined not to utter a sound. 3 days later. Weekly task, commercial highlights refresh. This week's commercial highlight, acne removal beauty ointment. Weekly task, completion reward, 2 washing marrow pills. Failure penalty, Deduction of 20 wealth points. What the heck? Previously, it was a monthly task, but now it's weekly. Moreover, the failure penalty involves a financial deduction? This was unacceptable to Chen. He absolutely could not afford to lose money. But how could he accomplish this daunting objective? 3 whole days passed, and besides Zhang Xinyu, not a single applicant had appeared. Not even a misfit or a half-hearted candidate was in sight. It seemed the reputation from their first production had been irreparably tarnished overnight. The funds previously invested in the promising stock, Zhongxin International, had already returned. Should he disclose the company's account balance? Perhaps issuing a clarifying statement through Wang Lei would help mitigate the situation. Lost in thought, a girl of breathtaking beauty shyly walked in. Clad in an expensive Dior princess dress, her skin was as fair and delicate as that of a newborn, brimming with collagen. Her features were exquisitely sculpted. A masterpiece of nature. Adding a touch would render her garish, while subtracting a fraction would render her bland, utterly flawless. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of any murkiness. And meeting her gaze felt as though one could forget all worldly troubles. She stood timidly at the door. Akin to a rare snow lotus blooming quietly in the morning dew, pure, ethereal, and stunningly captivating. Her physique was impeccable, a slender neck leading to perfect collarbones. A waist that could be encompassed by a single hand, and long, straight legs presented an astonishing golden ratio. The dress originally tailored for Li Yitong fitted her perfectly, accentuating her nearly flawless curves, making her the true owner of the gown. A miracle. This was a miracle. The coffee cup in Sister May's hand clattered to the ground, the scalding liquid splattering onto her high heels without her taking notice. Gao Feng exaggeratedly sprang up from his chair, wiping his glasses repeatedly. A look of disbelief etched across his face. Li Yitong also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock as she gazed at the girl before her, inexplicably feeling a touch of jealousy. In comparison to the angelic purity of the girl standing in front of her, she felt sullied. Zhang Xinyu, 93 points. Upon seeing the notification box above the girl's head, Li Chen was equally incredulous. After the treatment concluded, Zhang Xinyu's score had increased so dramatically. This was the highest rating the system had bestowed thus far. Zhang Xinyu felt overwhelmed under the gaze of the crowd, instinctively wanting to retreat, only to collide with a solid chest. Unbeknownst to her, Li Chen had already positioned himself behind her. Sister May, in the coming days, please train Xinyu diligently. Grant her a platform account, and let her begin live streaming for sales. Live streaming for sales. The division was evident. After Lin Jiyu resigned, Li Chen arranged for her to acquire a struggling cosmetics factory in Baiyun district of Guang City. Baiyun district houses 70 of the country's cosmetics OEM factories, and 55 of the world's cosmetics, including many internationally renowned brands, are manufactured in the Pearl River Delta region. To fulfill his promise to Lin Jiyu, and for his own e-commerce ventures, possessing a factory under his complete control was indeed essential. Due to recent years' tariff wars and the rapid market saturation, many smaller factories that failed to adapt were swiftly eliminated. The factory Lin Jiyu acquired was located in Baiyun Industrial Park, with an acquisition cost of less than 500,000. The primary expenses involved rent and wages. After completing the factory's existing orders, the workers had been idle for several days, grumbling whether the new boss would be able to continue operations, until Li Chen sent a herbal formula to Lin Jiyu. You must handle the raw materials, packaging design, and trademark registration on your own. After outlining the necessary considerations for production, Li Chen refrained from further involvement. As long as the product was legal and compliant, he believed it could sell. Mr. Li Xinyu, this might be challenging. After an afternoon of training, Sister May was earnest, and Zhang Xinyu was equally diligent in her learning. Unfortunately, years of ingrained self-doubt could not be transformed overnight. Let her go live directly, starting from 0 followers. Learning occurs during the process, not after mastering it. Sister May nodded, and thus, Zhang Xinyu commenced her live stream without any prior experience. As expected, like all novice streamers, her live room was devoid of real viewers, save for 2 bots. Occasionally, a couple of nearby loafers might pop in for a laugh, but soon lost interest and left. The rules of live streaming dictate that if local users cannot engage, the stream's popularity cannot break into a larger audience pool. Thus, for over an hour, Zhang Xinyu found herself reciting her script to thin air. Sister May, I have great faith in Xinyu. We must invest in her streams. Do not hesitate to spend the company's money. The company and platform had signed an agreement, allowing the designated account's tipping fees to be approximately 20. This was also the platform's way of encouraging new talent. Without substantial external investment, it was impossible for the platform to thrive on mere sporadic tips. All right, Mr. Li. Let us initiate the stream promotion. The live room, which had initially hosted only a few loafers, suddenly saw a golden rocket ascend, illuminating the entire space. Following that, A second, a third, and dozens of rockets surged, causing Zhang Xinyu's stream popularity to skyrocket, with hundreds of viewers flocking in. Seeing the influx of viewers, Zhang Xinyu's confidence surged, and she began to elaborate on the products with fervor. However, growth necessitates a process, hence the need for patience. The short drama should also be concluding. Opening the back end of Xianzun Bazong, Li Chun harbored little hope. After all, the traffic had already spiked. It was improbable that so many would tune in merely to mock. Yet, when he accessed the short drama's data backend, he was astounded to find that the view count and comments had actually increased. The Dubon rating had come in, and the data was not declining, but rather rising. Eagerly, Li Chun opened the comments section, discovering that it all began with a martial arts enthusiast forum named Iron Blood and Loyal Heart. Chapter 74, A Turn in Public Opinion. Wang Zhen was a seasoned martial arts blogger who enjoyed analyzing and deconstructing martial arts movements in films. His insightful comparisons of classics like Jing Wu Min, Martial Arts Master, and the Ip Man series had garnered him millions of followers over the years. After being bombarded by several devoted fans, Wang Zhen decided to see just how bad Xianzun Bazong really was. How terrible could it be? He scoffed, his eyes filled with the disdain of a professional for an amateur. However, as he dragged the progress bar and witnessed the male lead Li Chun execute his first move, the smirk on his lips froze. The next moment, he abruptly removed his headphones, leaning forward, fixated on the screen as if trying to see through the monitor. The room was filled only with his increasingly rapid breaths. Minutes later, he shakily lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, then, as if resolved to a decision, his hands danced over the keyboard, typing the title that was destined to stir a storm. Stop laughing. The male lead in Xianzun Bazong is a true martial arts expert. I know when I post this, you'll think I've lost my mind. But please, set aside your laughter and carefully consider my subsequent analysis. Below the post, Wang Zhen refrained from lengthy discourse, instead presenting several key points through slow-motion GIFs and frame-by-frame screenshots. First, observe the striking speed. At normal playback speed, listen closely. With every punch and palm strike from the male lead Li Chun, one can hear the distinct sound of air being sliced as his limbs move at super speed. This is not merely sound effects. In certain frames, faint afterimages appear due to the incredible velocity of his arm movements. Second, examine his footwork. This is the most astonishing aspect. When dodging attacks, his movements appear as a blur. I had to set the playback speed to 0.1x and slow it down frame by frame just to catch a glimpse of those footwork remnants. It was a technique I had never seen before. Each step intricate and profound, as if he were stepping on nodes of space. Thirdly, and perhaps most implausibly, whether performing feats like shattering stones or scaling walls, search for any evidence. I meticulously analyzed frame by frame using a 4K restoration tool, and there were no visible wires or traces of harnesses. The explosive power during takeoff and the posture when leveraging against walls defied the laws of physics. This was pure physical strength. This post detonated like a deep water bomb, instantly going viral online. Initially, most people entered with the mindset of seeking amusement. However, as more knowledgeable individuals began to analyze, the tone in the comments section gradually shifted. Wow, I hadn't noticed before, but this guy's horse stance is more stable than my master's. This is no mere performance. Every move and technique is a veritable textbook example of practical combat skills. Wait a moment. The most astonishing revelation is yet to come. Have you not noticed? A netizen has uncovered that the production cost of this drama is less than 30,000 yuan. 30,000. Are you suggesting that this is special effects? Are these effects crafted by mere footwork? Once this crucial information came to light, the flames of public discourse began to spread like wildfire. With a mere 30,000 yuan budget, one cannot afford a fight choreographer, let alone produce such high-caliber effects. Thus, there remains only one possibility. The male actor named Li Chun is genuinely skilled. This astonishing conclusion spread across the internet like a contagion. Countless skeptical netizens once again paid a mere yuan to watch this extraordinary drama. However, this time, they bypassed all the plot lines, focusing solely on Li Chun's fight scenes. To their astonishment, Li Chun's combat sequences flowed seamlessly, imbued with both power and grace. The visceral realism of each strike, the demeanor of a true master, is something that no special effects or stunt double could ever replicate. As the online debates escalated, a professional Sanda champion with millions of followers, known as the Fighting Maniac, also took note of this phenomenon. He hastily began a live broadcast titled, "Brothers, today we're not debunking myths. Instead, we're paying tribute to a hidden martial arts elder." In the video, with a serious expression, the Fighting Maniac repeatedly showcased Li Chun's fight scenes, offering commentary filled with shock and reverence. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you with my 20 years of professional experience, Mr. Li Chen's martial arts are unequivocally authentic. Each of his moves encapsulates profound martial wisdom. This is not acting. This is a legacy. I even suspect he might be a master from a hidden sect who has come down to experience life. His words solidified the debate's direction. Yet, an even more explosive revelation was on the horizon. That very night, the esteemed master of martial arts in the Chinese film industry, Yuan Heping, remarkably updated his Weibo. A talented actor has emerged who may surpass Jet Li and even Bruce Lee. In a mere sentence, he ignited the internet. Search terms such as true skills of the immortal, 30,000 yuan to portray a martial arts master, and Yuan Heping endorses Li Chun surged to the top. The back-end revenue of Immortal Overlord skyrocketed at a staggering pace. The sentiment in the comments section underwent a miraculous 180-degree turn. Having spent just 1 yuan to watch a film worth 10 billion, I feel as though I've struck gold. Who knew that amidst a poor production, one could indeed discover treasures? My apologies for my previous harsh words. Almost overnight, legions of critics transformed into fans, and the momentum shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Li Chen's Kuaishing account saw a surge of 1 million followers overnight. Messages and inquiries flooded in from martial arts enthusiasts eager to learn the true way of combat. However, Li Chun harbored little interest in martial arts. His immediate priority was to rectify the company's reputation and attract more applicants. Otherwise, how could he fulfill this week's task of recruiting 2 high-quality beauties with a score of 8? Soon, the debunking blogger Wang Lei posted a video on his Kuaishing account, aligning himself with the Xingchen group. He also shared a screenshot revealing the company's account balance of 150,000,000. Wang Lei's loyal followers showered him with praise. Look at the philosophy of the Xingchen group. For every yuan the company earns, 3 dimes and 5 cents go to employees, 3 dimes and 5 cents to partners, and 3 dimes and 5 cents for company development. This revelation struck a chord. Here I am, delivering takeout, barely scraping by, with no health insurance to speak of. All the hard-earned money ends up in the hospital. So, could it be that the Xingchen Group is indeed a conscientious enterprise? Whether or not they are truly benevolent remains uncertain, but such actions by conscientious entrepreneurs certainly deserve commendation. Indeed, the Li family's city has missed numerous opportunities in the realms of the internet, mobile internet, and 5G, compared to the exploitative practices of Li Banqing in Hong Kong, which harm mainland authorities. We ought to applaud such a conscientious company. Watching the comments section, Li Chen silently hoped for an increase in applicants the following day. Hello, I am Yuan Heping, and I would like to invite you to star in the Blade Runner 2. Just as Li Chun was preparing to leave work and engage in a heart-to-heart with Li Yitong, an unfamiliar phone call interrupted him. Hello, I am Yuan Heping, and I would like to invite you to star in Snow in the Wind 2. Taken aback, Li Chen stammered, wait, you're Yuan Heping? Then I must be your father, Yuan Xiaodian. With a decisive click, Li Chen hung up the phone. How audacious. Scammers these days will impersonate anyone. As soon as he ended the call, the same mysterious number buzzed again. This old con artist, if he harasses me again, I'll report him. Frustrated, Li Chen promptly blocked the number. What's wrong, Godfather? Li Yitong entered just in time to hear Li Chun's exclamations. Today, she had taken a moment to check the comment section of her debut work. Following the netizens' guidance, she clicked on those timestamps. Unfailingly, they were all fierce close-ups of her running, squatting, and performing handstands, captured from unflattering angles. The comments section was a chaotic celebration of LSP. Sighing, Li Yitong switched off her phone. Although she had mentally prepared herself, witnessing her portrayal scrutinized in such a manner left her with mixed feelings. Black notoriety is still notoriety. But is this notoriety perhaps a bit too dark? In her frustration, Li Yitong found herself inexplicably drawn to Li Chen's office, seeking an emotional outlet. An old scammer just called me claiming to be Yuan Heping, asking me to star in Snow in the Wind 2. Can you believe it? That's undoubtedly a scammer. Yuan is 80 this year and has long since retired from the film industry. Even Li Chun and Li Yitong found this hard to believe. Godfather, comfort me. Li Yitong edged closer, yearning to rekindle the warmth of their romance. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the real-time earnings from Immortal. Real-time earnings, 23,745, 890 yuan. Paid comments, 1, 374, 589. In just 2 days, earnings reached 2.3 million. Li Yitong's mouth fell agape, large enough to fit an egg. The short drama had only been online for 2 days, and the earnings were already so high. Based on typical short drama patterns, the final revenue would likely reach into the tens of millions. While 10 million may not seem substantial compared to large productions, considering the drama's mere 30,000 yuan budget, this return on investment is nothing short of staggering, and her share could amount to 1 million. Despite her less-than-stellar reputation, Li Yitong noticed that criticisms of her exaggerated acting were surprisingly few. Most audience complaints centered around the repetitive faces of the actors and the limitations of the props and costumes. By this measure, have I actually become an overnight sensation? Li Yitong stared incredulously at the final viewership data, her eyes wide with disbelief. Surely, I have become an overnight sensation. Li Chun embraced Li Yitong's slender waist, his gaze sweeping over the interviewees the following day. Perhaps due to the improving reputation, the company finally began to see a trickle of candidates arriving for interviews. Just as Li Chun commenced his assessment of the assembled applicants, an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow, yet brimming with vitality, strode confidently into the room. "Who are you?" Li Chun inquired, perplexed by the unfamiliar figure who had boldly entered without invitation. "Master, please, I implore you to take me as your disciple." With a thud, Yuan Heping knelt before Li Chun, his knees hitting the ground with a resounding echo. Li Chun was taken aback. "What on earth is this? Master? Do I know you?" Despite his confusion, many in the room recognized Yuan Heping, the renowned martial arts director known as Eighth Master, who had just publicly bowed before Li Chun. The onlookers were utterly astonished, hastily pulling out their phones to document this extraordinary event. "Are you Master Yuan?" Li Chun, flustered by the unexpected homage, rushed forward to assist the elderly man. Initially, he had dismissed the earlier phone call as a prank. However, Yuan Heping was resolute. He refused to rise from his prostrate position until Li Chun agreed to accept him as a disciple. The reason Yuan Heping had ascended to the pinnacle of the film industry's martial arts directors lay in his genuine prowess. His father, Yuan Xiaodian, was a celebrated martial arts instructor. Growing up in such an environment, Yuan Heping developed a profound love for martial arts from a tender age. He sought out esteemed masters, regardless of their sex, investing heavily in his training across various disciplines, including southern and northern styles, long-range combat, short strikes, and an array of weaponry. By the time he turned 20, he had studied under more than 80 masters, mastering a multitude of techniques. Yuan Heping's journey eventually led him to the sacred peaks of Sichuan, where he encountered a true sword immortal, an elderly Taoist with a head of silvery hair and a youthful visage, who possessed extraordinary skills in Qigong. This master could command energy to wield a sword, striking foes from 100 paces away, and even created a golden inch-and-a-half sword for Yuan Heping, imparting the art of alchemy that allowed him to transmute gold into liquid for consumption. Initially skeptical of such fantastical tales, Yuan Heping's disbelief shattered one fateful day when he witnessed the elderly Taoist effortlessly sever a robust pine tree with a mere gesture. From that moment, he became convinced of the existence of extraordinary individuals in the world. Unfortunately, due to the political climate in the country at the time, Yuan Heping could only train under this master for 6 months before being compelled to return home, severing his ties with the Taoist path. Despite numerous attempts to seek out the sword immortal thereafter, he was left with an enduring sense of regret. It was only after withdrawing from the film industry, nearing 80 years of age, that he stumbled upon a film directed by Li Chun, reigniting his long-lost aspirations for enlightenment. Having meticulously observed the martial arts displayed in Li Chun's films, which he was certain were not mere special effects, Yuan Heping resolved that, as his life drew to a close, he must fulfill his childhood dream. "Master, you must be mistaken. I am but an ordinary person," Li Chun protested. But Yuan Heping stubbornly remained on the floor, refusing to rise without an affirmative response. "Perhaps you should just accept him," suggested one of the observers. It seems that Elder Yuan is genuinely earnest in his request, while others may not have understood the gravity of the situation. Li Yitong was acutely aware of Li Chun's formidable abilities. Apart from his miraculous massage techniques, she had sensed an inexplicable enhancement in her own physical prowess during their interactions. "Very well, I shall accept you as my disciple." Li Chun relented with a gentle wave of his hand, causing Yuan Heping to feel an invisible force lifting him from the ground, leaving him utterly astonished. It appeared that he had indeed made the right gamble. "Ah, Elder Yuan!" Yuan Heping exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Master, you mustn't call me that. You may refer to me as Xiao Yuan, Xiao Ba, or even Xiao He. All right, I shall call you Xiao Ba then. However, I fear my abilities are rather limited, and I may have little to teach you," Li Chun remarked, scrutinizing Yuan Heping's physique. While there was some foundation of martial arts, the signs of aging were evident, making further training a daunting prospect. "Rest assured, Master, I am well versed in the rules," Yuan Heping replied, retrieving a car key from his bag. "This Bugatti Veyron was given to me by the Desert Prince during Cheng Long's filming in Saudi Arabia. When he returned, he said it was too ostentatious and passed it on to me. I haven't had much time to drive it, so I hope it meets your approval." Li Chun swallowed hard, maintaining a facade of composure, though his heart raced. "Ah, Master, please forgive me, but I also possess a Lamborghini gifted by Li Lianjia, and this Bentley was a present from Zhang Zidin when I assisted him." He produced 2 more keys, presenting them to Li Chen with reverence. Staring at the 3 keys now in his hand, Li Chen felt a parched throat. And this is the key to a villa in the nearby Shanshui Huacheng. It's a bit small and not particularly valuable. I apologize for not being able to prepare a more suitable gift due to the haste of the situation. Seeing Li Chen's unchanging expression, devoid of even a smile, Yuan Heping's heart sank. Indeed, how could a master of such caliber concern himself with mere material possessions? Li Chen, however, was not merely expressionless, he was utterly stunned. A Bugatti Veyron driven by Cheng Long, a Lamborghini from Lilianjia, and a Maserati from Zhan Zidong. Just the mention of these familiar names was enough to elevate the collection's value significantly. The price of a limited edition Bugatti Veyron alone was around 50 million. 3 luxury cars, coupled with a villa, likely exceeded 100 million. Gao Feng, Li Yitong, and even Mei Jie, who had seen the world, were left utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It wasn't merely the 3 luxury vehicles and a villa that left them astounded. It was the casual mention of Cheng Long, Li Lianjia, and Zhan Zidong, 3 titans of martial arts, that left them in utter shock. If Elder Yuan was their teacher, then Li Chen must be the grandmaster of these martial arts luminaries. The assembled candidates, particularly the beautiful women, were utterly flabbergasted. Was this not some elaborate script? The world-renowned martial arts director, Elder Yuan, was bowing down to Li Chen, offering luxury cars and a villa as if they were trifles. The stunning ladies rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they were dreaming. Some astute individuals quickly shared the news on their social media platforms, exclaiming, "Breaking news! The foremost martial arts director Yuan Heping bows to the immortal master protagonist. Ah, Xiaoba. Remember that in cultivation, one must avoid distractions from material possessions. However, this is a token of your heartfelt intentions, and I graciously accept it," Li Chen remarked, discreetly pocketing the 3 keys, feeling their weight. The keys were notably large, clearly designed for easy recognition. With a flicker of thought, he stored the car keys away. The observant Yuan Heping, witnessing this seemingly magical disappearance, was left in a state of profound astonishment. "Mei Jie, please continue with the interviews today. Elder Yuan and I have other matters to attend to," Li Chen stated, leading Yuan Heping to his office. "Xiaoba, it's unfortunate that your physique remains set in its current state, and your meridians appear to be severely blocked. The prospects for further training seem rather bleak." Li Chen meticulously examined Yuan Heping's physique, shaking his head in dismay. Although the latter possessed a certain foundation in martial arts, his age was a significant impediment. "Master, I understand that this endeavor is akin to scaling the heavens, yet I still wish to fulfill the dreams of my youth." Yuan Heping's eyes glistened with emotion as he performed a respectful bow, his demeanor profoundly sincere. "Very well, I shall impart a fragment of knowledge to you." Noting the customary gift of 100 million for their first encounter, Li Chen gently pressed his finger against Yuan Heping's forehead, allowing the essence of the Changchun breathing technique to permeate his mind. "Thank you, master. I will devote myself to diligent practice." Yuan Heping trembled with excitement. This method of transmission was likely achievable only by true masters of the secluded arts. Mere techniques were insufficient. "I shall also provide you with a formula for a foundational elixir. Follow my instructions for its preparation. Initially, 1 pill every half-month, then 1 weekly, and subsequently 1 every 3 days, ensuring you utilize the Changchun breathing technique for absorption." Li Chen swiftly inscribed the formula on white paper. Yuan Heping held the document with both hands, brimming with exhilaration. His gamble had truly paid off. The Changchun breathing technique taught by his master was an unparalleled method that promised longevity and robust health. Coupled with the elixir, extending his life by several decades seemed a certainty. When he decided to seek a mentor, his fellow 7 Little Fortunes members cautioned him against potential deception. Yet, it was his own determination to realize his dreams that led to this extraordinary encounter. Soon, as anticipated, a video of Yuan, at the venerable age of 80, seeking mentorship, surged to the top of trending lists on Weibo and other media platforms. Li Lianjia, Cheng Long, and Zhan Zidong all voiced their opinions. Whether in China or Hollywood, Yuan was held in high esteem, not only for his formidable skills, but also for his remarkable character. While they may not fully comprehend the unusual step Yuan had taken, they chose to trust his judgment and insight. As the situation escalated, Li Chen's previously panned film unexpectedly garnered renewed attention. Concurrently, renowned directors, especially those who had collaborated with Yuan, such as Zhang Kaimu and Chen Sigi, along with popular actors like Chun Juling and Wang Churen, began to take a keen interest in Li Chen, contemplating potential collaborations. In an office, with the blinds drawn, Li Yitong was 100 times more exhilarated than Li Chen. While he remained unaware of Yuan's stature, she, as a student of the prestigious Central Academy of Drama, had studied numerous films featuring Yuan's martial prowess. She was acutely aware of his formidable connections and background, and by aligning herself with such a luminary, her future in the industry appeared resplendent with opportunities. Of course, as Chen was now Yuan's teacher, all she needed to do was maintain her relationship with her godfather, ensuring her own illustrious career would flourish with ease. Chapter 77. A wrong table on a blind date. Since his disciple had gifted him a luxury sports car, it was only fitting that he experience its thrill. Arriving at the underground parking garage, Chen opted for the vibrant orange Lamborghini. With a roar, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, the vehicle leaping forth from the depths of the parking structure. Accompanied by a thunderous crescendo, he merged into the bustling traffic of the central business district. The cacophony of honking horns and chattering voices was rendered insignificant in the presence of this metallic beast's growl. Passers-by found their gazes irresistibly drawn to the striking yellow blur that darted past. Goodness, a Lamborghini Aventador. That must cost over 10 million. So stunning. Just the sound of it makes my legs weak. On the sidewalk, a group of fashionable young women halted in their tracks, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they whipped out their phones to snap pictures of the departing car. The driver must be a super rich, handsome guy. If only I could get his WeChat. Dream on. A person of such caliber could never be interested in us. By the floor-to-ceiling windows of an office building, a poised professional woman, sipping her coffee, was also captivated by the immense roar. She turned to see the speeding sports car, her expression revealing a blend of admiration, longing, and fleeting desire. Chen, however, paid little mind to the attention he garnered. He reveled in the exhilarating rush of speed. Adrenaline surged through him. The wind howled past his ears, and the pent-up frustrations within him seemed to dissipate with the engine's thunderous roar. At a traffic light, he gradually came to a halt. Beside him, in a red Porsche 911, a strikingly made-up social media influencer lowered her window, licking her bright red lips and blowing a flirtatious kiss in his direction. Chen merely smirked, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips before he shifted his gaze away. The superficial charms of such a woman no longer held any allure for him. As the light turned green, Chen offered no further chance. The Lamborghini erupted with another roar, leaving the Porsche far behind, a mere memory in the rearview mirror. After traversing several blocks, he gradually decelerated. Pulling over to the side of the road, he casually entered a reasonably well-decorated Western restaurant. No sooner had he settled into his seat than a woman, dressed in the attire of a city professional, sporting oversized sunglasses and clutching an LV handbag, boldly approached him. You must be the blind date introduced by Aunt Wang, correct? Let me make one thing clear. Do not harbor any illusions about me. I am merely here to fulfill an obligation. Chen, who on earth are you? Without any response, Chen nonchalantly lifted his iced coffee, crossed his legs, and gazed out at the nightscape. Observing his indifference, the woman, visibly irritated, clicked her heels and departed. However, scarcely 3 minutes later, the sound of her high heels echoed once more as she returned. I just wanted to ask you one thing. Handsome, your attire is so basic, and those slippers, are you genuinely here for a blind date? Wang Jinli, 67 points. Upon her return, Wang Jinli was clearly brimming with indignation. If it weren't for the family pressure, I wouldn't waste my time here with you. Wang Jinli, a manager in the marketing department of a foreign enterprise, epitomized the typical urban gold digger, an older single woman with high expectations. Forced into this blind date by her family, she presented a polished exterior while concealing significant credit card debts. Chen remained silent, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He was quite curious to see how this ambitious woman would react upon realizing she had approached the wrong table for a date. Let's get straight to the point to avoid wasting anyone's time. How much do you earn in a month? Do you own a car? How many properties does your family have? Wang Jinli removed her sunglasses, revealing a meticulously crafted, yet somewhat sharp visage. She leisurely retrieved a small bottle of hydrating mist from her LV bag, spraying it into the air. Firstly, your appearance barely passes muster, but this outfit. From the beginning, Wang Jinli maintained an air of superiority, her demeanor haughty, until a chubby young man shouted out to her, Wang Jinli, over here. Wang Jinli suddenly realized that she had approached the wrong table, and hurriedly apologized as she made her exit. Chen, feeling annoyed, muttered, what a nuisance. At that moment, a charming and stunning young girl caught his eye. I apologize for my tardiness. I had to work overtime today. You must be the one introduced by Aunt Wang, correct? Wang Monli, 8 points. I've encountered an 8-point beauty? Yes. You are Monli, right? Chen offered a polite bow, pondering whether young people truly preferred blind dates in Western restaurants. Well then, allow me to introduce myself. I am 24 years old, currently engaged in self-media as a small streamer. What about you? What do you do for a living, and what is your monthly salary? Wang Monli assessed Chen's appearance and found him somewhat presentable. I am unemployed and do not receive a salary. Do you have a car or a house? I suppose it is a redundant question since you have no job. Alas, there are so many unemployed individuals nowadays, and you too do not have formal employment. We are not the same. I merely go live occasionally, and with the support of my top donor, my monthly expenses are covered. So, you must have a considerable audience for your streams? Chen Media, aside from short dramas, focuses heavily on live streaming. This time, we recruited many streamers like you, Monly. But there aren't many viewers. Typically, a live stream has only a handful of participants. Can you still earn money then? You do not understand this industry. Sometimes, individuals who are not particularly talented prefer to support small streamers like us. Just think, a casual tip of a luxury car can secure a top spot in donations. Rather than focusing on those glamorous streamers with thousands of followers, it is far more rewarding to be appreciated by a few small streamers who express their gratitude profusely. You make a compelling argument. Wang Monli's words provided Li Chun with much insight. Perhaps in the future, he could also engage in some live streaming to seek out kindred spirits. Monly, I am aware my circumstances may not impress you, but I am curious about the secrets of our circle. Could you share some insights? As he spoke, Li Chun produced 10 bills, ensuring she would not divulge information for free. My dear brother, you are too kind. Wang Monli immediately donned a standard business smile, tucking the 10 bills into her bag. Actually, there are no great secrets. As long as the gifts are generous, private photos, offline dinners, and such are easily arranged. Is there nothing more clandestine? Upon hearing Li Chen's question, Wang Monli's business smile faltered slightly. Brother, you hit the nail on the head. Have you heard of guilds? She gazed into Li Chen's eyes, seemingly assessing whether this casually dressed man was genuinely curious or had ulterior motives. Li Chen raised an eyebrow, urging her to continue. It sounds appealing, doesn't it? But in reality, they are merely a pack of leeches. Wang Monli's tone carried a hint of self-deprecation. The platform takes half of the tips, and the guild extracts 70% from what remains. Many newcomers receive electronic invitations from companies promising traffic support, PK arrangements, and account management. In truth, it is a predatory contract designed to exploit them. Aside from collecting money, they do nothing at all. Many streamers only realize after making money that they must share their earnings with these unscrupulous companies or face legal repercussions. Wow, this is quite a shocking revelation. Even Li Chun, who was somewhat cynical, had not anticipated such dubious practices. Many believed they had found a mentor, only to discover that it was a well-crafted trap by MCNs. Doesn't the relevant authority intervene? These contracts are drafted by top-notch lawyers. You cannot find a flaw in them. Li Chun had initially sought to learn how to advance his relationship with streamers, yet this was what he encountered. Monly, right? Let me add you on Kuaishou. When you go live, I'll send you a wave of rockets. That sounds delightful. Wang Monli thought he was merely being polite, boasting. However, she was determined to take advantage of this opportunity, as a client willing to spend 1,000 yuan was a golden goose not to be ignored. Good brother. One gift is certainly not enough. The more, the better. Regardless of Li Chen's financial situation, as long as he was willing to spend money on her, he was a valuable patron. There are also good companies, like the recently established Xingchen Group, with salaries starting at 100,000 yuan and a safety net. It's a pity I haven't even passed the initial resume screening. Just as Li Chun prepared to leave, a waiter's voice interrupted. Sir, is the Lamborghini sports car downstairs yours? The restaurant had identified Li Chun through their surveillance. I'll be leaving right away. Li Chun noticed several cars blocking the way and understood the situation. Wait, that Lamborghini downstairs is yours. Wang Monli was flabbergasted, unable to believe her ears. Moments ago, she had been fervently taking selfies in front of the car. Had it been an ordinary Lamborghini, she might have suspected Li Chun had rented it. Yet this was a global limited edition. One could not even rent it if they wished. Wow, this guy is playing the role of a fool to catch the wise. Wang Monli's heart raced as she suddenly realized the magnitude of the situation. Such a lucrative opportunity must be seized tightly. Thankfully, she had refrained from uttering anything rude earlier. With a bit of sincerity, she might still have a chance. Chapter 78. The sports car has excellent shock absorption. Indeed. Is there a problem? Li Chun stood up and walked directly downstairs. Hey, wait for me, brother. Wang Monli exclaimed, quickly grabbing her bag and following him. Li Chun remained silent, striding towards the sports car. Two vehicles were blocking the way, and several girls were taking pictures with their phones. Please make way. Li Chun's voice was calm. What's the rush? Want to take pictures? There's a line, okay? Loser. The girls quickly assessed Li Chun and rolled their eyes at him. Only when Li Chun pressed the car key did the group awkwardly apologize and disperse. At that moment, Wang Monli caught up, casually opening the right door and sliding into the car. Brother, I haven't finished sharing the insider information from earlier. As she caressed the soft leather seats, her smile was genuine, sweet, and tinged with a hint of nervousness. Li Chun shot her a cold glance. unfazed as he drove onto the road and accelerated towards an artificial lake. Have you ever felt that people can be quite peculiar? You remain yourself, and I remain myself. Yet why do I feel something is different now? Because I didn't know enough about you before. The more I learn, the more I find you to be both witty and humorous. Wang Manli's smile grew even brighter as she gazed at Li Chun, her eyes ablaze with warmth. Li Chun smirked, recalling how difficult it had once been to pursue a beautiful woman. Who would have thought that a mere sports car would lead an 8-point beauty to him? Alas, perhaps only a girl like you, Manli, would offer such comfort. Li Chun playfully surveyed Wang Manli's impressive figure, reassuring himself that in the face of beauty, character could take a back seat. I have experienced the dissolution of marriage. Unceremoniously cast aside. Who could be so blind as to fail to cherish what was before them? Just moments ago, while traversing the street, Wang Manli, with an unassuming demeanor, discreetly utilized a business inquiry platform to investigate Li Chun, only to discover that he is the proprietor of numerous companies, both domestic and international. The registered capital of these enterprises ranges from tens of millions to over 100 million. Who, devoid of wealth, would establish so many companies? If he lacks funds, from whence does he acquire those limited edition supercars? If my conjecture holds any truth, it seems Li Chun is deliberately testing my resolve. Alas, the crux of the matter is my own inadequacies. I feel unworthy of her. Wang Manli refrained from responding verbally, instead removing her white outer garment with subtlety. Feeling a touch warm. Chenggu, you don't mind, do you? Li Chun turned to behold a surprising revelation. Beneath her outer layer lay a delicate black sheer blouse. Its fabric soft and ethereal, subtly accentuating her graceful contours. A crystal necklace adorned her neck, cascading down to her décolletage. She exuded an alluring charm, instantly elevating the ambience. Noticing that Li Chun was captivated, a smile graced Wang Manli's lips. Indeed, her ensemble was nothing short of extraordinary. If previously Li Chun embodied a free-spirited libertine, he now sensed the necessity to adopt a more serious demeanor. Even if merely to fulfill a task, he was prepared to proceed with closed eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Manli, I believe you are an exceptionally ambitious young woman, and no girl should ever be taken for granted. Chenggu, are you sincere? I, too, resonate deeply with your sentiments. Yet, I wonder if you feel any spark towards me. No more pretense, Manli. I am actually the founder and CEO of Stardust Group, currently seeking exceptional hosts. You are precisely the talent we need. Is that true, Mr. Li? But my capabilities are rather ordinary. I fear I may not meet the expectations. Wang Manli feigned shyness, her demeanor coy. What do you think of this figure? Li Chun raised a hand. 5,000. A basic salary of 5,000 is quite acceptable. Just as Wang Manli prepared to acquiesce, Li Chun declared, 50,000. 50,000. Wang Manli was taken aback, her mouth agape. If you find that insufficient, let us double it. 100,000. As he spoke, Li Chun promptly sent over an electronic contract from Stardust Group. Now you may examine our contract closely. Are there any hidden or nefarious clauses? Wang Manli opened the electronic contract on her phone and scrutinized it carefully. My heavens, upon joining, one can advance a month's salary. And upon confirmation, there are company dividends, with all profits distributed to employees, alongside a monthly salary of 100,000? Wang Manli was utterly bewildered by this barrage of offers. Is this not a new tactic employed by MCNs? Surely there cannot be any concealed stipulations? After thoroughly reviewing it, and sending the contract to Doubao, Kimi, and DeepSeek for their scrutiny, the AI suggested she inquire further with the boss about whether this is a charitable endeavor. Having found no unscrupulous terms, Wang Manli unhesitatingly signed the electronic contract. In that moment, she felt a lightness envelop her, as if she had stepped into a new chapter of her life. She stowed her phone away and gazed at Li Chun, her eyes now reflecting not only fervor, but also reverence and a burgeoning desire to fully align herself with him. However, Li Chun's gaze had already shifted from the electronic contract, now transfixed on the tantalizing black sheer fabric she wore. Inside the car, only the Lamborghini's high-tech ambient lights remained, casting an intimate glow that accentuated Wang Manli's alluring silhouette, rendering her akin to a gift waiting to be unwrapped. The contract is signed. From this moment forth, you are mine, Li Chun declared, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. He extended a hand, his fingertips delicately lifting a corner of the sheer fabric at her chest. The material of your attire is rather exquisite. Allow me a glimpse. This gesture was laden with an aggressive yet playful provocation. Wang Manli shivered, her cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue. Instinctively, she shifted her body, letting out a teasing exclamation. Oh dear, how naughty. Chenggu, you've only just made me sign the contract, and now you wish to take advantage of me? Her voice was soft and sweet, laced with a hint of playful defiance. It sounded like rejection, yet her glistening eyes brimmed with anticipation and invitation. This delicate dance of resistance and allure served as the ultimate catalyst for any man. A broader smile graced Chen's lips,